Chapter 1. A demon empress falls from sky. In the realm of Ling Xiao, within Chixio domain, the depths of the Yoyu forest lay shrouded in darkness, the night illuminated and live with the eye when sound heaps and of moonlight. Suddenly, a radiant and resplendent even rainbow streaked across the sky, akin to a shooting star, its speed so swift that even issued in the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Yet, mere moments later, 5 more divine rainbow shudgered forth from the night, seeming lie in pursuit of the first. Har har har, the spirit sealing seal has taken full effect. The demon empress can no longer withstand it. Quick, pursue her, one of the figures within the rainbow exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. With that proclamation, the very rainbows accelerated, hurtling forward with the speed of lightning. As anticipated, the page of the first rainbow began towing, revealing the faint silhouette of a woman clad in black with flowing white hair. She appeared gravely injured, here or chaotic and her form unsteady, on the verge of collapse. Before long, the figure had caught up to her. Demon Empress, meet your demise today, we shall avenge your master, a voice rang out from behind the woman, a mixture of sorrow and triumph resonating within it. In unison, the did not hesitate to unleash their attacks, combining their strength into a formidable blow. Jiang Mingli, seeing no way to evade, raised a teacher to flute should clutch it tightly, exerting all her strength to defend herself. At that moment, as if sensing the eruption of spiritual power, a mysterious symbol flickered within her tension. In an instant, her aurora plummeted as if she had fallen from a precipice. Clang! The divine light shone lashed but the vest struck heavily against the flute, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Immediately, the flute emitted her clear radiance, countering the attack and sending grip release of potent energy through the air. However, under the seal of the mysterious symbol, Jiang Mengli found herself powerless, and the JD flute ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. The divine light broke through her defences and struck her delicate form. Jiang Mengli was propelled back with several dozen feet, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid staining her garments, quickly absorbed by the thick fabric. As Shariah leads Gravirvier, she succumbed to her injuries, plummeting swiftly into the forest. Har har har, even a divine being can be slain. The roker slaughter echoed through the night, faces of the fever brimming with arrogance. Do not be careless eliminate here to prevent future troubles, only of them cautioned. Their remaining found not in agreement, then hastened towards the direction where Jiang Mengli had fallen. In Armadist wood and cabin deep within the Oyu forest, Li Chang Swan sat quietly at a table, his gaze fixed intently on her half-burned and cystic, his expression abundant of anticipation and concern. Sighed only halfen in cystic left, just on emery ear. Please let nothing gory. Beauty's fate willed her fate, misfortune struck. Suddenly, Li Changxuan furrowed his brow, sensing Sykes was rapidly approaching I direction. He called and Liapet they were merely passing by. Yet he haven't shadowed their plans. Bang! Our sounding crasher upteed in Li Changxuan scourge yard moments later. Damn it, with only half an incensestic left, we must misfortune strike now. Fuming, Li Changxuan stormed out of his room. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he stood frozen in shock. The gadge of his courtyard lay in ruins, and sprawled on the ground was a woman with dishevelled silver hair. Not again, living the depths of the mountain show could someone come here. Even if they were merely passing through. Miss, this is not a place for resting. Just as Li Changxuan contemplated how to deal with the half-conscious woman, 5 more welcome guests and islanded outside the courtyard. Thought he had yet to engage, Li Changxuan called all reticence at the killing murderers and radiating from them. The 5 outsiders, seemingly oblivious to his presence, strode directly towards the unconscious Jiang Mingli. Hey! This is my courtyard, isn't it? To buy true to enter without a word? Li Changxuan frowned, raising his voice to alert Fifth. At last they halted, regarding him with haughty disdain. Tot him, apart from his fresh and handsome appearance, Li Changxuan included an unremarkable aura, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, presenting an unmistakable image of a mere immortal. Had Hannett spoken up, they were deemed him unworthy of their attention. Thus, they merely cast a dismissive glance before examining their weapons, intent on eliminating the silver-harried woman first. Yet Li Changxuan, leaning against a door frame, blocked the path. I'm speaking to the affairs, what brings you out of me meet the slate how? The vegler dart the audacious man obstructing their way, thy pressions darkening with displeasure. As cultivators, they held themselves in high regard, believing that mortals had by the had showed Francine their presence. Yet this man oten le failed to alchemy them but dared to express his dissatisfaction, only of the cultivators, his face contorted with rage, bellowed. Have Injun counted an immortal, why do you not kneel? Bound bethules of the cultivation world, they could not strike immortal without course, is specialized hey I led from reputable sects that valued their image. Thus, they only shed their divine empressor upon Li Changshuan, attempting to foresee him to kneel. There le shed these I have mortals cowering beneath termite, trembling and quarreling them immortals, while it ervled in their superiority. However, contrary to thy expectations, Li Changshuan remained standing, seeming lie impervious to their overwhelming pressor. He guarded the mace if they were fools, even during to jest. You lot, what nonsense about being immortals? You, woe exactly are you? A wavy of astonishment washed over the fifth. There lies it taught her divine empressor had no effect on this man, leading them to deduce that they must possess at least a cultivation level of futurrealm. To their surprise, they heard encounter Derigu cultivator in this desolate wilderness, your shock was fleeting they did not consider him a threat. After all, there were 5 of them, a lat spirit refining level, more than capable of dealing with Derigu cultivator of futurrealm. The advantage was ties. Seeing that this audacity had yet provoke a response, Li Changshuan felt a twinge of regret. But Emma was slipping away, and they could not take Athene shoot of etotic they could not remain indefinitely. Thus, Hugh and Ed the 5. Donnot step into my courtyard to give out 3 breaths to live. Li Changshuan's ning was met with outrage from Thiv, who perceived it as a grave insult. They exchanged glances, a shared resolve eating within them, eyes glinting with malice. In an instant, they erupted into action, their weapons lunging towards Li Changshuan, their laughter echoing. A mere rogue of the Xrium Derister shall trademan, preparatity. Onsuous lake demon empress and bring back her head, we shall be paragons of righteousness, reno ned through titling shio. Yet her ocus laughter abruptly ceased. For they were struck with terror as Harry lies at their weapon shed halted just an inch from Li Changshuan, immovable despite their fort stodvans. A tempest of fears urged within them the ability to effortlessly block the combined assault indicated Totisman had at least stretched tribulation realm. Li Changshuan regarded Thuye upon suspended before him, as it is fights my leg racing his lips. TSK, finally, it's my turn. With a fleek of his sleeve, Thuye pins that there be nimer dathim sudden lie over sea direction, shooting forth like heroes released from their bows, piercing thrutter bodies off the vine an instant. Dyrus widened in disbelief as they gazed down at Terkests, where their own weapon shade impaled them, blood gushing forth like our fountain. The struggle towards, their possess bailing as they called in line with horses' sounds. Restiza now. With another wavy off his sleeve, the vanished without a trace, their physical forms and souls erased, as if they had never existed in this world. After dispatching them, Li Changshuan stood in place for a long while. After 8 cade, he hard finalitic in this step, in just own Emeria, Hugh old no longer need to remain in this desolated place. Chapter 2 This demon empress is truly pathetic. Li Changshuan was not original from this world. 10 years ago, he lived in Blue Star. During a nocturnal ascent of Shindu Peak, a bolt of lightning struck without warning, and he found himself, along with his soul, transported to Lingsha continent. The silverline guess that the discovered his continent possessed a cultivation system with various backstowmeister swordsmanship, spear techniques, blade arts, and event the way of sound. Even better, he possessed edual extraordinary physiquus of the celestial sword body and the supreme celestial vein, granting him unparalleled talent and comprehension in swordsmanship, with meridians capable of absorbing and circulating spiritual energy 100 times more effectively than ordinary individuals. The bad news was that the essential system typical for traversers, leaving immunoblatos into the heavens and dominated the present age. The worsen was that, as a human from Blue Star, he was fundamentally different from the inhabitants of Island Lictor within his body, rendering him incapable of cultivation and preventing him from joining Garni sect of immortals. Just Aster Sperbigan Toastin, heen canter read an old Taoist with whitey eyebrows, how claimed he cold teach ye more nequami thought of cultivation. Li Chang Swain Ways Arger Tote Kethiod Mannershis Master Bother White Broad Taoist declined. Confused, Li Chang Swain Ways about to inquire further when the oddman spoke of an incongruity in fate. With that, he placed her hand upon Li Chang Suan's head, imprinting the cultivation method deep line to his mind before drifting away, never to return forth the next 10 years. Before leaving, the old man specifically warned Li Chang Swan not to take injunction for 10 years, or he would be obliterated by the laws of heaven. Thari son for thy's warning gremained a mystery. Duet o the peculiarities of his physiquent meridians, he needed to refine himself using the method imparted by the old man, gradually transforming into our local body during the cultivation process. 10 years was a crucial deadline in seed past, the method would operate autonomously, helping him establish a GC and repair his foundation. After tonight, his earthly immortal cultivation would fall into a year-long period of silence. This was when confronted with Fivman with Ilintentians earlier, Li Chang Swan had deliberately provoked him, forcing them to act first. Had they delayed their attack even a moment longer, he would have been powerless to respond. Moreover, this was his first experience with taking a life, and Deveno had felt a lingering reputation. After a moment, Li Chang Yuan stood at the door, his reaping like heather treating teed, until it was indistinguishable from the toe of an ordinary person. This was not merely a concealment of his cultivation, he had truly reverted to the statue of a mortal. Heside, having retreated to this secluded forest to avoid offending other sanctor minimis conflict, only to find himself beset by 6 individuals at this critical juncture of his senior period. Alas! Wait, 6 individuals. Li Chang Swan suddenly snappy back to Tien, his gaze landing on Smaran Hume conscious and Menglis pro laid on the ground. He hardened Mishirt host of a hate indeed referred to this woman as demon empress. Recalling earlier he had sensed a fainter of demoni sanage emanating from her beauty twas so ix hath her hard overlooked it. Oh! If her demona sanage is so feeble, this demon empress is truly pathetic. Sims hardly formidable little, how culch be pursued ruthless liber 5 spirit refining cultivators, a look off to stain crossed Li Chang Suan's face. Gazan Gathapale, weakened Jiang Mingli, her found himself mulling over a dilemma. To Zavio not to save. A gentleman does not stand beneath Aparilu's wall. A gentleman does not intervene. Indeed, perhaps it would be bestow find a place to bury her. With no cultivation to speak of, and with her buying a demon, should she waken, he might forever lose his life. Thus, Li Chang Swan cautiously turned she and Mengli over. In the dim light night, he finally discerned her features a remarkably young and beautiful woman. Several streaks of blood marred her fair complexion, a ding to her tragic allure. As Li Chang Swan contemplated pulling her out of the courtyard, the JD flutish had clutched tightly in her hand suddenly flew out, positioning itself firmly at the entrance of the courtyard while emitting a faint glow, as of conveying some vital message. Li Chang Swan was bewildered with flute's actions, he reached out to remove it, but no matter how much force he applied, flute remained steadfast, as if it had taken root. In desperation, Li Chang Swan attempted to drag the demon out, but her flute grew agitated, seemingly poised to strike him on the head. Yet he hesitated, as if contemplating before low orange itself urgently nudging Li Chang Swan back into the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, the entire episode transpired while he was oblivious of the movements behind him, as faced away from the flute and to become indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. At that moment, Li Chang Swan felt the pressure of a stick-like object pressing against him from behind. Turning around, he found the jaded flute head blocking his path once more, scratching his head, he began to grasp the implications of its earlier peculiar behavior. He tentatively punted at the unconscious Jiang Mengli and asked, "Do you mean Ishultz of her?" The flute barbadu pant down, seemingly nodding in agreement. Li Chang Swan's aswiden in astonishment he the flute possessed sentience. Goodness, how extraordinary! What had started as a mere speculative inquiry Harjun expected lie yielded a response. This was not to his ignorance rather, he had never truly immersed himself in the cultivation world of Lingsha continent. Furthermore, celestial weapons were exceedingly rare, and divine cultivators should limited opportunities to encounter them. Afterward, he had retreated to this remote forest, leading to his current ignorance of matters pertaining to the cultivation realm. In that moment, Li Chang Swansel and Lyre Solvitative Gaventharchan seen the future, he old crafter sentient sword of her zone. Returning to the present, Hegazi. Unconscious Jiang Mengli and Thinat the JD Flute blocking eyes way. I can't survive. He'd cloud yet still attempted topple the minute, but Heflu tested first lie obstructed the trance, refusing to let him pies. Faced with Flute's assistance, Li Changzuan were satellos, ultimately retreating back into the house, intending to let the fritten fold as it may. However, as wretched the door of the small cabin, Flute sudden lied out head over, blocking Gisbert on Seagain. Li Chang Swain waste Kennerback beth I soon expected auction. Frustrated by the persistent interference, he grabbed her broom from their courtyard and began to swat at the flute. Sensing its master's increasingly weakened aura, the flute seemed to panic, miscalculate its strength, and release a burst of divine light that struck the courtyard wall. The wall crumbled instantly, sending dust flying into the air. At that moment, flute over dangerously closet to Li Changsuan's neck. Gazing gath forlorn walland feeling the kill against this throat, Li Changzuan's wallow wed. Cerebra sesh power. Why not mention it sooner? The flute, however, quietly radiated a soft glow, as if waiting for Li Changsuan's response. After a moment of hesitation, Li Changsuan finalized Hebram down, indicating his acquiescence. Inwardly, he lamented, feeling utterly helpless stripped of his cultivation. He was being bullied by Marestic. He hardly was but axotop lowlanded, in his current state, he would have been utterly defenseless. Truly, a tiger forlorn tothiplan's is bullied by ducks a handsome man reduced to being tormented beastic. The flute, too, acted out of necessity, knowing it could not truly harm him, lest it endanger its master's life. Reluctantly, Li Changzuan placed Jiang Mengli in our door panel and hurriedly pulled her into the cabin. Flute remained overing beside him, seemingly monitoring eyes for a move, wary of an mischief. Yet inside, Li Changsuan found himself in another predicament without a shred of spiritual power, how sheto severe. Flute gently poked at his holder, urging him to act quickly. Now, both Timon and the flute were cautious, with Li Changsuan fearing the flute's retaliation and the flutency that you would neglect to save its master. Chapter 3. Because of my kindness, Li Changxian first prepared a basin of clear water, gently wiping away the blood and grime from Jiang Mingli's face with a towel. As he performed this task, her true visage gradually unveiled itself before his eyes. Having once resided on the Blue Star and accustomed to various technological marvels, Li Changxian found himself momentarily taken aback upon beholding this natural beauty, a wave of astonishment surging within him. The woman's skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, her brows like willow leaves, lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, exuding an enchanting grace that was simply unparalleled, a beauty beyond compare. Perhaps due to her severe injuries, Jiang Mingli's fair face appeared somewhat pallid, yet this only added an ethereal, fragile allure that evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Her slightly furrowed brows indicated her discomfort. Li Changxian also noticed several slashes on Jiang Mingli's dress, revealing patches of her snow-white skin, along with a few deep brown wounds. However, as night had already fallen, he resolved not to venture out in search of medicine merely because of her beauty, instead turning back to his humble bed to lie down. Upon witnessing Li Changxuan's actions, Yudi rushed towards him, but he seemed to anticipate its approach, calmly stating, "Rest assured, she won't perish tonight. I have no medicine at the moment. I shall attend to her wounds tomorrow." Hearing this, Yudi halted in front of him, first flitting anxiously around the room before finally realizing it could do nothing and reluctantly returning to Jiang Mingli's side. The following day, as dawn's light began to filter through, Li Changxian, still lost in slumber, felt a stick-like object poking him. Without a doubt, it was that woman's flute. Roused from his dreams by the persistent prodding, he found sleep eluding him and had no choice but to venture out to gather herbs. Coincidentally, aside from his usual practice, he occasionally descended the mountain to procure some books. During his moments of leisure, he would peruse these texts, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding the mystical herbs and medicines of this world. The woman was fortunate, for in this secluded wilderness, seldom visited by others, the variety of celestial herbs and medicines was quite abundant. Within half a day's time, Li Changxian had gathered a considerable amount of useful medicinal materials. After preparing the healing ointment, Li Changxian, without a second thought, began to remove Jiang Mingli's dress. Yudi, believing he was about to engage in inappropriate conduct, swiftly intervened to stop him. Having already endured a restless night, Li Changshuan's frustration surged as he was repeatedly obstructed by the flute. He struck Yudi with some force, exclaiming in anger, Do you even want me to save her? If you think you can do better, then why don't you try? Yudi seemed to comprehend his words, lowering itself slightly, and if it were capable of expression, it would likely appear rather pitiful. After a moment's hesitation, Yudi ultimately took flight and exited the room. Seeing Yudi depart, Li Changxian rubbed his hands together vigorously, exhaling warm breath upon them. Why is this flute so stiff? This mortal body of mine is already in pain from the impact. After a brief respite, he efficiently removed Jian Mingli's outer garment, gazing at the woman lying on the wooden board, clad only in a dark inner garment. Her exquisite figure was laid bare before him. With a slender waist, petite frame, and gracefully elongated legs, the fullness of her garment accentuated her remarkable physique. Cough, cough. Regaining his composure, Li Changxian quickly cleared his throat, nearly losing himself in admiration. There was still important work to be done. He could not afford to linger, lest he be tempted further. Thus, he carefully tore the already damaged opening of her inner garment wider to facilitate the treatment of her wounds. Fortunately, there were only 2 or 3 injuries, none of which were in particularly sensitive areas, allowing him to complete the task swiftly. Afterward, he draped her outer garment over her, and Jian Mingli's tightly knit brows relaxed somewhat. However, one thing puzzled Li Changxian. Wasn't she the demon empress? Why had such superficial wounds not healed after so long, and why was there no sign of her awakening even after a night had passed? Logically, one would expect a cultivator to recover swiftly, yet he, having lost his powers, could not ascertain the reason behind it. His suspicions grew regarding whether those 5 individuals had lied. Was this truly a demon empress? Were he not currently in a mortal form, he would have been inclined to investigate the nature of her cultivation level, as it seemed rather lacking. Thus, 3 days passed, with Jian Mingli lying on the wooden board the entire time. On the 4th day, rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jian Mingli's exquisite countenance. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually opened her glistening eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. She lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings, taking in a room of rustic elegance. Though not opulent, it was exceedingly pleasing to the eye, nurturing to the spirit. She found herself lying on a wooden board, with another bed situated across the room. Rubbing her slender waist, she was beset by a wave of soreness. How could one not feel discomfort on such a hard surface? Then, she caught a strong scent of medicine emanating from herself, realizing she was clad only in an inner garment, with an unpleasant ointment applied to her wounds. Upon noticing that her master was awake, Yudi hastily flew to Jian Mingli's side. Gratefully accepting the flute, Jian Mingli felt a measure of reassurance. She donned the outer garment draped over her and cautiously scrutinized her surroundings. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Li Changxian stepped inside. Upon seeing that Jian Mingli had regained consciousness, their gazes met, each silently appraising the other. A brief silence enveloped the room. Li Changxian observed Jian Mingli, who had risen, her brows resembling distant mountains, her eyes akin to autumn waters, her skin as pure as jade, exuding an ethereal grace that truly embodied the aura of an empress. Meanwhile, Jian Mingli scrutinized the young man at the door, whose complexion was as smooth as jade and whose demeanor was extraordinary. Noticing the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from him, she concluded that he was merely a mortal and posed no real threat, allowing her to relax her guard slightly. "Are you feeling better?" Li Changxian broke the silence first. "Was it you who saved this empress?" Jian Mingli did not answer his question but instead coldly inquired, her expression frosty. Li Changxian raised an eyebrow, stepping closer as he replied nonchalantly, "Well, isn't that obvious? Why did you save me?" Jian Mingli could not believe anyone could possess such altruism. In her understanding, whether cultivators or mortals, all humans would leap at the chance to eliminate her. How could this mortal possibly rescue her without reason? Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback. He certainly could not admit to being threatened by her weapon. That would be too embarrassing. Because I am kind." Upon hearing this, a flicker of skepticism passed through Jian Mingli's eyes, though she did not dwell on the matter too long. After all, surviving was of utmost importance, so she shifted the conversation, asking, "Then who removed this empress's outer garment?" In this desolate wilderness, with only myself present, it could only have been me, Li Changxian replied. At this, Jiang Mingli's delicate brows knitted together, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. How dare this lowly mortal lay hands upon her? Were it not for the fact that he had saved her life and had left her in a garment intact, she would have likely obliterated him without a second thought. Chapter 4. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing those words, as the only one present, Jiang Mingli suddenly recalled the 5 individuals who had pursued her that night. In an instant, fury ignited within her eyes, a murderous intent surging forth like an overwhelming tide, far more intense than before. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and even Li Changxian could sense a chilling air. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion arose within her. Why was she still unscathed? That night, she had thought she would truly perish at the hands of those lowly cultivators. What of the 5? Jiang Mingli coldly inquired once more. They have departed. Li Changxian, uncertain whether the demon emperor would strike him, uttered a casual lie. Yet, Jiang Mingli was not easily deceived. In her eyes, eliminating the demon emperor presented an unparalleled opportunity for fame among the human cultivators. No cultivator would ever relinquish such a chance lightly. Congealed snow. Jiang Mingli saw through Li Changxuan's deceit at a glance. The jade flute in her hand flew forth with her voice, swiftly pressing against Li Changxuan's neck once more. You have but one chance. Speak the truth. Jiang Mingli's voice was frigid to the bone, as if it could freeze the very air around her. Li Changxian, with no choice left, realized that his mortal form could not withstand the jade flute's strike and thus confessed. I killed them. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Mingli was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend the words that had reached her ears. She stared blankly at Li Changxian, her expression turning peculiar, as if to say, do you take me for a fool? Do not presume that because you saved this emperor's life, I am afraid to kill you. Jiang Mingli's brows furrowed in displeasure, her tone icy and fierce. Li Changxian found himself at a loss for words. To speak the truth was to be disbelieved, yet to lie was equally perilous, leaving him in a truly precarious predicament. He remained silent, standing still, for he possessed no strength to resist. Observing his immobility and silence, Jiang Mingli pondered whether to teach him a small lesson. However, as the fox demon tribe upheld a principle of reciprocating kindness, she hesitated to inflict harm upon him. Furthermore, her own injuries had yet to fully heal, necessitating her stay in this place for recovery. Thus, she decided to relent. It would be best not to entertain any frivolous thoughts with this emperor. Jiang Mingli warned in a delicate tone, as the congealed snow returned to her hand and vanished. Subsequently, she turned her attention inward, and indeed, as she had surmised, her energy reservoir had been sealed. Currently, she could only exert the strength of the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm was merely the first stage of the cultivation path, granting her a physique slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, utterly incapable of wielding spiritual energy. Were it not for the presence of an immortal artifact, she would hardly pose any threat to Li Changxian. Li Changxian, however, appeared unfazed, leisurely approaching the table, sitting down with an air of contentment, and pouring himself a cup of tea, drinking as if no one were present. His demeanor piqued Jiang Mingli's curiosity. Do you know who this emperor is? Li Changxian took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, are you not the demon emperor? Are you not afraid of me? Oh, what is there to be afraid of? Li Changxuan's response remained as placid as ever. Jiang Mingli felt incredulous. After all, in the outside world, the mere mention of the term demon emperor would cause both humans and demons alike to change their countenance. Since ascending to the throne of the demon race, she had ruthlessly suppressed all, instilling fear within the demon clan and silencing human cultivators. 3 years prior, she had single-handedly slaughtered the Beastmaster sect, leaving no survivors. This battle had reverberated throughout the entire Lingxiao continent, known to all mortal practitioners. Jiang Mingli never imagined that the title of Demon Emperor, which sent shivers down the spines of countless individuals, could be uttered so casually from Li Changxuan's lips. If mentioned before an ordinary person, the mere mention of a Demon Emperor would leave them pale with fright, yet here she stood before Li Changxian, who remained unfazed. Jiang Mingli attributed this to his likely seclusion in the deep mountains, ignorant of her notorious reputation, or perhaps he simply did not believe her words. After all, she currently resembled nothing more than a mere mortal, devoid of any semblance of a demon emperor. Glancing down at her tattered garments, she recalled how they had been torn by the sword light of those 5 lowly beings during her flight. Fortunately, her body refinement realm physique, coupled with the treatment from an unknown medicinal substance, had allowed her injuries to heal considerably. However, she could no longer endure the peculiar taste of the medicine, and lacking the ability to employ a cleansing technique, she was left with no choice but to ask Li Changxian, "Do you have a bathing area?" Li Changxian set down his teacup, pointed toward the bathing tub behind the screen, and replied, "Indeed, there is one, but you will need to heat the water yourself." At this, Jiang Mingli felt a surge of irritation. As the esteemed demon emperor, when had she ever attended to such menial tasks? Thus, she imperiously commanded Li Changxian, "You, go and prepare a tub of hot water for this emperor. Are you healed?" Li Changxian did not answer her query but instead posed another question. Jiang Mingli took a few slow steps, sensing no significant harm, and proudly declared, "Such minor injuries cannot possibly hinder this emperor." At that moment, Li Changxian truly wanted to roll his eyes, inwardly scoffing. "You have already been lying down for 3 days, with such superficial wounds, even a mere mortal would have recovered by now. What right do you have to call yourself a demon emperor?" He had not come to serve her. Saving her life was already a generous act. Consequently, he resolutely declined. "Whoever wishes to bathe may do so. Besides, did you not claim to be the demon emperor? Surely heating some water should be a mere matter of moving your fingers." Upon hearing Li Changshuan's words, Jiang Mengli found herself momentarily speechless. Firstly, she was indeed incapable of wielding spiritual energy at present. Secondly, she had not anticipated that this human and would dare to repeatedly defy her. In the past, any who dared to go against her in such a manner would have long since ceased to exist, and it was precisely this reason that had earned her the fearsome reputation of their demon emperor. Yet now, a mere mortal stood before her, unperturbed by her presence, and Jiang Mingli felt a strange sense of novelty within her heart. Chapter 5, The Demon Empress. Jiang Mingli, however, as the demon empress, how could Jiang Mingli deign to indulge in such trifling matters? She promptly addressed Li Changxian, saying, "To serve this empress is an immense honor for you. Do not dawdle, for I require a bath." "Miss, are you quite well?" Li Changxian replied, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. Observing her earnest demeanor, he could hardly suppress a chuckle. Did she truly believe she was still among the demon clan? "Hurry." Jiang Mingli, noticing the sardonic smile playing on his lips, felt her ire rising. With her words, Ningxue soared forth once more. All right, I shall go. Truly, I am terrified of you." Li Changxian sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he exited the room, mumbling to himself, "I seem to have rescued an ancestor." Were it not for her status as an injured party, he would have never considered attending to her needs. Once Li Changxian had departed, a satisfied expression graced Jiang Mingli's features as she began to meander around the room, curiously inspecting the peculiar objects within. Before long, Li Changxian had prepared the bathing water. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Jiang Mingli summoned him again. "Pray, do you possess any garments for women? This empress requires a change of attire." "I am but a man. I have no women's clothing, only my own. Use it if you wish." Li Changxian was disinclined to engage further, striding directly to his wardrobe, retrieving a clean set of clothes, and tossing them before her casually. As he reached the door, he added, "Moreover, I do not respond to hey, I am Li Changxian." With that, he closed the door behind him. Jiang Mingli gazed at the garments before her, a frown creasing her brow as a look of difficulty crossed her face. In truth, her personal space contained several dresses, yet with her spiritual power sealed, she could not retrieve them. She glanced down at her own attire, now torn by a sword, exposing considerable fair skin, and her frown deepened. This garment was clearly unfit for wear, and with no alternative available, she would have to make do for the time being. After her birth, Jiang Mengli donned Li Changshuan's clothing. Though her stature was tall, the garments still appeared somewhat oversized. They emitted a faint scent of sandalwood, which was quite pleasant. Jiang Mingli pondered that she must hasten back to the demon clan. Although she had entrusted the affairs of the demon realm to 2 trusted subordinates during her journey to the Yinshu secret realm, she could not help but worry over time, fearing that chaos might arise within the clan. Thus, she sat cross-legged and attempted to circulate her inner spiritual energy, striving to break the seal within her. However, no matter how hard she tried, her internal energy remained utterly still, as if she had never practiced at all. Undeterred, Jiang Mingli continued her efforts, yet in her impatience, she overlooked the fact that her internal injuries had not fully healed, leading to a backlash from the spiritual seal. In an instant, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, subsequently succumbing to unconsciousness once more. When she awoke again, she found the sky had turned pitch black, and she lay once more upon the cold, hard wooden bed. Upon hearing Jiang Mingli stir, Li Changxian asked blandly, "You are awake?" Jiang Mingli offered no reply, instead gliding gracefully to the table to sit. Li Changxian observed Jiang Mingli seated across from him. Previously, she had seemed somewhat peculiar. After all, he had merely washed her face, and her silver hair had been a disheveled mess. Now, tidied up, she appeared even more striking, save for her perpetually frosty countenance, which was nearly flawless. Noticing his unblinking gaze upon her, Jiang Mingli felt a surge of irritation. This man truly had the audacity. Few dared to meet her eyes. "Li Changxian, have you had your fill of staring?" Cough cough. Li Changxian, feeling awkward, could think of nothing else to do but clear his throat. "I still do not know your name," he ventured, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. Jiang Mengli's brows knitted slightly as she regarded his earnest expression. After a moment's contemplation, she replied coldly, "By rights, you are unworthy of knowing this empress's name. However, considering you have saved me twice, I shall indulge you. This empress's surname is Jiang, and her given name is Mengli." At the same time, Jiang Mengli had already concluded that he was merely an ordinary person dwelling in the mountains. After all, the name of the demon empress Jiang Mingli was renowned far and wide. Even mortals had heard of her esteemed title. Jiang Mingli, Li Changxian murmured to himself. Hearing her name spoken from his lips made Jiang Mingli feel somewhat uneasy. After all, few dared to address her directly. Thus, she instructed Li Changxian, "Though I have divulged my name to you, you must not address me by it. You may refer to me as Empress or Demon Sovereign." Li Changxuan's thoughts were not on the form of address but rather on the word must. "Are you not healed? You should depart tomorrow. I do not require further repayment for your rescue," he replied, recalling that night's events. Keeping a demon empress nearby seemed perilous. He had no knowledge of who she had antagonized, leading to the pursuit by 5 assailants. He was uncertain if more would come, and with his own ability sealed for the year, he feared he might be easily dealt with should another wave arrive. "Did you not witness my condition just moments ago? My injuries are far from healed. I must remain for a while longer." Jiang Mingli retorted coldly. Indeed, she had been eager to leave, but upon realizing her powers were not yet restored, she had carefully reconsidered and deemed it unwise to return to the demon realm just yet. Firstly, her lack of recovery would surely unsettle the demon clan if word spread, provoking the human cultivators to stir. Secondly, the internal stability of the demon clan was tenuous. Many leaders eyed the throne with avarice. Had it not been for their fear of her might, they would have likely revolted long ago. If she were to return carelessly now, and the rebellious leaders sensed her weakness, it would undoubtedly incite chaos within the clan. Thus, in light of the current circumstances, it was far more prudent for her to delay her return. However, her actions in slaying the 5 elders of the Taishan sect would inevitably come to light, and she could only hope that the human cultivators would learn of it later rather than sooner, preferably after her powers had been restored. Moreover, the whereabouts of those 5 core disciples were now unknown, compelling her to expedite the removal of this vexing spiritual seal. Li Changxian, upon hearing that she did not intend to leave, felt a surge of anxiety that her enemies might be drawn to her presence. Yet, as he was not her match, he could only ask once more, "When do you plan to depart?" "Once this empress's injuries have healed, I shall naturally take my leave." Upon hearing this, Li Changxian could not help but groan inwardly. He now had to accommodate this troublesome guest, who regarded him as a benefactor. Seeing the conflicted expression on his face, Jiang Mingli misconstrued his concern for her staying without recompense. She assured him, "Fear not, having saved this empress, you shall not be treated poorly." Chapter 6, The Success That Captured the Emperor's Attention. "There's no need for that. I kindly request that you recuperate and depart as soon as possible." Li Changxian retorted with irritation, his tone laden with reluctance. However, Jiang Mingli paid no heed to Li Changquan's demeanor, knowing full well that the initiative lay firmly in her hands. As she contemplated this, her gaze flickered to the in her possession, which shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the flickering candlelight. Moments later, a voice as crisp and commanding as a decree echoed abruptly within the room. "I wish to rest. You should leave immediately." Jiang Mengli spoke with a blank expression, slowly rising to her feet and gracefully making her way towards the sole bed in the chamber. By the time Li Changxian registered her actions, Jiang Mengli had already perched herself upon the edge of the bed, elegantly arranging her skirts, as though she were the sovereign of this space. The audacity of Jiang Mengli, attempting to claim his bed, was intolerable for Li Changxian. Setting aside the fact that this foolish demoness considered herself the master, sleep was a most delightful pursuit. How could he allow her to appropriate his bed? Thus, he immediately posed a soul-searching inquiry. "Are you not the demon emperor? Do you still require rest? Do practitioners of the arts need to sleep?" Jiang Mingli was well aware of such matters, yet her cultivation was sealed, rendering her susceptible to fatigue. Moreover, as a noble demon emperor, she had endured several days upon that cold, unyielding wooden plank, a grievance she had yet to settle with him. Therefore, she was determined not to acquiesce and would not reveal her lost powers. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic. "As the foremost among all demons, how could I possibly rest upon such a coarse and unyielding surface? Henceforth, this bed shall belong to me." Jiang Mingli regarded Li Changxian with a haughty expression, her face radiating pride. "Absolutely not. This is my bed, your sleeping place is over there." Li Changxian retorted angrily, rising to his feet and fearlessly pointing towards the adjacent floor. Following his gesture, Jiang Mingli's gaze fell upon the shabby wooden plank, igniting a fresh wave of fury within her. As the esteemed demon monarch, her prior resting places had always been lavish beds draped with golden silk curtains, soft and silky, offering unparalleled comfort. Yet now, this despicable human and had dared to provide her with such a dilapidated sleeping arrangement, an affront to her dignity. No wonder she had awoken with aches and pains. How could her delicate, supple skin endure such a wooden bed? With this thought, Jiang Mingli's expression darkened further as she glared at Li Changxian, her voice icy as she admonished, "Li Changxian, how dare you defy my wishes?" Her tone dripped with fury, as if she intended to consume him whole. Li Changxian, however, dismissed the foolish demoness, seemingly deaf to her words, and casually seated himself beside her, preparing to remove his shoes and climb into bed. Jiang Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly disrespectful. Her face flushed with rage as she clenched them tightly, for no man had ever dared to approach her so closely. With a fierce glare directed at Li Changxian, her eyes seemed to convey a desire to flay him alive. Yet, Li Changxian remained blissfully unaware of her ire, continuing to undress with a carefree demeanor, oblivious to her fury. Jiang Mingli's anger reached a boiling point, and she could no longer contain herself, shouting, "Li Changxian, get off this bed at once." Li Changxian, however, acted as if he were deaf, continuing to disregard her outburst, even feigning yawns to indicate his weariness. Finally, Jiang Mingli could endure no longer. She sprang to her feet, glaring at Li Changxian, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, there in her hand emanating an icy chill. "Jiang Mingli, if you have the courage, refrain from using that wretched flute." Seeing the fury etched on her delicate features, Li Changxian hastily employed a defensive technique. At that moment, Jiang Mingli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, a manifestation of her anger. After over 30 years of cultivation, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Yet, since Li Changxian had spoken, she reluctantly abandoned her intention to wield her, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I have already instructed you not to address me by my name." Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli. Li Changxian persisted, deliberately provoking her with each repetition of her name, his tone rife with defiance. He had discerned that this foolish demoness seemed to possess some peculiarities. Earlier, he had suspected something amiss. After multiple observations, he concluded that, for reasons unknown, this foolish demon emperor appeared capable only of wielding her. He had yet to witness her employing a shred of spiritual power. Thus, the only potential threat she posed to him was that wretched flute. As Li Changxian continued to call her name in quick succession, Jiang Mingli's chest heaved with indignation, suppressing the urge to strike him down, while internally admonishing herself. As a demon emperor, one must be magnanimous and not stoop to the level of an ant. By the time she managed to quell her fury, she found that Li Changxian had already reclined upon the bed. Her previously subdued anger flared up once more. Li Changxian. Jiang Mingli enunciated each syllable with palpable fury, her voice a low growl fueled by repeated provocations. Go ahead and sleep if you wish. It is I who shall ultimately suffer, Li Changxian replied, his back turned to her, his tone laced with amusement. Yet, no matter how vexed Jiang Mingli became, she found herself powerless against him. Having never shared a bed with another, she hesitated to truly confront him. Reluctantly, she returned to the wooden plank bed, issuing a warning as she departed. Li Changxian, you have succeeded in capturing my attention. Li Changxian, upon hearing this, was engulfed by goosebumps. It was simply too saccharine, and he could hardly endure it. Was there truly a world where such domineering proclamations existed? As Jiang Mingli returned to her familiar space, she found herself seething with frustration due to Li Changxuan's incessant provocations, compounded by the icy wooden plank that made sleep impossible. Left with no other recourse, she sat cross-legged, feigning rest, while secretly vowing that upon regaining her powers, she would exact revenge for this humiliation. In the dead of night, thud, a sound suddenly pierced the silence of the room, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. Li Changxian was jolted awake, rising and descending from the bed, only to find Jiang Mingli trembling on the wooden floor. Initially, Jiang Mingli had intended to meditate with her eyes closed, but her injuries had yet to fully heal, and having been subjected to a sealed spiritual mark, she had incurred new wounds. She had overestimated her endurance and, in her seated position, had inadvertently fallen asleep, rolling onto the floor. Seeing Jiang Mingli curled up like a frightened fox, her brow furrowed and her body shivering, Li Changxian felt a twinge of guilt for perhaps having gone too far. Despite her earlier bravado, she had not retaliated against him. Thus, he moved to retrieve his bedding, spreading it out on the wooden surface. Just as he was about to lift her back onto the bed, he hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Jiang Mingli, he called her name twice, but she did not awaken in response. Instead, her brow furrowed even deeper, indicating she was truly cold. Realizing that it was early spring and they were in the mountains, where temperatures were indeed low, he felt compelled to act. With no other choice, Li Changxian bent down and lifted her into his arms. The moment he drew near, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, reminiscent of orchid, yet distinct, more intoxicating than mere floral scent. It must be the fragrance of her skin. He nearly lost his composure. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Li Changxian swiftly placed her upon the prepared bed and tucked her in with a blanket. After a brief moment, the tension in Jiang Mingli's tightly knit brows gradually eased, and her complexion began to soften, as if she were feeling a measure of relief. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Mingli remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Despite Li Changxuan's gentle handling, a practitioner of the arts, especially a demon emperor, would typically possess keen awareness. Thus, Li Changxian concluded that she had genuinely lost her cultivation. Otherwise, how could a cultivator tremble from cold without any sense of alertness? Yet, the reason for her loss of power remained a mystery. Chapter 7, The Casual Purchase of the Flowing Immortal Skirt. Before departing, Li Changxian cast one last glance at Jiang Mingli. At that moment, she was pursing her cherry-red lips, her delicate face reflecting a sense of contentment. Observing her newfound tranquility, he mused that she was not entirely as willful and headstrong as he had initially thought. She appeared rather endearing now. The following day, as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the room. Jiang Mingli slowly opened her lustrous eyes, only to realize she was nestled in a warm embrace, the long-lost softness enveloping her in exquisite comfort. Although the surroundings could not compare to the opulence of the draped beds in the Demon Emperor's palace, they were infinitely superior to the hard wooden boards she had previously endured. She sat up, Pulling aside the covers that enveloped her, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she scrutinized the bedding, suddenly recalling that it was indeed the very quilt she had contested for with Li Changxian the previous night. This revelation astonished her. He had actually given her his own quilt. Glancing around the room, she found no trace of Li Changxian. Eventually, her gaze fell upon his bed, where the quilt that should have been present was conspicuously absent. A flicker of curiosity stirred within her. She wondered when he had brought the bedding to her. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware that her current physical state might indeed resemble that of a mere mortal, as she was oblivious to when Li Changxian had come and gone. Yet, in response to his actions, a satisfied smile graced her lips. After all, as the esteemed demon emperor, it was beneath her dignity to attend to such trivial matters. It was only fitting to let Li Changxian handle them. It was not until noon that Li Changxian returned. "Here, I bought this for you out of pity," he declared upon seeing her, presenting a set of flowing white sleeves adorned with exquisite embroidery, an ensemble he had specially procured during his descent from the mountain. A few miles from the Yuyo forest lay a small mortal town where he had often ventured for supplies. Throughout his years there, he would trade herbs for money whenever he found himself short on funds, as the mountains were abundant with spirit herbs, which commanded high prices. Jiang Mingli accepted the white garment, noting the delicate silver floral patterns that shimmered subtly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a starry night. After appraising the outfit, she concluded that Li Changxuan's taste was commendable, as the attire was at least somewhat fitting for her imperial stature. Although she felt that the white fabric was a touch too juvenile and did not entirely complement her aura, it was a lady's garment, and she couldn't very well continue wearing Li Changxuan's clothes, so she graciously accepted it. After handing her the dress, Li Changxian stepped outside, affording her the privacy to change. When he re-entered, he beheld Jiang Mingli seated gracefully at the table. Her waist resembled flowing silk, and her ears were adorned with moonlit earrings. Her fingers were as delicate as the tender shoots of green onions, and her lips resembled the hue of vermilion, with a pink silk ribbon accentuating her slender waist. The soft silk fabric clung to her form, highlighting her enchanting curves. The lace trim at her sleeves and neckline added an air of elegance and sweetness to her appearance. The gentle skirt swayed with the breeze that slipped through the door, resembling a wisp of smoke beneath the moonlight, ethereal and dreamlike. It must be said that in her new attire, Jiang Mingli exuded a captivating charm. Her graceful allure was juxtaposed with an air of aloofness that conveyed an almost ascetic quality. Li Changxian found himself momentarily entranced. "Jiang Mingli, when do you intend to leave? This humble abode cannot accommodate your divine presence." He snapped back to reality, hastily diverting the conversation. Caught in the moment of admiration, his youthful heart felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although Li Changxuan's response was swift, Jiang Mingli had been attuned to his distraction and would not let it slip past her notice. A faint smirk danced on her lips as she thought, "He is undoubtedly captivated by my beauty." She held a firm confidence in her appearance. Had it not been for her formidable reputation, she would likely have faced numerous suitors among her kin. Moreover, considering Li Changxuan's status as a mere mortal dwelling in the wilderness, it was hardly surprising that he was so easily bewitched. "I have already stated that I shall not neglect you. Once your wounds have healed, I will take my leave," she proclaimed. "As a gesture of gratitude, I can impart to you the methods of cultivation. If you possess the aptitude, it is not beyond reason that you might reach the chi-gathering realm, thus extending your lifespan significantly." Jiang Mingli spoke with an icy demeanor. From her observations of Li Changxuan's quarters, it was evident that he lacked for nothing in terms of finances. Although he resided in a single room, its decor was uniquely exquisite, exuding an elegance that surpassed that of ordinary households. Furthermore, the gown he had brought her, while not enchanted, was certainly of commendable craftsmanship and aesthetic appeal within the cultivation community. Consequently, she surmised that Li Changxian must be of poor aptitude, unable to cultivate, hence his reclusive lifestyle in the mountains. Upon hearing that the demon emperor would teach him the ways of cultivation, an ember of intrigue ignited in Li Changxuan's heart. Though he had already embarked on his own path of cultivation, it was based solely on his own understanding, leaving him uncertain of the reliability of the teachings imparted by the old man. His only prior attempt at combat had been against 5 individuals just days prior, and now he had the chance to learn from her, to compare her teachings to those of his mentor. Thus, Li Changxian nodded in agreement. "Very well, but I shall not bow to you as my master. As if I would desire you as a disciple. Jiang Mingli retorted coolly. Ever since time immemorial, she had likely become the first demon to teach the methods of cultivation to a human. However, she intended only to impart some foundational techniques of qi gathering. Subsequently, Jiang Mingli casually shared a few incantations with him, allowing him to experiment. She was uncertain whether her methods would translate effectively for a human. Li Changxian attempted the techniques, indeed sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world around him, yet they were worlds apart from the methods ingrained in his mind, making the absorption of spiritual energy a daunting task. Consequently, he promptly abandoned the endeavor, opting instead for his own established methods. Observing his struggle, Jiang Mingli assumed he lacked the talent to draw energy into his body. As for the body refinement realm, it scarcely qualified as the threshold of cultivation, and thus, she did not teach him the techniques for that stage. Jiang Mingli had anticipated that he would cherish this rare opportunity, yet to her surprise, he relinquished it after but a brief attempt, leaving her somewhat puzzled. You are giving up already. In response, Li Changxian merely chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I shan't practice any longer. After all, by the time I emerge from this forest, I shall shortly be invincible. His tone was brash and carefree, devoid of any hint of jest. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiang Mingli was momentarily taken aback. Was he so desperate for cultivation that he had lost his senses? Realizing she had not misjudged him, Jiang Mingli refrained from further persuasion. After all, she had already shared the methods of cultivation with him, fulfilling her obligation of gratitude. Chapter 8, A Hidden Beauty. 4 days later, Jiang Mingli was still recuperating in her chamber. At this moment, her internal injuries had nearly healed, and her meridians were able to circulate a modicum of spiritual energy. She believed that once fully recovered, achieving a mid-stage qi-gathering realm would pose no challenge. In the small courtyard, Li Changxian was leisurely reclining on a self-made chaise longue, basking in the warm embrace of the sun.lige. What happened to your gait? A youthful voice, tinged with innocence, jolted Li Changxian from his half-slumber. He raised his gaze and beheld a young lad, stepping lightly into the courtyard. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Where is your mother? Oh, my mother has caught a chill and is currently resting at home. The youth, known as Xiao Chen, replied. His original name was Xiao Chen, a resident of Baoping Town, located several miles from the Yuyuan Forest. 5 years prior, Xiao Chen's mother had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, only to be unfortunately injured by a wild beast. She managed to escape to the threshold of Li Changxian's courtyard, and upon witnessing her plight as an ordinary mortal, Li Changxian extended his compassion and rescued her. Thus, every time the Li family ventured into the mountains for herbs, they would visit this place to deliver necessities to Li Changxian, and Xiao Chen would often accompany them. Over time, a familiarity blossomed between Li Changxian and the mother-son duo, making them some of the few acquaintances he had since arriving in the Lingxiao continent. Lige, the gate seems to be broken. Allow me to assist you in repairing it, Xiao Chen remarked, stepping further into the courtyard. With so many wild beasts in the mountains, an intact gate is essential. Then I shall leave it to you, Li Changxian replied lazily, nodding in agreement. He had no intention of rising from his comfortable position, savoring the tranquility that enveloped him. Upon receiving Li Changxian's consent, Xiao Chen busied himself in the courtyard, the rhythmic sounds of tinkering filling the air. For a commoner like him, mending a gate was a task he approached with ease. Before long, he completed the repair and settled down beside Li Changxian. Li Changxian, with a fan shielding his face, sensed Xiao Chen's presence and poured him a cup of tea, speaking in a leisurely tone. What brings you here today? Did you not venture into the mountains for herbs? Gasping for breath, Xiao Chen hastily took a sip of tea. After regaining his composure, he smiled and said, Li Ji, I came today concerning your future. Li Changxian remained sprawled comfortably, not removing the fan from his face, and replied nonchalantly, what matter could possibly concern me? Surely, it pertains to your lifelong affair. Xiao Chen's voice rose a pitch. At this, the previously languid Li Changxian finally straightened up, removing the fan from his face, his expression one of bewilderment. Xiao Chen beamed with enthusiasm and continued, my mother mentioned that she has known you for 5 years and is aware that you remain unwed. Thus, she has been scouting suitable young ladies for you in the town. Today, she specifically sent me to inquire about your thoughts on the matter. Li Changxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chen's mother was indeed quite enthusiastic. Xiao Chen, please tell your mother not to concern herself with my affairs. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Li Changxian chuckled, bemused by the situation. He had been single since birth on Blue Star, and upon arriving in the Lingxiao continent, his interactions had dwindled even further. To him, such matters should unfold naturally, without haste, and thus he graciously declined Zhao Chen's mother's well-meaning intentions. However, Zhao Chen was puzzled by this response. I recall that 5 years ago, you were already 20, and now you should be 25. Why the lack of urgency? Li Changxian found himself at a loss for words. After all, the perspectives on such matters varied greatly between the two worlds. In the mortal realm of the Lingxiao continent, it was customary for men to marry by their 20s, often before they turned 20, while women tended to marry even earlier. Moreover, he had misled Zhao Chen's mother regarding his age, as his cultivation had left him unchanged in appearance. He merely stated an age that seemed fitting for his visage. In truth, he should be 26. He had arrived on the Lingxiao continent at the age of 16 and had since spent 10 years in cultivation. Nevertheless, he still bore the appearance of an 18-year-old youth. I am not in a rush regarding this matter, simply convey that to your mother, Li Changxian eventually replied succinctly, setting aside whether he was inclined or not. The fact remained that he would be leaving this forest in a year, with no certainty of return, making discussions of such matters rather premature. Well, very well then, Zhao Chen acquiesced reluctantly. However, Li Ji, there is truly no need to rush. With your looks and talents, you shall undoubtedly attract many admirers in the future. Yet, since I have known you, I have not seen any change in your appearance. Li Ji, have you perhaps practiced some form of immortality technique? Zhao Chen inquired excitedly. I read in books that those who cultivate can soar through the heavens and traverse mountains and rivers while preserving their youthful appearance. As Zhao Chen spoke of cultivation, he grew increasingly animated, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. Unbeknownst to him, Li Changxuan's cultivation was a matter of secrecy. Do you wish to cultivate? Of course. That way, I could protect my mother and gain respect in the town, ensuring that no one would dare speak ill of her again, Zhao Chen replied without hesitation, his face alight with visions of the future. But if you cultivate, you would have to leave the town. What then for your mother? Li Changxuan's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor that had ignited in Zhao Chen's heart. Then perhaps I shall abandon that notion. My mother is far more important, Zhao Chen stated resolutely, with no trace of disappointment on his face. Li Changxuan's reasoning held merit. Firstly, Zhao Chen and his mother were each other's sole support. His father had passed away before his birth, consequently, townsfolk often whispered that his mother was cursed, bringing misfortune to men. The two had endured much gossip over the years. If Zhao Chen were to leave, no one would be there to care for his mother. Secondly, Zhao Chen was merely 14 years old, having lived his life in Baoping town, blissfully unaware of the world's perils, let alone the dangers inherent in the realm of cultivation. The world of cultivation was one of survival of the fittest, where the heavens showed no mercy, and one misstep could lead to utter destruction. Although Li Changxian had not delved deeply into the cultivation world, he had gained insight from the 5 individuals who had resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. Thus, he felt that given Zhao Chen's circumstances, he was not suited for cultivation. With his natural aptitude, he could have thrived in it, but the risks were too great. A moment of silence enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Li Changxian, this emperor is hungry, prepare a meal forthwith. A voice, cold yet melodious as a nightingale's song, suddenly emanated from within the room. This startled Zhao Chen. Lig, do you have others in your household? In the midst of Zhao Chen's inquiry, Jiang Mengli emerged from the room, her movements graceful and ethereal, her gown billowed elegantly, exuding an air of otherworldly beauty. Upon seeing her, Zhao Chen felt that even a celestial maiden could not surpass her splendor. Regaining his composure, he wore a curious smile and leaned closer to Li Changxian, whispering, "No wonder you were so quick to refuse my mother's good intentions. It appears you have a beautiful maiden concealed within." With that, he donned an expression of no need for explanation. Li Changxian, however, was left in a state of confusion, pondering, where on earth has this foolish boy's mind wandered to? Impudent lad, do not speak nonsense, fear not, she shan't hear me, Zhao Chen replied playfully, winking mischievously. With that, he hurriedly gathered his belongings. I shall clarify matters with my mother, it seems Li Ji no longer requires my assistance. Impudent lad, I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude upon your time. Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Changxian, bowing respectfully to Jiang Mingli before departing the courtyard. Once he had walked away, Jiang Mingli stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed upon Li Changxian as she inquired, "Who was that?" "He is merely a friend," Li Changxian replied. Jiang Mingli was on high alert. From the moment Zhao Chen entered the courtyard, she had withdrawn from her meditative state, fearing that the Taishan sect had sent someone to pursue them. However, after a careful assessment, she realized he was simply an ordinary mortal, allowing her to relax, albeit slightly. Chapter 9. Intending to take you along simultaneously, Jiang Mingli was contemplating that once her injuries were fully healed, she must hasten to leave this place in search of a method to break the spirit sealing seal. Upon realizing that the person outside the door was merely an ordinary mortal, she relaxed her vigilance. However, upon noticing that he had been engaged in conversation with Li Changxian upon entering, a sense of displeasure welled up within her. She found it utterly unacceptable that Li Changxian had, in fact, forgotten to prepare food for her. In truth, for cultivators, it is unnecessary to consume grains and cereals, as they can sustain themselves solely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, due to her currently low cultivation level, she was incapable of doing so and had to rely on food to sustain her life. Meanwhile, Li Changxian had retained the habit of dining regularly, often indulging in meals in her presence. Consequently, over the past few days, he had effectively become Jiang Mingli's personal chef. Earlier, fearing their conversation would linger indefinitely, she had stepped outside to remind him. Seeing Li Changxian still reclining there, Jiang Mingli, in a fit of annoyance, kicked the lounge chair with her small foot, exclaiming, "Li Changxian, this empress is hungry. Go prepare a meal at once." Li Changxian sighed. He was too weary to engage her in a verbal sparring match after all. He too needed sustenance, and it was evident that this demon empress lacked any culinary skills, leaving him with no choice but to attend to the matter himself. His conviction grew stronger that he had indeed rescued an ancestor from peril. For the past few days, he had been at her beck and call, and now he merely hoped for her swift recovery so he could send her on her way. Thus, he silently rose and made his way to the kitchen. After the meal, Li Changxian returned to the familiar lounge chair, relishing a moment of tranquility and relaxation. However, it wasn't long before he felt someone persistently nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Mingli standing beside him, her expression one of dissatisfaction. "Get down, this empress also wishes to lie down for a while." Jiang Mingli's voice carried an undeniable tone of command. Li Changxian did not immediately rise. Instead, he leisurely reclined in the chair, smiling at Jiang Mingli, and casually replied, "Is the empress not going to cultivate? I have been eagerly anticipating your swift recovery." Jiang Mingli, well aware of Li Changxuan's feigned sincerity, dismissed his words. She suspected that his desire for her to heal quickly was merely a guise to expedite her departure. With an icy huff, she retorted, "If this empress does not rush her cultivation now, step aside. I wish to rest." Her tone was frosty, clearly irritated by Li Changxuan's demeanor. Li Changxian pretended not to hear, continuing to lounge in the chair, feigning sleep. Observing this, Jiang Mingli felt a surge of indignation and, for reasons unknown, a dangerous smile crept onto her lips as she directly sat down upon him. Startled by her actions, Li Changxian quickly shifted aside, pondering the irrationality of this woman. Faced with Jiang Mingli's behavior, he chose to yield. After all, he had no desire to provoke her. HMPH. Jiang Mingli huffed, inwardly reflecting that it was indeed a stroke of fortune for him to serve as her seat, and at least he possessed some awareness to move aside. Had he not, he could scarcely imagine the consequences, for since her birth, Li Changxian was the only male to have come into contact with her, and that had only been when she was unconscious and he administered medicine to her. In her mind, she had granted him many exceptions out of gratitude for saving her life. Given her exalted status, since her cultivation began, she had navigated her path with decisiveness, having only faced setbacks within the enigmatic realms. Such experiences had forged her haughty character. At that moment, Li Changxian pondered the enticing notion of having this alluring demoness perch upon him. Surely, it would not be unpleasant. His earlier retreat was not due to adherence to gentlemanly conduct. Rather, he had sensed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent from Jiang Mingli. He simply could not comprehend this foolish demoness' capricious nature and decided to retreat to his quarters. Jiang Mingli reclined comfortably in Li Changxuan's spot, relishing the sensation. Several days prior, she had observed him napping on this peculiar contraption daily, but due to her focus on recuperation, she had refrained from claiming it for herself, having never encountered such a piece of furniture within the demon clan. Aside from the lounge chair, she found the other oddities within the room equally unfamiliar, as they were items Li Changxian had fashioned based on the wonders of Blue Star, of which she was entirely unaware. 3 days later, Jiang Mengli sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiraling waves of azure aura, gracefully swirling like silken ribbons. This was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, now flowing into her body in an unending stream. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a brilliant golden light flashed within them. A subtle smile graced her lips as she spoke in a tone that struggled to conceal her delight. It is done. After several days of recuperation, her injuries had healed. However, the Taishan forbidden technique was exceedingly domineering. Even at the peak of celestial transcendence, she could only manifest the strength of mid-level qi induction. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for her purposes, signaling that she was soon to depart. But what to do about Li Changxian? Jiang Mingli pondered in silence, feeling conflicted. Should she eliminate him now? Yet this mortal, aside from his occasional insolence and frequent transgressions, seemed to... Moreover, he had not only saved her life but also provided her with clothing and prepared meals. In light of this, sparing his life did not seem entirely out of the question. After much contemplation, Jiang Mengli resolved to spare him for the time being, as she would require an attendant to care for her during her quest for the method to lift the spirit sealing seal. Furthermore, even if she chose not to take him along, considering his past assistance, he deserved the chance to leave this place. Otherwise, once the Taishan sect arrived, he would find himself in dire straits. Having made her decision, Jiang Mingli ventured into the courtyard and roused Li Changxian, who was leisurely lounging in the chair. Li Changxian, this empress is nearly healed and plans to depart tomorrow. Really? Li Changxian sprang up from the lounge chair, his tone betraying an unmistakable excitement, inwardly marveling. Finally, this esteemed being would be departing. Upon witnessing Li Changxuan's exuberance, Jiang Mingli discerned his thoughts and a mysterious smile crept upon her face. Indeed, this empress's word is as binding as a decree. Once healed, I shall take my leave. And you, upon hearing of my departure, seem rather pleased. How could that be? Am I? Li Changxian feigned earnestness. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Mingli wore a knowing smile, causing Li Changxian to feel an unsettling chill. What an ominous premonition, yet, he dismissed it, for she was soon to leave. The following day. May the Empress have a safe journey. Li Changxian stood at the door, a broad grin upon his face, eagerly anticipating Jiang Mingli's departure. As Jiang Mingli approached the entrance and took a couple of steps outside, she turned back to Li Changxian and commanded, Li Changxian, why are you still standing there? Come along. Li Changxian was utterly bewildered. Why on earth would he not stand here? This Empress finds you agreeable and has decided to take you on as my demon servant. I intend to bring you along. Jiang Mingli's expression was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Absolutely not. Li Changxian hastily refused. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of the ominous feeling that had overtaken him the previous day. You lack the qualification and the ability to refuse this Empress. Jiang Mingli remarked with a playful smile, her jade fingers snapping audibly. Chapter 10. Are you serious? I refuse. Li Changxian declared emphatically that he had no intention of going outside, not to mention that the world beyond was rife with complications and potential troubles. Furthermore, Jiang Mingli's identity as the Demon Emperor was akin to a ticking time bomb, likely to attract even more trouble, and thus Li Changxian resolutely refused to comply. To earn the favor of this emperor is a privilege. Jian Mingli said with an air of pride. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian could not help but mentally scoff. Great, she's at it again, and he felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. Li Changxian, what does that expression of yours mean? Jian Mingli furrowed her brows tightly. Her tolerance for Li Changxian had reached its limit, yet this fellow seemed utterly unbothered. Noting Jian Mingli's fierce demeanor, Li Changxian recognized that she was genuinely angry and resorted once more to his usual tactic. Jian Mingli, if you have the ability, don't use that broken flute of yours. In response, Jian Mingli merely smiled slightly. Having regained some of her powers, she thought it would be beneficial to teach him a lesson, lest he continue to irritate her. Li Changxian, do you truly believe this emperor possesses no other means? Jian Mingli said coldly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Meanwhile, Li Changxian crossed his arms, embodying the spirit of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, which only served to infuriate Jian Mingli further. With that, Jian Mingli ceased to conceal her aura, instantly unleashing her cultivation at the qi induction stage, manifesting 9 ethereal fox tails behind her, each towering over 3 zhang, swaying back and forth. Jian Mingli had expected that Li Changxian, a mere human ant, would be so terrified by her demonic form that he would collapse to the ground. However, to her surprise, Li Changxian merely gazed at her with intrigue, muttering, "So the demon emperor is a fox demon, huh?" His calm demeanor left Jian Mingli feeling greatly underestimated, igniting her fury even further. In an instant, Jian Mingli vanished, and before Li Changxian stood a colossal 9-tailed fox, baring its fangs and glaring menacingly at him. However, it was merely a phantom manifestation, while a small fox, identical in appearance, crouched on the ground, mirroring its movements. It was not that Jian Mingli could not transform into her true form, rather, her cultivation was currently sealed, limiting her to the appearance she had before the seal. Manifesting this phantom was already the pinnacle of her current abilities. Unless her cultivation was fully restored or depleted, she could only maintain the fox demon's form through her spiritual power. HMPH, this should scare you. Jian Mingli thought smugly. In her view, any ordinary mortal encountering such a colossal demon would likely faint from fear. However, it was worth noting that Li Changxian was no mere mortal. Even if he were, as a person from Blue Star, he would only find it intriguing. Thus, Li Changxian merely stared for a moment before bursting into laughter. To him, this was not a scare tactic, it was clearly an adorable display. "This little creature is rather cute," he exclaimed, as he disregarded the massive fox demon phantom, crouched down, and reached out to pet the small fox on the ground. Jian Mingli would not allow him to succeed. She immediately bared her teeth and issued a warning, yet her diminutive form posed no real threat to Li Changxian, who effortlessly scooped the small fox into his embrace, causing the towering fox phantom to vanish. Jian Mingli sat smiley. For a brief moment, Jian Mingli's body stiffened, her expression one of shock. She had not anticipated that Li Changxian would dare to act so decisively. She had yet to react when he had already lifted her up. "Li Changxian, put this emperor down immediately." The small fox in Li Changxian's arms bared its white teeth, its mouth opening and closing in a slightly panicked manner, as its fluffy little body squirmed. Li Changxian ignored Jian Mingli's pleas, intent only on petting the fox. His hand was already reaching out. "Li Changxian, how dare you?" Jian Mingli gritted her teeth, wishing she could swallow him whole. Yet, Li Changxian chose to ignore her. Having saved her life, he had devoted himself to attending to her needs in the past few days, and what had she done? Nothing. Surely, it was reasonable for him to indulge in a little petting as compensation. Ultimately, Li Changxian's hand landed atop the small fox's head, and in an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through Jian Mingli's entire being, rendering her utterly weak and tingling. "Li Changxian, you are finished." Her voice nearly burst forth from her clenched teeth, trembling with rage as her anger reached its zenith. Though her words and body resisted, the sensations from her soul informed her that it was quite pleasurable. Even as Jian Mingli fought against it, she could not help but let out a soft sound of delight. If this scene were to be witnessed by the demon clans or righteous cultivators, they would surely drop their jaws in disbelief. Demon clan, is this truly our decisive and ruthless demon emperor? Righteous path, is this the same cruel and bloodthirsty demon emperor who single-handedly annihilated the Beastmaster sect? How has the legendary demon emperor transformed into a small fox? Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback by the small fox's whimpering, and Jiang Mingli seized the opportunity while her hand was unpatted, biting down on Li Changquan's hand. A sharp pain shot through Li Changxian, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself holding a fragrant, soft figure. It turned out that Jiang Mingli, having just regained some of her cultivation, could no longer maintain the ethereal fox form and had reverted to her human shape. Jiang Mingli's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Li Changxian quickly set her down, feeling somewhat awkward, uncertain of why she had transformed back so suddenly and at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli glared at him with a gaze that could kill. "You are doomed," she seethed, summoning her jade flute, ready to strike at him furiously. How dare he treat her with such levity, disrespecting her imperial authority? All she wanted was to reduce Li Changxian to a puddle of flesh. Fortunately, Li Changxian reacted swiftly, ducking to avoid the attack. With a loud crash, another section of the courtyard wall crumbled under the impact. Li Changxian gazed at the ruins of the fallen wall, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had that strike landed on him, he would surely have been left with bruises. "Jiang Mingli, are you serious? I told you not to call this emperor by name, and who is playing with you?" Jiang Mingli retorted fiercely, raising her hand. Li Changxian realized that he had genuinely provoked her anger this time, and he dared not incite her further with words, opting instead to evade her strikes. Fortunately, Li Changxian was agile, and he managed to dodge all of Jiang Mingli's assaults. However, Jiang Mingli was relentless, as if she would not rest until she had beaten Li Changxian to a pulp. Despite Li Changquan's agility, there was an undeniable gap in their realms, and soon enough, he found himself exhausted. With no other option, he could only plead softly, "Your Majesty, I was wrong, spare my life." "You can plead with King Yarmer for that." Jiang Mingli showed no signs of relenting. She was certain that Li Changxian had practiced some form of agility, or else he would not have evaded so many of her attacks. Li Changxian, feeling helpless and fearing for his life, decided to seize the opportunity afforded by his agility. He swiftly grasped Jiang Mingli's slender wrist, where she held the jade flute, and softly pleaded, "I'll go with you, just stop hitting me." "No need." Jiang Mingli was in a fit of rage and paid no heed to Li Changquan's pleas. She raised her other hand and struck towards his chest. Li Changxian, instead of dodging, braced himself and took the blow head-on. Chapter 11, The Cause of Jiang Mingli's Decline in Cultivation. Am I unscathed? After a brief moment, Li Changxian felt no pain, only a slight discomfort where she had struck him. He touched his body, finding himself entirely unharmed. Could it be that his temperate physique, combined with Jiang Mingli's relatively low cultivation level at this moment, allowed him to withstand that blow? Yet he sensed that she had indeed tempered her strength. Jiang Mingli ceased her assault, her stunningly beautiful face set in a cold, perplexed expression as she gazed at him. "Why did you not evade? Do you truly believe this emperor would?" Fortunately, she had reduced her force just before impact, sparing him from injury. "If I had not endured that strike, you would likely have wished to kill me." Cough, cough. Li Changxian feigned weakness, yet there was no trace of panic on his face, and his body exhibited no signs of pain. "Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple," Jiang Mingli warned coldly. At that moment, her anger had somewhat subsided. She merely intended to teach him a lesson, for a true injury would only prove burdensome on their journey. Indeed. Li Changxian was now hesitant to counter her, aware that Jiang Mingli's fury was not yet quelled. It was best not to provoke her further, or he might not withstand another blow. Seeing him acquiesce, Jiang Mingli's expression softened slightly as she commanded in a cool tone, "If you have consented, then let us proceed. Since we must venture far, may I gather a few belongings?" "That is not unreasonable, is it? What belongings could you possibly gather? When traveling, one must attend to basic needs such as food and drink. Such necessities require currency, and I am not like you, able to forego sustenance." At this point, Jiang Mingli had restored her cultivation to the qi induction realm, allowing her to absorb the natural spiritual energy without the need for food. However, she possessed spirit stones, which could be exchanged for mortal currency. Though the spatial storage was only accessible at the spirit refinement stage, she could still utilize it with her spiritual power. Thus, she impatiently replied, "This emperor has spirit stones and requires none of your provisions. Your Majesty, you may not comprehend the treachery of human hearts. In the mortal realm, spirit stones hold no value for trade, and should they fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, what then? Do you have confidence in your ability to defeat them?" At his words, Jiang Mingli's brows furrowed slightly, taken aback. "You are aware of this emperor's current situation. Oh, is it not evident? Are you not merely at the qi induction stage?" A flicker of displeasure and vigilance crossed Jiang Mingli's face. She had anticipated that Li Changxian might uncover this matter. After all, it was unreasonable for an imperial figure to have engaged in battle with a mere mortal. Now that he had laid bare the truth, Jiang Mingli felt compelled to issue a warning. "You would do well to remain discreet. Although I am not as formidable as before, ending your life remains well within my capabilities. May I now return to gather my belongings?" Jiang Mingli conceded, realizing that Li Changxian had a point. It was prudent not to draw too much attention before fully restoring her powers. Thus, she urged him, "Hurry, it would be best if you refrain from any ulterior motives." Upon receiving her permission, Li Changxian hastily dashed back to his room, gathered some items, and penned a letter to Zhao Chen, informing him of his departure. In truth, even if Jiang Mengli had not pressed him, he had no intention of lingering here any longer. With Jiang Mengli's identity confirmed, he feared it would only be a matter of time before someone found him. He no longer possessed the strength to eliminate 5 foes in an instant. Any delay could prove fatal for him, yet he was reluctant to accompany Jiang Mingli, as doing so felt even more perilous. However, the initiative lay in her hands, leaving Li Changxian with no choice. Clearly, if an opportunity arose after they left, he would need to escape from her grasp, lest he meet his doom. Once he had gathered his belongings, Li Changxian stood in place for a long while, contemplating whether to bring his sword. However, unlike Jiang Mingli's conscious weapon, his sword lacked sentience, rendering it seemingly useless. Li Changxian. Just as he was lost in thought, the door burst open with a resounding bang, and Jiang Mingli stormed in. She had waited outside for quite some time, her mood soured by the delay. She had no idea what was taking Li Changxian so long to retrieve a few items. "Jiang Mengli, I was injured by you earlier. Might I rest for a day before we depart?" Li Changxian pleaded from his seat at the table that he felt a deep affection for this modest abode, having resided there for a decade since arriving in the Lingxier continent. He thought it unnecessary to rush, especially since more than 10 days had passed without any sign of visitors. One more day would not matter. That little bit of force could injure you. Even if you were hurt, you would not perish. Delay any longer, and do not blame this emperor for being truly ungracious. With a fierce shout, Jiang Mingli raised her hand, unleashing a beam of divine light that shattered the table beside Li Changxian into splinters. "Is it not permissible for me to leave? Must you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? What if you were to accidentally overdo it?" Li Changxian muttered, reluctantly stepping out the door. Thus, one person and one demon traversed the depths of the Shadow Domain forest together. As only those at the Spirit Sea realm could manipulate the air, Jiang Mingli had no choice but to follow Li Changxian on foot. Jiang Mingli led the way, with Li Changxian closely trailing behind. "Jiang Mingli, are we returning to the demon clan? You claim I am of no use. Why must I accompany you?" Li Changxian huffed, panting as he continued to march. "We are not returning to the demon clan just yet. Since you are aware that this emperor is merely at the qi induction realm, you should understand my purpose. As for why I am bringing you along, I have my reasons. Do not pry." Jiang Mingli replied coldly as she walked ahead. "Jiang Mingli, why did you fall to this realm?" Li Changxian posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. Upon first encountering her, he had been struck by how a once mighty demon emperor could appear so feeble. He could not fathom what calamity had befallen her to cause such a decline. Li Changxuan's inquiry prompted Jiang Mingli to reminisce about her arrival in the Shadow Domain forest and the events that led to her loss of cultivation. This tale must begin several years prior. Jiang Mingli, originally a nine-tailed celestial fox, had been born of heaven and earth. After 10 years of secluded cultivation, she had finally reached the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm 6 years ago. Subsequently, she emerged from her seclusion, wielding her power to save the demon race from peril, repelling the encroaching human cultivators, and successfully ascending to the throne of Demon Emperor. However, during the following 6 years, she found herself unable to make further progress. In despair, she remained stagnant at the peak of the Transcendence realm for 6 years, desperately seeking a breakthrough method. Finally, a month ago, she received news of a rare phenomenon, the appearance of the chaotic purple lotus in the Inshu secret realm of the Kaixiao realm. Consuming it could not only dramatically enhance one's cultivation but also assist in breaking through bottlenecks. Faced with human cultivators, including Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals, and the scarcity of high-level demon practitioners, she was compelled to take the risk and seek this invaluable opportunity for advancement. However, upon reaching the Inshu secret realm, she discovered that she had fallen into an ambush set by the Taishan sect, which had dispatched 5 Transcendence elders to eliminate her. Yet, there is a distinction between the Transcendence and the Transcendence pinnacle. After several fierce battles, the 5 Taishan elders found themselves unable to withstand her increasing might and suffered severe injuries. Realizing they could not escape the secret realm alive, they resorted to a desperate gambit, activating the blood sacrifice formation they had laid in advance. The 5 combined their strength to employ the Taishan forbidden technique, Spirit Sealing Seal, forcefully sealing Jiang Mingli's cultivation through the blood sacrifice. Realizing her powers were rapidly regressing, she had no time to contemplate and fled with all her might from the secret realm. The 5 Taishan elders perished within the realm due to the blood sacrifice technique. After escaping, as she hurried back to the demon clan, she encountered disciples of Taishan searching for the 5 elders. However, by then, her cultivation had regressed to the spirit refinement realm, and she could only escape in desperation. The 5 disciples relentlessly pursued her for a day and a night, and as time passed, her powers dwindled further. It was only upon arriving in the Shadow Domain forest that she succumbed to unconsciousness after a combined assault from them. She remained unaware of what transpired thereafter. Chapter 12. Only one room remains. What does it mean to have slept together? Jiang Mingli's thoughts returned to the present as she coldly addressed Li Changxian. This matter is not for you to meddle in. Am I not simply concerned for your well-being? Li Changxian replied nonchalantly. Oh. Do you truly believe the words you speak? Jiang Mingli raised an eyebrow in skepticism. He. Li Changxian awkwardly rubbed his nose and swiftly changed the subject. Since you won't tell me the reason, at the very least, you must inform me of our destination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli halted her steps. She had not yet decided where to go first, and after a moment of contemplation, she could only say, let us first depart from the Kaixiao realm. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian pondered briefly before inquiring, was it the Taishan sect that inflicted such injuries upon you? Jiang Mingli offered no response. Or perhaps the Tai sect. Li Changxian speculated again. Given Jiang Mingli's eagerness to leave the Kaixiao realm, it was highly probable that the culprits behind her injuries were one of these 2 sects. After all, in the Kaixiao realm, the Taishan sect and the Tai sect were the 2 foremost cultivation sects. Li Changxian had a modest understanding of the distribution of the cultivation world in the Lingxiao continent. It was divided into 5 realms: Qingyuan, Kaixiao, Hongsu, Ziming, and Linghai. Among these, the human race occupied the Qingyuan, Kaixiao, and Hongsu realms, while the demon race dominated the Ziming and Linghai realms. Among the human race, there were 5 major cultivation sects. The Floating Cloud Palace and the Star-Picking Pavilion jointly governed the Hongsu realm, while the Taishan sect and the Tai sect shared authority over the Kaixiao realm, with the Extreme Dao Sword sect independently ruling over the Qingyuan realm, being the strongest among the 5 sects. Moreover, the Yoyu forest was conveniently located at the edge of the Kaixiao realm. Now, as Jiang Mingli was anxious to leave, Li Changxian deduced that the 5 individuals pursuing her that night were likely disciples of the Taishan sect or the Tai sect. Noticing Li Changxuan's lingering thoughts and speculations, Jiang Mingli couldn't help but remind him, hurry up, or we won't be able to exit the Yoyu forest before nightfall. Seeing that Jiang Mingli did not refute him, Li Changxian realized he had hit the nail on the head. His mischievous nature led him to taunt her, Jiang Mingli, even as the demon emperor, you seem rather ineffectual, being wounded by a few insignificant sects. Ever since she realized that Li Changxian did not fear her, Jiang Mingli had grown accustomed to his brazen remarks. Moreover, this time, it was indeed her own carelessness that had led to her misfortune. She regretted not bringing along a few allies, venturing alone into the Yinshu secret realm and falling into the trap set by the Taishan sect. However, to hear the Taishan sect and the Taiyi sect referred to as trifling sects from his lips, Jiang Mingli had already concluded that Li Changxian was merely an unworldly commoner. Yet, as the demon emperor, her pride would not allow anyone to belittle her so, and thus she subtly threatened, I recall someone once saying that the day one exits the forest is the day one becomes invincible. What, do you wish to test your skills against me? With a playful smile, Jiang Mingli gazed at him, realizing that her only means of exerting influence over him was through physical prowess. She had long learned that verbal exchanges would yield no advantage. Ahem, I was reluctantly pulled out by you, it hardly counts as genuine. Li Changxian immediately wilted, surprised that she remembered his offhand comment. Naturally, he dared not provoke her further, lest he incur her wrath again. HMPH, walk faster. With a light huff, Jiang Mingli quickened her pace. Now that Li Changxian no longer countered her, Jiang Mingli felt a slight relief in her mood. Finally, just before nightfall, the two emerged from the Yoyu forest, arriving at a humble mortal town, which signified their departure from the Kaixia realm. This town was called Danqing Town, located at the opposite end of Baoping Town, named for its frequent association with the sale of exquisite ink and paintings. Within the scrolls of calligraphy and painting, one could find the works of masters, allowing cultivators to comprehend the profound meanings and insights into the Tao through the characters and scenes depicted. Hence, it was not uncommon for practitioners to visit this place. Before entering the town, Jiang Mingli had already concealed her demonic aura using a treasure from her spatial ring. Now, she appeared indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Unless they encountered cultivators at the celestial connection level or above, it would be difficult to discern her true nature. However, in such a remote place, the likelihood of meeting a celestial connection cultivator was exceedingly slim. After all, once one reached that level, there was no need to comprehend the insights of others for their own cultivation. Now that the two had left the Kaixia realm, Jiang Mingli felt no urgency. After a day of travel, she was fatigued and decided to seek an inn to rest. Owner, 2 rooms, please. Upon finding an inn, Li Changxian addressed the innkeeper. Seeing a handsome man and an enchanting woman before him, the innkeeper mistakenly thought he understood their request and smiled knowingly, explaining, I apologize, esteemed guest, but due to the recent influx of cultivators, we have only 1 room left. Li Changxian was well acquainted with this old routine from his days in Blue Star. He quickly realized the innkeeper had misunderstood, so he clarified, Owner, we are not what you think, we truly require 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper squinted and scrutinized the pair, feeling somewhat skeptical. Could it be that he had misjudged? That seemed unlikely. He had been running this inn for decades, and his judgment had always been impeccable. Yet, since Li Changxian insisted, the innkeeper could only acquiesce. Just as he was about to fetch keys for 2 rooms, Jiang Mingli, who had been standing behind Li Changxian, suddenly interjected, No need, 1 room will suffice. This unexpected turn left Li Changxian bewildered, unsure of Jiang Mingli's intentions. Approaching him closely, she wore a beguiling smile and whispered in his ear, Don't even think about trying to sneak away, I won't grant you that opportunity. Li Changxian paused momentarily, feeling wronged, as he had been forced into a shared room previously, but now with the option available, he was merely considering their reputations. Although it seemed Jiang Mingli had little regard for her own reputation, moreover, sharing a room now felt somewhat unreasonable to him. He never anticipated she would think he was attempting to escape. This left him at a loss for words. Seeing Li Changxuan's hesitance, Jiang Mingli felt she had guessed correctly. It's not like we haven't shared a bed before. With that, she took the key from the innkeeper's hand, casting a charming smile at Li Changxian before ascending the stairs. Her words naturally reached the innkeeper's ears, and he secretly reveled in his insight, convinced he had not erred in his judgment. He looked at Li Changxian with a smug expression, thinking to himself, this young man, more reserved than a woman. Li Changxian, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. What did she mean by shared a bed? Her words were laden with ambiguity, yet, unable to articulate his confusion, he could only follow her up the stairs helplessly. Chapter 13. Surely you wouldn't want others to know you are the demon emperor, right? Upon arriving at the designated room, Li Changxian tidied up a bit, however, as he surveyed the sparse accommodations consisting. As for you, you must figure out your own arrangements. Li Changxian sensed an oddity in Jian Mingli, particularly recalling the alluring smile she had flashed him downstairs, a sight he had never encountered before, as she typically wore a cold demeanor. Consequently, he refrained from approaching her closely, instead glancing around the room and spotting a sleeping couch. With a resigned sigh, he decided he would have to make do with that for the night. After organizing the room, Li Changxian noticed that the sun had yet to set and felt a desire to explore. Although he had resided in the Yuyue forest for quite some time, he had never visited Danqing. Just as he reached the door, he was halted by Jian Mingli's voice. Are you planning to go out? Li Changxian nodded. Jian Mingli rose and stepped outside. Noticing Li Changxuan's hesitation, with an air of annoyance, she urged, aren't you leaving? Why are you just standing there? Are you coming too? I fear you might run away. Oh, Li Changxian felt a sense of helplessness. Was it really necessary? He acquiesced to her following along. Once they stepped outside, they discovered that Danqing Town was hosting its unique ink and brush competition. In essence, it was an event where cultivators showcased their calligraphy or paintings, with the audience. The winner could select a prize provided by the organizers. Throughout their walk, Jian Mingli trailed closely behind Li Changxian, her gaze fixed on him. She had no interest in such trivial matters. Any item from her spatial storage would surpass the treasures found throughout the town. Upon their arrival at the venue, Li Changxian observed a bustling crowd, indicating that a considerable number of cultivators had gathered. The ink and brush competition is now commencing. Those interested may approach freely. The prizes for this competition include a thunder pearl, a millennium Ganoderma, and a single-character sword from the renowned Yushu sword cultivation. The victor may choose one prize to take home. The surrounding crowd fell into a hush. As soon as the announcement was made, a wave of excited discussion erupted, debating which prize was superior. For sword cultivators, However, Li Changxian found little appeal in it. His interest piqued instead by the thunder pearl. Although he currently lacked the ability to wield spiritual power and could not summon heavenly thunder, detonating the thunder pearl would still produce a formidable bolt, serving as a means of self-preservation. While Li Changxian pondered, 4 or 5 cultivators stepped forward to participate in the competition. It appeared that only a handful possessed the capability to compete, yet, Li Changxian faced a dilemma. He found himself incapable of infusing his artistic intent into his calligraphy or painting. Should he enlist Jian Mingli's assistance? Jian Mingli observed Li Changxian deep in thought for a moment before turning her expectant gaze upon him, instantly discerning his thoughts. This has nothing to do with me. Do not look at me with such eyes. Come on, I have saved you twice, it's just a small favor. Did I not already teach you the method of cultivation? That debt has been repaid. As for the other debt, you have repeatedly offended me, and I have spared your life until now. Our grievances are thus resolved. Li Changxian found himself momentarily at a loss. Could it truly be calculated in such a manner? Had he known, he would never have agreed to let her teach him. With no option left but to resort to a more forceful approach, he feigned a fierce demeanor and threatened, Jian Mingli, surely you do not wish for others to discover your identity as the demon emperor. Upon hearing this, as a mere mortal, he was indeed unable to perceive the demonic energy surrounding Jian Mingli. Her words suggested that she must possess some artifact obscuring her true nature. It made sense. It was no wonder that the others could not detect it. If it were so easily discerned, she would hardly hold the title of Demon Emperor. Now, should he inadvertently reveal her identity, no one would believe him. Furthermore, if someone did believe him, he might manage to escape, but she would likely meet her demise here. Concluding that he was being merciful, he decided to let her off the hook. Li Changxuan's gaze returned to the deep purple pearl displayed on the stage. While it was not imperative that he acquire it, possessing it would certainly provide an additional layer of security. It seemed he had to abandon the idea. With a look of disappointment, he prepared to leave when a voice called out, "Brother, please wait, I see you possess no cultivation. Do you wish to participate in this Having encountered such a courteous cultivator for the first time, Li Changxian felt compelled to maintain decorum, relaxing his furrowed brow as he replied nonchalantly, "What business do you have, sir?" Though he responded, his tone lacked the subservience typical of mortals addressing cultivators. The young man, noticing Li Changxuan's courage, felt a surge of excitement. Convinced he had found the right person, he promptly declared, "I can help you obtain the items on stage." Li Changxuan's expression darkened. He understood well that there was no such thing as a free lunch, thus he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "You are quite forthright, my good sir. I indeed have a matter in need of your assistance." Li Changxian, wary and intrigued, pondered what task a cultivator could possibly require from an ordinary mortal. Something about this felt amiss. Thus, he cautiously asked, "You may disclose your request, and I shall decide whether or not to assist." It is not a significant matter, I merely need you to accompany me to the mass grave at midnight." Li Changxuan's brows knitted even tighter. To venture to a mass grave in the dead of night surely harbored danger. Observing Li Changxuan's hesitance, the young man earnestly assured him, "I require your help to draw out a vengeful spirit, but you need not worry. I am a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect and will ensure your safety." He was indeed a disciple of the extreme Dao Sword sect, sent down the mountain to train for 3 years. Upon departing, the sect had entrusted them with a mission, to capture 5 types of yin creatures. With 2.5 years past, he had only one remaining, a water-type yin creature. Just days ago, he had managed to locate a wraith at a nearby mass grave, but wraiths were notoriously timid and elusive. Any cultivator who approached would send them fleeing. In his search for assistance in the town, he had encountered many who, upon hearing the need to visit a mass grave at night, had flatly refused, fearing for their lives. He then learned that the mass grave had once been the site of an ancient battlefield, where locals often reported hearing the wailing of spectral soldiers echoing through the night. Thus, ordinary folk avoided the place at all costs, particularly after dark. Initially, he had approached Li Changxian merely out of curiosity, never expecting him to remain unperturbed when faced with the same fears that had frightened others away. That realization ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Spirit, the Extreme Dao Sword Sect. Li Changxian was taken aback by the distance separating him from the sect, yet here he was, encountering a disciple of that very order. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the foremost sect in the world. Moreover, he observed that the man's gaze was clear and untainted, devoid of any petty demeanor, and he spoke without an air of superiority, which eased Li Changxian's apprehension somewhat. "What do you think? I assure you, you shall not suffer any loss." The man looked at him with an expression brimming with anticipation, seemingly awaiting Li Changxian's affirmative response. Just as Li Changxian was about to reply, Jiang Mingli, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly approached and coldly interjected, "That is acceptable, but in addition to assisting us in acquiring what we desire, you must also lend us a hand." Li Changxian was about to speak, but a single icy glance from Jiang Mingli silenced him. The man, noticing the rapport between Jiang Mingli and Li Changxian, surmised they were allies and, after a moment of contemplation, acquiesced, "Certainly, as long as it does not violate the code of ethics." Upon hearing this, a mysterious and cold smirk crept across Jiang Mingli's face, and Li Changxian could tell it was likely not a good omen. However, having reached this juncture, Li Changxian resolved to proceed, thus he requested, "Then please assist me in procuring that thunder pearl." He gestured towards the violet orb on the prize platform. "Very well. Since we are to cooperate, let us introduce ourselves. I am Yang Tsong, an inner disciple of the Extreme Dao Sword sect. May I inquire how to address both of you?" Upon hearing his name, Li Changxian momentarily froze. Onion, it was a term long forgotten, yet surprisingly echoed in this realm, albeit as a homophone. Regaining his composure, Li Changxian introduced himself, "I am Li Changxian." Yang Tsong's gaze shifted to the person beside Li Changxian, yet he felt an inexplicable haziness surrounding the woman, making her indistinct. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli was fixing her icy stare upon Li Changxian, as if to convey, dare to reveal your true name and you shall suffer the consequences. Li Changxian understood her concerns. Perhaps he was the only one privy to her name. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily fabricated an identity for Jiang Mingli, stating, "This is my younger sister, Li Changli." Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli's aura grew perilous. She regretted allowing Li Changxian to speak. Given his temperament, what commendable identity could he possibly conjure for her? She, a dignified demon emperor, had somehow been relegated to the status of a mere human sister. Yang Song was also somewhat surprised by their declared relationship. They bore no resemblance whatsoever, though they were indeed a handsome man and a beautiful woman. He initially assumed they were a couple. However, it was their affair, and he felt no obligation to delve deeper. Thus he agreed, "Then I shall fetch the Thunder Pearl for you. I request you both to wait here for a moment." With that, Yang Song soared onto the stage. As an inner disciple of the prestigious Lingxiao sect and a mid-stage sword cultivator, he found himself at ease compared to the mountain-dwelling rogue cultivators and minor sect disciples nearby, swiftly claiming victory in the contest. After acquiring the Thunder Pearl, Yang Song returned to the duo, yet he stowed the orb away. Li Changxian feared he might renege on their agreement, but Yang Song calmly explained, "The Thunder technique embodies the righteous aura of heaven and earth, capable of warding off all evils. If you carry the Thunder Pearl on your person now, it will prevent the malevolent spirit from approaching." Li Changxian was perplexed as to what exactly he was expected to capture. He needed to find an ordinary person while simultaneously avoiding the Thunder Pearl, yet there was logic in Yang Song's words. Thus, he insisted, "You must at least provide me with something for self-defense." "Naturally. You shall receive it at the appropriate time." Yang Song readily affirmed. In truth, capturing the malevolent spirit largely fell upon Li Changxian, as the moment the spirit sensed Yang Song's presence, it would immediately flee. Lacking any artifacts to conceal his own aura, he had no choice but to rely on the assistance of others. The night is already quite advanced, and the graveyard is a distance away from the town. "We should make our way there now. We shall arrive just before the witching hour," Yang Song suggested. Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli exchanged glances. Agreed. In the darkness of night, the three traversed through the small woods. Yang Song had initially intended to counsel Jiang Mingli against proceeding, for in his understanding, it was inconceivable for a young woman to venture into a graveyard without fear. To his surprise, Jiang Mingli possessed a certain level of cultivation, albeit not particularly high. Given that cultivation was a common practice in Lingxiao continent, many families possessed methods for it. Observing their attire, Yang Song presumed it was a family legacy, thus he thought little of it. Since Li Changxian lacked cultivation and Jiang Mingli's level was also modest, and with time still remaining before the witching hour, Yang Song was in no rush to soar above, opting instead to walk alongside them, engaging in light conversation. During their discourse, he learned that Li Changxian and his sister hailed from the nearby Baoping town. However, he noted that Li Changchuan's sister seemed rather reticent, only occasionally exchanging words with him. Additionally, whether it was his misperception or not, he felt a sense of oppression whenever he caught her gaze, as if under immense pressure. He sensed an unexplainable aura emanating from Jiang Changli, prompting him to converse primarily with Li Changxian, considering he had promised to assist. Once they captured the malevolent spirit, he would have fulfilled the task assigned by his sect and could continue his travels for another 6 months, otherwise, he might not have the time to aid them. After more than an hour, the trio arrived at the graveyard that Yang Song had described. Though the witching hour had yet to arrive, ominous winds howled, sending chills down Li Changchuan's spine. The three lingered near the graveyard until just before the witching hour, at which point Yang Song handed Li Changxian a talisman and instructed, "When the malevolent spirit approaches, simply affix this talisman to it. I will be hiding nearby and will rush over immediately. There is no need for you to fear, Brother Li." In Yang Song's eyes, Li Changxian was merely an ordinary person, so he offered continual reassurances, fearing he might flee in terror. Li Changxian merely nodded, his heart devoid of tumult. Internally, he mused, so it is a malevolent spirit they seek to capture, yet, what purpose does a sect have in capturing such a creature? They are not ghost cultivators. Once the two moved a distance away, Li Changxian began his silent vigil. As the witching hour approached, a chilling wind swept through, fiercer and colder than before. Suddenly, a dark cloud obscured the moonlight, plunging the graveyard into darkness. Moments later, the wind ceased, the graveyard fell into an eerie stillness, with only the sound of Li Changxian's steady breathing and his pale figure visible. Abruptly, a cold breeze rustled behind Li Changxian. He sensed something drawing near. He knew it to be the malevolent spirit, yet he had never encountered one before, thus, he settled into patient anticipation. After a brief interval, a dripping sound emerged from behind him. Is the malevolent spirit a water ghost? Yet now was the opportune moment. Li Changxian had no time for further contemplation and swiftly turned, raising his hand to unleash the talisman. A ghostly wail pierced the air as a shadowy figure resembling a human emerged, enveloped in black mist, seemingly wounded and attempting to flee. However, the talisman affixed to it erupted into a crimson light, encasing the spirit completely. As the spirit collided with the red light, it emitted another anguished cry, more black mist swirling around it. Capture! Yang Tsung intoned a spell, and with a swift motion, a small gourd in his hand ensnared the malevolent spirit within. Once he secured the gourd, Yang Tsung let out a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with joy. He had finally completed the task assigned by his sect. Chapter 15. The Shadow Soldiers. From beginning to end, Li Changxian observed everything with a cold gaze. If it were a mere mortal, they would have long since quaked in terror, yet Li Changxian possessed an admirable demeanor, akin to a mountain that remains unshaken in the face of collapse. This greatly surprised Yang Tsung, affirming that he had indeed chosen the right companion. Now that the matter is settled, let us return, Li Changxian remarked nonchalantly as he approached Yang Tsung. After a day spent traveling and now toiling here into the night, he was already feeling weary. Brother Li, the Thunder Pearl. Yang Tsung tossed the Thunder Pearl to Li Changxian, clasping his hands in gratitude. He sighed inwardly, pondering that when the time came to assist Jiang Mingli, he doubted she would be so courteous. What could her intentions possibly be? Upon locating Jiang Mingli outside the mass grave, the two were about to depart when suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the forest, causing the trees to sway violently. Shadows danced upon the ground, intertwining like phantom hands engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Almost immediately, the ground began to tremble slightly. An earthquake? Li Changxian mused in astonishment. No, it is the Shadow Soldiers. Jiang Mingli, who had remained silent throughout the night, suddenly spoke, her gaze sharply focused on a certain direction within the woods. Given that this place was an ancient battlefield, Yang Tsung had naturally informed Li Changxian on their way here, and Jiang Mingli had been listening intently. Sure enough, moments later, in the direction Jiang Mingli was fixated upon, a patch of black mist suddenly materialized approximately 300 steps away. Within the mist, a series of indistinct shadowy figures appeared, their heads bobbing in orderly formation. As they drew closer, Li Changxian finally discerned their forms. It was an army, ghostly figures numbering in the hundreds, each clad in tattered black armor, with wisps of dark malevolence seeping through the gaps in their armor. This malevolence was evidently the result of excessive killing intent, transformed over many years of being eroded by dark energy. Furthermore, the armor worn by the Shadow Soldiers was indiscernible in terms of its era, suggesting they had perished in this very place long ago, left unburied, and had ultimately been nurtured into this legion of Shadow Soldiers in this ominously charged locale. As the three of them recognized the soldiers, so too did the soldiers recognize them, drawing their swords and weapons, charging towards the trio. The wails of the Shadow Soldiers echoed, a mournful cacophony that resonated through the night, a sound that was both haunting and sorrowful. Li Changxian was taken aback. What provoked their fury? We haven't even done anything. He turned to Jiang Mingli and inquired, can we defeat them? What do you think? Jiang Mingli retorted coldly. Must you make me guess at such a crucial moment? If we can't win, let us flee. In a moment of desperation, Li Changxian unintentionally seized Jiang Mingli's delicate wrist and began to run in the opposite direction of the Shadow Soldiers. Reluctantly, Jiang Mingli followed, while Li Changxian called back over his shoulder, Purple Apple, the rearguard is entrusted to you. The night air was filled solely with the wailing of the Shadow Soldiers and Li Changxuan's shouts. Yang Tsung was momentarily stunned. What was this purple apple? Are there indeed purple apples? Was he being called upon? But he certainly was not named Purple Apple, yet it seemed he was the only one present aside from the others. As the shadow soldiers closed in, Yang Tsung had no time to ponder further. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, plunging into the fray. Meanwhile, Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli had already taken refuge not far away, observing the scene. Li Changxian, remove your clammy grip, Jiang Mingli exclaimed fiercely, struggling against his hold. As the demon emperor, it was a disgrace to be dragged away in such a manner, and even more infuriating was Li Changquan's audacity to grasp her wrist, which he had yet to relinquish. Oh! Li Changxian had been too focused on fleeing to notice, having completely forgotten to release Jiang Mingli's wrist. Though she was angry, she recognized that she could not contend with the shadow soldiers alone, and thus stood there, watching closely. It was also an opportunity to assess the capabilities of this disciple from the extreme sword sect, ensuring he would be reliable in future endeavors. On the other hand, Yang Tsung was weaving through the black mist, where shadowy figures flickered and the sounds of clashing metal reverberated. He fought fiercely against the shadow soldiers, but soon realized the futility of his efforts. Striking the soldier's armor with his longsword merely sparked a shower of sparks, leaving only superficial scratches. He could not breach their defenses. It appeared that the shadow energy had fortified their armor, rendering ordinary swords ineffective. Desperate, Yang Tsung channeled his spiritual energy into his longsword, which yielded some effect, allowing him to vanquish a few of them. Yet, the sheer number of shadow soldiers was overwhelming. He surmised that the shadow soldiers had been nurtured in this place for at least 1,000 years, otherwise, they would not be so formidable. Before long, he realized that continuing in this manner would lead to his exhaustion. While the shadow soldiers continued to swarm him without, he found himself surrounded, with no escape routes available. Naturally, Li Changxian was acutely aware of the unfolding battle, considering that Purple Apple had proven to be a decent companion. Having spoken to him courteously, Li Changxian decided to lend a hand. Purple Apple, catch! Li Changxian shouted, prompting Yang Tsung to turn and see a purple pearl hurtling toward the thunder pearl. Yang Tsung caught the pearl deftly in his hand. The shadow soldiers, being of a malevolent nature, were particularly vulnerable to lightning. He had not anticipated that Li Changquan's choice of treasure would fortuitously aid him. Without hesitation, he infused the thunder pearl with his spiritual energy. In an instant, it radiated a brilliant purple light. Crackling with electricity, the thunder pearl soared into the air above the ranks of the shadows. Soon after, several bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, slithering like serpents through the ranks of the shadow soldiers, obliterating them in their wake, rendering them non-existent. Indeed, one object overcomes another. Their horde of ghostly entities that had previously overwhelmed him was instantly dispersed in the brilliance of the lightning. The battlefield erupted into a chorus of anguished wails. A quarter of an hour later, hundreds of shadow soldiers had vanished beneath the might of the lightning, as if they had never existed. Brother Li, thank you for the thunder pearl. Once assured of their safety, Yang Tsung expressed his gratitude while returning the thunder pearl to Li Changxian. He had thought they had fled far away, believing both were no match for the shadow soldiers, yet they had returned to save his life. Without Li Changquan's thunder pearl, he would surely have succumbed to exhaustion, given the but Yang Tsung solemnly clasped his hands in thanks once more. Alas, your words are misplaced. This time, Brother Li has indeed saved my life. Should you require, I would gladly risk my life in gratitude. Oh, I merely hope that you will exert your utmost when the time comes. Jiang Mingli interjected suddenly, her voice as cold as ice, devoid of any semblance of courtesy. Of course. Naturally. Yang Tsung thought that aiding Li Changquan's sister would also be a way to repay Li Changquan's kindness. He responded eagerly. Yang Tsung's demeanor only deepened Li Changquan's sense of indebtedness. However, he also realized that not everyone in the cultivation world was like those 5 who perished at his hands. There were indeed honest and virtuous individuals among them. Chapter 16. Only when the reins are in one's own hands can one dare to close their eyes for a moment. The following day, Jiang Mingli and Li Changxian arrived at the entrance of Danqing Town, where they found Yang Tsung had been waiting for quite some time. Miss Li, may I inquire about your intentions? As they drew nearer, Yang Tsung cautiously inquired, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. On their way back to the town the previous night, Jiang Mingli had merely instructed him to wait at the town's entrance without elaborating on the nature of his assistance. Jiang Mingli's enigmatic demeanor piqued Yang Tsung's curiosity. As for Li Changxian, he could easily surmise that they were likely seeking a means for her to restore her cultivation. Please proceed to the Qinglian city within the Mixed Void realm and await us there. In due course, I shall enlighten you, Jiang Mingli replied coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. Li Changxian then extended an invitation with a smile. If you do not mind the pace, Brother Yang may accompany us on our journey. I believe I shall take my leave for now, until we meet again in Qinglian city. Until we meet again, Li Changxian responded before Yang Tsung hastily departed on his sword. He felt an inexplicable strangeness in Li Changxuan's sister. Her demeanor was as frigid as her speech, and being in her presence instilled an intangible pressure. Nevertheless, having promised to assist her, he could not decline, so he resolved to treat it as a leisurely visit to Qinglian city, albeit traveling alongside them was not an option, hence he departed first. Once they were alone, Li Changxian queried with curiosity, Jiang Mingli, what purpose do we have in Qinglian city? Is there a method to resolve your cultivation issues? Jiang Mingli merely shot him a glance, her voice flat as she replied, you will know in due time. He feigned innocence, saying, but we are outside, what if I accidentally let it slip? This is for your own good, your majesty, he said in a solemn tone. Though he spoke thus, he rarely referred to her as your majesty in casual conversation. Jiang Mingli found some merit in his reasoning and chose not to argue further, realizing that arguing with him would yield no advantage. Given his proclivity for fanciful discourse, they waited in place for half an hour before the creaking sound of a carriage approached from behind. Dear guest, the carriage you requested has arrived, a young stable hand said with a smile as he handed the reins to Li Changxian. This had been arranged with the innkeeper before their departure that morning, who had kindly procured a carriage to deliver to the town's entrance, as they were unfamiliar with Danqing town, and venturing to purchase one themselves would have been a waste of time. After handing over the carriage, the young stable hand departed. Jiang Mingli never anticipated that even a dignified demon empress would one day require a carriage for travel, yet she had never ridden in one before. She felt it prudent to give it a try, thus lifting her skirt and stepping into the carriage first. Meanwhile, Li Changxian remained rooted in place, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. It seemed he had miscalculated. He should have hired a coachman, for it was unrealistic to expect Jiang Mingli to drive the carriage, and the task would inevitably fall upon him. Should he seize the moment to hire one before leaving the town? Li Changxian, why are you standing there in a daze? Just as Li Changxian hesitated, Jiang Mingli's icy voice called out from within the carriage. He had anticipated this. Reluctantly, Li Changxian climbed aboard the carriage and began their journey. After traveling for over an hour, they had distanced themselves significantly from the Kaixiao realm. Jiang Mingli sat inside the carriage, her delicate hand pressed against her smooth, jade-like forehead. She felt a touch of dizziness, as the mortal carriage was quite uncomfortable, unlike the spiritual boats of the cultivation realm, which rarely jolted. Unfortunately, she had not brought one with her. Otherwise, she would not have had to endure such discomfort. Suddenly, Li Changxuan's weary voice drifted in from outside the carriage. Jiang Mingli, have we reached the Mixed Void realm yet? How much longer until we arrive in Qinglian city? At your current pace, it will take us over half a month to reach Qinglian city, Jiang Mingli replied, her impatience evident. The motion of the carriage had exacerbated her discomfort, rendering her mood quite sour. What? Hearing that it would take more than half a month, Li Changxian nearly leaped to his feet in shock, realizing he had underestimated the distance between the two locations. Had he known, he would have insisted on keeping Yang Tsung to drive the carriage. He silently regretted his decision, as he was already exhausted after just over an hour's travel. He wondered if he could endure for half a month. Be quiet. Jiang Mingli, already irritable, was startled by Li Changxuan's sudden outburst. After her sharp reprimand, silence fell outside the carriage. Several hours passed in tranquility as the carriage progressed steadily along the official road. By this time, Jiang Mingli had begun to feel slightly better. After several hours of bouncing in the carriage, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. However, she found it peculiar that Li Changxian had not uttered a single word during these hours. Considering he was but a mortal, his physical endurance likely differed from hers. She felt some pity and considered urging him to take a break, yet after calling out to him for a while with no response, she feared he had secretly slipped away. When she finally lifted the curtain, she discovered Li Changxian still seated at the front of the carriage, reins in hand, but his head hung low, as if he were lifeless. Jian Mingli gently nudged him. "Li Changxian, what are you doing?" This time, Li Changxian finally roused, yawning and blinking his eyes open in a daze. Jian Mingli was momentarily taken aback. He had actually fallen asleep. How could one sleep while driving a carriage? She found it astonishing, pondering what manner of person Li Changxian truly was. "Are you able to drive and still sleep?" Jian Mingli exclaimed, a mix of amusement and disbelief coloring her words. At this point, Li Changxian had fully awakened and, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. He had been utterly exhausted from the previous day and had risen early that morning, hardly catching any sleep. After a day of travel, he had unknowingly dozed off. He explained that as a seasoned driver, he remained vigilant when riding with others, never daring to sleep, but when he held the reins himself, he felt secure enough to close his eyes for a moment. After another hour or two of travel, darkness enveloped the sky. The two decided to rest for the night by the roadside. In this matter, Jian Mingli dared not push him further, fearing that if Li Changxian dozed off again, she would lose track of their whereabouts. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough. After partially restoring her cultivation, Jian Mingli meditated to absorb spiritual energy rather than sleep, thus occupying little space. Hence, Li Changxian could occupy the majority of the space, allowing him to rest comfortably. Chapter 17, No, Jie. The following day, as they made their way to Qinglian City, a horse-drawn carriage sped along the official road, its wheels rapidly traversing the dirt path and stirring. I can't take it anymore." Jian Mingli's voice, laced with irritation, emerged from within the carriage. Having just acclimatized to the speed of the carriage yesterday, today Li Changxian drove as if possessed, making the carriage soar. At this speed, Jian Mingli could scarcely maintain her seat, let alone be comfortable. She felt as though she might retch from the jostling, yet Li Changxian seemed oblivious to her pleas, continuing at his reckless pace. Realizing that they were still quite far from Qinglian City, he resolved to hasten their journey. After all, it was he who bore the burden of driving the carriage, while Jian Mingli merely needed to sit back and aware that he could not overpower her. Li Changxian, a man who believed in the adage of a whip for every step, loosened the reins, and the carriage gradually slowed. Satisfied, Jian Mingli returned to her seat, her frosty demeanor still radiating indignation. Li Changxian sighed. At this rate, when would he ever be able to assert himself? He too wished to ride atop Jian Mingli's head, metaphorically speaking. Thus, the two continued their journey along the official road at a more moderate pace. As Li Changxian reflected on their journey, he mused on the vastness of the Lingxiao continent. Even the boundary between the two realms had taken them a considerable time to traverse. He was aware that the Lingxiao continent was divided into 5 realms, each harboring numerous dynasties. These dynasties, in turn, revered the 5 major cultivation sects. The Yuyan Forest, where he had previously resided. The Qinglian city they were heading to was part of the Qimor dynasty in the Hongsu realm. Hence, except for the Ziming and Linghai realms, official roads connected the 3 realms, allowing their carriage to traverse. Before long, noon arrived. The sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth, and heat waves shimmered above the ground, distorting the air. Li Changxian was drenched in sweat, realizing they had ventured far from the As the carriage entered a valley, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several figures ahead. Upon approaching, he discerned that they were a group of burly men brandishing various weapons, firmly blocking the road. Li Changxian quickly pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. Inside the carriage, Jian Mingli, who had been meditating to absorb spiritual energy, was jolted forward by the sudden stop, letting out a startled cry. Li Changxian, she huffed coldly. Upon seeing the formidable-looking men, she paused momentarily, bewildered. What was happening? The bandits, initially fixated on Li Changxian, were momentarily distracted by the appearance of Jian Mingli, their eyes gleaming with a mix of lewdness and malice. Jian Mingli's beauty and aura were unparalleled across the Lingxiao continent, drawing the gaze of even the most mundane individuals. The bandits, who rarely encountered women, were practically salivating at the prospect of indulging in her. He, Sandangjie, who would have thought we'd encounter such a stunning beauty today? I hope after you've savored your feast, you'll remember to let the brothers have a taste of the broth, one of the underlings said, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous grin. The man referred to as Sandangjier, however, was too entranced by Jiang Mingli's allure to even acknowledge him. Meanwhile, Li Changxian, contemplating his options while observing the bandits' movements, quietly inquired, Jiang Mingli, do they possess any cultivation? As a mere mortal, he could not discern their levels of power. Jiang Mingli discreetly surveyed the group for a moment, a faint glimmer of red flashing in her beautiful eyes, before replying, aside from the one wielding the large blade, who is at the mid-stage of chi guidance, the rest are mere mortals, then it's simple. You handle the one with cultivation, and I shall deal with the others. Jiang Mingli intended to assert that she could easily dispatch them with a mere wave of her hand, but Li Changxian cut her off. His tone brimmed with confidence, which took her by surprise. She knew Li Changxian was agile, but against so many opponents, even he could be overwhelmed. Could it be that his offensive skills were equally impressive? With a smile, Li Changxian dismounted the carriage and approached the roadside, breaking off a branch of moderate thickness. Seeing his demeanor, the bandits drew their weapons, surrounding him warily. Gentlemen, must we not take the broad road and each go our own way? Why rush to meet your demise? Li Changxian stated calmly, brandishing the branch. The bandits paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter. Kid, do you plan to use that twig to block my great blade? Look at him, I could spank him with my bare backside, and he wouldn't feel a thing. Har 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 har. A cacophony of raucous laughter ensued, as they dismissed Li Changxian as mad and rambling. As for cultivators, they never. I shall first indulge in the young lady, and as for this brat, you may have your fun with him. Sandangjier said with a coarse command. With that, several bandits swiftly closed in on Li Changxian. Jie, no. Li Changxian's face contorted in feigned terror. How does this brat know to call me Jie? Is my reputation truly that grand? Quit the chatter, let us take him down quickly so we can assist Sandangjier. With that, meanwhile, Sandangjier, with a lascivious grin, advanced towards the carriage. Upon seeing his lecherous expression, Jiang Mingli felt an uncontrollable urge to slay him, to dismember his body and extract his soul, subjecting him to a fate worse than death. Yet, lacking the power to do so at that moment, she chose to retreat into the carriage, wishing to avoid the sight of him. Upon noticing Jiang Mingli return to the carriage, Sandangjier's face lit up with excitement. The young lady knows how to be shy. I quite fancy that. I despise being watched while I indulge. Har 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 har, young lady, here I come. Sandangjier leered as he approached the carriage, blade in hand. However, just as his hand brushed against the curtain, a beam of blue light shot forth from within the carriage. He attempted to raise his blade in defense, but it was too late. The blue light pierced through his forehead, sending him hurtling backward, his body and weapon tumbling beneath the carriage, motionless. It remained uncertain whether he had fainted or met his demise. Chapter 18. Beware, this emperor might dig out your dog eyes inside the carriage. Jiang Mingli gently lowered her grasp from Ningshua's hand. Although Ningshua's full force strike was not delivered in her prime, it landed squarely on the center of her forehead, rendering the third leader beyond the reach of even divine intervention. After resolving the matter, Jiang Mingli lifted the curtain and stepped out, taking her place at the reins where Li Changxian was driving. With her long, graceful legs crossed, she cast a curious glance at Li Changxian, eager to see what further skills he possessed. The commotion near the carriage naturally caught the attention of several bandits, who gasped in unison, exclaiming "Third leader," as they rushed towards the carriage. However, Li Changxian, wielding a branch like a sword, swiftly halted their advance with a calm smile, declaring, "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, with a flick of his wrist, he executed a technique reminiscent of a celestial guiding the way, followed by an agile maneuver akin to retrieving the moon from the depths of the sea, swift as lightning. By the time the bandits regained their senses, they felt a stinging pain on their faces, having been marked with angry red lines by his branch. "That kid is quite the martial artist," one of them remarked, which only fueled their rage as they raised their weapons. Yet, he deftly navigated among them, darting left and right, soon leaving their garments and flesh in tatters while they couldn't even graze his sleeve. Like a hawk soaring through the heavens, he moved with the grace of a dragon among emperors. He descended upon them like thunder, and his departure was as serene as a tranquil river reflecting the moonlight. With a mere twig, he wielded the might of a celestial weapon. Jian Mingli observed this display of skill, her astonishment palpable. It was her first time witnessing Li Changxian in action. Although her own swordsmanship was commendable, Li Changxuan's techniques surpassed her own, placing him among the elite even in the links. A twinge of regret crossed her mind. If only he could cultivate, he would surely surpass even the sword immortals. Yet, a part of her felt relieved that he could not, sparing him from becoming a formidable foe for the demon clan. As Jian Mingli pondered, Li Changxian had already injured over a dozen bandits. However, being merely a branch, it could only inflict superficial wounds. He could not unleash the sword energy necessary to eliminate the bandits entirely. Noticing that Jian Mingli was merely watching, he couldn't help but complain amidst the skirmish. "Are you just going to stand there? Don't you know to help me? Weren't you the..." Li Changxian let out a heavy breath, continuing to fend off the remaining bandits. Yet a branch would always fall short of a proper weapon, and soon it was reduced to splinters. With quick reflexes, just as the branch was about to break, he struck the tendons of a bandit wielding a sword. The bandit cried out in pain, his iron sword clattering to the ground. Li Changxian caught the falling weapon with ease, his compassion absent. After all, 5 men had already fallen before him, and he harbored no qualms about taking lives now. Soon, only Li Changxuan's white figure darted amidst the dark silhouettes, sunlight glinting off the blooded iron blades. Blood splattered across the scene, and within moments, all the bandits lay defeated, their iron swords dripping crimson. Meanwhile, Li Changxian remained pristine, his white attire untouched by dirt. Jian Mingli, how infuriating! She had been deceived. It seemed Li Changxian was not only agile but also quite capable, she mused. After dispatching the bandits, Li Changxian swiftly returned to the carriage, gazing at the sight of such a tragic demise made Li Changxian shudder involuntarily. Why provoke her when he could have just been left alone? Jian Mingli, with her long, elegant legs crossed, cast a cold gaze at him. However, her movement caused her skirt to flutter slightly in the breeze, revealing a glimpse of her fair, slender legs beneath the sheer fabric. Li Changxian was momentarily entranced, but quickly regained his composure, turning his gaze elsewhere while reminding, "Beware, or this emperor will gouge out your eyes." Li Changxian merely shrugged, indicating he had not been looking. "Stop dawdling, let's go." Jian Mingli urged coldly before retreating into the carriage. Li Changxian. They had both heard the bandits' earlier conversation. With only the third leader dead, it was clear that the first and second leaders still posed a threat. The third bandit had been at the mid-stage of the Qi-gathering realm, suggesting that the others would be even stronger. Li Changxian was uncertain whether Jian Mingli could handle them. They were also unaware of the bandits' hideout. However, discovery was inevitable, so they needed to flee swiftly, hoping they would not be pursued. Inside the carriage, Jian Mingli absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, realizing that her current level of cultivation was far from sufficient and that she needed to recover her strength quickly. Though today she had managed to defeat the third leader without relying on the advantage of celestial artifacts, it had required several exchanges. In the past, killing such lowly creatures was as simple as crushing an ant. The disparity she now felt was frustrating, and she firmly etched the name of Taishan sect into her memory. Known for her sense of justice, she vowed to repay any grievance. Thus, the enmity with Taishan sect must be avenged. By chance, she was currently at the Tongxian realm, which rendered the Taishuan's forbidden technique, Sealing Spirit Seal, effective against her. If her cultivation were to rise even slightly, reaching the Earth Immortal realm, the essence of the Sealing Spirit Seal lay in sealing the Qi Sea, preventing the spiritual power within it from being summoned or utilized. The Earth Immortal realm marked a pivotal threshold. Tongxian merely grazed the doorway to immortality, while only those who stepped into the Earth Immortal realm could truly be considered in the realm of immortals. Below the realm of immortals, practitioners depended on their Qi Sea to store spiritual power. Should the Qi be destroyed, they would become utterly powerless, yet, once they reached the realm of immortals, the spiritual energy they absorbed would not only reside in the Qi but also integrate into their flesh and blood, allowing them to regenerate even if they lost limbs. Even without a Qi, they could still circulate true energy and spiritual power, albeit in diminished quantities. Their realms might drop, but they could later reconstruct their Qi, thus restoring their cultivation. As Jiang Mengli turned her introspective gaze inward, she discovered that her Qi was bound by 5 golden chains, the consequence of the blood sacrificed by 5 Taishan elders. She was certain that if she could break just one of those chains, her cultivation would be significantly restored. Therefore, her immediate priority was to seek out celestial materials rich in spiritual energy to shatter those golden chains. Of course, there was another method, storming the Taishan sect to find a solution. However, such an approach was currently unrealistic for her. Chapter 19, The Pure Yin and Pure Yang Sword Sutra. 3 days later, in the Mixed Void Realm, outside Qinglian city of the Qi Mo dynasty, Yang Tsung found himself queued. He gazed ahead at the interminable line of people and the seemingly endless throng behind him, astonishment swelling within him. Before embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had never heard of Qinglian city. Why, then, was such a multitude flocking here now? Furthermore, all those arriving were armed and exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably a gathering of cultivators. Could it be that a hidden realm was about to emerge in Qinglian city? And had Li Changli received word of this before he did? Thus, Yang Tsung turned to a female cultivator in the adjacent queue and inquired, "Esteemed friend, may I ask why there are so many visitors to Qinglian city of late? Is there a treasure manifesting within the city?" The woman appraised him with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. However, upon catching sight of the sword-shaped jade talisman hanging from his waist, her demeanor shifted to one of politeness. "Indeed, it is said that a month ago, a blue pillar of light soared into the heavens, illuminating." The female cultivator, with a flirtatious flutter of her eyelashes, smiled seductively at Yang Tsung. "I am Liu Yangyang, the saintess of the Qinyin sect. Might you be a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect?" Feeling a chill run down his spine at her attention, Yang Tsung, out of politeness, responded, "I am Yang Tsung. Since you are a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect, why not proceed to the passage for the 5 sects?" Liu Yangyang said with an alluring and enthusiastic tone, gesturing toward a line atop the city wall, which appeared to be significant. When a hidden realm emerges in the mortal domain, the sects governing that area typically establish special passages for the disciples of the 5 sects to facilitate their entry. Given that Qinglian city falls under the jurisdiction of the Floating Cloud Palace, it was their response. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this occurrence, as the hidden realm lay within the residential city, they were also tasked with safeguarding the local populace. Yang Tsung had been preoccupied with the queue, having overlooked the line above the city wall. "Thank you, Miss Liu," he expressed gratefully before hastily attempting to depart, unable to endure the tone in which Liu Yangyang spoke. Just as he turned to ascend to the city tower, he felt a hand clasped around his wrist. As she drew closer, "A brother Yang Tsung, no need for such formality. You may call me Yang Yang. I have been standing for quite some time, and my legs have grown numb. Once the hidden realm opens, it would be beneficial to have someone to look after." With that, she pretended. The male cultivators in line nearby were captivated, their eyes widening, throats swallowing hard, barely able to contain their admiration. Startled, Yang Tsung quickly recoiled and hastened towards the city wall, exclaiming. Several male cultivators, seizing the opportunity, rushed forward to assist her, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Seeing her scheme thwarted, Liu Yinyan's anger flared as she regarded the advancing figures with disdain. Steadying herself, she unleashed her spiritual energy, sending those nearby flying. "Begone, have you no sense of your own appearance?" Liu Yangyang fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, vexed that as a dignified saintess, she was still forced to queue with such individuals. Initially, she had anticipated a connection with a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect, only to find Yang Tsung utterly unrefined, leaving her exasperated. Meanwhile, Yang Tsung hurriedly reached the city tower, where, after presenting his sword-shaped jade talisman to verify his identity, the floating cloud, to avoid disrupting the daily lives of the city's inhabitants, the floating cloud palace had established regulations. All cultivators entering the city were prohibited from flying and engaging in combat with mortals. Even confrontations between cultivators were strictly forbidden. As for battles within the realm of thought, they were beyond their jurisdiction. Once within the bustling streets of the city, Yang Tsung noted that the majority of the cultivators present were couples, pairs of Dao companions. Upon inquiring further from a disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace, he learned that prior to the establishment of Qinglian City, this locale served as an entrance to a hidden realm known as the Qinglian Secret Realm. "500 years prior, when the Qinglian Secret Realm opened, a group of individuals ventured within in search of fortune, but none emerged alive, the events within remaining a mystery. Yet, owing to its geographical advantages, being nestled amongst mountains and waters, it was deemed a treasure trove of feng shui, prompting the Qi dynasty to construct a city here. Hence, the city was named Qinglian City, built atop the remnants of the Qinglian Secret Realm. The celestial phenomena observed a month prior were heralds of the emergence of the Uni-Qinglian. At the time, Yang Tsung was still in the Kaisei realm and was unaware of these developments, preoccupied with the enigmatic purple aura that had manifested there, a sign of the chaotic purple lotus. He had intended to explore, but other matters had delayed him. Local accounts suggested that the Qinglian phenomena were far more potent than those of the purple lotus and occurred with greater frequency. While the purple aura may have been more precious, its manifestation was feeble, resulting in a lower probability of treasures emerging. To date, he had not heard of anyone retrieving a purple lotus from the Yangshu realm. The prevalence of Dao companions in this area was not solely due to the Uni-Qinglian, but rather rooted in the last expedition into the hidden realm 500 years ago when a couple at the Tribulation Transcendent stage entered, possessing two long-lost sword sutras. The Jinyang Sword Sutra and the Chunyan Sword Sutra, both dual cultivation methods. It was said that these texts were derived from the long-lost Xianyang Sword Sutra and Taiyin Sword Sutra from a millennium prior, wielding considerable power, though not quite on par with Xianyang and Taiyin. Smaller sects were aware that they could not compete with the five major sects for the Uni-Qinglian, wishing not to meddle in matters of great significance. Thus, they set their sights on the two sword sutras, explaining the influx of couples into Qinglian City. Having gathered sufficient information, Yang Tsung was soon escorted to his lodgings by the disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace. As soon as the disciple departed, Yang Tsung hastily retrieved the jade talisman, infused it with "How can you lay hands on such a beautiful sister?" Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli had already traversed a day and night since escaping from the banded mountain. At present, they found themselves within the confines of the Hunyuxu realm, taking respite at a tea house alongside the official road. "Waiter, the waiter courted deftly, but just as he was about to fetch water, he paused and inquired, would the esteemed guest prefer wine or water? "Just plain water will suffice." Li Changxian, having crossed over at a relatively young age, he had scarcely encountered alcohol, and since his arrival, he had primarily resided within the shadowy depths of the forest, rendering any opportunity to indulge in drink virtually non-existent. Uncertain of his own tolerance for alcohol, he opted for water instead. Moreover, he adhered to the principle of not drinking while driving. Consuming alcohol would classify him as a reckless driver. However, just as the young attendant delivered the water into his hands, the distant sound of thundering hoofs reached their ears. The attendant, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright, hastily preparing to flee. "What is happening?" Li Changxian urgently inquired. The attendant halted, trembling as he stammered, "It's bandits. They are the bandits from Hajir Mountain, who typically confine their activities to the vicinity of their lair. Why have they ventured into this territory today? I advise you to escape, young sir. It is said this band of brigands slaughters without hesitation, and their three leaders possess formidable skills. If caught, it would spell doom." With that, he fled in a panic. In truth, upon hearing the sound of the hooves, Li Changxian had already harbored a suspicion, and his inquiry was merely to confirm it. The reality was, indeed, as he had surmised, they were from her Germanton. However, he no longer felt an urgency to flee, setting aside the fact that their horses had been galloping for a day and night and would soon tire. He still had his Thunderbolt Pearl, which he had yet to utilize. Though he could only employ it once at present, the destructive force unleashed upon its destruction was sufficient to gravely injure opponents at the Spirit Sea realm. He doubted that several bandits could possess such prowess. Thus, Li Changxian leisurely returned to the carriage. Jiang Mingli emerged from the carriage, observing Li Changxian's nonchalant demeanor with a hint of confusion. "Why aren't you fleeing? Those pursuing us are no ordinary foes. Do you think you can contend with them? And you, as a woman, you would be in even greater peril. HMPH. A mere swarm of ants. I could vanquish them with a mere flick of my hand." Jiang Mingli, proud as an empress, found it utterly humiliating to be chased by a few bandits. Yet, with Li Changxian accompanying her, she recognized that despite his impressive swordsmanship, should they encounter a practitioner who could wield spiritual power, even the finest swordplay would be of no avail. For the sake of her own safety, she had no choice but to follow him. Now that the bandits were upon them, it provided a perfect outlet for her pent-up frustration. Hearing Jiang Mingli's confident proclamation, Li Changxian felt a twinge of skepticism, yet considering her identity, he deemed it not entirely impossible. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so hasty to escape. The two waited in the carriage for a brief moment as the sound of hooves grew ever closer and more thunderous. In the blink of an eye, a raucous throng of riders emerged onto the official road, raising a cloud of dust from the forest. Before long, they surrounded the carriage, a formidable force of over 100, rendering the road impassable. At this moment, Li Changxian stood atop the carriage, surveying. As the bandits closed in, they beheld only Li Changxian, mistakenly believing he was the sole occupant. One particularly brutish bandit kicked the carriage with force, bellowing, "You there, get down." Li Changxian drew the long sword. The sight of a weapon in his hand caused the bandits to instinctively take a few steps back, convinced that Li Changxian was the one responsible for slaying their third-in-command. Hence, they regarded him with a mix of fear and awe, assuming him to possess extraordinary skills. "Are you the one who killed my third brother and a dozen of my men?" A voice like a tiger's roar echoed from outside, prompting the bandits to part and create a path. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, a scarred face, and unkempt hair rode in on a tall steed, evidently the bandit leader. Following closely behind was a more refined-looking middle-aged man, who, unlike a typical bandit, bore an air of scholarly elegance, presumably the second-in-command. Li Changxian scrutinized the two, noting the fierce glint in the scarred man's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Changxian, while the second-in-command maintained a benevolent demeanor. This contrast piqued Li Changxian's curiosity, although he understood the need for caution around such individuals. Often, a kind exterior concealed a treacherous heart. "It was I who did it." Li Changxian lightly caressed the sword's blade, then provocatively smiled. "And what of it?" The bandit leader furrowed his brow, discreetly probing Li Changxian's aura and quickly discerning that he was not the one who had slain his third brother. Drawing a massive sword from his mount, he pointed it menacingly at Li Changxian, threatening, "It cannot be you. Where are your accomplices?" Upon hearing this, the bandits grew wary, for they had not trained in martial arts. A single misstep could lead to death. In response, Li Changxian turned his gaze towards the carriage, where Jiang Mingli, donning a white conical hat, emerged from behind the curtain. Upon realizing she had come from within the carriage, the two bandit leaders exchanged astonished glances, for they had not sensed her presence even at such close proximity. "It's you." Jiang Mingli tightened her grip on her sword, Ningxue, and at that moment of tension, she suddenly seemed to sense something, her clenched fingers relaxing. "Sever the heads of these two and return them to honor our third brother," the bandit leader commanded with a voice laden with grief and rage. As his command echoed, both leaders surged forward like ravenous wolves, lunging at Jiang Mingli, while Li Changxian plunged into the fray among the bandits. Yet, as the two assailants approached, Jiang Mingli stood her ground, her expression calm as she regarded the unfolding chaos. Just as the weapons were about to strike her, a sword whistled through the air. A flurry of sparks erupted as the assailants' blades were deflected by the incoming sword, missing their mark entirely. Before they could retreat, the long sword arced again in midair, launching another assault upon them. As the icy weapons flew past, the two bandits were sent tumbling to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. The bandit leader attempted to rise, but as he stood, a sword was pressed against his neck, forcing him back down. "What are you doing? How can you lay hands on such a beautiful sister?" A delicate, lively voice chimed in, drawing their attention. They looked up to see a charming girl in a blue dress, her hair styled in playful twin ponytails, brandishing the long sword with wide, innocent eyes, glaring at them in indignation. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Changxian and the horde of bandits paused in their violent struggle. Li Changxian remained unscathed, though the ground was strewn with the bodies of several slain bandits. "You too, bow before this sister. How dare you lay hands on her? Apologize at once." The girl's playful yet fierce tone carried an undeniable weight, leaving no room for jest. The two bandits, upon hearing her demand, felt their anger ignite, glaring at the girl with a ferocious intensity, as though they wished. Chapter 21, The Ruthless Jiang Mingli. "Oh dear, do you still dare to glare at me?" the young girl exclaimed with a childlike rebuke, swiftly striking the two men at their dantian with the tip of her sword. In an instant, both felt a tremor in their souls, followed by a violent cough of blood as their internal spiritual energy began to drain rapidly. Their eyes widened in disbelief and fury, for the two casual thrusts of the sword had shattered their qi, condemning them to a life of impotence. The bandits, witnessing their leader's injury, were inexplicably emboldened, charging toward the sword-wielding maiden. Without a word, she dispatched them with a kick, sending their leader tumbling beneath the cart, where he knelt in submission. Then, with a sweeping stroke of her sword, a wave of sword energy surged through the throng, instantly inflicting casualties upon half of the bandits. Such might was unprecedented for these ruffians, who were left paralyzed with fear, too intimidated to make another move. At that moment, Li Changxian returned to the side of the cart and clasped his fists in gratitude toward the girl. "Thank you, fair maiden, for your assistance." "Oh, it's nothing, really, just a trifling matter," the girl replied with a carefree laugh. "But you, with such a stunning beauty as your wife, must take good care of her." "Misunderstood once more," Li Changxian hastily reiterated. "You have misunderstood. She is my younger sister." Jiang Mingli interrupted, her alluring gaze from beneath her veil playfully challenging Li Changxian. At a loss for words, he knew without seeing that her expression was undoubtedly one of triumph. "Oh, my apologies, I must have misjudged." The girl paused momentarily, as if recalling something, then suddenly took flight, leaving behind a trail of words. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I do good deeds without seeking recognition, so there is no need to inquire about my name. The two with cultivation have already had their qi destroyed by me. As for how to deal with you, that is your own prerogative." Having discerned Jiang Minli's level of cultivation and witnessed Li Changxuan's formidable swordsmanship, the girl felt assured enough to depart. As she vanished, both Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli were momentarily stunned, taken aback by her carefree demeanor. Regaining his composure, Li Changxian turned to the two men who had just risen and mockingly inquired, "So, will you still seek vengeance for your third brother?" The cultured man, now appearing somewhat disheveled, darted his eyes around before responding with a sycophantic grin. "No need for vengeance, no need. We are not even true brothers, and to be honest, we have long found that lad quite irksome. This time, offending the two esteemed gentlemen is indeed our misfortune. We implore you to show mercy and spare our lives. We shall surely mend our ways and never again engage in banditry." With fervent sincerity, he knelt before Li Changxian. The sight of their leader in such a state filled the other bandits with disappointment and incredulity, while the chief's eyes flickered, revealing the turmoil within. Li Changxian chose to ignore him and instead looked to Jiang Mingli for her opinion. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Mingli's eyes, her lips curling into a playful smirk, though it was obscured by her veil, an expression that would likely terrify any demon clan member who beheld it. After a brief moment, Jiang Mingli calmly declared, "Then let them go." Upon hearing this, not only the bandits but even Li Changxian was taken aback. Would this demoness truly show such benevolence? The two bandit leaders, upon realizing they were to be spared, could hardly contain their joy, knowing they would find ways to deal with the situation once they returned to their mountain hideout. "Thank you, dear lady." "Thank you," they exclaimed, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, yet a glimmer of malice gradually crept into their eyes. The other bandits, witnessing their leader's unusual behavior, stood frozen in confusion. What had come over him? Yet they understood their lives were now in the hands of their captors, for the difference between those with and without cultivation was stark. Just moments ago, that young girl had casually slain dozens of their comrades with a single stroke of her sword, perhaps even holding back in her assault, while they were utterly defenseless. With no other choice, they followed their leader's lead and returned to their mountain hideout, their hearts a tumultuous mix of emotions. As they watched the departing figures, Li Changxian furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the peril in allowing a tiger to return to its lair. He could not believe Jiang Mingli would be ignorant of such wisdom, yet, when he turned to look, he found Jiang Mingli had already leaped atop the cart. Her skirt billowed gracefully as she began to play her flute. Was she truly in the mood for music at a time like this? Yet soon, he realized he had misjudged her intentions. As Jiang Mingli exhaled a melodious tune, the sweet, ethereal notes resonated through the forest. Waves of cerulean energy surged from her flute, intertwining with the air like silken threads, swiftly dispersing among the fleeing bandits. Although the melody was enchanting, akin to the sweet chirping of orioles, to the ears of the bandits, it transformed into a death knell. Upon hearing the music, their heads throbbed painfully, as if 1,000 voices clamored within their minds, or as though countless silver needles twisted through their brains, rendering them in agony. Instantaneously, the forest echoed with the sounds of the flute and the agonized wails of the multitude, heart-wrenching cries that filled the air. Many bandits, unable to endure the torment, seized their blades and took their own lives, while others dashed their heads against trees, ultimately meeting a gruesome end. A few, desperate to cling to life, turned back, covering their ears as they prostrated before Jiang Mingli, pleading for her mercy. They bowed until their skin broke and their bones were exposed. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Mingli halted, and they believed they had escaped death, feeling a flicker of hope. Yet, observing their hopeful expressions, a cold smile crossed Jiang Mingli's lips as she resumed her haunting melody. This time, the music was no longer gentle and flowing, but frantic and turbulent. The sound waves crashed upon the remaining few like a relentless tide, causing the trees in the forest to sway violently under the onslaught. Under this cacophony, the remaining bandits attempted to resist for a moment, but as the notes pierced their ears, their heads exploded instantaneously, staining the ground with a gruesome mixture of red and white. The music abruptly ceased. At that moment, Li Changxian stood paralyzed, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Was this truly the Jiang Mingli he had once known? So brutal. While the bandits were deserving of their fate, he would have ended them with a single stroke. Jiang Mingli's method of execution was unfathomably cruel. She offered them a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it, then illuminated their path briefly before plunging them into eternal darkness. Such actions were indeed worthy of the title a demon emperor. Perhaps he had misjudged her before. This was her true demonic nature. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Mingli's true power. Previously, he had only seen her wield a broken flute as a close-range weapon, akin to a sword. He had assumed she practiced the sword path, only to realize now that she was adept in both swordsmanship and sound techniques, with her musical prowess seemingly surpassing her swordsmanship. Li Changxian remained lost in thought for a considerable time. Jiang Mingli gracefully descended from the cart's roof, her lips curling into a satisfied smile upon seeing Li Changxian still in a daze. "Let us see if you dare to underestimate me again." Her ruthless nature was what enabled her to ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. Previously, when Li Changxian had heard her title, he had treated it lightly. Now, a display of her power was in order to prevent him from provoking her further or contemplating escape. "Li Changxian, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go." Jiang Mingli's voice rang out, cold yet laced with playful mockery from the cart. "Oh, right." Li Changxian feigned composure as he returned to the cart. Jiang Mingli regarded him with a hint of derision. "What? Do you think I am cruel? Do you now believe I am the Demon Emperor?" I never said I didn't believe." Li Changxian replied truthfully. He had never doubted her identity, merely lacking understanding of her methods, which he now comprehended. HMPH. It is best that you do. Jiang Mingli huffed lightly before retreating into the carriage. Li Changxian exhaled in relief, having surrendered and sought mercy. Moments later, a cart leisurely resumed its journey along the official road. Chapter 22, The Spirit Qian Treasure Pavilion. The following day, after traversing 3 or 4 hours of arduous journey, Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli finally arrived at the first city within the Qimo dynasty. Upon presenting his travel pass, Li Changxian drove his horse-drawn carriage into the city, a pass he had procured from the innkeeper at Danqing town. Indeed, money can, as long as one possesses ample wealth and spiritual stones, anything can be acquired. Upon entering the city, they quickly discerned that the number of cultivators here was considerable. Li Changxian, weary from the recent days of travel, evasion, and combat, yearned for a comfortable inn to rest. As anticipated, Jiang Mingli insisted on reserving only a single room for him, leaving him perplexed as to why she still believed he would attempt to flee. Aware of his capacity for escape, Jiang Mingli, in truth, her demeanor was more akin to an act of vengeance. She sought retribution for the indignity he had inflicted upon her in the abyssal forest, where he had stripped her of her dignity as a demon empress. The more uncomfortable he appeared, the more joy it brought her. After securing the room, Li Changxian inquired with the innkeeper about the travel time to Qinglian city and the local circumstances, having noted the increased number of cultivators upon their arrival. He soon learned that nearby was a Dan refining sect known as Yundan sect, which frequently engaged in auctions within the city. This led to the establishment of a branch of the Spirit Qian Treasure Pavilion, a marketplace dedicated to the sale of miraculous elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, also overseeing auction events. Consequently, cultivators flocked to the city in droves, drawn by the allure of these sales. Having traversed little ground since his arrival, Li Changxian was filled with curiosity about everything, eager to explore. The auction venue was conveniently located near the inn, prompting him to return and discuss it with Jiang Mingli. Upon hearing his intention to visit the auction house, Jiang Mingli found it somewhat amusing. Li Changxian, you do realize that the currency in the cultivation world is spiritual stones, correct? Do you possess any? Li Changxuan's expression fell. Indeed, he had none. Although money could be exchanged for spiritual stones, various restrictions applied, and the exchange rate was exceedingly disproportionate. It seemed improbable that even all the money he carried would suffice to procure 10 spiritual stones. Momentarily at a loss, he suddenly recalled that Jiang Mingli had mentioned possessing spiritual stones. Thus, he shamelessly remarked, I have no issues, don't you have some? And I'm merely going to look, not necessarily to buy. Jiang Mingli widened her eyes in disbelief, not because he intended to spend her spiritual stones, but due to the abrupt shift in his demeanor. Just the day prior, after witnessing her prowess, he had treated her with utmost respect for a fleeting moment, yet now, he reverted to his former self. Jiang Mingli was astonished that despite her fierce nature, she could not intimidate him. She genuinely wondered whether Li Changxian was indeed a normal person. After a prolonged silence from Jiang Mingli, Li Changxian shrugged and exited. Do as you wish, I'm going regardless, you can come or not. After all, he was merely going to observe. Was it so difficult to enter the auction house? However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by a guard who informed him of a 10 spiritual stone entrance fee. Indeed, it seemed he could not enter. He had not a single spiritual stone, let alone 10. Li Changxian hesitated, contemplating whether to return and plead with that demoness. No, it was just an auction. Why should he seek her help? Perhaps her arrogant nature would only serve to mock him further. Resolute in his decision, he turned back, only to behold a graceful figure clad in flowing white robes, her delicate form accentuated by a white-sleeved celestial dress and a white-veiled hat. As the evening light cast a warm glow upon her, she radiated an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of the verse, as the sun sets, the clouds blush, the beauty shines forth like a flower in bloom. Clearing his throat to mask his momentary lapse, Li Changxian chastised himself for finding her increasingly agreeable. It was somewhat embarrassing to realize he would ultimately rely on her assistance. After all, you still need me. Jiang Mingli whispered playfully in his ear. She then tossed 20 blue spiritual stones to the gatekeeper, who finally permitted Li Changxian entry, though not without a sly remark, "TSK TSK. Seems we have a pretty boy here." The comment stung, yet he could not deny its truth. He now found himself dependent on this demoness for anything related to the cultivation world. Once inside, they discovered the auction hall was bustling with people, causing Jiang Mingli's delicate features to sour. She was not accustomed to such close proximity with others. "I shall return, you may look around on your own," she declared coldly. Li Changxian, unwilling to let her funds slip away, pondered the plight of potentially desiring something without the means to acquire it. Surely, spending a few of her spiritual stones as a token of gratitude for her assistance was reasonable. After all, would a demon empress truly lack a few spiritual stones? Understanding her aversion to remaining in crowded spaces, he suggested, "We could go to a private room, it's more secluded, and the view is superior." "Then let us proceed to a private room. However, it requires spiritual stones." Jiang Mingli shot him a fierce glare. Had she not been curious about what items she might find useful, she would not have accompanied him. Thus, she begrudgingly handed him 10 purple spiritual stones, urging him to hasten to the private room, as she could no longer endure lingering in the throng. Li Changxian approached one of the attendants in the auction hall. "How does one access the private room?" The attendant, clearly impatient, held up 3 fingers. 300 spiritual stones. "I only have 10, will that suffice?" he asked, proffering his purple stones. The attendant, upon hearing the sum, grew even more irritable, scoffing, "10? Are you here to purchase or merely spectate?" Before he could finish, the attendant's eyes widened at the sight of the purple stones in Li Changxian's hand, and his demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a fawning attitude. "My apologies, esteemed sir, I failed to recognize your status. Allow me to escort you to the private room immediately." This abrupt change left Li Changxian astonished, and before he could collect his thoughts, the attendant was already smiling broadly, guiding him. "This way, esteemed sir." Chapter 23, Devouring You Whole. Shortly after the two arrived in the elegant chamber, a middle-aged man knocked and entered. Upon entering, he beheld the ethereal beauty of Li Changxian and the extraordinary grace of Jiang Mingli, and silently concluded that they must be remarkable individuals. Otherwise, how could he have failed to detect their presence? In truth, he was merely an ordinary man, one whose aura had been concealed by a magical artifact. Convinced of his accurate assessment, the middle-aged man respectfully introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhao Chanshou, the steward of Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion in this vicinity. You may address me as Steward Zhao. If there is anything you desire, esteemed guests, please do not hesitate to command, and I shall promptly send someone to deliver it." Li Changxian remained bewildered. How could even the steward of Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion have come to pay a visit? He could not fathom the sudden shift in circumstances, yet he instinctively nodded in response to Zhao's words. Seeing Li Changxuan's acknowledgement, Zhao Chanshou respectfully stated, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." As he spoke, he bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Li Changxian, still in a daze, turned to Jiang Mingli with a puzzled expression, seeking answers from her. Once in the elegant chamber, free from the cacophony that had so unsettled them, Jiang Mingli's mood lightened somewhat, and she proceeded to explain, "In your human realm, only cultivators of considerable skill possess a few purple spirit stones. Why is that? What distinguishes purple spirit stones from blue ones?" Li Changxian inquired, still perplexed. Noticing his confusion, Jiang Mingli became increasingly certain that he was merely an ordinary mortal, lacking even the most fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. Nevertheless, she patiently elucidated, "In the world, spirit stones are classified into 4 types. Blue spirit stones are the lowest grade, containing the least spiritual energy. Next are red spirit stones, which contain approximately 10 times the energy of blue ones. Following that is the purple spirit stone, which boasts 40 times the energy of a blue spirit stone and is the most precious among the human race. But you mentioned there are 4 types. How can the second rank be the most valuable?" The final type is the black spirit stone, which contains even greater energy than the purple stone. However, it is laced with malevolent energy and cannot be absorbed for cultivation. Even the slightest inhalation would lead to a It was no wonder he could not sense the differences in the spiritual energy contained within the stones. During his own cultivation, he had never relied on spirit stones but had instead absorbed the natural spiritual energy of the world, leading to his current lack of knowledge. However, he recalled that Jiang Mingli also absorbed the natural energy during her cultivation, prompting him to question her, "Since you possess spirit stones, why do you not absorb the energy from them during your practice?" Because the energy within spirit stones does not circulate within the world and lacks a fragment of the celestial Tao, thus increasing the likelihood of a breakthrough when absorbing the natural energy. As one's realm increases, breakthroughs become more challenging. Hence, cultivators at their peak avoid absorbing energy from spirit stones prior to attempting a breakthrough. Jiang Mingli, having struggled with her own inability to advance, placed great importance on this matter, which was why she had refrained from using spirit stones. Nonetheless, her response piqued Li Changquan's curiosity about a question he had long wished to ask. "Jiang Mingli, what realm did you attain before your cultivation fell?" Jiang Mingli shot him a cold glare, her tone laced with displeasure. "The peak of the celestial passage realm." Upon hearing this, Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, then a subtle glimmer of joy crossed his face. It seemed that this demon empress was not as formidable as he had presumed. If he could endure for another year, he might still find himself above her. However, Li Changxian also became aware of a slight concern. He had initially believed that using spirit stones in public could attract trouble. Now, would utilizing a purple spirit stone lead to complications? Yet he dismissed the thought, having already used one, and with one already being perceived as a master, who would dare covet his possessions? He merely needed to continue pretending to be an expert, and with that thought, he felt at ease. Thus, after waiting for half an hour, the auction officially commenced. A tall, dignified woman took the stage to host the event. The first item presented was a golden talisman, which she placed on the display stand before beginning her introduction. This is the 6-turn Golden Thunder Talisman. When activated, it summons 6 bolts of heavenly thunder upon the target. However, it cannot be used within secret realms, as the activation technique is rather complex. The starting bid is 500 blue spirit stones. Upon hearing that it could summon heavenly thunder, Li Changxian was intrigued, as the destructive power of thunder was considerable and would complement his thunder pearl well. Yet the drawbacks were apparent. One must possess true talent to attract the lightning, and the lengthy casting time required spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for him, so he ultimately decided against it. Once it was sold, the next item was presented, a red longsword. Though it had been shattered into 2 pieces, the woman calmly began her introduction. "This is the sword of the former master of the Beastmaster sect, known as Blood of the Scarlet. It was severed by the current demon emperor during the massacre 3 years ago. The starting bid is 1,000 blue spirit stones." At this declaration, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "I heard that in that battle, not a single member of the Beastmaster sect escaped. All fought valiantly to the end, vowing to perish alongside their sect. Such a pity that they ultimately fell victim to the demon emperor's ruthless onslaught. When discovered later, the sect was a river of blood, a sight too tragic to behold. Alas!" The murmurs of lament filled the air as they expressed their outrage at the demon emperor's cruelty, completely unaware that the very person they discussed was present within the same building. Li Changxian was taken aback to learn of Jiang Mingli's connection to this tale. He had never heard of the Beastmaster sect's plight before. Having witnessed Jiang Mingli's brutal treatment of bandits firsthand, he had no doubt about the authenticity of the tragedy. Curiosity piqued, he directly inquired of the person involved, "Jiang Mingli, was it truly as terrible as they say?" Initially unconcerned, Jiang Mingli raised an eyebrow at his question, surprised by his audacity to inquire directly. "It was about right," she replied coolly, her face betraying no emotion. "What was your reason for exterminating their entire sect?" At this, a flicker of barely concealed anger flashed in Jiang Mingli's eyes as she glared at Li Changxian. "Does an empress require a reason to kill? If I wish to slay, I shall. Surely there must be some justification. I wager the Beastmaster sect must have committed some unspeakable act. Oh, a mere human dares to speak in defense of demons." Jiang Mingli felt a momentary shock at his unexpected stance. "Simply stating the facts. What confidence do you possess? Did you not witness my methods yesterday? Simply based on the fact that I am still alive. Having spent nearly a month with her, Li Changxian believed that while her methods were indeed ruthless, she was not a mindless slaughterer of the innocent. Jiang Mingli paused, lost in thought for a moment, then feigned ferocity as she threatened him. You mentioned being alive only for now. Once I reclaim my demon form, I shall devour you whole. All right, Li Changxian replied dismissively, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. Jiang Mingli found herself thrown off balance by his nonchalance. What did this imply? Did he think she was jesting, or was he underestimating her? Chapter 24, The Nine-Flower Dragon Immortal. As the two continued their banter, the Crimson Blood Sword had been auctioned off to a disciple of the Taishan sect for the price of 3,000 spirit stones. However, given that this location was not renowned as a major cultivation city, the auction items were far from remarkable. Before long, they arrived at the final two lots, both of which were the grand finale treasures. The first item presented was a 5th-grade elixir, its entire form a deep azure, exuding an aromatic fragrance that filled the air, a commendable treasure within this city. This is the Qingmudan. Consuming it can regrow severed limbs, reconstruct meridians, dispel miasma, and detoxify a myriad of poisons. The bidding commences now. Such elixirs typically had no starting bid, yet regrettably, Li Changxian found it of no use. Jiang Mingli similarly had no need for it. She required a primordial spiritual herb infused with immense spiritual energy to assist her in breaking through the 5 chains of gold. At that moment, they truly resembled mere spectators. Soon, the final auction item was revealed. As the curtain lifted, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, its scent clean and refreshing. The Nine-Flower Dragon Immortal. It is said that the Dragon Immortal only grows in places abundant in spiritual energy, blooming a flower every 100 years. After 900 years, though it ceases to grow, it continues to absorb spiritual energy. One wonders how many years this particular Dragon Immortal has existed, for its fragrance is remarkably enchanting. The audience below had recognized the final item, prompting a chorus of astonished remarks and discussions. Jiang Mingli noticed this as well. Although she was unaware of the herb's specific effects, she could already sense the vast spiritual energy contained within it. While it could not compare to treasures like the Yinyu Qinglian or the Hundunzilian, it was the only viable option she had encountered on her journey to break the spiritual seal. The Nine-Flower Dragon Immortal contains an abundance of spiritual energy within its petals, and its leaves possess the property to detoxify a multitude of poisons. Before the auctioneer could elaborate further, a voice rang out, 5,000 spirit stones. The calm and unhurried tone came from the private chamber of the Taishan disciple who had just acquired the Crimson Blood Sword. Upon hearing this bid, the cultivators present felt a sense of restraint. Disciples from such major sects typically dominated the competition. Unless there was a pressing need, they would usually concede to the face of the 5 great sects, refraining from bidding against them. Thus, while 5,000 spirit stones had yet to reach the price needed to secure the Nine-Flower Dragon Immortal, no one else dared to raise their bid, just as the gathering believed the Dragon Immortal was destined to fall into the hands of the Taishan disciple for 5,000 spirit stones. A clear and cold female voice unexpectedly cut through the air. 200 purple spirit stones. The voice, though chilled, flowed like a melodious song of a nightingale, enchanting and crisp, ringing in the ears. The crowd gasped, not due to the woman's voice but rather the audacity of her bid. 200 purple spirit stones. In another chamber, the core disciple of Taishan, Elgin Chun, was taken aback, his mind racing with uncertainty. He had come specifically to acquire the Crimson Blood Sword as a gift for an elder of the Taishan sect, and this sudden interest in the Dragon Immortal was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Approximately a month prior, 5 elders of Taishan had perished under mysterious circumstances, followed by the deaths of 4 core disciples and 1 true disciple the very next day. To this day, Taishan had yet to locate the bodies of the 5 disciples. While the remains of the elders were discovered within the Inshu secret realm, the cause of death had been kept under wraps by the sect leader, but with lives lost, there were vacancies among the core and true disciples. He aspired to ascend from core disciple to true disciple, knowing that Elder Lu Xiong, who was searching for a true disciple, was the father of the former Beastmaster sect leader, Lu Ran. The Crimson Blood Sword was precisely the relic Lu Xiong sought from his son, so Elgin Chun had made inquiries about this lost sword and hurriedly attended the auction, hoping to secure it as a stepping stone to elevate his status. The 9-flower dragon immortal had become an unexpected gain. However, the unexpected bid of 200 purple spirit stones made him hesitate. Anyone capable of offering such a bid must possess considerable status. If he continued to compete, he risked offending her without any guarantee of success. Eljingchun contemplated. Perhaps it would be wiser to concede and forge a friendship instead. Thus, he courteously addressed Jiang Mingli's chamber. Friend, how about I purchase this immortal? Jiang Mingli harbored resentment towards the Taishan sect, and had it not been for her current situation, she would have rushed to confront him the moment she recognized him as a disciple of Taishan. Nevertheless, she remained patient, knowing that Taishan was situated within the Kaixia realm and could not escape. One day, she would ascend the Taishan mountain and exact her vengeance. She was no stranger to annihilating entire families. Meanwhile, in the other chamber, Eljingchun felt humiliated in public, his heart filled with frustration, yet he could not voice his displeasure. He was still unaware of the identity of the woman who had rebuffed him. It would be unwise to offend her, so he quietly retreated to his seat, remaining silent. Ultimately, the 9-flower dragon immortal was secured by Jiang Mingli for the price of 200 purple spirit stones, while Li Changxian, who had initially clamored to attend the auction, found nothing of interest. As the auction concluded, Zhao Changzhou, the overseer of the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion, personally delivered the 9-flower dragon immortal. At this moment, realizing the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion also offered common items for cultivators, Li Changxian tentatively inquired, Zhao, may I ask if you have any items that ordinary people can use against cultivators? Upon hearing this, Zhao Changzhou was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Li Changquan's intent. However, understanding that those of high caliber had their own reasoning, he began to ponder. Eventually, he shook his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor, and said, No, all magical treasures require spiritual energy to activate, and ordinary people cannot wield them. Li Changquan's eyes flickered with disappointment, though he had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, Zhao Changzhou appeared to recall something, his expression brightening. It seems there is indeed one item. I wonder if it could be of assistance to you, esteemed one. What is it? Li Changxian asked, his excitement palpable. The Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion sells spirit storage pills, which allow ordinary people to harness spiritual energy for a brief quarter of an hour. There are 2nd grade and 5th grade variants. The 2nd grade pill grants the strength equivalent to the mid-stage of Qi induction, while the 5th grade pill provides the prowess of a mid-stage spiritual Qi cultivator. I want the 5th grade spirit storage pills, 100 pills to start with. Li Changxian exclaimed eagerly. Having no cultivation yet, being alongside Jiang Mingli had been quite the predicament for him. Danger lurked everywhere. The last encounter with bandits had been manageable, but should a cultivator appear, even one at the Qi induction stage, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Upon hearing Li Changquan's fervent request, Jiang Mingli couldn't help but smile wryly. Do you think they are like meals? You wish to acquire so many, even if you could purchase them, you must have a life to use them. Indeed, esteemed one. Zhao Changzhou quickly chimed in. While spirit storage pills were undoubtedly beneficial, their advantages came with drawbacks. Otherwise, there would be no need for cultivation, and everyone would simply consume pills daily. Chapter 25. What a delight it is to drink soup. Absolutely not, immortal master. Even mere mortals suffer from the consumption of a 2nd grade spirit storage pill, as it would deplete their vital essence and harm their meridians, Zhao Changzhou hastily explained. If an ordinary person were to ingest a 5th grade spirit storage pill, the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within would surge forth, far beyond what their meridians could withstand. Without a doubt, they would suffer a fatal rupture of their meridians within a quarter of an hour. Zhao Changzhou, anxious and alarmed, speculated that the elixir was intended for someone of great importance to Li Changxian. Any mishap would be too grave a burden for him to bear, thus he felt compelled to elucidate the pill's adverse effects. Li Changxian fell momentarily silent, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. However, he suddenly recalled his own exceptional celestial lineage, which should allow him to circulate spiritual energy without issue. He then inquired of Zhao Changzhou, how many spirit storage pills remain? There are 10 of the 2nd grade and 3 of the 5th grade, came the reply. I shall take them all. How many spirit stones will that require? The 2nd grade is priced at 100 spirit stones each, while the 5th grade, due to a lack of demand, is only 1,000 spirit stones each. In total, it would amount to 3,500 spirit stones for you, immortal master. Li Changxian, unlike Jiang Mingli, was assured that he would profit from such a bargain. Were it Jiang Mingli, she would undoubtedly perceive this as an affront to her worth and would hardly be pleased. He pondered who this extravagant lady might marry in the future. She would surely encounter hardships then. Yet, he quickly reasoned, the demon emperor was unlikely to lack spirit stones, but given her fierce demeanor, who would dare to court her? However, immortal master, the pills are not available here in the Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion and cannot be delivered immediately. Yet, Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion has swift delivery services. Perhaps I could send someone to your residence shortly. Zhao Changshou's voice snapped Li Changxian back to reality, and he replied promptly, that sounds agreeable. After informing him of his lodging at the nearby inn, Jiang Mingli tucked away the 9-flower dragon immortal and departed with him. By this time, night had fallen outside. The moment they exited the auction house, Jiang Mingli swiftly flew towards the inn, leaving Li Changxian standing alone. He sensed something was amiss. She usually feared he might escape, and would trail closely behind him. It dawned on him that it likely pertained to the 9-flower dragon immortal. Jiang Mingli returned to the inn in haste, retrieving the 9-flower dragon immortal and examining it closely in her hands. Under the moonlight, the blossoms emitted a soft, white glow, their fragrance enchanting and soothing to the spirit. Just as the legends foretold, the plant bore 9 petals and 9 leaves, with the petals resembling dragon heads. Each leaf accompanied a flower, ascending in succession. Viewed as a whole, it resembled a magnificent dragon with 9 heads. No wonder it was named the Dragon Immortal. In fact, should it be refined into a pill, the absorption of its spiritual energy would be far more efficient, rendering further refinement unnecessary. However, for Jiang Mingli, this was not required. A few strands of spiritual energy would suffice to break through the spirit sealing seal, and she had no time to concoct it into a pill. Therefore, she swallowed the flower whole, leaving behind the 9 leaves, which she deemed unnecessary for their detoxifying properties. Upon consumption, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted within Jiang Mingli, akin to a flood breaching its dam, surging powerfully. This energy coursed through her meridians restlessly, as if intent on breaking free from her body. Fortunately, Jiang Mingli was no ordinary person. Her meridians had been tempered through prior cultivation, rendering her capable of withstanding such an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. After approximately 15 minutes, the spiritual energy from the 9-flower dragon immortal was fully absorbed by Jiang Mingli. At this moment, though the energy within her meridians was vast, she felt no discomfort. After all, she had once reached the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, granting her formidable resilience. The energy within her meridians, under her continuous guidance, began to circulate at an ever-accelerating pace, growing increasingly potent. Ultimately, satisfied with the level of circulation achieved, Jiang Mingli directed it forcefully towards her qi. The surging spiritual energy collided with the 5 chains that sensed the influx, causing them to radiate with golden light. Mysterious symbols leapt forth from the chains, enveloping Jiang Mingli's qi, preventing the external energy from entering and the internal energy from escaping, thus thwarting any resonance between the two. Yet, the spiritual energy from the Dragon Immortal continued to assault the chains, causing the mysterious symbols to operate at an increasingly rapid pace. The resistance generated immense force within the qi, and Jiang Mingli could no longer endure. Her brows knitted tightly as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, clearly enduring considerable agony. In the end, under the relentless barrage of spiritual energy, a fissure appeared in one of the golden chains. Elated, Jiang Mingli focused intently on directing her energy towards the breach. Bang! At last, in the final moments of her energy's depletion, one of the golden chains shattered, and a portion of the vast spiritual energy within Jiang Mingli's qi burst forth. The force generated by the destruction of the spirit sealing seal collided with the released energy, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood before she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. However, this time, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips, indicating her satisfaction. Though the Dragon Immortal could not compare to the Qinglian and Zilian, she was nonetheless content to have severed one chain. With some of her cultivation restored, her journey to Qinglian City was assuredly more secure. When she awoke again, she found herself resting in bed, snugly covered with a quilt. However, the person who had attended to her was nowhere to be seen, leaving her alone in the room. Jian Mingli rose and had just stepped off the bed when a flurry of footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by a delightful aroma that even she, who seldom indulged in food, found irresistible. Har, chicken soup is here. Li Changxian entered, carrying a clay pot. Chicken soup, Jian Mingli murmured to herself, for this was the first time she had encountered such a tantalizing dish. Are you feeling better? Li Changxian gently set the pot on the table and inquired. Jian Mingli understood his question all too well. Upon introspection, she realized, just as before, that one of the golden chains had been severed and her cultivation had returned to the initial stage of the spirit refinement realm, aligning with her expectations. I've regained some strength, Jian Mingli replied nonchalantly, gracefully taking a seat at the table. Seeing this, Li Changxian hurriedly served her a bowl of soup, placing it before her with a warm smile. His sudden display of kindness made Jian Mingli wary. Usually, he required considerable prodding to undertake even the simplest tasks. What had prompted this stubborn mule to show such generosity today? Thus, despite her overwhelming desire to drink, she suppressed her cravings and regarded him with a probing smile, deliberately refraining from tasting it. Noticing her lack of action, Li Changxian pushed the soup closer to her. Your Majesty, the Empress, do indulge in this delightful soup. Har, even his address had changed. Jian Mingli felt even less inclined to drink. She simply observed him in silence, curious to see what trick he was attempting to play. Your Majesty, the Empress, what a pleasure it is to partake in soup. Why aren't you drinking? Li Changxian urged, unable to contain himself. Jian Mingli continued to gaze at him, silent. The cold indifference was indeed formidable. Suddenly, Li Changxian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, why won't you drink? Drink? Drink. His abrupt outburst startled Jian Mingli. Li Changxian, what are you doing? Apologies, it's just that my emotions got the better of me, and I involuntarily slipped into role-playing, he hastily replied. Jian Mingli furrowed her brow, casting him a sidelong glance. What nonsense is this about role-playing? Chapter 26. Sister Mingli, what exactly do you wish to convey? You seem utterly unhinged all day. Jian Mingli pouted, unable to restrain her impatience. Did I not purchase several bottles of elixirs from the Lingxiong treasure pavilion? I was hoping to borrow some spirit stones from you. Li Changxian explained with a chuckle as he took a seat. Upon returning to the inn, he had discovered Jian Mingli fast asleep on the floor and had carried her to bed. However, recalling that he would need her spirit stones later, he thought it best to present himself in a way befitting a supplicant. Li Changxian believed that the habits of a fox demon were likely not too different from those of an ordinary fox, so he personally ventured into the inn's kitchen to prepare a bowl of chicken soup for her. Oh, so that is the matter. When you insisted on buying 100 spirit pills in one go, I assumed you were quite wealthy in spirit stones. Jian Mingli smirked, narrowing her alluring eyes in playful mockery. If Li Changxian was being so obedient, she felt compelled to have some fun with him. Your Majesty, could you lend me a few spirit stones? Just a modest sum of 3,500 will suffice. Are you quite certain this is a loan? Will you be able to repay it in the future? In Jian Mingli's eyes, a mere mortal like Li Changxian could hardly amass even 100 spirit stones, let alone over 3,000, rendering his words little more than empty promises. I assure you, I will repay. Li Changxian thought to himself that in a year's time, after he had eradicated a cult, surely he could gather 3,500 spirit stones. Though Jian Mingli regarded his claims as mere bluster, she recognized that his desire for elixirs was for self-preservation, given the numerous dangers accompanying her. Furthermore, she had an abundance of spirit stones to spare. Granting him some would not be a burden, but she couldn't allow him to acquire them too easily. Jian Mingli gracefully lifted the bowl of chicken soup resting before her and took a sip, her eyes lighting up at the delightful flavor. After a moment's contemplation, as if recalling something, she smiled mischievously and said, "First, call me sister." Jian Mingli had not forgotten his earlier claim of being her brother, and she was determined to settle the score. Li Changxian steeled himself. A true man must be flexible. Moreover, he reasoned that since Jian Mingli had become a demon emperor, she must be older than he. A few utterances would cost him nothing, and with spirit stones in the balance, why not seize the opportunity? After a round of self-persuasion, Li Changxian felt he was not at a disadvantage and, without hesitation, called out, "Sister." Jian Mingli was taken aback, expecting him to hesitate further, yet he had spoken so decisively. But she was far from finished. And what else? Your Majesty, think of something else. Jiang Mingli was intent on reclaiming all that was owed to her from the past. Li Changxian remained momentarily dazed. Sister Mingli, he was the boldest individual she had ever encountered, daring to call her by her full name and defy her. Despite her attempts to intimidate him, he remained unfazed, and she found him utterly fascinating. Although she had been curious about him before, the utterance of Sister Mingli sent chills down her spine. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner. Do not utter that again, and never call me that again, Jiang Mingli warned. She feared that if Li Changxian continued, he might utter something even more outrageous. What about the spirit stones? Li Changxian gazed at her with an ingratiating smile, causing her to feel uncomfortable. In a hurry, she produced 2 bags of spirit stones from her spatial pouch and tossed them to him. Upon inspecting the bags, Li Changchuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. They were filled to the brim with purple spirit stones, which likely totaled over 10,000 blue spirit stones. Truly, as a demon emperor, her generosity was grand. Since Zhao Changshou had personally come to deliver the elixirs from the Lingqiang treasure pavilion and was awaiting him downstairs, he hastened to acquire the spirit stones, rushing. Before leaving, he did not forget to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Mingli. Fuming, Jiang Mingli hurled the spoon after him, but he had already exited, and it struck the doorframe, shattering into pieces. Upon descending the stairs and entering the private room where Zhao Changshou awaited, the latter quickly rose to sit with him. Noticing that Li Changxian had lingered upstairs for quite some time, Zhao Changshou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, I did not expect the immortal to be so submissive to a woman. However, he dared not display any sign of his amusement. Once Li Changxian was seated, Zhao Changshou personally handed him 2 small porcelain vials, one white and one green, containing the elixirs. Feeling somewhat guilty for having kept him waiting, Li Changxian presented 100 purple spirit stones and said apologetically, I apologize for making you wait, Master Zhao. You need not return the remaining spirit stones. Zhao Changshou was taken aback to see Li Changxian still capable of producing 100 purple spirit stones. He had not expected such a sum to be available. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have offered his assistance to someone truly remarkable. You are too kind, esteemed immortal. I have yet to learn your name, Zhao Changshou said, his delight barely contained. Li Changxian. Li Changxian was indifferent to his own name, as few in this world knew of him, and he had not made any enemies. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Changshou pondered carefully and realized it was not one he had encountered among the major sects. This could only imply one thing: he was likely a reclusive master. With a grin, Zhao Changshou presented him with a red jade token, explaining, this token is called Qianlu Jade. With it, you may access any floor of the Lingqiang treasure pavilion at your leisure. If you ever wish to sell something, the Lingqiang treasure pavilion can auction it on your behalf or accept it, ensuring you receive the highest price. The Qianlu Jade had been entrusted to various subordinates by the pavilion's master, with instructions to present it to individuals of noble status or hidden talents. In this manner, the Lingqiang treasure pavilion expanded its connections throughout the 3 realms, earning the title of the foremost trading house in the cultivation world. Having received a membership token for merely a few hundred purple spirit stones, Li Changxian was naturally overjoyed. However, to maintain the aid of a reclusive master, he accepted the jade token with a stoic expression and remarked, that will suffice. Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I bid you farewell, Zhao Changshou said, taking his leave once all matters were settled. Leaving Li Changxian alone in the private room, he retrieved the 2 small porcelain vials, opening them to find the white vial contained second-grade spirit storage pills, emitting a faint fragrance, while the green vial contained 3 pills, the scent of the 5th-grade elixirs noticeably more potent. After a brief inspection, Li Changxian carefully stored the 2 vials. These would serve as his lifeline in the coming year. Chapter 27, The Celestial Vein of Annihilation. As Li Changxian returned to his inn room, he immediately noticed Jiang Mingli glaring at him with palpable intensity. Unfazed by her gaze, he casually approached the table and took a seat, only to discover that the chicken soup had already been consumed. Jiang Mingli, how was it? Was the chicken soup to your liking? Li Changxian inquired with a cheerful smile. Jiang Mingli's already darkened expression deepened into a scowl, her brows knitting together. Just moments ago, she had addressed him as Your Majesty and sister, but now that she had received the spirit stones, her true nature was laid bare. Was Li Changxian truly burning bridges behind him? However, as if a thought struck her, a peculiar smile crept across Jiang Mingli's previously sullen face. Li Changxian, have you forgotten that this empress has already restored her cultivation level? She remarked, simultaneously raising a delicate, pale hand and tightening her grip, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Li Changxian, displaying no signs of fear, replied in a leisurely manner, I still owe my thanks to Your Majesty. Not wishing to engage in further banter, Jiang Mingli shifted her focus. After all, he had been calling her by name for quite some time now, and she had nearly grown accustomed to it. Thus, she asked earnestly, have you obtained the spirit storage pill? I have indeed. Here. Li Changxian declared, placing 2 small porcelain vials upon the table. After glancing at the vials, Jiang Mingli adopted a tone of feigned indifference. If you knew that consuming this would lead to your demise, why did you procure it? Are you not afraid of death? Perhaps I won't have to die after using it. Li Changxian responded with a mysterious smile, firmly believing in the prowess of his celestial vein of annihilation. Jiang Mingli, keenly observant, could not overlook Li Changxuan's unusual confidence. Sensing that he harbored secrets, she realized that mere questioning would yield no answers. Consequently, she directly infused a strand of her divine sense into his body, intending to examine his constitution and meridians. Yet, she was soon left astounded. To her astonishment, she discovered that Li Changchuan's Dantian, where the qi should reside, was utterly devoid of it. No wonder he was unable to cultivate. However, his meridians were astonishingly 100 times broader than those of an ordinary person. She had encountered this in ancient texts concerning the demon race. It was a characteristic of the celestial vein of annihilation. Those possessing such a vein had meridians 100 times wider than normal, enabling them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and circulate spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, leading to a cultivation rate that far surpassed others. In comparison to others at the same realm, their strength would be vastly superior, yet, for thousands of years, no one with such a vein had appeared in Lingxiao continent. Upon feeling the intrusion of Jiang Mingli's divine sense, Li Changxian suddenly felt as though he were unclothed, as if his entire being were laid bare before her scrutiny. He promptly questioned, Jiang Mingli, what are you doing? Snapped back to reality, Jiang Mingli tentatively inquired, you are the celestial vein of annihilation. Li Changxian nodded, affirming her deduction, and added, I told you there was no need to worry. He was worried about you. Jiang Mingli mused, contemplating the implications of his unique constitution. Recalling all the peculiarities surrounding Li Changxian, the extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and the celestial vein of annihilation, she realized that such an individual could not cultivate unless he entered the realm of immortality and stored spiritual energy within his body. Even then, lacking a qi would render him significantly weaker than his peers. A person with such a constitution should have stood at the pinnacle of the human sect's celestial gates, yet he was akin to a waste due to the absence of the crucial qi. It was no wonder he had succumbed to despair, retreating into the mountains, detached from worldly affairs. Jiang Mingli, who fancied herself perceptive, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Li Changxian, yet she also recognized that it might be for the best. If such a person were truly capable of cultivation, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force against the demon race. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Mingli still felt compelled to advise Li Changxian, although you possess the celestial vein of annihilation, consuming this. However, since you have not practiced before, using a 5th-grade pill could deplete your vitality and damage your meridians. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from using the 5th-grade spirit storage pill. I understand. Rarely did Jiang Mingli offer him sound advice, and Li Changxian refrained from arguing, simply acquiescing. The following day, in Qinglian City, Yang Tsong stood atop the city wall, seemingly awaiting someone. He was uncertain of his junior sister's reliability, as she often forgot the tasks he entrusted to her. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue approached on a flying sword, quickly landing atop the city tower. Had Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli been present, they would have recognized her as someone they had encountered before. "Senior brother, long time no see, come here for a hug." Upon spotting Yang Tsong, the girl in the blue dress rushed over. Yang Tsong, seeing her approach, promptly pressed his forehead against hers. Do take note of your surroundings." At Yang Tsong's discreet reminder, the blue-clad girl noticed the nearby disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, who were observing her with bemusement. A blush crept across her cheeks as she bashfully extended her sword-shaped jade talisman, saying, "I am Yi Shiru, an inner disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yang Tsong's junior sister and the daughter of his master. Yang Tsong had joined the sect at a young age, starting his training at 4, while Yi Shiru was born half a month later, thus becoming his junior sister. They had grown up together, training side by side. Once the Floating Cloud Palace disciples confirmed Yi Shiru's identity, they allowed her to enter. A female disciple from Floating Cloud Palace escorted Yi Shiru to her quarters. After tidying up, she eagerly sought out Yang Tsong, asking, "Senior brother, is there a secret realm emerging this time?" Yang Tsong nodded in affirmation. Yi Shiru had already observed the commotion in Qinglian City upon her arrival, deducing that treasures must be manifesting. As the daughter of an inner elder of the extreme Dao sword sect, she had never ventured beyond the sect's confines prior to this. Yang Tsong, having started his training earlier, had previously descended the mountain for experience and shared many tales with her upon his return. Though the extreme Dao sword sect had its own secret realms for disciples to cultivate, they were relatively safe and not particularly perilous, leading Yi Shiru to grow weary of them. Yang Tsong had promised to take her into a secret realm on their next descent, which was why he had called for her so urgently. Although Yi Shiru had encountered secret realms before, they had all been previously explored countless times, rendering her uninterested. Upon hearing her senior brother's summons, she deduced that a new secret realm had been discovered, prompting her hurried arrival. "How long until it opens?" Yi Shiru inquired eagerly, her youthful face brimming with anticipation. According to the brothers from Floating Cloud Palace, it should be in 2 or 3 days. "Are that long?" Yi Shiru expressed her impatience. Although she didn't lack for rare materials, there was a sense of accomplishment that came from acquiring them herself. "Can you not wait 2 or 3 days? Besides, we are not in a hurry. Senior brother still has to wait for 2 friends." "What friends, male or female?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shiru's excitement faded, replaced by a hint of irritation. Yang Tsong, mindful of the not saying means it's a female, and when we return to the sect, I will inform my father that you are tarnishing the sect's reputation. Chapter 28, A Deeper Understanding Leads to Familiarity. The following day, Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru walked along the streets of Qinglian City. Yang Tsong had initially been reluctant to venture out, yet his younger martial sister, having never left the sect, was captivated by everything around her, compelling him to accompany her early in the morning. Since they had risen at dawn, the street vendors had yet to open their shops, with only a few stalls selling breakfast items available. Although Yi Shiru displayed a diminished enthusiasm for shopping, her spirits were noticeably lifted. "Senior brother, who are those 2 friends of yours? When did they arrive?" she inquired as they strolled. Having been left in the dark about their identities the previous day, she had spent a restless night, worried that her NAVE senior brother might be deceived by the wiles of unscrupulous individuals. Thus, she had awakened early, dragging him out for a walk. Upon hearing Yi Shiru's question, Yang Tsong paused for a moment in contemplation before replying nonchalantly, "Who they are, I am uncertain. As for when they arrived, I am equally in the dark." "HMPH, you seem to know nothing. I suspect you simply do not wish to tell me." "Truly, junior sister, we have only known each other for a single night. I genuinely do not know." Yang Tsong earnestly explained. At his words, Yi Shiru stood there momentarily dumbfounded. A single night, and 2. Her eyes reddened slightly, and with a stammer, she asked, "Then what were you doing together last night?" Yang Tsong, "I have no idea where they might be now." When Yi Shiru learned that they were aiding him in capturing wraiths and were siblings at that, she felt an immediate sense of relief. "Then why did you not accompany them?" "Only the younger sister possesses some cultivation, and their travel is rather slow, so I came ahead." Shall we not enter the secret realm first? They will come in on their own once they arrive. I owe them a favor and promised to assist them, Yang Tsung explained. What sort of favor? Thus, Yang Tsung recounted the events that transpired in Danqing town. After listening, Yi Shiro deemed her senior brother's actions appropriate, ultimately muttering, HMPH, you could have mentioned that earlier, you made me worry all night. Yang Tsung, unable to catch the faint murmur of his junior sister, paused in confusion and asked, what did you ponder all night? Senior brother, you truly outdance. Yi Shiro retorted, choosing to ignore him as she sauntered away leisurely. Yang Tsung scratched his head, baffled by his own obliviousness. Not wanting to dwell on it, he hurried after her. Before long, the streets began to bustle with activity. As the two wandered, just as they decided to return to their lodgings, Yang Tsung encountered a most unwelcome person. He had intended to avoid her, but the voice of Liu Yangyang rang out, Yang Tsung, what a coincidence, it seems we are fated to meet. Yi Shiro froze momentarily at the sound of those words. Once she collected herself, an uncontrollable fury surged within her, and she glared at Liu Yangyang with the intensity reserved for an adversary, thinking to herself that she had never even addressed her senior brother as brother. Yang Tsung awkwardly chuckled, it would be better for you to call me Yang Dao. We are not yet well acquainted. Not acquainted, then let us delve deeper to become familiar. Liu Yangyang purred seductively, swaying her alluring figure closer to Yang Tsung just as the two were a mere 3 feet. Do you not understand? Yi Shiro spat vehemently. However, Liu Yangyang showed no signs of anger, instead wearing a cheerful smile as she replied, so you are Yang Tsung's junior sister. I am Liu Yangyang, a friend of your senior brother. I have said not to call my senior brother Yang Tsung brother. Yi Shiro gritted her teeth, her ire barely contained. If it were not for the prohibition against fighting among cultivators in the city, she would have gladly skewered this vixen with her sword. Yet, as Yi Shiro was only 15, appearing youthful and delicate compared to Liu Yangyang's more mature demeanor, Liu Yangyang regarded her as a mere child. Noticing the palpable hostility emanating from Yi Shiro, Liu Yangyang felt a twinge of annoyance, but recognizing Yi Shiro's status as a disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect and Yang Tsung's junior sister, she refrained from displaying any displeasure. Turning her attention back to Yang Tsung, she smiled, I presume you have come for the secret realm as well. If we cannot acquire the Yinyu Qinglian, then surely, by joining forces, we can obtain the Xinjiang Purian sword classic. Then we could practice together. Liu Yangyang added, casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Tsung, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Yi Shiro, previously unaware of what treasures lay within the secret realm, was taken aback to hear that the Yinyu Qinglian and the Xinjiang Purian sword classic would soon emerge. She had heard of both treasures. The Yinyu Qinglian was known for its rich and potent spiritual energy, capable of repairing damaged meridians and accelerating healing, with permanent effects. The Xinjiang Purian sword classic, rumored to be a dual cultivation sword technique, was divided into 2 volumes. Xinjiang and Purian, which could be practiced separately, but when used by partners, their power would undergo a qualitative transformation. This vixen dared to claim she would practice with her senior brother. HMPH, how dare she attempt to steal him away under her very nose? Yi Shiro would not hold back, pushing Liu Yangyang away from them while huffing, HMPH, even if we enter the secret realm, my senior brother will be with me. When will it be your turn? After a brief pause, she added, my senior brother will never practice with you. Seeing the two embroiled in conflict, Yang Tsung feared that, given his junior sister's temperament, things might escalate into a confrontation. Thus, he quickly took her hand and hurriedly led her away. Junior sister, let us return. By the time Liu Yangyang grasped the situation, the two had already distanced themselves. She glanced over to see Yi Shiro, being pulled. Upon their return to the inn, Yi Shiro adopted a serious demeanor and began interrogating her senior brother. Speak, who is that Liu Yangyang, and how do you know her? Yang Tsung, though disliking Liu Yangyang, was perplexed by his junior sister's anger and could only recount the events that transpired a few days prior at the gates of Qinglian city. After learning the full context, Yi Shiro felt her worries abate, but not without issuing a warning. Senior brother, keep your distance from her in the future. She is clearly not a good person. Yang Tsung nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Shiro silently resolved to keep a closer eye on her senior brother from now on. Chapter 29. Shall we enforce familial lore? After spending a night within the city, Li Changxian intended to board a carriage the following day, but was halted by Jiang Mingli. Indeed, her purpose for visiting Qinglian City was the Qinglian secret realm, or more precisely, the Yunyu Qinglian within it. A month prior, while still in the Demon Clan's imperial palace, she had received news that both the Yunyu Qinglian and the Chaos. However, at that time, she faced the impediment of being unable to transcend to the Earth Immortal realm. Although the odds of encountering the Yunyu Qinglian were high, it would be of no use to her, which was why she had ventured to the Yinshu secret realm. Little did she anticipate the ambush set by the Taishan sect, leading her to once again seek the Qinglian secret realm in a bid to seize the Yunyu Qinglian and restore her cultivation. She wondered if the Taishan sect would once again lay a hidden trap, while the floating cloud palace was likely still unaware of these developments. Presently, it appeared that the Taishan sect had kept this matter under wraps. Otherwise, the entire Lingxiao continent would be abuzz with news of the demon emperor being afflicted by the Taishan secret technique, prompting the human race to initiate extensive manhunts. She was uncertain why the Taishan sect remained silent, but for her, it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Upon hearing Jiang Mingli's decision to forego the carriage, Li Changxian felt a surge of joy within, as it meant he would no longer have to toil to drive the vehicle. Let us depart, the city awaits. Jiang Mingli strode towards the city gate, only to find Li Changxian still rooted in place, prompting her to urge, "What are you dawdling for? Move? What of the carriage? What shall we do? Let it be lost." Jiang Mingli, uninterested in further discourse, conjured a thread of spiritual energy to bind around Li Changchuan's waist, dragging him along. "Oh, but that was my hard-earned money. At the very least, we should have sold it before leaving." Li Changxian protested from behind. Jiang Mingli appeared to ignore him, continuing her swift pace. "What a reckless spendthrift." Li Changxian mumbled under his breath, unable to resist her will. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Mingli, having regained half of her cultivation, possessed keen hearing, and his words reached her ears effortlessly. She halted, casting a fierce glance back at him, causing Li Changxian to immediately cover his. A breathtakingly beautiful female cultivator clad in a flowing white gown soared through the air at remarkable speed, tethered by a thread of spiritual energy to the waist of a handsome young man, who was being pulled along in her wake. A group of travelers, spotting the duo, exclaimed, "Look over there. It's clear that he has angered his lady and is now subject to familial law." I see." The questioner stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened by the revelation of such domestic discipline. "Jiang Mingli, could you slow down? I can't endure it." Li Changxian, being dragged through the air, pleaded desperately. He had not anticipated that the alternative to riding in a carriage would involve being towed by Jiang Mingli. In comparison, he found himself longing for the days of being a carriage driver. Jiang Mingli, seemingly oblivious to his plight, accelerated her pace. This was her form of retribution. How could she forget the embarrassment he had caused her during their previous journey? Had she not threatened him with her martial prowess, he would have continued to drive at a leisurely pace, frustrating her daily, and to think he had the audacity to call her a spendthrift. A person of his caliber would undoubtedly be foolish when it came to courting a wife in the future, she silently mused. Seeing that her admonishments fell on deaf ears, Li Changxian resolved to remain silent, recognizing that speaking only invited the wind into his mouth. Though he had flown at such speeds before, being pulled along by another rendered the experience decidedly uncomfortable. Thus, the pair soared through the skies for a day and a night. It was not until nightfall that Jiang Mingli chose to rest. It was not out of pity for Li Changxian, but rather her own fatigue. He merely hung in the air, contributing no effort to their journey. After all, Jiang Mingli had only just regained her early-stage spirit refinement, and hauling such a substantial individual would surely be exhausting. Otherwise, she would have simply allowed Yang Tsung. They landed in a desolate area, and as Jiang Mingli settled into a meditative posture to absorb the ambient spiritual energy and restore her vigor, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to waste a moment. She had perceived the intensifying green aura emanating from the direction of Qinglian City, signaling the imminent opening of the secret realm. However, for those unaware, unless they were near the entrance of the secret realm, it was nearly impossible to ascertain this. Her ability to perceive the green energy above Qinglian City was attributed to the innate talent of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the Qianhua Eye. This eye could dispel illusions, perceive energies, and even captivate hearts. Among the human cultivators, there existed a technique known as qi observation, which shared similarities with one of the abilities of the Qianhua Eye, allowing practitioners to gauge spiritual energy, discern good from evil, and identify treasures. Regrettably, mastering the qi observation technique required extraordinary talent, and the sects that taught it were exceedingly rare and typically aloof from worldly affairs. Thus, those proficient in qi observation were few and far between. However, for the nine-tailed celestial fox, such capabilities were an inherent advantage, merely a fraction of their innate gifts. Yet, this too necessitated continual cultivation and development to fully harness its potential. Noticing that Jiang Mingli had begun to meditate, Li Changxian ventured into the nearby woods in search of wild fruits, for he could not absorb spiritual energy to satiate his hunger. Assuming they would rest here for the night, he kindled a small bonfire for warmth. After more than an hour had passed and the night had grown late, Li Changxian, feeling drowsy, lay down beside the fire. Yet, it was not long before the familiar thread of spiritual energy coiled around his waist once more. Jiang Mingli, you cannot be serious. Must we continue this at night? Enough of your prattle. We must reach Qinglian City before tomorrow night, or we shall be too late. Jiang Mingli replied impatiently, though she still offered a cold explanation. Chapter 30, Princess Ling Wei and Mo Lingxian. The following noon, Jiang Mingli dragged the already slumbering Li Changxian to the outskirts of Qinglian City. It was not until they landed that Li Changxian opened his drowsy eyes. Exhausted from the previous night, he could not resist the urge to sleep, reasoning that since he had no pressing matters on the journey, he succumbed to slumber. As for Jiang Mingli, she was no longer surprised. She recalled how Li Changxian could doze off even while driving the carriage, and now, being carried by her through the skies, he remained in a state of repose, which had long ceased to astonish her. The duo meandered toward the city gate, and upon a glance, Li Changxian beheld the three ancient characters inscribed above the entrance, Qinglian City. We have arrived. Li Changxian exclaimed with delight, having initially thought they would stop for a break along the way. Now that they had reached their destination, he looked forward to resting, and his spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, the city was bustling with cultivators, and it was likely that some had even encountered the demon emperor. Hence, Jiang Mingli donned a white veil to obscure her face. The opening of the Qinglian secret realm was imminent, and all those who were meant to arrive had gathered. Thus, the queue to enter the city had considerably diminished. The crowd was divided into two lines, one for ordinary citizens and the other reserved for practitioners of the martial arts. As Li Changxian was currently a mere mortal, and Jiang Mingli lacked a false identity as a disciple of the human sect. However, just as they reached the front, the gatekeeper was inspecting their entry passes when a melodious yet commanding voice echoed, "Princess Ling Wei of the Qimo dynasty has arrived." Upon hearing this proclamation, the cultivators in the other line bowed slightly, clasping their fists in salute towards the direction of the city gates. Li Changxian turned to observe where they were bowing and soon heard the sound of footsteps, the rhythmic clapping of hooves, and the creaking of wheels. Gradually, a magnificent and exquisitely ornate carriage came into view, crafted from precious sandalwood. The carriage was adorned with intricately carved railings and a roof embroidered with golden threads depicting elaborate patterns, reminiscent of a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Its crimson wheels towered high, with delicate crystal pendants swaying gently, casting a kaleidoscope of colors as the carriage progressed. Even the horses pulling the carriage were rare and exquisite, flanked by armored guards, with 2 rows of attendants maintaining an orderly procession behind. The grandeur of the carriage was unlike any ordinary vehicle. It could only be likened to an ancient mobile palace. Li Changxian mused silently that had he travelled in such luxury upon his arrival, he would have spared himself considerable hardship. As the carriage approached, Li Changxian discerned a figure shrouded in the veil within. It was likely the very princess of the Qi-Mo dynasty they had heard about. Thus, Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli stood observing as the procession passed, while those around them remained prostrate on the ground, rendering them invisible to the crowd. When the carriage halted beneath the city gate, two distinct voices rang out, "We humbly greet Princess Ling Wei." The common folk uttered, "We humbly greet," while the practitioners proclaimed, "We bow in respect." Although the Qi, moreover, Princess Ling Wei, Mo Lingxian, held another significant title as the Saintess of Floating Cloud Palace, being at the early stage of the Yoshu realm, which further warranted their reverence. At that moment, Princess Ling Wei's entourage came to a stop. An attendant, noticing that Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli remained standing in the line of commoners without kneeling or even bowing, and daring to scrutinize the royal carriage, stepped forward to demand, "You two, having seen the royal carriage, why do you not kneel?" Do you dare to slight the imperial authority? Taken aback by the inquiry, Li Changxian was at a loss for words. However, kneeling was out of the question for him. He bowed to neither heaven nor earth, so why would he bow to her? As for Jiang Mingli, it was even more unnecessary. She was accustomed to having others kneel before her. Were it not for her current lack of strength, a mere word from her could have incinerated the entire Qinglian city, and even an assault on the Qi. Yet, having come this far, Jiang Mingli, embodying the spirit of the Qinglian, was unwilling to relent. But kneeling was simply unthinkable. She would rather remain unyielding to the end. Consequently, neither of them responded. Li Changxian continued to examine the carriage, feigning ignorance, while Jiang Mingli shot a glare at the guard, her eyes glinting with menace. Jiang Mingli's fearsome reputation preceded her. A mere glance from her could bring even the most formidable of beings to their knees in terror. How could a mere attendant withstand such intensity? The moment the guard met Jiang Mingli's murderous gaze, he nearly stumbled backward in fright, retreating hastily, unable to utter a word, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Mo Lingxian, seated within the carriage, had already spotted the two. After all, amidst a throng of kneeling figures, their standing presence was strikingly conspicuous. Thus, she lifted the veil and stepped out to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing Li Changxian, her thoughts momentarily faltered. She found him strikingly handsome, with an effortless charm that captivated her gaze. At the same time, Li Changxian beheld the true visage of Princess Ling Wei, finding her beauty to be extraordinary. However, when compared to the enchanting, she paled in comparison, and thus he did not regard her as particularly captivating. Just as Mo Lingxian regained her composure and intended to inquire about the matter, another figure, although he hailed from the foremost of the 5 sects, he was on her territory and thus chose to exercise caution. Initially, he had awaited the arrival of Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli atop the city wall, intending to greet them upon their entry, but was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Mo Lingxian. To his astonishment, the pair had shown no regard for the arrival of royalty, remaining standing and boldly scrutinizing her. Seeing Mo Lingxian personally intervene, he feared that if he lingered any longer, the two would be apprehended, prompting him to hastily step forward. Mo Lingxian regarded him with a raised brow but maintained her courtesy, saying, "Greetings, Daoist Jiang, what brings you here?" "Oh, these two are my junior disciples. I, Yang, have descended the mountain to accept disciples on behalf of my master and have brought them into the fold of the extreme sword sect." To appease her, Yang Tsong concocted a convenient lie. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to navigate the situation. I see. As friends of the extreme sword sect, it is indeed appropriate that you do not kneel in reverence. Mo Lingxian replied with a smile. Yang Tsong leaned closer to the duo, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, "Brother Li, a simple courtesy will suffice to smooth things over." He then glanced at Jiang Mingli, signaling her to comply as well. Jiang Mingli, however, paid him no heed, gracefully adjusting her sleeves as she strode into the city, unimpeded by any who dared obstruct her. Seeing Jiang Mingli proceed, Li Changxian thought to himself, if she refuses, then I shall not either. He prompted. Were the two siblings always this audacious? Moments later, Yang Tsung could only force a polite smile and apologize. My junior disciples have yet to enter the sect and are unaware of proper etiquette. I hope the princess will not hold it against them. Mo Lingxian, her gaze drifting toward the city, responded absently, it is of no consequence. Then I shall take my leave, Yang Tsung said, hastily retreating into the city, having felt the weight of the guard's ire upon him. Once he departed, the captain of the guards approached, inquiring, Princess, shall we allow the two to enter unimpeded? Should we verify their identities further? Mo Lingxian merely shook her head. Here we are. Upon entering the city, Yang Tsung hurriedly pursued the two individuals ahead. Once he caught up, he began to jest. Our brother Li, your siblings certainly have a rather unconventional approach to matters. He had previously surmised that Jiang Mengli's endeavors were related to the Qinglian secret realm, initially believing she sought merely a random treasure within. To his astonishment, however, her target was the Yunyu Qinglian. Yet, having already committed to assisting her, he felt it improper to retract his promise and replied, there are many individuals entering the secret realm this time. Disciples from Floating Cloud Palace, Star-Picking Pavilion, and Taishan sect are all present. I can only do my utmost. Once we enter the secret realm, I have my own plans. Miss Li, you too intend to enter the secret realm? Yang Tsung exclaimed in surprise, having assumed Jiang Mingli meant for him to retrieve the Qinglian on her behalf, never considering she would venture in herself. After all, during his time in Danqing Town, he had discerned Jiang Mingli possessed merely Qi induction realm cultivation. Entering the Qinglian secret realm at that level would render her little more than cannon fodder. Now, observing Jiang Mingli, shrouded in a misty aura, he could no longer discern her cultivation level, leading him to suspect she had employed a treasure to conceal her presence, thus rendering her figure enigmatic and peculiar. Not only, Yang Tsung felt as though the siblings had gone mad. While their bravery was commendable, he believed their actions would amount to little more than a death wish. Unexpectedly, however, Jiang Mingli voiced her opposition, saying, you should wait outside. What purpose would your presence serve? Your sister has a point, Brother Li, Yang Tsung added. Li Changxian looked at Jiang Mingli with a mysterious expression and said, did I not purchase that item? I can protect myself. He winked at Jiang Mingli, eager to enter the secret realm as he had never experienced one since arriving in this world. After all, as the saying goes, now that we're here, we might as well make the most of it. Jiang Mingli understood he referred to the spirit storage pill. If he combined Qi induction realm with the thunder control pearl, he would indeed possess the strength to fight. As long as he kept close to her, ensuring his safety would not pose a problem. Thus, she refrained from arguing further, indicating her acquiescence. Yang Tsung, however, remained baffled, perceiving the siblings' actions as peculiar, their words strange, leaving him in a state of confusion. Brother Yang, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, shall we find an inn to stay? Li Changxian said nonchalantly, wandering aimlessly. Oh. I previously mentioned that you two have been admitted to our sect. To avoid unnecessary complications, I believe it would be best for us to reside together, Yang Tsung suggested. Li Changxian pondered briefly before looking to Jiang Mingli for her opinion, but she continued walking, signaling for him to decide for himself. Then it shall be so, please lead the way, Brother Yang. Thus, under Yang Tsung's guidance, the two arrived at the inn specially reserved by Floating Cloud Palace for the disciples of. After explaining their purpose, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace promptly provided them with 2 rooms. Before entering their respective rooms, Jiang Mingli did not forget to warn Li Changxian, Do not even think about sneaking away. Li Changxian was left speechless, wondering what purpose such threats served. If he truly wished to escape, what use would her warnings be? Once they had settled into their rooms, Li Changxian began to drift into a deep sleep. Although he had rested the previous night, the frigid winds during their high-speed journey had made it difficult to sleep well. As evening approached, Li Changxian remained undisturbed in slumber, while Jiang Mingli knocked for quite some time outside his door, sensing his presence within, yet receiving no response. Frustrated, she kicked the door open. Bang! Li Changxian sprang up from his bed, startled to see Jiang Mingli barging in. Jiang Mingli, what are you doing? Can't you let me sleep in peace? The Qinglian secret realm is about to open, Jiang Mingli replied flatly. At her words, Li Changchuan's sleepiness vanished in an instant. How can it be so soon? Did you think I was rushing you for no reason? As they spoke, Li Changxian hastily donned his outer garments, ensuring he had the spirit storage pill, and together they exited the inn. Upon leaving, they found Yang Song waiting at the entrance. As he spotted the two approaching, he greeted them eagerly. Brother Li has arrived, let us go. My junior sister is already waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. You brought a junior sister with you. Jiang Mingli frowned slightly. Yang Song, sensing her concern, quickly assured her, my junior sister listens to me, and I heed Miss Li's plans. This is akin to having an additional helper, and it will not disrupt your arrangements. It had better be so, Jiang Mingli replied coldly before proceeding towards the direction of the secret realm. At that moment, the streets were devoid of ordinary folk who, fearing for their safety, had retreated to their homes and barred their doors, leaving only cultivators hastening towards the Qinglian pool. After a brief interval, the trio arrived near the Qinglian pool, which was now teeming with people, with individuals standing on the banks, on the water surface, and in the air. The Qinglian pool emanated strands of azure light, transforming the entire area into a shimmering river of azure luminescence. Senior brother, over here. A youthful, vivacious voice called out, and upon looking in the direction, they saw a girl bouncing through the crowd, waving enthusiastically at Yang Song. Upon noticing her, Yang Song led the two towards her. As Jiang Mingli and Li Changxian recognized Yang Song's junior sister, they immediately recalled her as the girl who had aided them against the bandits. Once they reached Yishiru, Yang Song began introducing her. This is my junior sister, Yishiru. He then turned to her, saying, Junior sister, these two are the individuals I mentioned who assisted me in Danqing town and saved my life. This elder brother is Li Changxian, and this young lady is Li Changli, I know. This fairy is his sister. Yishiru interrupted, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at them, astonished that they were indeed the people her senior brother had spoken of. Do you know each other? Yang Song scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. In response, Yishiru recounted the tale of how they had encountered the bandits on their way to Qinglian City. At that moment, Yang Song finally understood, realizing the inconsistency. Brother Li, how did your sister become your elder sister? What on earth is going on? Oh dear, this matter is inconsequential. The secret realm is about to open, look. Li Changxian urged, tapping his shoulder and pointing towards the Qinglian pool to divert his attention. Chapter 32, The Opening of the Azure Lotus Secret Realm. Silence, a resonant voice thundered through the air, instantly quieting the entire Azure Lotus pool. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged cultivator descended from the heavens, standing firmly in the void above the pool. After casting a cold glance at the gathered crowd, he proclaimed, I am Maishili, an inner elder of the Floating Cloud Palace, tasked with overseeing this expedition into the Azure Lotus Secret Realm. I shall not concern myself with any disputes that may arise within the realm, nor with your actions upon exiting. However, should anyone dare to raise their hand in violence within Azure Lotus City, do not blame me for being unyielding. This served as a warning to those who might disregard the rules, lest their quest for fortune lead to chaos that jeopardizes the interests of Azure Lotus City. After all, the Qimo dynasty and the Floating Cloud Palace share intricate connections. The saintess of the Floating Cloud Palace is none other than a princess of the Chimo dynasty, who will also be entering the secret realm alongside them. The safety of Azure Lotus City is a responsibility that the Floating Cloud Palace must uphold. Li Changquan's attention was fixated on the elder's name. What a peculiar name for someone so seemingly powerful, he murmured softly. Li Changqian, silence yourself, do not provoke trouble. Jiang Mingli transmitted her thoughts to him with a frosty warning. At that moment, Yang Tsong also cautioned Li Changqian, saying, Brother Li, it would be wise to speak less. Elder Mai is a formidable expert of the mid-transcendence realm, he is likely to overhear us. Upon hearing this, Li Changqian hastily covered his mouth, muttering faintly, well, I meant no offense, it's just an amusing name. Suddenly, it seemed that Mai Shili had caught wind of Li Changquan's words, glaring at him intensely. Li Changqian, intending to return the glare, was startled when Mai Shili drew a long sword. In his heart, he cried out, I merely jested, surely, you need not resort to violence. Mai Shili averted his gaze, directing it toward the Azure Lotus pool, prepared to enter the secret realm. With a commanding shout, he swung his sword downward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved the waters in two, sending torrents crashing against the banks. Simultaneously, the sword strike tore open the spiritual power barrier enclosing the secret realm, allowing rich spiritual energy to surge forth from the breach. Go, go, go! Instantly, countless cultivators surged forward, eager to plunge into the opening of the secret realm, disappearing into the shimmering azure rift. In mere moments, only a handful remained. Li Changqian and his companions exchanged glances, as Yang Tsong and Sister Yi Shiyu entered the realm first. Jiang Mingli released her strands of spiritual energy once more, drawing Li Changqian along with her into the secret realm. Soon, only Mai Shili and a few disciples of the Floating Cloud Palace remained above the Azure Lotus pool. Before long, a woman descended gracefully, prompting all present, including Mai Shili, to bow in respect. We pay our respects to the saintess. Mo Lingxian approached Mai Shili and said nonchalantly, Elder Mai, there is no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Highness, the saintess. Elder Mai, did you discern anything of note just now? Mai Shili understood the essence of her inquiry and pondered for a moment before replying. The two disciples from the extreme path sword sect appear entirely unremarkable. As for that man, I discerned him to be an ordinary mortal, yet the veiled woman accompanying him eludes my perception, and I cannot shake the feeling that she exudes. Elder Mai, please feel free to speak candidly. A sense of oppression. My apologies for causing the saintess any concern. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingquan's eyes flickered, lost in thought, as she murmured, a sense of oppression. Indeed, in truth, she had felt the same about Jiang Mingli. From the very first glance at the city gates, she sensed the woman was exceedingly dangerous. In her presence, she felt diminutive, as if the woman could take her life at any moment, her eyes brimming with confidence and an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Thus, when she witnessed Jiang Mingli brazenly entering the city right before her eyes, she refrained from sending anyone to intercept her. After considerable contemplation, Mo Lingxian instructed Mai Shili, unless she poses a threat to the sect or the populace, it is best to avoid conflict with her. Understood, Mai Shili replied respectfully. Subsequently, Mo Lingxian dove downward, gradually vanishing into the azure glow of the Azure Lotus pool. In the Kaisei realm, at the Grand Hall of the Taishan sect. Song Qingshan, have you dispatched any elders to the Azure Lotus secret realm? The sect leader, Shang Guanyu, sat at the head of the hall, deep in thought with closed eyes. Not yet, only a few disciples have ventured forth to explore the secret realm, replied Song Qingshan, the deputy sect leader, with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing that no elders had been sent, Shang Guanyu abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within. He slammed his palm on the crystal seat with force. Song Qingshan, you possess great audacity, how dare you defy my orders? Seeing the sect leader's fury, Song Qingshan remained unperturbed, earnestly advised, do we truly wish to send elders to their doom? Last time, we lost 5 Transcendence Realm elders. The Taishan sect cannot withstand such losses. If we suffer further losses, our position among the 5 great sects will be untenable. Shang Guanyu's chest heaved with agitation, his finger jabbing accusingly at Song Qingshan, chastising, the last time, the demon emperor likely fell victim to our sect's secret methods, so she will surely not relinquish the opportunity of the Azure Lotus. This is our one chance. Regardless, it is too late to intervene now, and I cannot stand idly by while you jeopardize the Taishan sect, Song Qingshan retorted defiantly. Hearing his words only stoked Shangguan Yu's ire further. What do you mean by jeopardizing the sect? Once we slay the demon emperor, launching an offensive against the demon race will be a trivial matter. Among the 5 great sects, we are closest to the purple nether realm. We will possess countless purple spirit stones. Why would we fear the decline of the Taishan sect? We may even ascend to the pinnacle of the sects. I do this for the sake of the Taishan sect. Where does this notion of destruction arise? Whether this is truly for the sect or a personal vendetta, brother, you know in your heart. With the discussion reaching such a critical juncture, Song Qingshan ceased to hold back, laying bare his convictions. Shangguan Yu, struck at a sensitive point, though still furious, softened his tone. Even if we do not act, do you think others will refrain? Everyone covets those mountains of purple spirit stones. Let us not forget how each sect attacked the demon race 6 years ago. No matter what you say, it is already too late. I hope the sect leader will act with prudence. I shall take my leave. With that, Song Qingshan's figure vanished from the grand hall, leaving Shangguan Yu alone. His expression darkened, lost in contemplation. Eventually, a cruel and murderous glint crossed his face, and he slammed his palm down once more, reducing a chair to Chapter 33, The Hidden Light Clock Drum Beast Within the Secret Realm of the Azure Lotus. As Li Changxian once again opened his eyes, he was greeted by a verdant expanse of towering trees, amidst which the calls of birds and the majestic mountains rose endlessly, suffusing the very air with a rich spiritual essence, so palpable that one could discern its flow beneath the earth with the naked eye. Rivers and peaks, cliffs and gorges, azure skies adorned with fluffy clouds, all coalesced into a At that moment, Jiang Mingli was guiding him as they soared through the air within the realm, granting him such a panoramic view. Where are the purple apple and his junior sister? Li Changxian suddenly. Those arriving at different times find themselves in disparate locations. What? How will we find them then? No need to search, just follow the water source, and we shall inevitably cross paths. How do you know they will also follow the water source? Are you daft? The Yunyu Qinglian grows by the water's edge. Li Changxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unfamiliar with the aquatic nature of the Yunyu Qinglian, he felt somewhat out of sorts, being rebuked for his ignorance by someone he had just called foolish. After half an hour of flying with Jiang Mingli, they finally discovered what appeared to be the largest river in sight. The river surged with rushing waters, interspersed with strands of condensed blue spiritual energy. Li Changxian had no choice but to obediently trail behind her. After 3 or 4 hours of walking, they arrived at a small lake. Being merely a mortal, Li Changxian was already utterly exhausted. Upon seeing the lake, he eagerly rushed forward and scooped some water into his hands to drink. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy within the water, he felt invigorated and almost ethereal the moment he swallowed. Jiang Mingli, let's take a break. I can hardly move, Li Changxian said languidly as he crouched by the lake. Jiang Mingli, finding his reasoning sound, began to meditate and absorb the abundant spiritual energy of the realm, which was far richer than that of the outside world. To not cultivate here would be a waste. Seeing Jiang Mingli in a meditative posture, Li Changxian understood her acquiescence and, with a loud shout, leaped into the lake. At the sound of the splash, Jiang Mingli opened her eyes to see Li Changxian swimming, a faint smile curling her lips as she thought how childlike he appeared at that moment. A quarter of an hour later, as Li Changxian returned to the shore, Jiang Mingli sensed his movement and stood up, preparing to continue their journey. However, as Li Changxian approached, Jiang Mingli suddenly noticed a dull grey object in his hand. What is that? Jiang Mingli inquired, her brow furrowing. It seems to be a sword. I just found it in the lake, Li Changxian replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli's brow furrowed even deeper. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must leave at once. With that, she instinctively summoned her spiritual energy, binding it to Li Changxuan's waist, intending to. Yet, halfway through her ascent, she discovered they were unable to escape. They were ensnared within a barrier surrounding the lake. Jiang Mingli attempted to strike the barrier with her, but it remained unyielding. In desperation, she returned to the ground and muttered with discontent, "What a mess you've made. Is this really my fault?" Li Changxian felt quite wronged, but knowing that escaping was paramount, he queried, "What is this place? Why is there a barrier?" Without answering his question, Jiang Mingli confirmed, "You said you found the sword in the lake." Li Changxian nodded. Upon receiving her answer, Jiang Mingli gracefully soared above the lake, taking out her and gently playing a note. Instantly, a chill surged forth, rapidly spreading across the lake's surface. Wherever the sound waves traversed, the water froze, and the fish that had been happily swimming moments ago were encased in ice. In an instant, the entire lake was transformed into a shimmering ice sheet, reflecting blinding light. Witnessing Jiang Mingli's display of power, Li Changxian couldn't help but silently commend her. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the ice surface quaked violently. Under this intense agitation, the recently frozen ice began to crack. Roar! A mighty roar erupted from beneath the ice, and the surface shattered, sending torrents of water and chunks of ice flying in all directions. Li Changxian hastily drew his sword to shatter the incoming ice fragments. Roar, roar, roar. 3 thunderous roars echoed, revealing what lay beneath the surface. Li Changxian squinted in disbelief. He beheld a creature resembling it. Most strikingly, this beast was entirely transparent, without the light reflecting off its form. One could scarcely discern its presence. Due to its transparency, Li Changxian could see a jumble of items within its belly. Clothing, weapons, and a collection of bones, likely the remains of fallen cultivators who had previously entered the secret realm. What on earth is this creature? Why does it look so peculiar? Li Changxian asked, perplexed. The barrier must have been activated automatically upon sensing intruders, preventing others from entering. Unfortunately, we have inadvertently become trapped within its confines, Jiang Mingli explained, her gaze fixed on the gradually. Jiang Mingli barely had time to intervene, shaking her head in resignation, amused by his eagerness to seize the opportunity to wield spiritual energy. The moment Li Changxian consumed the pill, he felt wisps of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Though he was merely at the mid-chi induction stage, it was certainly better than nothing. Thus, he unsheathed his rusty sword and, facing the hidden light clock drum, unleashed a sword strike accompanied by a wave of sword energy. However, before it reached the creature, it dissipated into nothingness. It seemed that his current strength was insufficient to sustain the sword energy, and Li Changxian sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli was momentarily. Many cultivators at the spiritual C stage struggled to manifest sword energy, yet here was Li Changxian at the Qi induction stage managing to do so, albeit with limited potency. It appeared this young man possessed extraordinary talent, though it was a pity he could not cultivate. Unfazed by his ineffective strike, Li Changxian gathered his spiritual energy once more, releasing his rusty sword to continue attacking the hidden light clock drum beast from a distance. He dared not approach the colossal creature, as their size disparity rendered close combat perilous. A mere misstep could result in his demise beneath its foot. However, his Qi induction stage fly. The hidden light clock drum beast let out a furious roar, shaking its colossal body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Li Changchuan's flying sword was sent hurtling back by the force of its rage. Jiang Mingli stood nearby, quietly observing Li Changchuan's actions, refraining from interference or assistance, merely wishing to assess his true abilities. At that moment, the hidden light clock drum beast finally took notice of the two humans disturbing its slumber, its eyes ablaze with fury. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar, sending a wave of powerful sound energy crashing towards them like a torrent. Chapter 34, The Jade Tablet. As the sound waves coursed through the air, sand, stones, and trees were sent flying. Upon witnessing the incoming sonic waves, Jiang Mingli raised her hand to conjure a barrier that enveloped both herself and Li Changxian. However, her brows soon knitted in displeasure as she delicately lifted her other hand, raising her garments to shield her mouth and nose. With the gaping maw of the hidden light bell beast wide open, a nauseating stench mingled with a fishy odor assaulted them, proving unbearable for both. "This turtle's mouth reeks," Li Changxian exclaimed. Moments later, the hidden light bell beast finally closed its mouth, and Jiang Mingli was unwilling to squander any more time. Her previous haste to pull Li Changxian away stemmed from a concern that dealing with the monsters here would consume precious time, potentially. Yet, to her dismay, they were still a step behind. Thus, Jiang Mingli swiftly drew her sword, wielding it like a flute, unleashing waves of sword energy that manifested out of thin air, relentlessly striking at the colossal creature before them. The sword energy collided with the hidden light bell beast, sending sprays of water flying, yet it failed to breach its shell-like defenses, only inciting its fury further. The beast let out a thunderous roar, summoning torrents of water from all directions that transformed. Jiang Mingli had no choice but to unleash a chill to freeze the onslaught, deftly manipulating the ice spikes to strike back at the beast. Yet, numerous water spears still hurtled toward Li Changxian, who found himself unable. With each water spear striking the ground, they exploded, creating deep craters. Jiang Mingli found herself at a loss for a solution. In the past, she could have effortlessly dispatched such a formidable beast with a mere flick of her hand. Yet now, she could not penetrate its defenses, resulting in a stalemate. While she possessed methods to ensnare it, annihilating it remained beyond her reach, leaving them trapped within this barrier. At that moment, Li Changxian discerned Jiang Mingli's predicament, realizing that the hidden light bell beast was composed entirely of water. An idea suddenly struck him. Jiang Mingli, try this. He hurled the thunder pearl into the air. Jiang Mingli caught it deftly, though she doubted the efficacy of the thunder pearl against something that even celestial artifacts could not harm. However, with no other options available, she resigned herself to treating this desperate measure as a last resort. After infusing the thunder pearl with a sliver of her spiritual energy, it soared into the sky, reminiscent of their encounter with the spectral soldiers in the mass grave, accumulating a tempest of thunder. In an instant, several bolts of purple lightning cascaded down, striking the hidden light bell beast. The electricity coursed through its body, revealing an enormous, electrified turtle figure. The beast howled, and as the lightning continued to rain down, the creature's movements grew sluggish. Finally, in a desperate bid, it extended its long neck hidden within its shell, gathering strength to strike at the thunderstorm, seemingly intent. Jiang Mingli recognized this as an opportune moment. With a graceful motion, she drew her flute-like sword, which immediately radiated a brilliant blue light, and unleashed a formidable strike toward the beast's outstretched neck. The bell beast, having accumulated its energy, unleashed its own attack toward the thunderstorm, causing the tempest to dissipate and the thunder pearl to return to Li Changxian's grasp. In that fleeting moment, as it attempted to retract its neck, Jiang Mingli's sword energy reached its target. The sword light cleaved through, severing the turtle's head, yet instead of blood, water gushed forth from the wound. Jiang Mingli returned to Li Changxian's side, who was inspecting the thunder pearl, feeling a surge of relief that it remained intact. Soon, the entire form of the bell beast collapsed within the waterless lake. Just as Jiang Mingli intended to press onward, Li Changxian suddenly exclaimed, "Wait!" Following his gaze to the center of the lake, they beheld the corpse of the hidden light bell beast rapidly. Spiritual energy continuously oozed from its form, dissipating into the ether and nourishing the secret realm. As it dissolved, various treasures fell from its body. Seizing the opportunity while he still had access to spiritual energy, he had awaited this moment to collect spoils. After such a grueling battle, it felt unjust not to take something away. Even as a mere spectator, peering into the jade tablet with his spiritual senses, he discovered. However, he had no time for a thorough examination, as Jiang Mingli had already taken his hand and urged him to move along. As they journeyed, Li Changxian, feeling somewhat bored, engaged Jiang Mingli in casual conversation. "Jiang Mingli, if you acquire..." She was indeed uncertain if the Yunyu Qinglian possessed sufficient spiritual energy, although she recalled how the nine-leaf dragon immortal had broken a chain, leading her to believe that the precious Yunyu Qinglian should suffice. Having never encountered the Yunyu Qinglian, she was only aware of its effects but not the extent of its spiritual power compared to the nine-flower dragon immortal. If consuming the Yunyu Qinglian did not allow her to break the remaining 4 chains, she would need to seek a third extraordinary treasure to aid her in shattering the sealing spell. However, even if she did not fully recover to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, she should at least regain her strength to the realm of transformation, making her subsequent searches for treasures less fraught with hesitation. Then when your cultivation is restored, will you return? At his words, Jian Mingli paused in thought. She had not truly contemplated this question. Originally, she had intended to eliminate him in there, but after their journey together, she felt sparing his life was not without merit. Thus, she replied coolly, "It depends on your performance." Hearing that there were conditions, a hint of despondency crept into Li Changquan's heart. He mused that following her to the demon clan would be of little utility, though currently, being with her seemed to serve no purpose. Enough of this chatter, let us move. Jiang Mingli urged icily. The two resumed their relentless journey, encountering various fortuitous opportunities and cultivators along the way. However, Jiang Mingli had little interest in engaging with them and thus refrained from competing, allowing them to contend among themselves. Yet, this proved a torment for Li Changxian. It was his first venture into the secret realm, his first encounter with so many wondrous treasures, yet he could only watch without the ability to claim any for himself. As they continued onward, the river widened, its waters radiating an increasingly potent spiritual energy, coalescing into a river formed of pure spiritual essence. A strong premonition surged within Jiang Mingli. They must be nearing the Yinyu Qinglian. Chapter 35, the third encounter with Liu Yangyang. Upon entering the secret realm, Yang Zong and Yi Shiro found themselves in an empty expanse, devoid of other souls. They speculated that the realm operated on a time division teleportation system, whereby individuals from different time periods were transported to disparate locations. This arrangement, however, was fortuitous, as it spared them the immediate strife and competition for opportunities upon entry. "Senior brother, should we seek our own fortunes first or assist in locating the Yinyu Qinglian?" Yi Shiro inquired. "Let us first search for the Yinyu Qinglian. We can collect whatever treasures we encounter along the way," Yang Zong replied. "Indeed, I shall heed your guidance, senior brother," Yi Shiro affirmed, nodding earnestly. After surveying their surroundings, Yang Zong set off on his sword, soaring toward a particular direction. "We must head toward the areas rich in spiritual energy. The Yinyu Qinglian thrives in such abundance." "Wait for me, senior brother," Yi Shiro called softly, her voice laced with urgency, as she mounted her flying sword to follow closely behind him. As they ascended, their vantage point improved, allowing them to observe the intricate flow of spiritual energy within the realm. "Oh dear, the concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that of our sect. What a pity we cannot cultivate here for a while," Yi Shiro lamented, delicately brushing her fingers through the swirling strands of spiritual energy. Yang Zong, upon hearing her words, could not help but tease. "If you were truly committed to diligent cultivation, you would not. Even if I were to leave you here, you would likely remain disinclined to practice." After descending the mountain, I quickly broke through. Clearly, the restrictions of our sect stifled my progress, preventing me from advancing to the divine refinement stage," Yi Shiro retorted, a hint of grievance in her tone. Before descending, she had only reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, the least accomplished disciple among those who had come down from the extreme Dao Sword sect. Consequently, her fellow disciples had teased her for quite some time, suggesting she remain in cultivation for another year before embarking on her journey. Though their advice held merit, she had been eager to accompany Yang Zong and disregarded their counsel. However, not long after descending, she achieved her breakthrough, much to her surprise, only for her beloved senior brother to jest about it at that moment. The pair continued their lively banter as they flew toward the direction of the spiritual energy's flow, yet, before long, a figure approached them at an alarming speed, causing their brows to furrow in unison. "Yang Zong, my friend, we..." Yet, Liu Yangyang appeared unfazed, her tone imbued with a hint of affection. "I told you, there is a connection between us." Yang Zong, who would have imagined we would cross paths again in this secret realm. Feeling overlooked, Yi Shiro seethed with indignation, glaring fiercely at Liu Yangyang, as if she wished to devour her whole. However, Liu Yangyang stubbornly pursued them. "What pressing matters does Yang Zong have? Perhaps I could be of assistance." Yang Zong disregarded her, quickening his pace. "I could lend a hand." "You're quite bothersome." Yishiro exclaimed, exasperated. Channeling her spiritual energy, she conjured 4 flying swords, directing them toward Liu Yangyang. Anticipating the assault, Liu Yangyang effortlessly dispersed the swords with a flick of her sleeve. Both parties came to a halt, and Yang Tsung fixed Liu Yangyang with a cold stare. "What exactly do you wish to achieve, Miss Liu? Why do you persistently cling to us?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yangyang feigned a pitiful demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I merely wish to explore the secret realm alongside my dear Yang Tsung. I had no idea Junior's sister harbored such misunderstandings and would resort to ambush me. How shameless! My senior brother would never lower himself to engage with a mere woman." "I shall not show you any mercy," Yishiro retorted through gritted teeth. With that, her flying sword returned to her grasp, and without further ado, she lunged at Liu Yangyang with lightning speed. Liu Yangyang maintained her facade of vulnerability, casting a sorrowful glance at Yang Tsung, hoping he would intervene on her behalf. Yet, Yang Tsung remained impassive, merely observing with a cool detachment. Realizing her tactic had failed, Liu Yangyang understood she could not garner the attention of this notable disciple of the extreme Dao sword sect. In that moment, resentment surged within her for having demeaned herself and utilized her charms to attract him. In the blink of an eye, Yishiro approached with her sword drawn, and Liu Yangyang, unperturbed, conjured a delicate 50-stringed zither as her weapon. As a disciple of the heavenly sound sect, her mastery lay in the arts of music and resonance. With a deft flick of her finger, a barrier materialized before her, intercepting Yishiro's thrust. Seeing the zither, Yishiro could not suppress a derisive laugh. "If you hadn't revealed your zither, I might have mistaken you for a disciple of the Harmony sect. You, a saintess of the Heavenly Sound sect, resorting to Harmony sect tactics. Tell me, are you not ashamed?" This remark ignited Liu Yanyan's fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation. With determination, she plucked a string, unleashing a wave of sound energy aimed at Yishiro's waist. Unfazed, Yishiro lightly tapped her toes against the air, elegantly leaping to evade the oncoming attack, which cleaved through the clouds behind her. Had it struck, it would have surely severed her in two. Har har. Have I struck a nerve, causing you to lash out in embarrassment? Yishiro taunted. I have endured your insolence for far too long. Liu Yangyang retorted angrily, her fingers dancing swiftly over the strings, unleashing a flurry of sound waves from various angles. HMPH. Do you think I fear you? Yishiro replied defiantly, relinquishing her grip on the sword, allowing it to hover before her as it spun rapidly, multiplying into a protective barrier. The intersecting sound waves collided with the whirling blade, dissipating into nothingness with each tremor of the sword. While Yishiro intended to press her advantage, but Yang Tsung interrupted, Junior sister, we have more pressing matters at hand. Upon hearing her senior brother's words, Yishiro glared at Liu Yangyang with palpable disdain. This time, I shall grant you a reprieve. Yet, as Yishiro turned to depart, Liu Yangyang struck again, plucking a string to unleash a swift sound wave toward her. Yang Tsung's expression turned icy as he formed a sword gesture, releasing a blade of energy that shattered the assault aimed at Yishiro. The energy also struck the 50-string zither, snapping several strings and grazing Liu Yanyan's arm. Finally, he issued a cold warning. Miss Liu would do well to refrain from underhanded tactics. Should you harm my junior sister, I shall not hesitate to take action myself. Chapter 36, The Virtuous Gentleman, Eljingchun. Suddenly, a calm male voice echoed from afar. Even if the extreme sword sect is the foremost among celestial gates, it should not resort to bullying the weak, nor exploit the many against the few. That is indeed the fault of the two of you, my friends. In the next moment, a man appeared before Liu Yangyang, gazing steadily and calmly at Yang Tsung and Yishiro. Who might you be? Yishiro inquired, her brows knitting in suspicion. I am Eljingchun, a disciple of the inner sect of the Taishen Gate. Out of courtesy, Eljingchun introduced himself with a mild gesture. Upon hearing that he was an inner sect disciple of the Taishen Gate, Liu Yanyan's eyes flickered imperceptibly, revealing her contemplative thoughts. What does this have to do with you? At that moment, Yi Shiru was incensed, showing no politeness toward Eljingchun's words. Eljingchun, however, was not perturbed. He maintained his composure and replied, I have observed from a distance for quite a while, and it was evidently you two who initiated the altercation. I merely sought to stand up for this young lady. Thank you, young Master L, for your assistance. However, I must admit that I have indeed angered this sister. Her retaliatory actions are only to be expected. Liu Yangyang leaned closer to Eljingchun, gently concealing her wounded hand. This side tugged at Eljingchun's heartstrings, prompting him to grasp her tender arm firmly yet gently, declaring with righteous fervor, My lady, there is no need for fear. They instigated the conflict first and acted in numbers against you. As a gentleman, I shall not allow you to be bullied. Meanwhile, Yang Tsung and his companion were utterly bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. Both of you should apologize to this young lady. I am certain that given her gentle nature, she will forgive you, otherwise, it would not reflect well on the extreme sword sect to bully a frail woman. Eljingchun earnestly proposed to Yang Tsung and his companion. Upon hearing this, Yang Tsung and Yi Shiru exchanged incredulous glances, rolling their eyes in unison, utterly perplexed by his line of reasoning. After all, who could mistake Liu Yangyang for a weak woman, especially when she had just unleashed a deadly move in a surprise attack? Brother, let us leave. Yi Shiru suggested softly, to which Yang Tsung nodded in agreement. They both felt that engaging in conversation with such a person was futile. They eagerly wished to locate Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli. Alas, you two wish to depart. To engage in such unjust deeds and then attempt to flee is truly a disgrace to the dignity of our 5 great celestial sects. Eljingchun raised his voice in admonition as they turned to leave, though he dared not approach them, knowing he could not match their strength, resorting only to verbal rebuke. Hearing this, Yi Shiru abruptly turned around and mocked Eljingchun. Does your Taishan Gate select disciples solely based on talent while disregarding intellect? How else could they have admitted you? Truly, you are aptly named, for you are as foolish as a donkey. After delivering her scathing retort, Yi Shiru could not resist pulling a face, her ridicule reaching its zenith. This left Eljingchun, who had been posturing with refined elegance, blushing furiously, momentarily at a loss for words. Moments later, Yang Tsung and Yi Shiru vanished from sight. Eljingchun remained rooted in place, his face still flushed from embarrassment, eventually managing to mumble, This woman is truly boorish and unreasonable. Meanwhile, Liu Yangyang feigned a look of remorseful delicacy. Thank you, young Master L, for your righteous words, yet I did not anticipate that I would also implicate you in this matter. Let us not dwell on them. My lady, is your injury serious? Liu Yangyang intentionally clutched her wounded arm, which had already stained her garments with crimson, and Eljingchun naturally took note of this. Thank you for your concern, young Master L. It is but a minor injury. I am the holy maiden of the Qianyin sect, Liu Yangyang. You may simply call me Yangyang. A minor injury can still leave a scar, which is particularly detrimental for young ladies such as yourself. Upon hearing this, Liu Yangyang immediately feigned alarm. Young Master L, will I be left with a scar? With that, she pulled up her sleeve, intentionally revealing not only her wound but also her delicate, fair arm. Seeing Liu Yangyang's alabaster arm exposed, Eljingchun's eyes flickered with an unusual glint, and he discreetly swallowed hard. I possess a superb healing ointment, Yangyang, you may apply some. However, I may require your assistance in applying it, not a problem at all. I take great pleasure in helping others. Meanwhile, Yang Tsung and Yi Shiru had already distanced themselves. Once assured that no one would follow them, Yi Shiru pouted and turned to Yang Tsung, lamenting, When I was embroiled in that conflict with that woman, why did you not lend a hand? Do you truly have feelings for her? My reluctance to assist you was merely to gauge your current abilities. If you were in danger, I would certainly intervene. Moreover, if we both acted together, it would indeed appear as if we were bullying the weak, which would tarnish the reputation of the extreme sword sect. Yang Tsung spoke candidly. Since their descent from the mountain, This girl had continuously followed him, rarely demonstrating her skills until their brief separation in the Kaisei realm. He had indeed intended to assess Yishiru's capabilities, all while ensuring her safety, believing that some tempering would be beneficial. Oh. Is that so? How does my brother assess my strength now? Yishiru inquired eagerly, hoping for affirmation from her elder brother. Not bad, just average, with ample room for improvement. Yishiru evidently did not receive the response she desired, her expression dimming with disappointment. Yet, before long, a thought seemed to flicker across her mind, and her dismay vanished, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she leaped onto Yang Tsung's flying sword. Yang Tsung, taken by surprise, almost lost control of the sword as they began to sway precariously. Seeing such an opportunity, Yishiru seized it without hesitation, wrapping her arms around Yang Tsung's waist, her cheeks aflame as she complained, "Brother, steady the sword. I can hardly keep my balance." "Sister, you are being unreasonable, quickly return to your own sword." "Not a chance, brother. Shiru is utterly exhausted from the scuffle and can no longer fly." Yishiru defended her position, tightening her embrace while burying her flushed face against Yang Tsung's back, unnoticed by anyone. Yang Tsung could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, "I truly cannot deal with you." In response to his sister's claims, Yang Tsung was unconvinced, attributing her behavior to her usual laziness, as she had always been rather lackadaisical in the sect. Yishiru softly muttered, "What a fool." Her voice was scarcely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, and the wind from their flight rendered it inaudible even to Yang Tsung, who was in the mid-stage of the refinement realm. "Sister, what did you say?" Nothing. Brother, please focus on controlling the sword." Chapter 37, The Unfettered Youth. Yishiru the two soared through the air for an indeterminate duration before arriving at a precipice, towering approximately 100 feet high. Below the cliff lay an expansive wilderness, stretching endlessly, with undulating hills and peaks in the distance. All the spiritual energy within the secret realm flowed towards the mountains nestled at the end of the plains below. Thus, Yang Tsung guided Yishiru in a dive downwards, heading towards the cliff's base. As they approached closer, a glimmering point of light caught their eyes, growing ever nearer. "Brother, that's the dragon's wandering herb," Yishiru exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the radiant object. It was only logical to seize such a treasure, a mere matter of a deft hand. Consequently, they soon landed at the cliff's foot, where they beheld the dragon's wandering herb, which grew precariously on the cliff face, not far from the ground. Now that they were close, they could discern the number of flowers on the herb. 7-flower dragon's wandering herb. What a pity it isn't the 9-flowered variety, but one shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, Yishiru muttered to herself. She stepped closer to the herb, intending to pluck it from its perch. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon slicing through the air reached her ears. "Be careful, sister." Clang. A serpent-shaped long sword embedded itself in the cliff. Fortunately, her keen ears detected the sword's approach, prompting her to retract her hand just in time, otherwise, it would have been severed. At that moment, Yang Tsung joined Yishiru's side and frowned upon seeing the sword lodged in the cliff. "Is that the sword of the floating cloud palace?" A long sword, drawn by their spiritual energy, flew back into one disciple's grasp. Yishiru silently memorized the appearance of this individual. She was one to repay grievances, and she had a penchant for doing so on the spot. The 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace regarded Yang Tsung and Yishiru with disdainful glances. "Fellow cultivators, this dragon's wandering herb already belongs to us. You should depart at once." "Who says it belongs to you?" "It's still growing right there," Yishiru retorted, her voice brimming with indignation. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "We saw it first, hence it is rightfully ours. In that case, we spotted it before you. Why should it be yours?" Yishiru's youthful face was aflame with fury. "Simply because there are 5 of us," one of the floating cloud disciples declared smugly, standing proudly among his peers. Yishiru, still simmering from her earlier frustrations with Liu Yangyang, could not contain her temper. Faced with the 5, she felt no fear and immediately summoned her sword, charging forward. The audacity of youth rendered her unafraid of tigers. Her resolve was clear, to confront them. In the face of this sudden assault, both sides were taken aback. The 5 disciples of the floating cloud palace had not anticipated her boldness, while Yang Tsung was astonished by his sister's audacity, as she boldly engaged 5 opponents alone. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the 5 disciples managed to react in time, stepping back as a large crater formed where they once stood. Startled, they realized she had attacked without provocation. Consequently, they drew their long swords and advanced towards Yishiru. Yang Tsung, unwilling to remain a mere bystander, immediately joined the fray, and soon the 7 were entangled in a fierce melee. Both Yang Tsung and Yishiru were inner disciples of the extreme path sword sect. One was in the mid-stage of the spirit refinement realm, while the other was in the early stage. Although the floating cloud disciples had the numerical advantage, the disparity in cultivation levels could not be easily compensated by mere numbers. Before long, the 5 disciples found themselves at a disadvantage. Having grown up together, Yang Tsung and Yishiru, while not practicing a dual cultivation sword technique, exhibited an exceptionally harmonious synergy. Under their relentless assault, the floating cloud disciples began to falter. In unison, Yang Tsung and Yishiru swept their swords, pushing their adversaries back and creating some distance between them. However, the 5 had ventured into the secret realm as a cohesive unit, capable of forming the floating cloud sword formation. The earlier chaotic melee had disrupted their formation, but now they seized the opportunity to regroup. With a shared glance, 3 of them arranged themselves in a line, swords raised to guard and strike, while the remaining 2 leaped onto the shoulders of the trio, their swords whirling in preparation for an attack. Go! The 2 on the shoulders pointed their swords, launching 2 flying swords towards Yang Tsung and Yishiru, who could only brace themselves with their swords. With a resounding clang, Yishiru felt a slight numbness in her hand. The force of the sword had jolted her wrist. Sister, buy me a moment, Yang Tsung urged, deflecting an incoming flying sword. Yishiru responded with a soft, all right, stepping forward to confront the assault of the 2 flying swords alone. In that fleeting moment, Yang Tsung gathered his strength, unleashing a powerful sword strike aimed at the 2 standing above. The sword energy shot forth like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The 3 disciples below, despite their intentions to defend, found themselves hampered by their positions. The sword energy shattered their protective barrier, sending the 2 on the shoulders crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Seizing the moment, Yang Tsung and Yishiru pressed their advantage, combining their efforts to unleash another wave of sword energy. The remaining 3, mere shadows of their former selves, faltered under the onslaught. One by one, the 5 fell to the ground, unable to rise. Yishiru recognized the person who had ambushed her earlier and, without hesitation, swung her sword at his right hand. After all, had she not reacted swiftly then, she would have lost her hand. Just as her sword was about to slice through his hand, a surge of sword energy intercepted it, and then Mo Lingxian gracefully appeared before the floating cloud disciple. The 5 disciples, witnessing this, scrambled to their feet and knelt on the ground. We pay our respects to the saintess. Mo Lingxian ignored them, her gaze fixed on Yang Tsung and Yishiru. With an expression devoid of anger or joy, she inquired, the 5 great sects are interconnected. Why has the young lady resorted to such harsh measures? Yishiru, brimming with indignation, faced the saintess of the floating cloud palace without a hint of trepidation. Harsh measures. Why should it be wrong for us to retaliate when they attacked us first? Am I at fault for striking off his arm? Your floating cloud palace is utterly unreasonable. Mo Lingxian's brow furrowed in contemplation. She had arrived not long ago, having witnessed the disciples of the floating cloud palace forming their formation only moments before, and thus had observed from a distance without grasping the full context of the situation. She turned to Yishiru and asked, what actions did my disciples undertake? Shouldn't you be asking them that? Chapter 38, Soul-Searching Technique. Mo Lingxian immediately turned to the 5 individuals behind her, her expression turning frosty. What exactly has transpired? The 5 hesitated, struggling to articulate their thoughts. If you cannot find the words, allow this saintess to assist you. After merely a few seconds of delayed response, Mo Lingxian unleashed her soul-searching technique upon the man who had ambushed Yishiru. The disciple cried out in agony before promptly losing consciousness. This sudden turn of events startled Yang Tsung and Yi Shiru. The soul-searching technique comes with strict conditions. If the target harbors even the slightest resistance, it can inflict severe damage upon their soul, resulting in madness, rendering them a fool, or worse, leading to their untimely demise. As Yi Shiru gazed at the unconscious disciple of Floating Cloud sect, she couldn't help but feel that the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace had acted rather ruthlessly, resorting to soul-searching even against a fellow disciple. She pondered whether he would awaken unscathed, become a fool, or perhaps never awaken at all. However, it was no longer her concern, it was entirely his own doing for having attacked her with a sword. In a brief moment, Mo Lingxian had grasped the entire situation. She then reached out and plucked the 7-flower dragon herb from the cliffside, turning to the two and stating, "The vengeance for Miss Yi has been avenged by the saintess. The dragon herb can also be yours, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Mo Lingxian fixed her gaze solely on Yang Tsung. "Yang, my friend, what of your two newly acquired disciples? What does this have to do with my disciples? There is no need for you to be so evasive, my friend. I am fully aware that they are not disciples of the Extreme Sword sect, and that the story of you accepting them as your disciples is merely a fabrication. I only wish to ascertain their true identities." Yang Tsung's brow furrowed deeply at her words. He had suspected long before at the city gates that the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace would not be easily deceived by such a clumsy lie, yet, at that time, he could not devise a better plan and had resorted to claiming they were his disciples. He had thought she truly believed him, but now it seemed otherwise. Seeing Yang Tsung lost in contemplation, Mo Lingxian continued, "Even if you refuse to reveal their true identities now, once we exit the secret realm, the saintess can easily send individuals to surround them in Qinglian City, ensuring they cannot escape. If you disclose their identities now, even if they are not of your Extreme Sword sect, as long as they refrain from actions that threaten the Qimo dynasty and Floating Cloud Palace, the saintess will not pursue them." Upon witnessing Jiang Minli's glance at the city gates, Mo Lingxian had sensed an underlying danger from her. Since then, she had felt an unsettling apprehension, yet they had not caused any disturbances. Yang Tsung, upon hearing Mo Lingxian's words, felt utterly speechless. He had concealed their identities out of concern that the siblings might not gain entry to the city, which would subsequently prevent their access to the secret realm. He could not fathom why the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace regarded them as such a formidable threat. However, he assumed it was merely a misunderstanding on her part. Furthermore, upon reflection, he believed that revealing Li Chanchuan's identity would be more beneficial, as their identities were rather unremarkable. Otherwise, they would surely be apprehended by the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace once they exited the secret realm. Thus, Yang Tsung explained to Mo Lingxian, "Saintess, are you perhaps overthinking this? They are merely an ordinary brother and sister. Brother Li Changxian possesses no cultivation, as you likely observed at the city gates. Sister Li Changli is merely at the Qi gathering stage. Such a pair of siblings posing a threat to the Qimo dynasty and Floating Cloud Palace. Surely, you jest." Yang Tsung added with a hint of mockery. Mo Lingxian regarded Yang Tsung's earnest demeanor and began to doubt her suspicions. Could it truly be that she had overthought the matter? After a lengthy contemplation, Mo Lingxian returned to her senses and inquired once more, "Then why did you assist them in entering the city?" "Because they have done me a kindness." Has the saintess finished her inquiries? "You do not wish to ask what kindness they have bestowed upon me, do you?" If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing Yang Tsung's response, Mo Lingxian fell into another bout of contemplation. She too felt that perhaps she had overthought the situation, as her knowledge aligned perfectly with what Yang Tsung had conveyed. A moment later, Mo Lingxian snapped back to reality, only to find the two preparing to depart. She guided the 7-flower dragon herb with her spiritual energy to Yang Tsung's side, fulfilling her promise. However, Yang Tsung did not accept it. "Saintess, perhaps you should keep it for yourself. I feel undeserving." Yang Tsung felt a pang of guilt for revealing Li Chanchuan's identity. Although it would not bring them any harm, and they had no confidentiality agreement, he still felt a sense of betrayal towards his friends and hesitated to accept the herb. Even though they had discovered the herb first, it was Mo Lingxian who had harvested it, thus rightfully making her its owner. Junior sister, let us depart." With that, Yarn Tsung and Yishiru vanished into the horizon. Mo Lingxian reclaimed the seven-flower dragon herb, her gaze fixated on the fragrant blossoms in her hand, murmuring quietly, "Li Changxian, Li Chang, Li." Meanwhile, after Yarn Tsung and Yishiru had flown far away, Yishiru, perplexed, asked, "Senior brother, why did you not take the seven-flower dragon herb? It was a rare treasure we had painstakingly sought. The reason being, I revealed their identities and felt undeserving of the gift, thus I could not accept it." "Wait, aren't they siblings? How did they become brother and sister? I had intended to ask earlier." Cough. I am not entirely certain myself. Yarn Tsung was thoroughly bewildered by the situation, yet the two were eager to press on and did not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, Yishiru muttered under her breath, "My dragon herb, after all, it was the first treasure she had set her sights on upon entering the secret realm, and she had nearly lost a hand over it, even engaging in a scuffle." Though she did not voice her discontent, it undoubtedly weighed heavily on her heart. Suddenly, Yishiru seemed to have a realization, shouting, "Senior brother, they have done you a kindness, I have not. I need not feel guilty. If you do not wish to take it, I can." Yarn Tsung nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his junior sister's reasoning. While Yishiru exchanged a meaningful glance with her senior brother, suggesting, "Senior brother, what if we return to retrieve it?" Yarn Tsung chuckled softly at her suggestion, playfully tapping her on the head. "Return to take it? You truly have a vivid imagination. You too must think it reasonable for me to take it. Should we return now, they would have already departed. What if they have not? There is no time. We must seek out Brother Li and the others." "Oh. Very well then." Chapter 39, The Guardian Beast of the Lotus, the Water Serpent. At this moment, Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli had finally arrived at the river's end. Before them lay a vast pit, at the bottom of which was a profound pool of water. It could be said that this was the terminus of the river within the secret realm. More aptly, it could be termed a pool of spiritual essence, for all the spiritual energy from the river had converged here, creating a natural spiritual spring of remarkable potency. To retrieve this pool's water would be akin to acquiring treasures even more precious than purple spirit stones, yet, the wonders did not cease there. In the pool, lotus flowers bloomed in profusion, their delicate petals twinkling like stars, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. More captivating still, at the heart of the spiritual pool, a colossal lotus leaf rose majestically, its size exceeding that of ordinary lotus leaves by 100-fold, ample enough to accommodate 8 or 9 individuals standing upon it. Atop this leaf blossomed a resplendent 6-petaled lotus, radiating a gentle azure luminescence, its brilliance dazzling to behold. The spiritual energy from the pool surged continuously through the stalk of the lotus leaf, nourishing the azure-hued lotus and endowing it with enchanting radiance. Jiang Mingli gazed dreamily at the blooming azure lotus, exclaiming, "Yinyu Qinglian, I've found it." Li Changxian also marveled at the lotus's endless luminescence at the center of the spiritual pool, silently exclaiming, "So this is the Yinyu Qinglian. Wait here and do not disturb anything," Jiang Mingli instructed before soaring directly towards the spiritual pool. In a mere moment, she reached the side of the lotus leaf. However, just as she intended to pluck the Yinyu Qinglian, she discovered a natural barrier firmly connecting the lotus and its leaf, creating a protective shield around it. Not wishing to waste time, Jiang Mingli summoned her artifact, condensed snow. In an instant, a multitude of sword energies manifested out of thin air, striking the barrier before her. Under such a fierce and concentrated onslaught, the natural barrier, along with the lotus leaf, trembled violently, yet it showed no signs of fracture, remaining as solid as a fortress. This intense disturbance seemed to awaken something deep within the spiritual pool. The waters began to bubble and churn, as if brought to a boil. Both individuals noticed the anomaly in the pool and looked down, only to see a serpentine shadow swiftly gliding along the bottom, followed by a resounding splash. Bang! Splash! A water serpent, measuring several dozen feet in length, burst forth from the depths, its form resembling that of a snake, its surface adorned with hard, smooth blue scales. Its head was enormous, sporting a horn that had begun to emerge, exuding an aura of transformation into a dragon. At that moment, it raised its head high, baring sharp teeth and glaring intently at Jian Mingli. Jian Mingli recognized this as the guardian beast of the Yunyu Qinglian. It appeared that defeating it was the only way to obtain the precious lotus. Without hesitation, she transformed her flute into a sword and charged at it. Her graceful form split into 2, then 4, casting illusions that momentarily confused the water serpent, allowing her to land several strikes. The condensed snow glided over its resilient blue scales, sparking as it made contact. Although the condensed snow was an artifact, it merely left scratches on the serpent's thick hide, failing to breach its formidable defenses. After all, the condensed snow was originally a flute, reproposed by Jian Mingli as a weapon. Its sharpness could not compare to that of a true celestial sword. Had it been a genuine celestial sword, slicing through its scales would have been as effortless as cutting through vegetables. After enduring several strikes, the water serpent was thoroughly enraged. It lunged towards the 4 figures, sending them flying, with only the real Jian Mingli remaining. Just as she regained her balance, the serpent's massive maw descended upon her, intent on swallowing her whole. Fortunately, Jian Mingli's reflexes were swift enough to narrowly evade the attack. The serpent's jaws snapped shut on empty air, causing its head to plunge into the pool. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Mingli launched several strikes at its tail. Given the tail's slenderness and the likely lesser thickness of its scales compared to other parts of its body, her strikes found purchase, eliciting sprays of blood. The serpent, in pain, emitted a hiss reminiscent of a giant python, its colossal form swiftly retreating into the depths of the pool. Yet, in mere moments, it re-emerged, lunging at Jian Mingli once more. However, during that brief interlude, the wounds inflicted by Jian Mingli's strikes had already begun to heal. Li Changxian, observing the battle from a distance, instantly recognized the serpent's weakness. It seemed the creature could rapidly recover its injuries by drawing upon the spiritual spring. On the other side, the water serpent resurfaced and opened its massive jaws again. This time, however, it was not aiming to swallow Jian Mingli, but rather to conjure several water swords from the saliva dripping from its fangs. With a mighty roar, the water swords shot forth. Jian Mingli, choosing not to defend, played a gentle note on her flute, allowing the crisp sound to ripple outward like waves. The incoming water swords dissipated into nothingness in response to her melody. Indeed, the celestial musical instrument was best utilized for its intended purpose. Thus, Jian Mingli played once more, producing a distant, ethereal tune. Yet, this did not affect the water serpent in the slightest. Furrowing her brows, Jian Mingli realized, as expected, that all the beasts within this secret realm were not living creatures but rather half-beast, half-spirit entities, animated by spiritual energy. Consequently, sound waves had no impact on their consciousness, which explained why the body of the hidden light Beldrum beast had disintegrated into spiritual energy upon its defeat. Understanding the nature of the situation, Jian Mingli again played the jade flute. However, this time, instead of attempting to influence its mind, she transformed the sound waves into sword energy. As her melody continued, a torrent of sound wave sword energies struck the water serpent. This time, the serpent's scale seemed unable to withstand the relentless assault of the sword energy. In mere moments, the serpent's body was marred with blood, bearing numerous sword marks. The water serpent, seeking to repeat its previous tactic, attempted to retreat into the spiritual pool to heal its wounds. At that moment, Li Changxuan's voice resonated from below the pool. Jian Mingli, do not let it return to the water. However, his urgent warning inadvertently revealed his position. While Jian Mingli continued her assault on the water serpent, she cast her gaze and spotted Li Changxian at the edge of the spiritual pool, gathering water from the spring, causing her heart to skip a beat. At that moment, the water serpent also became aware of the presence of another human. Its lack of spiritual energy had rendered Li Changxian invisible to it until now. Infuriated by Jian Mingli's earlier injuries, the serpent lashed out with its tail towards Li Changxian with tremendous force. The serpent's tail surged forth, accompanied by a roaring wind, unstoppable in its momentum. In that instant, Li Changxian, with his ordinary human agility, found himself unable to evade the strike, and even the use of a spirit recovery pill would be too late. Though it was merely a tail, it was still vastly larger than Li Changxian, casting an enormous shadow as it approached. Just as Li Changxian contemplated a desperate leap into the water for a chance at survival, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. Chapter 40, Do Not Die in an Instant. Darkness enveloped Li Changxian, accompanied by a muffled groan that sent a shiver through his heart. Simultaneously, his face sank into a realm of softness, where fragrant wafts of orchid and a faint scent of milk permeated his senses, refreshing and invigorating. When he finally emerged from this cocoon of softness and reopened his eyes, he found himself brought back to the brink of the deep pit by Jian Mingli. Observing Jian Mingli at that moment, he noted the crimson streaks at the corners of her mouth, a clear indication that she had sustained injuries while evading a strike from the water serpent to save him. "Find a place to hide," Jian Mingli said coldly, before once again charging towards the water serpent. Li Changxian had anticipated a scathing rebuke from the enchantress, yet her demeanor had inexplicably softened. Nevertheless, he dared not add to her troubles and sought a secure vantage point to survey the surroundings, hoping to alert Jian Mingli should anyone approach. Though Jian Mingli felt a surge of anger towards Li Changxian, she redirected all her fury towards the water serpent, realizing it was her own instinct to warn him. Yet, she soon discovered that her assaults merely grazed its scales, failing to inflict any significant harm. Consequently, she shifted her focus to its vulnerable spots, initially targeting its tail proved futile, as the water serpent remained ferocious. Thus, Jian Mingli set her sights on its pair of piercing serpentine eyes. To ensure it could not evade her, she once again blew into her transverse flute, transforming the melodious notes into a torrent of sword-like energy that relentlessly struck its body. As the water serpent became overwhelmed by the barrage, Jian Mingli seized the opportunity, launching a surge of condensed snow that erupted like a blue divine rainbow, swifter than lightning and more rapid than the wind, its might akin to thunder, aimed precisely at the serpent's eyes. By the time the water serpent reacted, it was too late to evade, and the azure streak pierced through one eye. Emerging from the other, however, given the positioning of its eyes, the strike did not deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it incited a furious rage within the creature. The agony of losing its sight sent the water serpent into a frenzied state, unleashing a roar that reverberated like thunder in the depths of the pit, brimming with boundless wrath and authority. The sound carried a profound power that caused the earth to tremble, akin to a tempestuous wind or crashing waves against rocky shores, instilling a sense of dread. Blinded and enraged, the water serpent could no longer see Jian Mingli, thrashing its robust tail in a desperate attempt to strike at an unseen foe while emitting thunderous roars that echoed its inner turmoil and suffering. This aimless assault sent waves crashing within the spirit pool, the water surging like a tumultuous sea against the banks. Witnessing the rampaging water serpent, an idea sparked in Jian Mingli's mind. She swiftly made her way to the center of the spirit pool, where the lotus leaf barrier stood, and unleashed several bursts of sword energy to capture the serpent's attention. As anticipated, the mindless construct of spiritual energy obeyed its directive, relentlessly whipping its tail against the barrier. Yet, despite the vigorous shaking, the barrier showed no signs of cracking. Thus, Jian Mingli added fuel to the fire, biding her time before striking the serpent's brow with another surge of sword energy. This action was not intended to slay it but rather to provoke its ire. As expected, the water serpent roared once more, opening its cavernous maw to gather a sphere of spiritual energy. Encircled by swirling waves, it radiated lethal intent, prompting Jian Mingli to stealthily retreat to a safe distance. Once the water serpent completed its accumulation, the sphere emitted a blinding white light, hurtling towards the lotus leaf barrier in a cataclysmic collision, sending shockwaves rippling outward. With the spirit pool as the epicenter, the resulting energy wave swept across the surroundings, causing Li Changquan's robe to flutter wildly as he stood outside the spirit pool. When the deep pit finally settled, the tumult subsided, revealing fissures in the lotus leaf barrier and indicating that the water serpent had also sustained severe injuries. As the guardian beast of the Yunyu Qinglian, the water serpent was intrinsically linked to the barrier. Its destruction had inflicted damage upon itself, a realization that Jian Mingli should have foreseen. Moments later, appearing exhausted, the water serpent plummeted heavily back into the spirit pool. Jian Mingli, now disinterested in it, soared towards the fractured barrier, eager to seize the Yunyu Qinglian and make her swift exit. However, just as she prepared to shatter the barrier completely, the Yunyu Qinglian seemed to sense the external disturbance, beginning to tremble violently. It then emitted a radiant green light, and the barrier shattered entirely, a green beam shooting skyward, casting a pale azure hue across half the secret realm. Far over 100 miles away, Yarn Tsong and Yi Shijiao were drawn to the spectacle of the ascending green beam. Junior's sister, hurry over, if Brother Li and the others see this, they must have arrived as well. Yi Shijie urged. Nodding in agreement, Yi Shijie replied, I will heed your words. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of sword light, racing towards the direction of the luminous pillar. Such a celestial phenomenon startled every cultivator within the secret realm, halting their activities as they turned to gaze at the distant green light. What a magnificent sight! The Yunyu Qinglian has manifested. Should we go and witness the spectacle? Indeed, while we may not obtain it, a mere glance should be permissible. Let us go. In an instant, countless figures surged towards the green beam. Moments later, as the green light faded, the six-petaled Yunyu Qinglian hovered serenely at the center of the lotus leaf, radiating a gentle green glow. Jiang Mingli's heart sank. This extraordinary phenomenon would surely attract numerous onlookers. She hastily reached out to grasp the green lotus, swiftly darting to Li Chanquan's side, only to find him standing in a daze. Move, she urged him. We can no longer escape, Li Chanxian replied flatly. Following his gaze, Jiang Mingli saw dozens of figures encircling the entire deep pit. They had erected barriers around them to prevent their escape. These cultivators had been seeking opportunities nearby and rushed over upon witnessing the manifestation of the green lotus. Initially, they had merely intended to glimpse the Yunyu Qinglian, believing that anyone capable of obtaining it would be from one of the 5 great sects, and they dared not confront such formidable individuals. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the fortunate ones were merely 2 unknown rogue cultivators. Realizing that they were not affiliated with the 5 great sects, their trepidation vanished, and they felt emboldened to seize the opportunity. Li Chanxian scrutinized the poised crowd, ready to spring into action, and quietly inquired, Jiang Mingli, do you have confidence in breaking through? With you by my side, not at all. Then the empress must remain here to accompany me, Li Chanxian hastily declared. Seeing Li Chanxian in such a state of alarm, Jiang Mingli couldn't help but smile inwardly. Yet, she was not jesting. Should they emerge with the Yunyu Qinglian, not only would the 5 great sects pursue them, but other sects would also seek to claim it, leaving them with no peace until they returned to the demon realm. Thus, she contemplated that it might be wiser to refine the green lotus within the secret realm. Who would dare obstruct her then? She softly instructed Li Chanxian, hold them off for a moment. I will do my utmost. Jiang Mingli Chapter 41, Yang Yi arrives. After Jiang Mingli departed, Li Chanxian was left anxiously waiting, pondering why the purple apples had yet to arrive. This was utterly unreliable. However, he had no time for complaints, as the opposing cultivators were already charging towards him. Without a moment to spare, Li Chanxian swiftly retrieved a 5th-grade spirit storage pill and consumed it. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, causing his aura to rise steadily until it reached the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, where it finally plateaued. Taking a deep breath, Li Chanxian reveled in the surging power within him, a familiar sensation flooding his heart. Although this power was nowhere near the abundance he had experienced as an earth immortal, it was sufficient for the current circumstances. Fortunately, these cultivators were not disciples of the 5 great sects. Their realms were generally not high, most hovering around the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, with a few merely at the initial spirit realm. Li Chanxian's unparalleled heavenly immortal lineage naturally rendered him far superior to others of similar realms. Thus, even in the face of numerous adversaries, he remained composed. Resolving to confront the multitude, Li Chanxian abandoned the notion of taking them down one by one. In a flash, he soared into the air, a rusted sword flying to him from a distance, landing steadily in his grasp. Gripping the hilt tightly, he fixed his gaze on the approaching horde, murmuring to himself, I have yet to test the might of the sword technique imparted by that old man. With that, he rapidly infused spiritual energy into the rusted sword. In an instant, strands of sword chi rippled outward like waves, and he swung the sword fiercely, sweeping it towards the crowd. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and dust was sent swirling through the air as the sword chi surged forth. The leading figures were instantly flung backward, spitting blood. Witnessing this, those behind them heightened their vigilance, exclaiming, Be careful, this lad has already manifested sword chi. Li Chanxian furrowed his brow. It appeared they were the few who had yet to cultivate sword chi even upon reaching the spirit sea realm. In the blink of an eye, more attackers launched themselves at Li Chanxian, but all met their demise under his sword. Though their realms were comparable, Li Changxian possessed an extraordinary physique, not to mention a heart as resolute as an earth immortal's. Their understanding and mastery of the sword way were not on the same level, and thus their combat prowess was similarly mismatched. Those who dared approach within 3 feet of him found themselves grievously injured or dead. They soon recognized Li Changquan's exceptional prowess in the sword way, yet Yun Yuqing and her companions were reluctant to concede. Thus, they banded together, sending wave after wave to charge at Li Changxian, hoping to exhaust him through sheer numbers. Meanwhile, others surged towards Jiang Mingli, for the deep pool was simply too vast. With Li Changquan's current strength, he could not oversee all directions. However, Jiang Mingli paid them little mind, merely casting a barrier around herself for protection while obscuring the situation within. She then summoned Ningxue to guard her surroundings as she began to refine the first petal of the Yun Yuqing lotus. Unlike the Yulong immortal grass, which contained gentler spiritual energy, the amount of energy within the Yun Yuqing lotus was several times greater. Not being of the heavenly immortal lineage and currently at the spirit refinement realm, she could not withstand such a vast reservoir of power, necessitating a gradual refinement process. Fortunately, due to the relatively mild nature of the Yun Yuqing spiritual energy, the process was significantly quicker than that of the Jiuhua Yulong immortal grass. Upon seeing the barrier, the surrounding cultivators realized she was commencing the refinement of the Yun Yuqing lotus. They relentlessly attacked the barrier encasing the lotus leaves, but they were mere insignificant foes, swiftly falling beneath Ningxue's vigilant defense. Ningxue whirled around the lotus leaves with astonishing speed, and several figures plummeted from the air, their vitality extinguished. As time stretched on, more and more individuals arrived at the spirit pool. Some merely observed from a distance, seemingly uninterested in the conflict, while others, without hesitation, charged towards Li Changxian in an attempt to seize this rare treasure. At that moment, dozens of spiritual power flying swords hurtled towards Li Changquan's direction, but their target was not him, rather, they aimed at those attacking him. Many were caught off guard, struck down by the flying swords from above. "Apologies, Brother Li, we arrived late," Yang Tsong said with a guilty expression as he and Yishiyu landed beside Li Changxian. Upon seeing their arrival, Li Changxian felt a wave of relief wash over him and shook his head, saying, "It's not too late, it's just about right." This only deepened Yang Tsong's feelings of shame, his expression laden with remorse. However, he suddenly noticed that Li Changxian was different from before, his eyes widening in surprise. "Brother Li, how have you reached the Spirit Sea realm, and where is your sister?" "It's a long story. For now, we must hold them back and prevent them from approaching the lotus leaves at the center of the spirit pool." Li Changxian raised an eyebrow, addressing the hesitating cultivators before him. At this moment, the 2 disciples noticed the small barrier atop the lotus leaves in the center of the spirit pool, devoid of any attackers except for a few corpses and a jade flute that circled around. Although they could not discern the situation inside, they understood that Jiang Mingli must be within. Without further ado, the 2 disciples brandished their swords, raising them to warn the onlookers. These 2 are under the protection of the extreme Dao sword sect. The already hesitant crowd grew even more uncertain. If they could not take down one person, now 2 disciples of the extreme Dao sword sect had appeared. Some began to contemplate whether it was better to abandon the effort altogether. Just as their internal conflict reached a peak, a mocking voice rang out, "You too, how can you represent the extreme Dao sword sect? You truly do not fear being laughed at." The 3 turned to see El Jingchun and his entourage of Taishan sect disciples, accompanied by Liu Yangyang. "Then let us fight." The typically fierce Yishiyu immediately formed a sword gesture, as if ready to strike at any moment. El Jingchun merely chuckled awkwardly, looking at the other disciples from different sects. "Why not join forces, my friends? They are but 3, do we truly fear them?" El Jingchun anticipated that his words would incite a frenzy, prompting them to rush at the 3 of them to seize the precious Yun Yuqing lotus without him needing to lift a finger. However, his expectations were dashed. Instead, the crowd glared at him with resentment. "This Taishan sect friend has truly calculated well. You wish for us to engage in mutual destruction while you reap the benefits. Dream on. We are leaving." One of them scolded, and soon the crowd retreated a step, opting to observe from a distance. They were not foolish. Not only would they be toiling for naught, but they also did not wish to be caught in the conflict between two major sects. Observing the dozen or so disciples from the Taishan sect, Yishiyu could not help but lament to her senior brother, "We ought to have informed our fellow sect members about this expedition. Now it's just the two of us venturing into the secret realm, alas. Are you scared?" "How could I be?" Yang Tsung replied with a satisfied smile, then turned to Li Changxian. "Brother Li, we leave your sister in your capable hands." Li Changxian nodded, and then Yang Tsung and his sister stepped forward, swords drawn, positioning themselves before the disciples of the Taishan sect. Li Changxian flew to the barrier surrounding the lotus leaves in the center of the spirit pool, staring at the protective screen, uncertain of how long it would take Jiang Mingli to emerge. The effects of the spirit storage pill would soon wane, although the first pill would not significantly impact him. If more adversaries arrived and he had to consume another, his meridians might truly suffer damage. Chapter 42. You certainly wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall your master, would you? Under the leadership of Chun, the disciples of the Taishan sect treated Yang Tsung and his companions with utter disdain, leading to a swift confrontation. In Chun's eyes, as long as they spared the lives of their senior siblings, the Taishan sect had already shown considerable leniency towards the extreme Dao Sword sect. After all, although the five great sects appeared united on the surface, the competition and strife among their disciples were far from trivial, especially within the secret realm where life and death were of no consequence. However, Chun underestimated them. Despite Taishan sect's numerical superiority, they were merely outer disciples, which meant they were not entirely obedient to Chun. Thus, they were lacking in strength, and the cooperation between Yang Tsung and Yishiro was remarkably effective, preventing them from sustaining any injuries. What utter uselessness! Chun silently cursed, then unsheathed his spirit sword and personally launched an attack, recalling how he had previously suffered humiliation at the hands of Yishiro. He would not let them escape easily. "Young Master L, allow me to assist you," Liu Yangyang declared, joining the fray after observing for a while. With the addition of these two combatants, it was evident that Yishiro and her companion were struggling to cope. Had it not been for the dual sword formation of the extreme Dao Sword sect, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Soon thereafter, both of them bore wounds and were bleeding. Meanwhile, Li Changxian could only watch from a distance, unable to intervene, as their current wager was entirely reliant on Jiang Mingli, leaving no room for mishaps. However, witnessing them being besieged was not a viable solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Li Changxian, and he cast a devious gaze at Jiang Mingli's jade flute. The flute seemed to sense his attention and came to a halt. "Can you comprehend my words?" Li Changxian inquired tentatively. The flute bobbed up and down, indicating its understanding. Delighted by this response, Li Changxian continued, "Then go assist those two." He had just observed the flute's formidable fighting capability, as it had previously incapacitated everyone around with a single note. However, this time, the flute shook from side to side, signaling its reluctance. This infuriated Li Changxian, who exclaimed, "Those two are risking their lives for your master. Surely, you would not wish for anything to happen to your master, would you?" The flute bobbed affirmatively. "Then make haste." The flute shot forth a distance before pausing again, seemingly hesitant. Noticing its apprehension, Li Changxian gestured reassuringly, "Fear not, I shall safeguard your master." Seemingly reassured, the flute then soared forth, transforming into a blue rainbow, swiftly penetrating the ranks of the Taishan sect's disciples. Many disciples were caught off guard, swiftly felled by the sword-condensed snow. This sudden turn of events momentarily stunned both sides, as Jiang Mingli had never previously revealed the flute's power to Yang Yi and his companion, leaving them uncertain whether this entity was friend or foe. However, they soon discerned that the jade flute was solely targeting the Taishan sect disciples, exhibiting no hostility towards them, and appeared to be there to assist. Nonetheless, Yang Tsung remained somewhat perplexed, feeling as though he had heard of this jade flute before, though he could not quite place it. Yet there was no time for reflection, as the unassisted condensed snow was unable to simultaneously deal with so many Taishan sect disciples. Thus, the two coordinated with the flute, once again preventing the Taishan sect disciples from advancing. "This flute, everyone, be on guard." Chun could not help but warn. At this point, he had begun to sense that something was amiss. Why would a sentient magical artifact exist within this secret realm? Was a significant figure also present, or was the jade flute a fortuitous find within the secret realm? Seeing that the flute's master had yet to reveal themselves, Elgin Chun hastily concluded that the flute was a masterless treasure. Thus, he renewed his assault on Yang Tsung and his companion, intent on eliminating them before seizing this untethered artifact. From a distance, Li Changxian noted that with the arrival of condensed snow, the pressure on Yang Tsung and the others had considerably diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He also descended upon a lotus leaf, as the 15 minutes had elapsed, and the spirit storage pill had lost its effect. However, the side effects of the 5th grade spirit storage pill had not manifested, likely owing to the innate talent of the absolute heaven immortal vein, which enabled his meridians to withstand the influx of spiritual energy without issue. Li Changxian gazed at the second 5th grade spirit storage pill in his palm, hesitating over whether to consume it. If he refrained, should several more cultivators arrive, he might not have time to take the pill. Yet if he did use it, he was uncertain whether his meridians could endure the side effects of taking 2 consecutive spirit storage pills. After much contemplation, Li Changxian sighed, to save her is to save oneself. He then swallowed the second 5th grade spirit storage pill, instantly restoring his cultivation. He could only hope that Jian Mingli would complete her refinement swiftly. Should 2/4 of an hour pass without her emergence, the 3 of them would truly be unable to hold out. As expected, shortly after he consumed the pill, 7 figures emerged from the opposite direction of the battle against the Taishan sect disciples. Gliding through the air, they appeared to tread upon the stars, surrounded by an aura reminiscent of constellations. People from the star-plucking pavilion. Li Changxuan's gaze fixed intently on the newcomers, having recognized their identities. However, the 7 were courteous, refraining from immediate aggression, instead addressing Li Changxian with inquiries. "Friend, is the Yun Yu Qinglian present within this barrier?" One of them gestured towards the small barrier beside Li Changxian. "Would you believe me if I claimed it was not here?" "Of course, I would not." The individual responded without ire, maintaining a calm demeanor. Despite their tardiness, the essence of the Yun Yu Qinglian was unmistakably emanating from the barrier behind Li Changxian. They were not easily deceived. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian merely stepped forward, positioning the barrier behind him, brandishing his rusted sword to indicate his stance. Seeing Li Changxuan's attitude, the leader of the group repeatedly gestured, "Friend, let us prioritize harmony, let us prioritize harmony." This left Li Changxian bewildered, uncertain of their intentions. However, given that they were from the star-plucking pavilion, they were undoubtedly not mere spectators. Li Changxian, having no desire to engage in their theatrics, abruptly shook his rusted sword, causing the numerous swords from the previous battle to tremble and fly to his rear. Hundreds of flying swords were aimed at the 7, their blades quivering as if poised to strike at any moment. "Since harmony is paramount, I kindly ask you all to retreat beyond the spirit pool." Yet the 7 neither advanced nor retreated, the leader gazing at the multitude of flying swords with a glint of admiration in his eyes, exclaiming, "A spirit sea realm cultivator with such accomplishments, truly exceptional talent." However, suddenly, his expression turned cold. What a pity. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7 launched a coordinated attack, leaping towards Li Changxian. In that same instant, the 100 poised flying swords behind Li Changxian shot forth, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. However, their power seemed insufficient to inflict harm, as the attackers managed to fend them off. Seizing the moment while the flying swords delayed their advance, Li Changxian produced a wine gourd and took several swigs. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. Although his aura still lingered within the spirit sea realm, his strength had ascended beyond it. This was the spiritual spring water he had collected while Jian Mingli was engaged in battle with the water serpent. Li Changxian reasoned that since he lacked a reservoir to store spiritual energy, he might as well drink the spiritual spring water and utilize the energy within, thereby acquiring spiritual power for himself. Chapter 43, Li Changquan's initial encounter with the Saintess of Floating Clouds. While indulging in his drink, Li Changxian lamented the squandering of the spiritual spring, yet there was no time for such thoughts. Thus, he summoned his sword energy once more, commanding the flying sword to relentlessly assault the 7 members of the star-picking pavilion. It was only then that the 7 realized the true prowess of Li Changquan's sword, as he single-handedly held them at bay for an extended period. With no other choice, they united their strength. A single strike sent the surrounding flying swords hurtling in all directions, and they charged once more towards Li Changxian. Li Changquan's sword had long been poised for action, and as the rusty blade slipped from his grasp, it darted among the 7, mercilessly slicing through them. Though he did not slay them, 4 of them bore the marks of blood. This was the unique flying sword technique that Li Changxian had devised, distinct from the teachings of the old Taoist ways. Upon witnessing their injuries, the 7 were consumed by rage and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Li Changxian, their momentum akin to a raging tempest, with nowhere to evade. As Jiang Mingli stood directly behind him, Li Changxian prepared to deliver a desperate counter-strike when suddenly, a female figure appeared above the spiritual pool, effortlessly dispelling the force of the palm strike. Does the Saintess of Floating Clouds also covet the Yun-Yuqing lotus? The 7 from the star-picking pavilion halted, addressing the newcomer with a hint of disdain. Mo Lingxian did not respond but instead turned her gaze towards Li Changxian, inquiring with a calm demeanor, "Are you Li Changxian?" Stunned, Li Changxian wondered what kind of performance this was, but he answered nonetheless, "Yes." Mo Lingxian paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before her expression grew increasingly indifferent. "You should hand over the Yun-Yuqing lotus. I can ensure your safe exit." "I do not possess it," Li Changxian replied, exasperated, for the Yun-Yuqing lotus was not in his possession. "If you refuse to surrender it, you shall not leave the secret realm alive. I have already stated it is not with me." "You are obstinate. Then let us fight." Li Changxian was too weary to engage in further dialogue. If she desired the lotus, she should simply state it outright rather than beat around the bush. At these words, Mo Lingxuan's expression turned frosty as she charged at Li Changxian. "You are no match for me." Meanwhile, the Taishan sect found itself gradually losing ground. Elgin Chun was keenly aware of the reinforcements from both the star-picking pavilion and Floating Clouds Palace. He understood that the likelihood of acquiring the Yun-Yuqing lotus was slim. However, he was determined to seize the unclaimed jade flute. Seizing an opportunity as the flute soared past him, he harnessed his spiritual energy to momentarily halt its flight. In that fleeting instant, he discerned 2 ancient characters engraved upon the flute, which sent a wave of terror coursing through him, causing his complexion to pale as he instinctively withdrew his hand. Without hesitation, he fled at full speed from the spiritual pool, heading towards the exit of the secret realm. Disregarding the other disciples of the Taishan sect, Liu Yangyang, having kept her focus on him, pursued him, though she could not fathom his sudden change in behavior. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples of the Taishan sect were oblivious to Elgin absence, and they found themselves exhausted, forced to defend against the dual onslaught of 2 individuals and the flute. After exchanging several blows with Mo Lingxian, Li Changquan's rusty sword had been shattered. However, he noted that she had not employed any truly damaging techniques, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The 7 from the star-picking pavilion could only observe from a distance, for Mo Lingxian was a saintess, and the secret realm lay within her domain. Both parties paused, and Mo Lingxian urged Li Changxian with unwavering conviction, "Surrender the Yun-Yuqing lotus, or none of you will leave the secret realm." "Fool!" Li Changxian found himself nearly laughing in frustration. Throughout history, treasures belonged to those with virtue. How absurd it was to label an act of thievery as noble. Did it truly make sense for the Yun-Yuqing lotus to fall into the hands of Floating Clouds Palace? Upon hearing this, a flash of resolve crossed Mo Lingxuan's eyes, and she lunged at Li Changxian with a ghostly swiftness, her fury palpable, clearly intent on holding nothing back. At that moment, the jade flute swiftly struck down several disciples of the Taishan sect before racing towards the center of the spiritual pool. The remaining disciples of the Taishan sect were no match for the likes of Yang Tsong and Yishiu, who dispatched them with ease. At this juncture, the situation had evolved such that the members of the star-picking pavilion merely watched, while the disciples of the Taishan sect had lost their fighting spirit, subdued by Yang Tsung and Yi Shiyu, while other cultivators retreated to observe from the periphery of the spiritual pool. The only combatants remaining were Li Changxian and Mo Lingxian. As she closed the distance to within 3 feet of Li Changxian, the jade flute surged forward as well. The flute deftly intercepted Mo Lingxuan's attack, causing both it and Mo Lingxian to be pushed back 2 steps. The flute then hovered before Li Changxian, remaining perfectly still. As if an epiphany struck him, Li Changxian grasped the jade flute, which felt smooth and cool to the touch. The flute showed no resistance. Li Changxian mused that it was indeed meant for him to wield as a weapon. The jade flute conveyed its intent, indicating that had it not been for its master's request to safeguard him during his seclusion, it would not have allowed him to use it. Mo Lingxian regarded the suddenly intervening flute with a peculiar expression, unable to comprehend this extraordinary artifact that could autonomously counter her strike. Nevertheless, she could not relinquish the Yunyuqing lotus. Consequently, a white jade sword manifested before her, her gaze sharp as she thrust it forward. Before the sword even reached him, the sword energy exerted pressure that quickened the air around them, causing Li Changxuan's garments to flutter. A beam of sword energy shot forth, and with the jade flute in hand, Li Changxian did not flinch. He swung the flute like a sword. A tremendous surge of sword energy erupted, shattering Mo Lingxuan's incoming attack in an instant, not even allowing it to endure for a breath's time. Yet the sword energy did not cease there. It struck Mo Lingxuan's body with blinding speed, then impacted the waters of the spiritual pool, sending forth a colossal wave. Mo Lingxian coughed up blood, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing herself in midair. This sudden turn of events astonished all onlookers, as they had not anticipated Li Changxian, wielding the jade flute, to exhibit such strength. Some even speculated whether Mo Lingxian had deliberately held back, though it did not appear so. Even Li Changxian himself was taken aback, realizing that the sword energy he infused had been magnified several times. As the crowd regained their composure, murmurs began circulating regarding Li Changxian. "The saintess is so beautiful. How can that fellow lay a hand on her? What a beast, he is truly no gentleman." Though distanced, Li Changxian, now possessing considerable cultivation, could still faintly hear their words, baffled by their mindset. Was it permissible for others to strike him simply because she was Mo Lingxian? Was he expected to endure without retaliation? Was there such a principle in the world? Amidst the ongoing debate, an unexpected crisis emerged. The spiritual pool erupted with a resounding bang, and the previously submerged water serpent surged forth, its wounds fully healed. Its eyes had regained clarity, albeit now with a deep crimson hue. Upon surfacing, it attacked anyone in sight, and with a single swing of its tail, it sent Mo Lingxian flying. The 7 from the star-picking pavilion attempted to collaborate to subdue the creature, but the water serpent unleashed a roar that sent shockwaves through them, causing blood to pour from their mouths and noses as they were thrown backwards. The water serpent, noticing the throng of onlookers, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of water, sweeping away a wide swath of cultivators. Any who came into contact with the water sizzled, their flesh gradually dissolving into blood, eliciting continuous cries of despair. At that moment, only Li Changxian remained at Jiang Mingli's side, steadfast in his defense. The water serpent, seeing him, showed no mercy, its eyes blazing with fury as it lunged. Yang Tsung and Yi Shiyu, wishing to assist, had just taken flight towards the spiritual pool when the water serpent, seemingly aware of their presence, executed another tail swipe. They had no time to resist, instantly vomiting blood as they were sent crashing back to the shore. Chapter 44 The emergence of the demon emperor. Li Changxian, wary of any misstep, consumed the remaining spirit spring in one gulp. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like an explosion. Realizing the grave situation, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his meridians, a clear indication of injury. That demoness, did she not merely request that he stall for a moment? Yet nearly 2/4 of an hour had elapsed, and she was still nowhere to be seen. Cursing her now would be futile. The massive maw of the water serpent had already engulfed him, leaving Li Changxian with no choice but to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy to envelop the entire lotus leaf. With a resounding bang, the water serpent clamped its jaws onto the spiritual shield, causing it to fracture immediately. To the onlookers outside, it appeared as though the serpent had swallowed the entire lotus leaf, prompting many cultivators to tremble in fear and hastily retreat. Others, however, were still tempted by the spirit spring's water, hoping to partake once the serpent was vanquished. At this moment, Li Changxian could no longer hold on. He now fully comprehended the monstrous nature of the creature that Jian Mingli had summoned. Even as he relentlessly attacked the serpent's mouth, inflicting grievous wounds, it stubbornly refused to release its grip. Ultimately, the spiritual shield shattered with a definitive crack, and Li Changxian was instantaneously enveloped by the encroaching darkness. "It's over." Yang Tsong slapped his forehead, gazing at the water serpent that had consumed the entire lotus leaf, regretting his tardiness and the ensuing calamity. The siblings, Li Changxian and his sister, had been devoured by the serpent. Just when everyone presumed Li Changxian had met his end, the serpent's mouth emitted a faint pink glow before erupting with a thunderous bang, its colossal body propelled to the bank of the spirit pond. Subsequently, a radiant pillar of light surged skyward from the lotus leaf, a sight even more magnificent than the phenomenon that accompanied the emergence of the Yinyu Qinglian. However, this was not merely a spectacle. It was a palpable aura that instilled fear in many cultivators. Within the light, a shadowy figure of a man and a woman could be discerned, the latter possessing 9 tails, each measuring 10 feet in height, indicating her otherworldly lineage. In the midst of this spectacle, Li Changxian stood before Jian Mingli, appearing somewhat disheveled. Gradually, the aura surrounding him waned, until he reverted to the appearance of an ordinary mortal. Jian Mingli, having exited the barrier, now embodied a hybrid of human and demon, her crimson eyes and white hair strikingly evident, yet, in Li Changchuan's gaze, there was no trace of surprise or fear. He merely smiled gently, returning their Ningxue to her presence. "Did we not agree on just a moment? It has been nearly 2/4 of an hour, Jiang Mingli, can you not keep time?" He then flashed a teasing grin, "But I managed to hold them off for you. Am I not impressive, dear brother?" As he spoke, he felt his limbs weaken, nearly collapsing, for the battle had drained him completely, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Jian Mingli promptly supported him, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she inwardly mused, "This fellow, it seems, his mouth is the only part of him that remains strong." Upon inspecting Li Changchuan's meridians, her suspicions were confirmed. They were utterly shattered. In truth, had he consumed just 1 5th-grade spirit storage pill, his meridians would have held up, yet, he had ingested 2 consecutively and directly drawn upon the spirit spring's energy, leading to such devastation. However, Jian Mingli had already devised a plan. While refining the Yinyu Qinglian, she had anticipated using 4 petals. By the time she emerged, if Li Changchuan's meridians were indeed shattered, she would administer 1 petal to him. The Yinyu Qinglian, apart from containing vast amounts of spiritual power, also had the ability to mend meridians, making it an ideal remedy for Li Changxian, who could not refine it himself, thus rendering the abundant energy harmless to him. Yet, the sealing spirit imprint proved more formidable than she had anticipated, consuming 5 petals of the Yinyu Qinglian before it was finally breached. With a sigh, Jian Mingli produced the last petal of the Qinglian, playfully chiding, "Consider yourself fortunate." She then urged Li Changxian to ingest it. In that instant, he felt a refreshing coolness envelop him, invigorating his spirit, and his clarity gradually returned. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qinglian city secret realm, Maisha paced anxiously by the Qinglian pond. Half a month had passed since the secret realm's opening. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart, as if something unforeseen had occurred within the Qinglian secret realm, yet he could not leave his post. He had to remain vigilant against any potential mishap. He could only hope that his beloved saintess was safe and sound. Within the secret realm, as the cultivators beheld the figure of the demon fox within the light, they quickly reacted. How can there be a demon in the Qinglian secret realm? This matter can be discussed later. Our immediate priority is to slay this demon. Indeed, any demon must be exterminated by us cultivators. But this demon appears to be quite powerful. Now, they could only discern the figure of the demon within the light, unable to grasp Jian Mingli's true appearance. Furthermore, apart from a few high-ranking cultivators, most had never encountered the visage of the demon emperor, as those who had were largely deceased. They had only heard of the name of the demon emperor and her infamous weapon, their Ningxue jade flute, which had claimed countless lives. It was only when Lu Jingchun had seen the engraved characters on the flute that he chose to flee in disarray. Hence, many cultivators failed to recognize Jiang Mingli, believing themselves safe in numbers, thinking this demon could not stir up much trouble. Without hesitation, the group of cultivators charged forth, eager to claim glory for slaying the demon. The 7 from the star-picking pavilion led the charge, followed closely by Mo Lingxian and the other disciples of Floating Cloud Palace who had been observing. Only Yang Tsong and his sister, along with a group of Taishan sect disciples, remained frozen in place. Yang Tsong and Yishiru recognized the demoness as Li Chanchuan's sister, hesitating to take action, aware that the two races were currently at odds. However, Yang Tsong refrained from intervening not only out of respect for Li Changxian, but also for another reason. He had always felt that the jade flute seemed familiar. If his suspicions were correct, any attack on her would undoubtedly endanger the lives of their junior sisters within the secret realm. The Taishan disciples remained passive, having lost their combat capability during the earlier battle. Their involvement would serve no purpose. As Jiang Mingli observed the approaching throng of human cultivators, she calmly seated Li Changxian down. "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty." Li Changxian nodded. Having consumed the Yunyu Qinglian, he felt significantly rejuvenated, although still lacking strength. "How dare a mere little demon intrude upon our human secret realm? Quickly, prepare to meet your demise." At that moment, the 7 from the star-picking pavilion had arrived, confidently launching 7 beams of starlight toward Jiang Mingli. "Oh! A little demon." A soft voice resonated. As the light pillar dissipated, Jiang Mingli gradually revealed herself, clad in flowing white garments. Her silver hair danced gracefully, and her 9 tails swayed elegantly. A few words echoed throughout the spirit pond, causing the 7 beams of starlight to shatter in response. The 7 were taken aback. Anyone capable of effortlessly dispelling their star-picking pavilion's 7-star formation was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. "Who are you, truly?" Panic set in as they began to contemplate retreat. Jiang Mingli paid them no heed, her ethereal form unperturbed. With a sweep of her 9 pristine foxtails, a tremendous gust of wind distorted the very fabric of space, leaving the 7 unable to defend themselves in time. With a resounding crash, the next blink revealed the 7 embedded into the stone wall of a deep pit, unable to extricate themselves. The other cultivators, witnessing this scene, were left aghast, their hearts racing with disbelief. The disciples of the star-picking pavilion had been taken down in a single strike. Did that mean they were merely offering their heads on a platter? At that moment, one voice echoed through the air, delivering a crushing revelation. "Are you the current demon empress?" Chapter 45. The might of the demon emperor. You are the current demon emperor. As these words escaped Mo Lingxuan's lips, every cultivator present turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. They had merely come to explore a secret realm and perhaps seize a few trivial opportunities, never expecting to encounter the demon emperor, a most improbable event, yet here they were. A chorus of lamentations filled their minds. Had they known, they would have refrained from joining the fray. They were no powerful sect masters. A mere breath from the emperor could extinguish their lives, and all they yearned for now was to flee. Indeed, scarcely had Mo Lingxuan's voice faded when numerous cultivators began to scatter in terror. "Everyone, my wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave. Yes, my old cow is also about to calve. I must return to check on her." The fleeing cultivators cried out, "Run faster, legs." Observing the panicked exodus, Jiang Mingli remained unperturbed, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips, thinking of escaping. "Do you truly believe you can?" She stood gracefully, raising her exquisite jade flute. Suddenly, melodious notes echoed throughout the secret realm, mournful and resonant, traveling for miles. With the first note, it was as if time itself had come to a standstill. The fleeing cultivators froze, terror etched across their faces, unable to move even a fraction. With wide eyes, they watched in despair as they found themselves ensnared in place. At the second note, the music surged, and centered around Jiang Mingli. A wave of sword-like sound energy erupted from the jade flute, slicing through the air in all directions. As time resumed, the cultivators resumed their frantic flight, but it was too late. The sound wave had already descended upon them. The sword energy, precisely controlled, cleaved through all fleeing practitioners, leaving not a single one unscathed. In but 2 notes, without the need for an earth-shattering battle, the scene was left with scarcely a soul standing. Yet, those from Floating Cloud Palace remained unscathed aside from Li Changxian, who was still able to breathe. Everyone else stood frozen, as if time itself had yet to resume. The only sounds that filled the air were the swallowing of saliva and the ominous drip of sweat rolling down foreheads, each drop audible as a pin drop. At this moment, Mo Lingxian realized she had indeed encountered the legendary empress of the demon clan, her heart overwhelmed with shock and terror. The nine-tailed fox, proud and untouchable, wielding the jade flute as her innate weapon, now stood before the demon emperor. It was no wonder she had sensed danger upon their earlier meeting. Everything now made sense, however. She was at a loss for what to do next. Though she was in the void realm, she was merely a plaything in the hands of the emperor, and she had to consider the multitude of disciples from Floating Cloud Palace behind her. As Jian Mingli observed that no one dared to approach, she turned and helped Li Changxian to his feet. "Let us depart." "Wait, what about Ji Ping and the others?" Upon rising, Li Changxian looked towards the shore, only to see the pair standing dazed and at a loss. Though Yang Tsong had mentally prepared himself, the reality struck him with overwhelming astonishment, while Yi Shiru was even more affected. In just a moment, the sight of so many cultivators being felled left her speechless. At that moment, Jian Mingli's gaze shifted to their fellow disciples and, notably, the previously overlooked disciples from Taishan sect, her eyes igniting with murderous intent. Seeing the intense malice in Jian Mingli's gaze, Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru were horrified, fearing they were the targets. Yet, in the next instant, Jian Mingli's actions solidified their belief that death was imminent. They watched as she nonchalantly raised a hand, slowly pressing it down towards them. Yang Tsong, believing he was doomed, closed his eyes and embraced Yi Shiru. Yi Shiru whimpered, "Wu-wu, brother, are we really going to die? If I can't marry you while alive, dying together might be better." Wu-wu. Yang Tsong barely registered her words, as a powerful shockwave surged past his ears. With a resounding bang, the force reverberated, leaving their ears ringing. Yet, after a pause, they felt no pain and dared to slowly open their eyes, astonished to find themselves unharmed. Beside them, however, the location where the Taishan sect disciples had stood was now merely a deep imprint in the ground, while the disciples had been reduced to mere pulp, clearly beyond salvation, their graves already dug for them. The demon emperor's display of power sent shockwaves through the remaining onlookers, who trembled in fear, dreading that they might be next. Meanwhile, Li Changxian stared at the duo in bewilderment, pondering what they had been thinking moments ago. Then, Jian Mingli, with Li Changxian in tow, soared into the sky, intending to exit the secret realm. Suddenly, Mo Lingxian, emboldened by an unknown courage, pursued them, exclaiming, "You cannot leave." Instantly, Jian Mingli's expression turned cold, summoning her sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, reaching her adversary in the blink of an eye. Mo Lingxian could only raise her white jade sword in defense, yet against the might of Jian Mingli's strike, her barrier crumbled like paper, torn asunder in an instant. With a resounding clang, the white jade sword shattered, and the two defenses collapsed without a moment's respite. The sword energy sliced through Mo Lingxian, causing her to spit out blood violently as she plummeted from the sky. The energy did not cease, cleaving the spiritual pond in twain, revealing the sandy depths below, barely dissipating as it did. The Floating Cloud Palace disciples hastily caught Mo Lingxian, yet she was utterly unable to rise, her cultivation reduced to the spirit sea realm by that single strike. You should be even more grateful that your Floating Cloud Palace did not partake in the events of 6 years ago. After delivering a chilling warning, Jian Mingli swung her sword towards the heavens, tearing asunder the firmament, shattering the secret realm. The figures of Jian Mingli and Li Changxian vanished in the blink of an eye through the rift in the realm. The words left by Jian Mingli were simple, yet Mo Lingxian understood their weight. She was still on the territory of Floating Cloud Palace, which afforded them some semblance of respect. Had she truly slain the saintess of Floating Cloud Palace, the elders would surely have emerged in wrath. After all, when one slaughters their kin at their doorstep, how could they remain indifferent? The most significant reason lay in the events of 6 years prior. Floating Cloud Palace had not participated in the siege against the demon clan. Otherwise, none of those present would have survived. By slaying Mo Lingxian with a single strike, it served as a warning for her insolence. Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru gazed towards the direction of the rift where the pair had vanished, lost in thought for a long while before slowly regaining their senses. Yi Shiru, in bewilderment, remarked, "Brother, you truly know how to find allies. To owe a favor to the demon emperor is remarkable. I am as astonished as you." Yang Tsung stood rooted to the spot, feeling as though he were in a dream. The two individuals he had encountered casually included one who was the demon emperor. "Brother, what was our purpose in entering the secret realm? It seems we have gained nothing. Originally, we came to repay a favor. Now we are even. But we still have obtained nothing. Is there not the spiritual spring? Oh right, quick, let us gather water before it is too late." Meanwhile, in the external world of Qinglian City, moments earlier, Elgin Chun had emerged from the rift of the Qinglian Pool's secret realm, bringing with him the news of the demon emperor's presence within. As this news spread, the entire Qinglian City erupted into chaos. Cultivators fled in desperation, seeking to distance themselves from the city, while common folk cowered in their homes, trembling beneath their blankets. Elder Maishali of Floating Cloud Palace, who had been stationed at the Qinglian Pool, soon learned of the news. After confirming its authenticity through diligent inquiry, he swiftly relayed the information back to Floating Cloud Palace while awaiting reinforcements at the entrance of the Qinglian Pool. Before long, a terrifying aura and overwhelming demonic energy erupted from within the Qinglian Pool. Maishali sighed, "What was inevitable has finally arrived." Though he was reluctant to face the demon emperor alone, with the safety of Floating Cloud Palace at stake, he had no choice but to guard Qinglian City. With a thunderous crash, the Qinglian Pool shattered into two, the water soaring into the air, causing a localized downpour upon Qinglian City. Moments later, Jiang Mingli emerged, now in her human form, the demonic energy radiating from her making it difficult for ordinary folk to discern her true nature. Upon her emergence, Maishali positioned himself before her. He had anticipated that the demon emperor, upon exiting the secret realm, would unleash her wrath, potentially annihilating the entire city. Thus, he felt compelled to intercept her. Seeing the figure before her, Jiang Mingli furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. "Dare you obstruct this emperor? I shall give it my utmost effort." Barely had he finished speaking when a pressuring force akin to Mount Tai bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground like a lifeless frog, blood trickling from his lips. This pitiable state was a far cry from the mid-stage of the tribulation realm cultivator he truly was. Subsequently, Jiang Mingli strode past him with an air of unrestrained confidence. Realizing he had failed to impede her, Maishali, undeterred by fear of death, pleaded, "I implore the demon emperor to spare the lives of the citizens." Jiang Mingli paused, a playful smile gracing her features as she regarded him. "What if I refuse?" Maishali was at a loss. Before her, he lacked the capacity to retaliate, let alone protect the lives of an entire city. However, should Qinglian City be destroyed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, a fate worse than death. He could only hope for the swift arrival of reinforcements from his sect. Jiang Mingli, keenly aware of his ulterior motives, saw through his facade of righteousness, recognizing it as mere cowardice, a fear of punishment from his sect. She had no time to entertain his games, merely uttering, "This emperor does not take pleasure in slaughtering the defenseless." With that, Jiang Mingli stepped forward, and in an instant, the two figures vanished from Qinglian City. As Maishali watched her depart, a sense of shame washed over him, as if he had been laid bare by her words. He silently thanked his stars that Floating Cloud Palace had not participated in the assault on the demon clan 6 years ago. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere blood upon the ground. Chapter 46. Not worried about him at all. A day later, Li Changxian languidly awoke. He discovered that he had returned to the house within the Yui forest. Attempting to rise, he felt the familiar ache coursing through his body. However, he had regained some strength. His memory of the previous day was hazy, only recalling that Jiang Mingli had sliced through the secret realm with a single stroke and led him out of Qinglian City, after which he could remember nothing further, having succumbed to unconsciousness. As for Jiang Mingli's failure to rescue Yang Tsung and Yishiyu, Li Changxian chose not to dwell on it, understanding that bringing them along would have branded them traitors to the human race. Their involvement in assisting him within the secret realm still left room for justification, as Jiang Mingli had not revealed herself at the time. Upon realizing he was alone, he momentarily speculated that Jiang Mingli had returned to the demon clan, a flicker of joy at newfound freedom mingling with an inexplicable sense of loss. Moments later, hunger struck him, prompting him to seek sustenance, and he slowly rose to his feet. Yet, before he could push the door open, Jiang Mingli's figure suddenly materialized before him, startling Li Changxian. The discomfort of having regained his powers, he was unaccustomed to such sudden appearances. Jiang Mingli, you haven't left yet. Li Changxian voiced his thoughts without hesitation upon seeing her. Oh, do you wish for this emperor to depart? Jiang Mingli regarded him with a hint of amusement. Li Changxian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The demoness seemed peculiar after regaining her strength. Now that your affairs are settled, why not return to the demon clan? That is a matter for this emperor to decide. Why are you more eager than I am? I merely feared to delay your esteemed majesty. Jiang Mingli approached the table and took a seat. In light of your assistance in saving this emperor, I shall wait until your injuries have healed before I leave. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Jiang Mingli he knew? Oh, I'm hungry now. Why not prepare a meal for me? Jiang Mingli, this emperor merely stated I would leave once you are healed, not that I would tend to your needs. Then what purpose does your staying serve? Li Changxian retorted, feeling exasperated. Though he had not been rendered incapacitated, he had sustained considerable internal injuries on her account. He had thought Jiang Mingli might finally have developed a semblance of humanity, choosing to stay behind to care for him until he recovered. It seemed he had overestimated her, and she appeared not to be human at all. Noticing his expression, Jiang Mingli sighed in resignation and simply remarked, wait here. With that, she vanished from sight. Li Changxian was left wondering what she would bring back. As he was certain the demoness was no cook. Bored, he began to wander around the room and noticed that the letter he had left for Zhao Chen was now absent, indicating that Zhao Chen had visited once. Before long, Jiang Mingli returned, this time with a handful of wild fruits. He had anticipated that, given her tendencies, she would not return with anything of particular value. Still, it was better than nothing. Since his last departure, the room had been devoid of food, leaving him unable to cook for himself. Ultimately, he sifted through the offerings and selected 2 or 3 fruits that were not poisonous. Fortunately, having lived in this place for some time, he recognized a few, otherwise, he might have perished at the hands of Jiang Mingli. Observing his selections, Jiang Mingli looked at him in puzzlement. Li Changxian felt compelled to explain, these are all poisonous and inedible. Jiang Mingli felt a touch embarrassed. She was unfamiliar with such things and had simply gathered everything edible she could find. Then I suppose we must make do. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the demon clan. You truly intend to take me back? What purpose would I serve in your demon territory? Jiang Mingli had indeed contemplated freeing Li Changxian after acquiring the Yunyu Qinglian and returning alone to the demon realm. However, after a month of companionship and the events within the Qinglian secret realm, she had changed her mind. Despite his penchant for banter and his tendency to argue with her, he did not seem entirely intolerable. Even as a mere mortal, he had risked his life to protect her, even at the cost of his own vitality. Perhaps he was motivated by self-preservation. Now, Jiang Mingli found herself uncertain of her own thoughts, yet she recognized that leaving Li Changxian here would surely lead to his demise, an outcome she was reluctant to witness. Moreover, there were few within the demon clan with whom she could converse. Bringing him along would alleviate her own boredom. Jiang Mingli abruptly shook herself from her reverie, feeling a twinge of panic. What was happening to her? Why was she starting to worry about the safety of a human? No, she reassured herself, it was merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. She was not concerned for him at all, determined not to allow Li Changxian to perceive any anomalies. She feigned indifference, stating coldly, when we departed from the Yui forest, this emperor declared that you would henceforth be my demon servant. Now that I am returning to the demon clan, where else could you possibly go? You're delusional. When did I ever agree to that? Li Changxian, Jiang Mingli slammed her hand on the table. Have you forgotten that I have regained my strength? You dare to defy this emperor's will repeatedly. Jiang Mingli was genuinely infuriated, although she had initially found his audacity intriguing. As time passed, she began to feel that he was testing her limits. Now, despite her good intentions, he continued to reject her. It appeared that she would need to assert her authority as the demon emperor and properly educate him. Jiang Mingli, do not forget that your restored powers are due to my efforts. I have suffered injuries for your sake. Li Changxian pouted, his expression one of grievance, as if Jiang Mingli were a callous woman who had abandoned him. Jiang Mingli paused, acknowledging that he had played a significant role in her recovery, but she had also bestowed upon him a piece of Yunyu Qinglian. Even so, your assistance in the secret realm has likely already spread throughout the cultivation world. Do you think you can continue to live peacefully among the humans, with no other recourse? Jiang Mingli reminded him of his current predicament, hoping to persuade him to willingly accompany her. Otherwise, with her strength, it would be easy to force him to comply. Hearing Jiang Mingli's words, Li Changxian fell into deep contemplation. She was indeed correct. His previous departure had been to evade the Taishan sect, and even if Jiang Mingli chose not to take him with her, he would find it impossible to remain here. Even if he sought refuge outside, it would be a simple matter for a cultivator to track down a mortal. He could not escape, unless he went to the demon clan. It appeared that following Jiang Mingli was indeed the wisest choice. After a year, even if he returned to the human territory, few would likely challenge him. After much deliberation, Li Changxian ultimately nodded in agreement. I will go to the demon clan, but I must clarify. I am not your servant. Jiang Mingli smiled faintly, pleased that he had acquiesced. As for the details that would follow, she would certainly have the final say. After a moment, Li Changxian pulled a white jade slip from his sleeve, the very one he had acquired when vanquishing the hidden light drum beast in the Qinglian secret realm. He tossed the slip to Jiang Mingli. Could you take a look and see what this contains? Jiang Mingli furrowed her brow at the commanding tone he employed, feeling as though she were the one serving him. Nevertheless, she channeled her spiritual power into the jade slip, which then emitted a soft white glow that projected the contents within. Li Changxian gazed at the densely packed small characters that appeared in the projection, recognizing them as the same he had seen in the secret realm. Indeed, it was a sword technique. Xinjiang Sword Classic, Purian Sword Classic, or perhaps a dual cultivation sword technique. Chapter 47, The Gift of the Sword Sutra. Is it the Xinjiang Sword Sutra, the Purian Sword Sutra, or perhaps a dual cultivation sword technique? Li Changxian could not help but exclaim, unaware that what he had received was a coveted opportunity sought by many cultivators within the secret realm. It could be said that during this expedition into the Qinglian secret realm, the two most precious opportunities had been seized by Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli, yet Li Changxian seemed oblivious to the value of this sword sutra. He meticulously read through the text from beginning to end, only to shake his head in disappointment. This reaction prompted Jiang Mingli, who was nearby, to voice her confusion. What is the matter? Are you not satisfied? Not at all. This sword technique is utterly inferior and of no use to me. Do you even realize what you are saying? Though Jiang Mingli understood that Li Changxian's swordsmanship was exceptional, the Xinjiang Purian Sword Sutra was She was taken aback by Li Changxian's apparent disdain. However, Li Changxian truly held it in low regard. While the technique had its subtleties, it fell short of what he had previously learned, and thus he found it lacking. I genuinely cannot make use of it. Besides, it's a dual cultivation sword technique. Are you going to practice with me? Li Changxian complained. Jiang Mingli thought to herself that he had a point. Moreover, he was unable to cultivate it, and practicing it would merely strengthen his physique without any additional benefit. Then, Li Changxian picked up the jade slip and presented it to Jiang Mingli, saying, "Would you like it? Consider it a gift." HMPH, as the master of the Tao of Sound, why would I need this sword sutra? Jiang Mingli scoffed with dissatisfaction. If Li Changxian looked down upon it, she certainly would not desire it. Furthermore, with no practitioners of the Xinjiang method around, was she truly expected to practice alongside him? Seeing that Jiang Mingli did not want it either, Li Changxian found himself in a quandary. Although he did not value it, he could discern that it was indeed a fine sword technique. It would be a pity to simply discard it. After all, as a swordsman, he cherished good sword techniques and sutras. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have an idea and hurriedly asked Jiang Mingli, "Can you locate Yang Tsong and the others?" Jiang Mingli frowned slightly, having guessed Li Changxuan's intention, which was merely to give the sword sutra to the two of them. "We need to return to Qinglian City to try. It is too far from here, and I cannot sense their presence." "How long will it take to reach Qinglian City?" "An hour." "Oh, that is quite fast. Let us go. This time we'll head straight back to the demon realm." With that, Jiang Mingli lifted Li Changxian into the air. Fortunately, she was holding onto his shoulder this time, unlike their previous journey to Qinglian City. Otherwise, at this speed, he would have been blown dry by the wind by the time they arrived. An hour later, Jiang Mingli had brought Li Changxian to the outskirts of Qinglian city. The two did not enter. Instead, Jiang Mingli released her divine sense to search for the two. Following the events of the previous day, the various cities within the Chaos Void were now guarded by elders from either the Floating Cloud Palace or the Star-Picking Pavilion, prepared to provide swift support should Jiang Mingli appear again. After a brief moment, Jiang Mingli guided Li Changxian to fly toward the outskirts of Qinglian city. The duo, who had been merrily traveling, suddenly spotted two familiar white figures ahead and were startled. Unsure whether to greet them, they trembled under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang Mingli's presence, rendering them speechless. This sensation had been felt by Yang Tsong when he first encountered them in Danqing Town, and now, with Jiang Mingli having regained her cultivation, it was even more pronounced. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness of Yang Tsong and the others, Jiang Mingli released Li Changxian and then vanished. Li Changxian hurriedly approached the duo, tossing the Sword Sutra jade slip to Yang Tsong and sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both for risking your lives to save me yesterday." Yang Tsong, not rushing to respond, cautiously inquired, "Li brother, are you human or a demon?" "Of course, I'm human." "What are you thinking?" Yet Yang Tsong still appeared somewhat reserved, examining the jade slip Li Changxian had thrown. "Li brother, what is this?" "Oh, it seems to be something called the Xingyang Purian Sword Sutra. I have no use for it, so I'm giving it to you as a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing that it was the highly sought-after Sword Sutra from their expedition into the secret realm, Yang Tsong was momentarily taken aback. However, he promptly returned it, softly stating, "What happened yesterday was merely a promise on my part. I truly cannot accept this Sword Sutra. You know I'm just an ordinary person. This Sword Sutra is utterly useless to me. Please accept it." Li Changxian, noticing Yang Tsong's continued refusals, had no choice but to fabricate a lie. After all, he could not simply tell him, "I'm giving it to you because I don't want it." At that moment, Yi Shiru, who had been standing aside, quickly chimed in, "Senior brother, yes. Let us just accept it." Her eyes sparkled, seemingly quite enamored, not sure whether it was with the Sword Sutra or the person with whom she would practice it. After much internal struggle, Yang Tsong sighed, "Well then, I suppose I will." Despite his lingering doubts, he knew he had no right to question it. Moreover, although Jiang Mingli was not present, she was certainly observing from somewhere nearby. Reluctantly, he swallowed his questions. "Farewell." Li Changxian bid his goodbyes and promptly vanished before the two, evidently taken away by Jiang Mingli. After their departure, Yang Tsong stood in place for a long while. Following the revelation of Jiang Mingli's true identity yesterday, he had speculated that Li Changxian was under threat from the Demon Emperor. Yet, logically, this made little sense. A mere demon emperor had no reason to threaten a mortal. What could he possibly gain from him? As for their previous claims of being siblings, it was clear that this was fabricated, and he did not believe it. However, from today's events, he was increasingly convinced that Li Changxian did not appear to be under any threat. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Jiang Mingli to make such a special trip back just to deliver a jade slip to him, would it? In just a few short days, many bewildering events had transpired that were beyond Yang Tsong and Yi Shiru's comprehension, including the legendary Demon Emperor. They had previously heard tales of the Demon Emperor, who was said to kill indiscriminately, committing mass slaughters without a second thought. Yet, they had emerged unscathed yesterday, and Jiang Mingli had not harmed them, even refraining from killing innocents within the secret realm. Aside from that singular strike that annihilated the disciples of Taishan sect, which left him perplexed, Qinglian city remained untouched, with only the Floating Cloud Palace elder, Maisher, sustaining minor injuries. They had discovered many discrepancies between their previous perceptions and the reality they had encountered. Henceforth, both of them would view the demon race with a changed perspective. After a considerable time had passed, Yang Tsong suddenly turned to Yi Shiru and asked, "Junior sister, why were you so eager to claim that Sword Sutra? What else could it be for?" "To practice together with senior brother, of course. But it's a dual cultivation sword technique, HMPH, who says siblings cannot practice a dual cultivation sword technique together." "Oh, you make a valid point." As they continued their conversation, they made their way toward the Qingyuan realm. Yi Shiru flew on her sword behind Yang Tsong, softly muttering, "Foolish senior brother." The hint was so obvious, yet you still fail to grasp my intentions. Chapter 48, The City of Demons and the Palace of Demons. 2 days later, in the realm of Linghai. A radiant beam of divine light streaked across the sky, revealing two figures within. Observing the mountains and rivers rushing past beneath them, Li Changxian appeared somewhat apprehensive, for this was his first encounter with other demon clans aside from Jian Mingli. Jian Mingli, what do the other members of your demon clan look like? Are they also half human, half demon? Why do you ask this? Isn't it out of curiosity? You will find out soon enough. After a brief silence, Li Changxian suddenly inquired, are there any humans within your demon realm? No. Then when I arrive, the other demons won't want to kill me, will they? That is a possibility. You must protect me, after all, it is you who brought me to the demon realm, you must take responsibility. As he spoke, he clung to one of Jian Mingli's delicate arms. Release me. Do you dare to believe that I would cast you down to become a mere puddle of mud? Jian Mingli exclaimed, her tone filled with indignation, her little eyes glaring at Li Changxian. Then I certainly cannot let go. You abducted me, and thus, you must be responsible. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian not only refused to release her but tightened his grip, clutching Jian Mingli's sleeve. This display left Jian Mingli both exasperated and amused, yet she maintained her frosty demeanor and stated, let go. I will ensure your safety. She was well aware that the majority of demons harbored animosity towards humans, and those who wished to harm him were numerous. However, since Li Changxian was brought back by her, few would dare to act without her command. Once Jian Mingli assured him, Li Changxian finally released his grip, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. He could only hope that this year would pass swiftly, otherwise, the sensation of being utterly powerless was unbearable, akin to being an insignificant insect, easily extinguished with a mere misstep. After more than an hour of travel, an expansive ocean gradually came into view before them. This was Linghai, the very origin of the realm's name, as over half of the Linghai realm was comprised of ocean. At the juncture of land and sea, there lay a solitary island surrounded by numerous cities, while atop the island stood a magnificent palace. The cities were built around the mountains, with residences nestled by the water, and the island was precisely at the estuary of the rivers flowing from the Linghai realm. Though distant, Li Changxian could clearly discern the distribution of the cities surrounding the island. The residences and the palace upon the island bore a striking resemblance to the royal palaces of humans, a fact that surprised him. As they drew nearer, Li Changxian also noticed the three ancient characters inscribed above the city gates, City of Demons. The entire city was 100 times larger than the Qinglian city they had previously visited, with walls towering over 10 zhang high. The streets within the city were well organized, lined with shops, and appeared no different from a human city, yet, what captivated Li Changxian's attention was the palace on the isolated island at the heart of the City of Demons. The island was surrounded by sheer cliffs, making it inaccessible to ordinary people, with the splendid palace of the demon clan perched atop. The guarding demon generals atop the city walls seemed to have spotted the two approaching figures and immediately went on high alert. In an instant, Jian Mingli transformed into a colossal celestial fox demon, her 9 tails materializing in full. The guarding demon generals were taken aback, and upon regaining their composure, they shouted, "The Empress has returned! The Empress has returned!" As the echoing calls resounded, a deafening horn sounded from the City of Demons, reverberating throughout the entire city. The demon inhabitants, upon hearing the horn, hastily emerged onto the streets, standing in formation, and soon the streets of the City of Demons were thronged with demons, packed to the brim. At that moment, Jian Mingli brought Li Changxian to the top of the city wall, pausing to observe the throngs of demons below. From a distance, she appeared as a magnificent 9-tailed celestial fox perched atop the city wall. Upon seeing Jian Mingli, the demon populace knelt in unison. "We welcome the Empress back to the city. We welcome the Empress back to the city." Their voices boomed like rolling thunder, akin to crashing waves, resonating through the heavens. It was far more spectacular than the scene at Qinglian City. This was the first time Li Changxian had witnessed such a grand spectacle, and standing beside Jian Mingli, he felt as though he were being honored himself, almost sensing that his white garments were gradually turning to gold. Once all the demons had knelt, Jian Mingli gracefully advanced, stepping into the void, ascending step by step, each movement akin to blossoming flowers. Seeing this, Li Changxian hurried to follow, grateful that Jian Mingli had left a path for him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. After a brief moment, Jian Mingli and Li Changxian reached the isolated island, disappearing from the sight of the assembled demons. It was only then that the crowd collectively raised their heads and began to chatter among themselves. Did you see that? The empress seems to have brought back a human male. How outrageous! That human male, upon seeing our empress, did not kneel and even dared to walk alongside her. Even among demons, had anyone dared such audacity, the empress would have struck him down with a single blow. What is his status? How could the empress not hold him accountable? A mere human insect, surely he is merely a snack brought back by the empress. Could it be that she intends to take him as a consort? That may very well be. Har har har. Upon reaching the island, Li Changxian was greeted by the grand and splendid palace of demons. He closely followed Jian Mingli's footsteps, and wherever they passed, all the demon servants and guards bowed their heads in reverence, not daring to look up. Upon arriving at the entrance of the palace of demons, Li Changxian noticed a half-human, half-demon fox demon awaiting them. Upon seeing Jian Mingli, she respectfully knelt halfway to the ground, and all the demon generals shouted in unison, "Subordinate, Bai Yao Yao, respectfully welcomes your majesty back to the palace. Rise. Bai Yao Yao, come to the study and report on the matters that have transpired in the demon realm during my 2-month absence." Yes. Bai Yao Yao stood up, closely following Jian Mingli. As Jian Mingli prepared to leave, Li Changxian was uncertain whether to accompany her, so he ventured to speak. "Jian Mingli, what about me?" Jian Mingli paused her steps and halted. The moment those words were spoken, the already quiet palace became even more silent, and even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. The guarding demon soldiers bowed their heads low, fearful that raising their gaze too high might cost them their lives. At that moment, Bai Yao Yao noticed Li Changxuan's presence, and his words sent a tremor through her heart. What kind of person was he, so audacious as to directly call out the name of their empress? Alas, she feared he would meet a grim fate. She dared not take action herself, thinking that the empress would likely deal with it personally to alleviate her anger. However, after a considerable pause, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, Jian Mingli turned to him and simply said, "You may explore on your own for now, I shall seek you out later." Then, addressing the captain of the guards beside her, she instructed, "Xiong Tai, take him on a tour of the palace of demons." The captain of the Imperial Demon Guard, named Xiong Tai, promptly stepped forward, half kneeling and cupping his fists. "I shall obey." Since ancient times, the Imperial Demon Guard had been directly under the command of the Demon Emperor, requiring no military tokens. The word of the Demon Emperor was the command of the guards. Although he begrudged the notion of escorting a mere mortal through the palace of demons, he understood that the command of the Demon Emperor was not to be defied, and thus he could only comply. Chapter 49, The Iron-Eating Beast. Xiong Tai. Perhaps sensing the discontent of Xiong Tai and numerous demon generals, Jian Mingli infused a fragment of her essence into Li Changxian. With a mere wave of her sleeve, she vanished from sight. This act left Bai Yao Yao and Xiong Tai in a state of disbelief. The empress did not strike down the human, and with a single blow. Even more astonishing was the fact that the empress had bestowed upon him a strand of her own demonic essence. It is well known that the demon race can discern identity through demonic energy. Gifting him a fragment of her essence implied that the empress herself had graced him with her presence. Had it not been for the empress's urgent business that required Bai Yao Yao to guard the demon race, she would never have received even a trace of the empress's essence, yet this mere mortal had acquired it with such ease. What transpired with their esteemed empress during this month? From where did she return with a mere human, and why was she so favorably inclined towards him? Without the luxury of contemplation, Bai Yao Yao shot a resentful glare at Li Changxian before retreating to her study, disappearing from view. Li Changxian, bewildered by her glare, pondered what he had done to provoke her. Shortly thereafter, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, as all the guards regarded him with an air of defiance. Moments later, Xiong Tai commanded the other demon guards, "Continue your vigil at the Imperial Demon Palace. Those who abandon their posts will face military discipline." Yes. Given that this was an order from the Empress, Xiong Tai dared not defy it, and then Having never set foot in a demon royal palace, let alone a human royal palace, his curiosity was palpable. Under Xiong Tai's guidance, he explored the vast expanse of the demon imperial palace. The first sight that greeted him was the towering walls of the imperial demon palace, crafted from colossal black stones, adorned with ancient demon runes that shimmered with a mysterious glow. The grand gates were imposing and weighty, their copper nails twinkling like stars, the door rings fashioned in the likeness of a two-headed demon python, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon entering the palace, a spacious plaza unfolded before him, its floor paved with jade stones, each intricately carved with lifelike demon totems. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal bronze cauldron, coiled around by 9 demon dragons, their mouths exhaling clouds of mist, shrouded in enigma. The palace architecture boasted soaring eaves and majestic brackets, with golden glazed tiles radiating an otherworldly brilliance under the sun, and copper bells dangling from the eaves, chiming melodiously in the breeze. The sturdy columns resembled ancient trees, adorned with vibrant demon murals depicting the valor of demon kings in battle and the ethereal grace of demon queens in dance. Deeper within the palace, gardens were artfully arranged, replete with exotic flowers and herbs emanating rich spiritual energy, some as fervent as flames, while others were as frigid as frost. Between pavilions, streams babbled and waterfalls cascaded, enveloped in mist, while lotus flowers flourished on the lake's surface, their petals crystalline and translucent, with a faint white luminescence flickering within their cores. Throughout this journey, Li Changxian was left in awe. Had he not known this was the Imperial Demon Palace, he might have mistaken it for a celestial paradise. Li Changxuan's demeanor, reminiscent of a simple country lad visiting the city, did not escape Xiong Tai's notice, prompting a derisive snicker from him, uncultured. As Li Changxian concluded his tour of the Imperial Demon Palace, Xiong Tai's scoff jolted him back to reality. Wait a moment. What is it? Xiong Tai replied impatiently but halted nonetheless. Li Changxian did not answer. Instead, he circled Xiong Tai, scrutinizing him closely. This action made Xiong Tai uncomfortable, for no one relishes being examined like a statue. With a furrowed brow, Xiong Tai issued a grave warning. What are you doing? Do you wish to challenge this commander? Li Changxian merely frowned, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes as he conjectured, you are a panda demon. Li Changxian had always found Xiong Tai's demon form peculiar. Though he bore a human body with a bear's head, he appeared far from terrifying, evoking an inexplicable sense of amusement. Upon observation, the white head, dark eye rings, and black ears unmistakably resembled the national treasure of his homeland, Blue Star. However, upon hearing Li Changxuan's remark, Xiong Tai's displeasure deepened. HMPH, panda demon, I have never heard of such a thing. I am a noble iron-eating beast. Oh, isn't that still a panda? This commander has no desire to engage in petty banter with you. Xiong Tai huffed. Although he was seething with indignation and longed to crush this human ant's head with a single paw, the presence of the demonic emperor's aura restrained him from acting too rashly. Thus, he chose to disregard Li Changxian and proceeded forward. Li Changxian, feeling he had nearly exhausted the exploration, decided not to continue following Xiong Tai and wandered into another palace. Xiong Tai, lost in thought, soon realized that his companion had vanished. A flash of panic crossed his face, not from fear of danger, for he bore the aura of the demonic emperor, and none in the Imperial Demon Palace would dare lay a hand on him. Rather, he feared that Li Changxian might stumble into a forbidden area of the palace. If that happened, his own demise would be inconsequential. The real terror lay in the demonic emperor's potential wrath upon him. Fortunately, Li Changxian had left a trace of his aura in the air, prompting Xiong Tai to hastily follow it. At that moment, Li Changxian arrived at the entrance of a palace, where a courtyard featured pavilions and a moderately sized lotus pond, accompanied by a gazebo. Without a second thought, he stepped inside. However, just moments later, Xiong Tai, drawn by the scent, arrived and was startled to find Li Changxian leisurely seated in the gazebo. Hesitant to enter yet compelled to warn him, Xiong Tai called out, "Hey! Get out of there, this is the Empress's inner sanctum. If discovered, you're finished." Xiong Tai's worst fears materialized. The most taboo area within the Imperial Demon Palace was indeed the Empress's sleeping quarters, the Qinli Palace. The Empress despised contact with humans, and the upkeep of her chambers was entrusted solely to designated demon attendants. Aside from Bai Yao Yao, none were permitted entry. any other demons with urgent matters could only relay messages from the courtyard, as guards remained stationed outside, never daring to step within. Should the empress discover that Li Changxian had entered, he, as the one who led him, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, hence Xiong Tai's evident distress. Upon hearing Xiong Tai's voice, Li Changxian noticed the anxious expression on his face outside the courtyard. He thought to himself, was it truly that severe? The two had spent nearly the entire month in close quarters, and now a brief stay in her courtyard was unacceptable. Thus, Li Changxian remained unfazed and beckoned to Xiong Tai, saying, "Commander Xiong, come in and rest. It's scorching outside, aren't you tired of standing?" This statement nearly sent Xiong Tai into a frenzy. How could this human be so oblivious? The mere utterance of the empress's name had already breached a grave taboo, and now he dared to challenge her boundaries. While Xiong Tai cared little for Li Changchuan's life, this incident would undoubtedly implicate him. Gathering his courage, Xiong Tai resolved to drag him out, but as he took a step forward, a powerful aura descended upon the courtyard, freezing him in place. Chapter 50, residing in the Qinli Palace. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyou's report, Jiang Mingli was reassured that everything concerning the demon clan was secure for nearly 2 months. She promptly tracked down Li Changchuan's presence and arrived here. To her surprise, as soon as she entered the courtyard, she was met with an unexpected scene. Xiong Tai was drenched in cold sweat. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly knelt and said, "I merely intended to escort someone out and, regrettably, entered the Qinli Palace without permission. I beseech your majesty to impose punishment." However, contrary to Xiong Tai's anticipations, Jiang Mingli did not express anger. Instead, she replied calmly, "You are not at fault in this matter, you may leave." "Thank you, your majesty. I take my leave." "Wait." Just as Xiong Tai was about to exit, Jiang Mingli called him back. He feared that the empress had changed her mind and felt a fresh wave of anxiety. "You will no longer guard the palace gates." Hearing this, Xiong Tai's face fell in despair. He knew well that those who defied the empress often faced dire consequences. His position was now at risk, and his life was uncertain. After a brief pause, Jiang Mingli continued, "You shall henceforth serve as my personal guard, and you will be assigned to oversee the Qinli Palace." For a fleeting moment, Xiong Tai was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. Once he regained his senses, he hastily knelt again in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your majesty. I shall not fail in my duties. Be gone." "Yes, I take my leave." With that, Xiong Tai exited with a mixture of respect and excitement. Transitioning from the commander of the Imperial Guards to the personal guard of the Demon Emperor was, in essence, a lateral move, yet, the role of a personal guard was less laborious than that of the Imperial Guards, and it afforded him greater proximity to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was considered a figure of faith among the Demon clan, thus for Xiong Tai, this was indeed a promotion. Although he did not comprehend the Empress's reasoning behind this decision, he trusted that she had her reasons. He could not fathom why she had not summoned that human insect along as well. Once Xiong Tai departed, only Jiang Mingli and Li Changxian remained in the courtyard. Jiang Mingli then made her way to the pavilion and seated herself. "You shall reside in the side hall of the Qinli Palace, responsible for my daily affairs." Surely you jest. Did I not express my reluctance to serve as a demon servant while in the Yoyu forest? When did I ever agree to that? Moreover, do you truly have a choice? Jiang Mingli gazed at him with a sense of triumph, her tone laced with an undertone of threat. Li Changxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly rationalized that it was only for a year. When the time came, who would be able to prevent his departure? Furthermore, he was not oblivious to Jiang Mingli's subtle motives. Despite their brief acquaintance, Li Changxian perceived her as someone who feigned strength but was soft-hearted. Her apparent coercion was, in truth, a measure for her own safety, a fact he understood well. After all, he was currently in the territory of the demon clan, where countless demons would undoubtedly wish him harm. This identity would at least ensure he remained close to Jiang Mingli, thereby deterring any demons from acting against him. Very well then. Li Changxian conceded with a nod, accepting the arrangement. Although it was a position as a demon servant, it did not entail any strenuous duties. Seeing his agreement, Jiang Mingli immediately sent a message. Bai Yaoyou, come to the Qinli Palace. In a matter of moments, Bai Yao Yao appeared in the courtyard. I am here, Your Majesty. What are your orders? Have someone tidy up the side hall of the Qinli Palace and dismiss the several demon servants who were previously assigned here. From now on, all matters regarding the Qinli Palace shall be managed by Li Changxian. Upon hearing this, both Li Changxian and the other demon present stood frozen in disbelief. Li Changxian looked at her with questioning eyes, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Had she truly mistaken him for a servant? Bai Yao Yao, regaining her wits, half knelt in protest, vehemently arguing, this cannot be, Your Majesty. He is but a mere mortal, how can he remain in the Qinli Palace? Moreover, he is a man, this may tarnish Your Majesty's reputation within the demon realm. At this, Jiang Mingli furrowed her brow and huffed lightly, what of it? He is merely to reside in the side hall, not to share my quarters. He is but a demon servant, what influence could that have? My prestige has always been founded on strength, who would dare speak otherwise? But enough. Do you presume to make decisions on my behalf? I would not dare. Bai Yao Yao lowered her head further, her dissatisfaction evident, yet she held deep respect for her empress and dared not defy her. Since you do not dare, then hasten to carry out my orders. Yes, I shall obey. Realizing she could not sway Jiang Mingli, Bai Yao Yao, in her frustration, shot a resentful glare at Li Changxian as she departed. Li Changxian, bewildered, pondered how he had incurred her ire. Was this not the directive of the empress herself? Why was the blame falling upon him? Before long, Bai Yao Yao returned with several female demon servants to clean the side hall of the Qinli Palace and provide him with new bedding and necessities. Bai Yao Yao had long recognized that Li Changxian was merely an ordinary human, thus he required rest. Li Changxian arrived at the entrance of the side hall and paused upon seeing Bai Yao Yao still inside. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside and began to examine the layout of the room, which would be his abode for the coming year. The interior was as quaint and elegant as his prior dwelling in the Yoyu forest, yet this space was even more exquisite. The illumination was provided by the luminous stones of the cultivation realm, casting a gentle glow at night, eliminating the need for candles. The space was several times larger than his previous residence, with a bed far more spacious than his former one. One could easily mistake this for being favored by Jiang Mingli. At that moment, Bai Yao Yao noticed Li Changxian surveying the room and approached him, her eyes filled with disdain. Li Changxian, aware of her unwavering gaze, realized this was the third instance. He was unafraid of Jiang Mingli, so he certainly had no reason to fear Bai Yao Yao. Thus, he addressed her directly. Do you harbor a grudge against me, miss? Why do you persist in regarding me with such hostility? HMPH. Bai Yao Yao scoffed dismissively, refusing to respond, continuing to glare at him with resentment. Li Changxian observed her demeanor and thought to himself that the demons truly were peculiar. Upon first encountering Jiang Mingli, he found her somewhat eccentric, always exuding an air of superiority, yet, given her status as the demon emperor, it was somewhat understandable, and he had grown accustomed to it. But why was this diminutive figure before him so hostile? He had hardly exchanged more than a few words with her. Had he truly offended her? If you choose not to speak, then cease casting such glances at me. It is rather unsettling. You dare speak to me in such a manner. Furthermore, do not refer to me as Miss, call me Divine Envoy. At last, Bai Yao Yao retorted angrily. In her capacity within the Imperial Demon Palace, she held the title of the Divine Envoy Protector, and thus other demon leaders addressed her as by Divine Envoy. However, since Li Changxian had the audacity to call the Empress by her name, he would hardly show Bai Yao Yao any deference. He feigned deep thought and replied, I believe your name is Bai Yao Yao, is it not? Would it not suffice to call you by Miss? Call me Divine Envoy. Then I shall call you Bai Yao Yao. Call me Divine Envoy. Bai Yao Yao gritted her teeth, exasperated. In this moment, she felt the same helplessness and frustration that Jiang Mingli had experienced during her initial encounter with Li Changxian. Li Changxian indeed possessed a talent for provoking anger, yet, Bai Yao Yao's words brimmed with veiled threats, which Li Changxian seemed to regard lightly as he continued to smile cheerfully. Then it is settled. I shall address you as Bai Yao Yao from now on. At that moment, Bai Yao Yao could no longer contain herself. How dare this mere mortal challenge the dignity of a divine envoy of the demon race? Today, he must learn the extent of her power. She was tempted to crush this insignificant human, reasoning that surely the Empress would not hold her accountable for such a minor transgression. Chapter 51. Does the fox not show its might, truly believing itself to be a sickly cat, just as Bai Yao Yao secretly gathered her strength, intending to strike him down with a single blow, a decisive action after the fact? Jiang Mingli in the courtyard sensed her murderous intent and directly dispersed the energy that Bai Yao Yao had concentrated in her hand. Realizing that her subtle maneuvers had been detected by her own empress, Bai Yao Yao could only silently abandon her sinister plan. However, while she could not act upon her intentions, it did not preclude her from employing her gaze and her heart. Thus, Bai Yao Yao resolved to metaphorically slay Li Changxian 100 times with her eyes and 1,000 times within her heart, believing that this would alleviate some of her frustration. Upon tidying up her room, Bai Yao Yao fiercely threatened him before departing. You had better fulfill your duties, for if I discover any breaches of decorum on your part, do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, Miss Bai. Li Changxian replied with a charming smile, raising 3 fingers in assurance. His demeanor infuriated Bai Yao Yao. How could this man be so unyielding to her threats? Was she truly so unformidable that even a mere mortal was not intimidated by her? This led her to a moment of self-doubt. With no other recourse, Bai Yao Yao could only huff softly and take her leave. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately approached Jiang Mingli to plead for forgiveness. Jiang Mingli understood that Bai Yao Yao's intentions were far from mere intimidation. She was genuinely capable of taking lethal action. Thus, Jiang Mingli did not hold back, unleashing the might of the Empress to demand an explanation. How dare you defy my will after only a few days of my absence? I would not dare. Bai Yao Yao promptly acknowledged her fault. She was brave in admitting her mistakes but resolute in her refusal to change. This was the way of Bai Yao Yao. Jiang Mingli was aware that although Bai Yao Yao remained unconvinced, it was unlikely she would act against Li Changxian, allowing her some measure of relief. Nevertheless, a verbal warning was still necessary. HMPH, it is best to keep it that way. Should you defy my will again, prepare to receive 10 lashes from the demon whip. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Yao Yao's feelings were less about indignation and more about jealousy towards Li Changxian. After all, she had known Jiang Mingli for over 30 years, though they had truly spent only 6 or 7 years together. During Jiang Mingli's 10 years of cultivating to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, it was Bai Yao Yao who had acted as her guardian. Rather than merely guarding her, it could be said that she had moved her nest to the entrance of Jiang Mingli's secluded chamber, sleeping there for a full decade. Before Jiang Mingli entered seclusion, Bai Yao Yao was still just a little fox, and by a twist of fate, Jiang Mingli had saved her life. In gratitude, she had followed Jiang Mingli ever since. Before Jiang Mingli emerged from her seclusion, the former demon emperor had perished, and the leaders of the demon clan sought to seize the throne, resulting in an internal conflict among the demon tribes. Meanwhile, human cultivators took advantage of the chaos, with many sects launching attacks against the demon clans. The leaders of the demon tribes, embroiled in their power struggle, found their forces crumbling under the onslaught of human cultivators. Fortunately, Jiang Mingli emerged from her seclusion at this critical juncture, decisively executing her foes and ruthlessly suppressing the internal strife. Throughout this period, Bai Yao Yao remained by her side. Subsequently, through Jiang Mingli's bloody methods, the human cultivators retreated, and Jiang Mingli was embraced by the demon clans, smoothly ascending to the throne, with Bai Yao Yao becoming her trusted aide. Gradually, she transitioned her perception of Jiang Mingli from that of a benefactor to that of an elder sister, cherishing her as family and holding her in deep admiration. Now, she was vexed by this unknown human who, at first, merely received a strand of demonic energy from the Empress, yet now resided within the demon emperor's palace. Although he was merely a demon servant, this was a privilege that no demon had ever enjoyed. Even her entrance to the Qinli palace required the Empress's permission. How could Li Changxian simply take residence here? If Bai Yao Yao were to be merely a demon servant of Jiang Mingli, with the condition of residing in the Qinli palace, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. After a brief moment, Li Changxian emerged from the side hall and returned to the pavilion in the courtyard, only to find that Bai Yao Yao had already departed. Seeing him remain calm in the face of her murderous intent, Jiang Mingli could not help but remind him, in the Imperial Demon Palace, it would be wise for you to temper your temperament. Isn't the Empress here? Li Changxian responded with a broad smile. That is good to hear. After all, not everyone is as formidable as me. One misstep and you might find yourself dead. Jiang Mingli gazed at him with a smug expression. In truth, Li Changxian had indeed noticed Bai Yaoyou's intent to strike and had been waiting for Jiang Mingli to intervene, not expecting her to see through his ruse. He felt no shame, instead stating directly, then simply issue an order forbidding anyone from laying a hand on me. Why complicate matters? Jiang Mingli, upon hearing this, merely smiled alluringly, unfazed as she replied, what is your status? Merely a lowly demon servant. By what right do you demand others not to touch you? Even if the Empress were to issue a command, would the leaders of the demon clans comply? The fact that I can spare your life is already a great favor. Should you not express your utmost gratitude to me? Jiang Mingli's reasoning for this arrangement held merit, otherwise, allowing a mere mortal to reside in the Imperial Demon Palace would undoubtedly incite discontent among the leaders of the demon clans. With the identity of a demon servant, however, no suspicion would arise. Moreover, Jiang Mingli was keen to witness his discomfiture, eager to see if he would continue to strut about with such bravado. With his demeanor of fearlessness towards everyone, he now found himself needing to obediently hide behind her. Jiang Mingli startled smiley. Li Changxian had long accustomed himself to Jiang Mingli's sardonic jibes. As long as he had a place to stay, he had no intention of truly serving her. Before long, nightfall descended, and Li Changxian sat in his room lost in thought when suddenly, he heard Jiang Mingli's voice in his ear. Li Changxian, go fetch some water. This Empress wishes to bathe. Taken aback, Li Changxian realized that this demoness was up to her usual mischief again. Hey Jiang Mingli, Your Majesty, are you still there? Li Changxian called out a few times in his room, but received no response, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. He decided to pretend he had not heard her. It was impossible for him to serve her. In the main hall of the Qinli Palace, Jiang Mingli waited for quite some time without hearing any movement from Li Changxian. Utilizing her divine sense to investigate, she discovered that Li Changxian was fast asleep in his room. Furious, Jiang Mingli exclaimed, Li Changxian. Her voice reverberated in his half-awake state, startling him into an immediate jump. As he opened his eyes, he found Jiang Mingli had instantaneously appeared in his room. Li Changxian quickly clutched his blanket, exclaiming, Jiang Mingli, can't I have a bit of privacy? How can you just waltz into someone else's room? HMPH, the entire Imperial Demon Palace belongs to this Empress, where can I not go? Jiang Mingli retorted, stepping closer to Li Changxian, her icy hand lifting his chin as she sneered, moreover, what privacy can a mere demon servant possess? In this predicament, Li Changxian trembled on the bed, while Jiang Mingli held his chin, embodying the essence of an empress. Left with no choice, Li Changxian could only counter, haven't you cultivated enough, can't you just perform a cleansing spell? This empress bathes in the celestial spring, how could it be compared to an ordinary bath? Now hurry. Then why not just cast a spell yourself? Why must you insist that I go? If I do not send you, what use do I have for you? Jiang Mingli, weary of his excuses, forcefully tossed Li Changxian out of the side hall with a resounding bang. Does the fox not show its might, truly believing itself to be a sickly cat? Chapter 52, Do you truly wish to attend to my Majesty's bath? Ultimately, under the duress of a forceful threat, Li Changxian had no choice but to fetch a few buckets of celestial spring water for Jiang Mingli. However, upon arriving at the location of the spring, he soon realized that it was a natural bathing pool, situated within a magnificent palace. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Am I being played with? If she desires a bath, why not simply come to the pool herself? Why must I be the one to carry it? It dawned on him that this was merely the whimsical and capricious nature of the enchantress. She was intentionally toying with him. Reluctantly, he complied and filled the water, for he was currently under her roof. Meanwhile, Li Changxian secretly resolved that once he had endured for a year, he would ride high upon the enchantress and assert his dominance. Before long, Li Changxian had filled the bathing tub in Jiang Mingli's chamber with the essence of the celestial spring. Jiang Mingli sat before the dressing mirror, clad only in a thin white undergarment. Yet, this flimsy attire could not conceal her alluring figure, and even with Li Changxian present, there was no hint of modesty. Fortunately, it was not his first encounter, so he displayed no unusual reaction. The water is all filled. May I return to my slumber now? Li Changxian yawned, his spirit visibly waning. Jiang Mingli chuckled softly, revealing a bewitching smile. As the imperial attendant of this empress, you are naturally obliged to assist in my bathing. Upon hearing her words, Li Changxian stood momentarily dumbfounded, failing to grasp the implication of Jiang Mingli's statement. Once realization struck, he felt an electrifying jolt, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. Jiang Mingli, you cannot be serious. What do you think? Jiang Mingli gazed at him with a seductive look. Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging that she truly was a vixen, her smile undeniably enticing. Without further ado, Jiang Mingli ignored him and sauntered over to the tub, teasingly remarking, "Aren't you leaving? Do you genuinely wish to attend to my bath?" Upon hearing her words, Li Changxian snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing the wooden bucket and exiting. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "Wasn't it you who said so? Now you blame me." Once he had departed, Jiang Mingli could not help but smile, finding inexplicable joy in witnessing Li Changxian's flustered state. A short while later, she shed her final piece of clothing and stepped into the celestial spring's essence. This divine liquid not only possessed beautifying properties but also held the crucial ability to heal injuries. Indeed, Jiang Mingli had sustained internal injuries. The backlash from consuming the 9-flower dragon elixir had left its mark, and how could she have escaped unscathed in the Qinglian secret realm? However, at that time, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm, allowing her to suppress the adverse effects. Moreover, her wounds were not severe, which was precisely why she sought to soak in the spring tonight. Based on her estimations, a few more nights in the spring would render her completely healed. As for why she didn't simply bathe in the pool, Li Changxian had guessed correctly. Jiang Mingli was indeed intent on toying with him. Bringing him back was not merely to keep him, he had to be utilized. The following day, when Li Changxian finally roused from slumber, it was nearly noon. Being but a mortal, he could not abstain from food and drink, so upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiong Tai, who was stationed outside the Qinli Palace. As one of the few demons Li Changxian knew within the Imperial Demon Palace, he had no choice but to inquire, I say, little pander, is there a kitchen within this Imperial Demon Palace? Xiong Tai's expression soured, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Were it not for the aura of the demon emperor surrounding Li Changxian, Xiong Tai would not have been so accommodating. Hey, why are you so haughty, little pander? I have already stated that I am an iron-eating demon beast. Can you not hear? Xiong Tai finally snapped back, unable to endure any longer. Although he could not comprehend what a pander was, he knew it lacked the ferocity of an iron-eating beast. Then tell me where the kitchen is, and I shall concede that you are indeed an iron-eating beast. Li Changxian attempted to negotiate. HMPH. Why would I need your acknowledgement? Xiong Tai grunted, but finding himself unable to bear the annoyance, he instructed a nearby demon servant, "You, take him to the kitchen." "Thank you, I promise to keep my word. I shall no longer call you little pander, but rather, Old Iron." Old Iron is a fine title. Li Changxian exclaimed, his face lighting up as he followed the demon servant away. Xiong Tai had nothing more to say. After all, Old Iron sounded far more imposing than little pander. However, during the journey to the kitchen, Li Changxian observed that the demon servant was exceedingly respectful, as were the other demons they encountered along the way. This was not the first time. He recalled that even last night, while fetching the spring water for Jiang Mingli, the demons had similarly bowed in deference. Logically, they should not be intimidated by a mere mortal, right? Thus, he hurriedly detained the leading demon servant, inquiring. Initially, the little demon was trembling and hesitant to speak. After several pressing questions from Li Changxian, he finally revealed that a trace of Jiang Mingli's aura lingered upon him. When had she placed it on him? Li Changxian was unsure. Lacking cultivation, he could not discern the aura emanating from himself. Yet, everything suddenly made sense. No wonder all the demons treated him with such reverence. Of course, this did not apply to the two peculiar demons. Li Changxian soon grasped Jiang Mingli's intention. It was merely to prevent the demons within the Imperial Demon Palace from taking action against him. It appeared that this enchantress was rather favorable towards him. Her promise made during their journey into the demon realm had indeed been fulfilled. Before long, the little demon servant led him to the kitchen within the Imperial Demon Palace. He had yet to see what a demon's kitchen looked like. Did they consume food akin to that of humans? Upon entering the kitchen, Li Changxian was immediately met with several demons preparing meals, who, upon sensing the aura of the demon emperor emanating from him, promptly knelt. Li Changxian hurriedly assisted them to their feet, assuring them to continue with their tasks. Though they returned to their work, they stole glances at Li Changxian, for they had heard whispers of the demon emperor bringing back a mortal, and they surmised he must be the one. Li Changxian began to explore the kitchen, quickly discovering that the demon's fare was not vastly different from that of humans. Moreover, there were numerous unfamiliar dishes stored within. He promptly beckoned to one of the kitchen demons, pointing at a lobster-like creature, and inquired, "What is this called?" The demons here, unlike Bai Yao Yao and Xiong Tai, lacked their audacity. Sensing the trace of the demon emperor's aura, they were filled with trepidation and hurriedly responded, "This is the jade marrow lobster, caught from the Ling Sea. Consuming it can replenish one's spirit and vitality." "And this one?" Li Changxian pointed at a shimmering sea cucumber. "This is the radiant sea cucumber, also obtained from the Ling Sea. It possesses healing properties and can replenish spiritual energy." Chapter 53, The Little Skewers Are Here. Li Changxian inquired about all the unfamiliar ingredients in the demon cuisine room. Only after he finished did he realize how such an abundance of delicacies, all beneficial to cultivators. Li Changxian mused that he could not leave without making the most of this opportunity. Having lived in the depths of the mountains where even a strand of seaweed was a rarity, he resolved to indulge fully for a year. As the evening approached, Jiang Mingli returned to the Qinli Palace from her study and was suddenly enveloped by an alluring aroma wafting from her courtyard. Without a moment's thought, she knew that within the Imperial Demon Palace, aside from Li Changxian, no one else would dare to display such audacity. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld Li Changxian busily toiling over an array of peculiar items, a roaring fire of charcoal, several bamboo skewers, and plates of spirit beast meat. The meat skewered on the bamboo hissed as it sizzled, while Li Changxian continued to turn them over. The tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafted into Jiang Mingli's delicate nostrils, so enticing that she could not help but inquire, "Li Changxian, what is this?" "It's an outdoor barbecue," he exclaimed. "Care to give it a try?" "It is absolutely delicious." He extended a perfectly grilled skewer towards her. Jiang Mingli observed the unfamiliar food in his hand, and although the aroma was enticing, its appearance left much to be desired. Yet, under the weight of Li Changxuan's eager gaze, she accepted it. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her cherry-red lips and took a bite. The moment the flavor touched her palate, her eyes widened in surprise. Having not tasted anything for a long while, she found this dish remarkably delectable. The last time she had eaten was on her journey to Qinglian City, when Li Changxian had prepared a bowl of chicken soup for her, and now she felt this barbecue could rival even that. "How is it?" "Tasty, right?" Li Changxian asked, his face alight with anticipation. "Not bad," Jiang Mingli replied nonchalantly, taking a seat nearby. There was no way she would admit that he had indeed done well. That would tarnish her image as the demon empress. At that moment, Li Changxian noticed that Jiang Mingli had changed back into the dark gown she wore when they first met. Without knowing what prompted him, he inquired casually, "Jiang Mingli, whatever happened to the flowing fairy dress I gifted you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli hesitated for a moment. Then, with a glint in her eyes as if she had seen through something, she feigned indifference. "I lost it. Such a dress is unworthy of my status as empress." Although Li Changxian maintained a nonchalant demeanor, he could not shake a feeling of disgust. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the thought. After all, Jiang Mingli was the demon empress. It was only natural that she would disdain such mundane items. Yet, it was a pity to have squandered so much silver. Sighing internally, Li Changxian suddenly turned serious and expressed his gratitude. "Jiang Mingli, thank you for that strand of your demon aura." His return to Qinli Palace for the barbecue was primarily to show his appreciation to her. Despite her tough exterior and ruthless demeanor, she had been rather kind to him, aside from the time he had provoked her in the ghostly forest and received a slap, and the journey to Qinglian City where she had pulled him along in flight. She had generously provided him with spirit stones and a strand of her demon aura to ensure his safety. While these gestures might seem trivial to her, they were, for Li Changxian at this moment, akin to a lifeline. Without consuming a spirit storage pill, he might not even be able to fend off a minor demon. Jiang Mingli, upon seeing Li Changquan's earnest expression, found herself momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Li Changxian she knew? Why was he being so courteous today? Usually, he seemed intent on vexing her to the utmost. If you dare to defy this empress again, I shan't hesitate to reclaim what I've given, she said, a smile gracing her lips. One cannot simply take back a gift, especially one bestowed by the esteemed empress. Li Changxian chuckled lightly. If she truly took it back, it would complicate his movements within the Imperial Demon Palace. Very well then, if you wish to express your gratitude, simply refrain from angering me in the future and prepare a bowl of chicken soup for me each day, Jiang Mingli suggested. While she found the barbecue enjoyable, nothing could compare to that enticing chicken soup from their time at the inn. Perhaps having Li Changxian as her personal chef would not be such a bad idea after all. With Jiang Mingli's words, Li Changxian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Still hungry, this skewer is my special creation, he offered, presenting another skewer. Jiang Mingli shook her head. This skewer was specially made by Li Changxian to express his gratitude. How could she only eat one? Unrelenting, Li Changxian pressed on. Just give it a try, I assure you this one is even tastier than the last. I have already stated that I do not want it. Here comes the little skewer. Li Changxian exclaimed, forcefully inserting the skewer into Jiang Mingli's mouth. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, for another figure had entered the courtyard, a demon, Bai Yao Yao. Upon entering, immediately caught sight of Li Changxian feeding food to the empress, and felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly aghast. The three of them stood in stunned silence. Bai Yao Yao, her face a mask of disbelief, could not comprehend how, after merely 2 months of absence, her empress had undergone such a transformation. Your Majesty, you must strike him down. Kill this human, and she silently implored. If he dared to stuff that unknown food into her mouth now, what more would he attempt in the future? Li Changxian was the first to recover, hastily withdrawing the skewer. Cough cough. Jiang Mingli also regained her composure, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment before calmly addressing Bai Yao Yao. What brings you here, Bai Yao Yao? Though her tone remained composed, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Hearing Jiang Mingli's question, Bai Yao Yao snapped back to reality. Your Majesty, I have come to bring you water from the celestial spring. Remembering her purpose for visiting Qinli Palace, Bai Yao Yao felt a surge of indignation. She had overheard some minor demons discussing how Li Changxian had fetched water for the empress the previous night. This implied that he had been freely entering and exiting her private quarters, a notion she could not abide. Thus, she had resolved to take matters into her own hands, only to be met with the scene she had just witnessed. You needn't concern yourself, let Li Changxian handle it from now on, Jiang Mingli replied coolly, the blush on her face fading away. But Your Majesty, he is a man. Is it truly appropriate for him to enter your quarters? Fetching water is merely a servant's task. What is inappropriate about a demon servant doing it? Bai Yao Yao was about to argue further when Jiang Mingli abruptly vanished, returning to her chambers, leaving only her instruction lingering in the air. Li Changxian, be sure to fetch the celestial spring water on time tonight. Chapter 54. The Law of Irresistible Temptation. Li Changxian, be sure to collect the celestial spring water on time tonight. Understood. Li Changxian replied with calm composure, even gesturing an okay sign towards Jiang Mingli's chamber. Unlike the previous night, he felt no reluctance. Even without the threat of force, he readily agreed. After all, he was indulging in a feast of exquisite delicacies, and Jiang Mingli had even gifted him a trace of demonic essence. He now thought that performing these minor tasks was hardly a burden. However, this infuriated Bai Yao Yao, who thought to herself that while her empress could be accommodating, Li Changxian was certainly not beyond reproach. She glared at him with the same fiery resentment as the day before, wishing she could devour him whole. Li Changqian felt the icy gaze directed at him by Yao Yao, yet he still greeted her with a smile. Miss Bai, would you care for a skewer? HMPH. Yao Yao huffed disdainfully. Li Changqian intended to tempt her further by taking a bite of the skewer in his hand, only to realize it was the very piece he had just offered to Jiang Mingli. The meat glistened with a tantalizing sheen, leaving him uncertain if it was grease or the lingering essence of the enchantress. He could not help but swallow hard. Reluctantly, he placed the skewer aside on a nearby plate and picked up a small fan, directing a gentle breeze toward Yao Yao. The enticing aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air and into Yao Yao's nostrils. Being a glutton by nature, she had never encountered the culinary skills brought from the Blue Star. The moment she inhaled the fragrant scent of the barbecue, her resolve began to waver, and her mouth filled with saliva. Stealing a glance at the food being grilled by Li Changqian, she swallowed again, cursing internally. How dare this insufferable human use her weakness against her? HMPH, even if I were to leap from the Imperial Demon Island, I shall never partake in the fare of a mere mortal. Yao Yao silently vowed, noticing her subtle swallow yet maintaining her prideful facade of indifference. Li Changqian recognized her as a little foodie at heart. He then took a skewer and indulged in a few bites before smacking his lips audibly. Oh my! This is truly delicious. Soon, Yao Yao's earlier expression of contempt began to transform into one of longing, influenced by the enticing aroma. Seizing the moment, Li Changqian pressed on. Miss Bai, would you like to have a taste? It is quite delectable. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's previously eager gaze shifted to one of wariness. What exactly are you plotting? Li Changqian, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Did you not see your empress enjoying it moments ago? It is merely an invitation to share a meal. Really, could you be so benevolent? Fear not, Miss Bai, I am but a mortal, incapable of harboring ill intentions. Li Changqian assured her with a sincere expression. At this, Yao Yao gradually lowered her guard, acknowledging that perhaps she had been overly suspicious. After all, he was merely a mortal, and she had unwittingly categorized him as an enemy. Yet he seemed to have done nothing wrong. It was her own jealousy that had clouded her judgment. Well, very well, I shall sample a bite. Though filled with anticipation, she feigned nonchalance. Picking up a well-cooked skewer, she took a tentative bite, her eyes widening in astonishment as she savored a flavor unlike anything she had ever experienced. She hurriedly seated herself beside him, relishing the feast. As she devoured the food, she did not forget to issue a warning. Do not think that you can bribe me with these delicacies. Should you neglect the empress, I shall not be lenient. This is truly delicious. The moment the food entered her mouth, her prior convictions vanished, and she lost herself in the indulgence. Observing her voracious appetite, Li Changqian could not help but smirk. As Yao Yao's pace slowed after her initial fervor, she asked, Your name is Li Changqian, is it not? What do you call this dish? Barbecue. Li Changqian replied casually. By this point, Yao Yao's tone had softened considerably, and her demeanor toward Li Changqian had warmed. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Curiosity getting the better of her, she inquired, How did you come to know our empress? This was a question she had long wished to ask, eager to uncover the events of the past month and why the empress had brought a mortal back with her. However, as a subordinate of Jiang Mingli, she felt it inappropriate to pry. She had no grounds to question her, and it was uncertain whether the empress would divulge anything. All she knew was that the empress had gone to the human realm to contest for the chaotic purple lotus, but the details of what transpired remained a mystery to her. Seeing her inquisitive expression, Li Changqian did not hold back and relayed the gist of the situation. Your empress was injured, and I saved her life, that is all. Our empress is no ordinary person. Does she truly require the aid of a mere mortal? Yao Yao responded skeptically. After all, it was hard to believe that a mortal could save a pinnacle cultivator. Yet, gazing at Li Changquan's earnest demeanor, she sensed he was not lying, nor would he dare to do so. Is that true? Yao Yao pressed for confirmation. Li Changqian nodded, and in that moment, he realized Yao Yao was still unaware of the events surrounding Jiang Mingli. Since Jiang Mingli had not informed her of the specifics, he too deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Bai Yaoyao chose not to ask further, having already determined that Li Changxian had spoken the truth. This revelation clarified many things. Li Changxian had saved her empress, who, in gratitude, had brought him back to the demon realm to shield him from human cultivators. However, due to his mortal status, he had been assigned the role of a demon servant, yet there remained many aspects she found perplexing, such as why the empress had bestowed upon him a trace of demonic essence instead of simply issuing a decree to protect him from harm. Surely, there was no need for such a gift. Furthermore, why had he been granted residence in the Qinli Palace's side hall? She herself had never enjoyed such privileges. As Bai Yaoyao pondered these questions, Li Changxian stepped outside the courtyard with another skewer in hand. Outside, several guards were already salivating at the aroma of his barbecue. "Hey, friends, allow me to treat you all to something." As soon as Li Changxian exited, he thrust several skewers into the hands of the stationed guard, Xiong Taizu. Xiong Taizu, taken aback, barely registered what had occurred before Li Changxian returned inside, leaving behind a casual remark, "No need to thank me." Xiong Taizu gazed at the unfamiliar food he held, with the eager eyes of his subordinates upon him, appearing quite conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to share the skewers. Before long, sounds of admiration echoed from outside. "Commander Xiong, this is truly remarkable. Oh my, it is absolutely delicious." Chapter 55, An unexpected bath in the spring of immortality. As Li Changxian returned to the courtyard, Bai Yaoyao was just about to leave. Upon noticing him approach, she immediately donned a fierce expression and threatened, "You had better not let me discover any offences or transgressions against Her Majesty the Empress, or I shall not hesitate to treat you harshly, even if you bear the Empress's aura." However, compared to before, the hostility in her tone had diminished significantly. Li Changxian mused that the barbecue feast had not been in vain. He had successfully improved relations with the two most hostile spirits within the Empress's palace. "Rest assured, Miss Bai, given your Empress's temperament, if I were truly so reckless, it would hardly be you who would take action. HMPH, it better be so." Although Bai Yaoyao said this, a hint of disbelief lingered in her heart. She distinctly recalled that upon the Empress's return yesterday, Li Changxian had called her full name aloud. Had anyone else dared to show such disrespect, they would have been swiftly dealt with, yet yesterday, no reprimand was uttered. She felt that Li Changxian's last statement remained uncertain. Soon after, Bai Yaoyao vanished from the courtyard. Once Li Changxian had tidied up, he proceeded to the spring of immortality to fetch water, just as he had done the previous night. Upon returning to Qinli Palace, he knocked on Jiang Mingli's chamber door. "Come in." Jiang Mingli's voice, soft yet commanding, floated out. Before long, after several trips back and forth, Li Changxian had filled the bathing tub. As he contemplated his lack of further obligations, he intended to take his leave. "Wait." A gentle voice halted his steps. "What is it? Do you require anything else from me?" Jiang Mingli furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by how much Li Changxian had changed. Just last night, he had been forcefully thrown out and threatened with violence to accomplish his tasks. Now he was complying with her wishes, leaving her somewhat unsettled. "Pour out the water." "I have no desire to bathe." Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the mischievous temperament of the enchanting spirit had resurfaced. What could he do? There was no alternative but to acquiesce to her demands. After all, she had done him a favor. Fortunately, with a sense of conscience still intact, Li Changxian resolved to express his gratitude. Since she disliked barbecued dishes and there was no time to prepare chicken soup, he would indulge her whims for the evening. Even though he was fully aware that she was intentionally teasing him, he proceeded to drain the water from the tub as she requested. Jiang Mingli observed him in astonishment, pondering why he was so obedient to her commands. It was evident that she was toying with him, and she could hardly believe he remained oblivious. To her surprise, he complied without hesitation. HMPH, this was hardly entertaining. "Return now." After Li Changxian completed his task, Jiang Mingli felt a twinge of annoyance. Adjusting to his newfound compliance was quite disconcerting. Once outside, Li Changxian caught a whiff of his own scent. Oh dear, the unmistakable aroma of barbecued food clung to him, thoroughly permeating his being. It seemed he too needed a bath, as he was unable to perform any cleansing rituals. Yet, upon returning to his room, he recalled that he would still need to fetch water to wash. He thought it best to simply bathe in the spring, saving himself the trouble of running back and forth. Thus, he gathered a new set of clothing and made his way to the bathing pool. This new attire had been sent to him by Jiang Mingli's attendants, and its quality and fabric were indeed far superior to what he currently wore. A moment later, Li Changxian leisurely entered the hall of the Spring of Immortality. At that moment, several demon attendants passed by and noticed him entering the hall. Hey, isn't he the Spring of Immortality, the Empress's exclusive bathing chamber? Why is a man entering? Don't you know he is a personal attendant brought back by the demon emperor? Not only does he possess a trace of the Empress's aura, but he also resides in the adjoining hall of Qinli Palace. He must be fetching water for Her Majesty. We should hurry on and not encounter him. Is that so? But I don't see him carrying a bathing tub. It seems more like he intends to bathe himself. Come on, why are we worrying about this? Oh, fine, let us go. Inside the Spring of Immortality, oh how delightful, Li Changxian luxuriated in the warm embrace of the natural hot spring, stretching his back and loosening his spine. Truly, the demon empress knows how to indulge. This bathing experience was unlike any other. Though he was unaware of the spring's benefits, the warmth enveloped him completely. Not just his skin, but his entire body, down to his meridians and bones, felt enveloped in a state of extreme comfort. In such a soothing environment, the busy Li Changxian unknowingly drifted into slumber. About a quarter of an hour later, another graceful figure appeared outside the hall of the Spring of Immortality. Jiang Mingli's intent in bathing extended beyond mere relaxation. She sought to heal from the backlash of the sealing spirit's curse she had endured. Thus, her earlier claim of not wishing to bathe was merely a ruse to provoke Li Changxian. She indeed desired to immerse herself in the spring, and so, Jiang Mingli approached the hall. Without hesitation or probing with her senses to check for anyone inside, she pushed the door open. After all, this was her exclusive bathing chamber, and no one had ever dared to intrude, so she naturally assumed she would find it empty. The bathing pool within was vast, shrouded in mist and infused with spiritual energy. Li Changxian's head was completely submerged beneath the ethereal vapors. Thus Jiang Mingli failed to notice the slumbering figure beside the pool. She first raised her hand to establish a barrier, and then a series of soft rustling sounds echoed within the hall. At that moment, if Li Changxian had opened his eyes, he would have beheld a breathtaking figure, with skin as smooth and delicate as jade, a body that could stir one's very soul. Long, fair legs and arms resembling creamy white lotus roots subtly concealed her alluring curves, while her silvery hair shimmered like silk. All of this was unadorned by any fabric or veil. Then came a splash as her enchanting form gracefully slipped into the pool. Li Changxian still showed no signs of awakening. After a moment, Jiang Mingli deftly gathered the spring water with her slender fingers, cascading it over her exquisite form. Her hair was like clouds, her features as radiant as jade, embodying an elegance that was both serene and captivating. The sound of splashing water filled Li Changxian's ears, intermittent and varying in intensity. Hearing the commotion, he finally stirred, blinking his sleepy eyes. In a haze, he realized he had dozed off in the hot spring, but what was that persistent dripping sound? No, there was someone else. In an instant, Li Changxian was fully alert, instinctively sitting up. A figure emerged from the mist, revealing Jiang Mingli's head above the water. Their eyes met, and they were both taken aback, staring at one another in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 56. Am I to be held accountable? In an instant, a celestial visage appeared in Li Changxian's eyes. Beneath the steamy warmth of the hot spring, Jiang Mingli's ethereal beauty blushed delicately. Her eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, sparkled with depth, framed by elegantly carved brows, while her silvery tresses cascaded like a waterfall, undulating in the hazy waterlight. On her exquisitely sculpted face, a breathtaking radiance emerged, one that seemed almost otherworldly, a beauty that could captivate any heart. Her porcelain-like complexion was smooth and flawless, and her enchanting eyes brimmed with a glimmer of autumn's gentle waters, tinged with a hint of astonishment. As Li Changxian regained his composure, he unconsciously cast a glance downward, beneath her graceful neck. Pale as fine porcelain, fortunately, the spring was deep enough that even with Jiang Mingli's slender figure, only 2 crescent moons of her fair skin were revealed, yet, even so, in that fleeting glance, Li Changxian, a sword immortal with a decade of experience, realized that he was utterly at a loss. At that moment, Jian Mingli was equally entranced, her mind completely forgetting her own peak cultivation. Her thoughts momentarily halted. Once she came to her senses, she hastily covered herself with her delicate hands, her charming face shifting from cherry blossom pink to a vivid crimson. Li Changxian, she exclaimed with a voice strained yet laced with indignation, a mix of embarrassment and fury radiating from her. The enchanting glint in her fox-like eyes transformed into a fierce crimson, shimmering ominously. A formidable aura of danger emanated from her presence. Had it not been for the protective barriers she had set prior to entering the palace, the entire demon city would likely have felt the wrath of the demon empress, causing its inhabitants to tremble and kneel in fear. Without hesitation, Jian Mingli unleashed a palm strike at the water, sending splashes and waves that submerged Li Changxian beneath the surface. Battling her embarrassment and rage, she swiftly leapt from the spring and donned her dark-hued attire. Though immortal, Li Changxian could vividly sense the intensity of her fury. As he emerged from the water, he dared not open his eyes, hastily covering them with his hand. Am I blind? Where am I? Why can't I see anything? Panic set in as he began to ramble incoherently. Jian Mingli raised a hand, contemplating whether to strike him down, yet for reasons unknown, her heart hesitated, and she found herself unable to act. After a moment of contemplation, she suppressed the urge to annihilate him and stormed behind a screen, seething, "You have 10 breaths to get dressed and come over here." Upon hearing her voice, Li Changxian sighed with relief. That was close. I nearly met my end. He scrambled onto the shore, time pressing upon him, and hastily donned a single undergarment before rushing to Jian Mingli's side. At that moment, Jian Mingli sat upon her seat, her eyes tightly closed, a lingering blush still adorning her cheeks, her delicate hand resting lightly on her jade forehead. Her proud bosom heaved rhythmically, betraying her state of flustered indignation. You saw everything." Jian Mingli opened her glistening eyes, the fiery glint within them fixated on Li Changxian. "I saw nothing at all," he quickly denied. Acknowledging it would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant, although he truly had not witnessed much. "Truthfully, I won't kill you, perhaps a test or perhaps genuine," Jian Mingli inquired once more. "You mean it?" "HMPH. When have I ever gone back on my word?" With her assurance, Li Changxian hesitated only briefly before replying candidly, "I truly didn't see anything. You know how deep that spring is." "Then why didn't you speak when I entered?" "Didn't you see me then?" I must have dozed off, otherwise, there would have been no reason for me to come out afterward, right?" Li Changxian scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "Who allowed you to bathe in the celestial spring palace? Are you unaware that this is my exclusive bathing area?" "I had no idea." Li Changxian protested vehemently. He then muttered softly, "Besides, you never mentioned it to me." Jian Mingli's expression grew cold at his words. Yet, after a brief moment, she reflected that he had a point. It was her oversight for not sensing the presence within the room upon entering, naively assuming that no demon would dare intrude upon her sanctuary, forgetting that she had brought back a remarkable individual. Given that he truly hadn't seen much, she contemplated whether to let him off the hook. Suddenly, Jian Mingli's demeanor shifted. She was astonished at herself for harboring such thoughts. Why had she become more lenient toward him? She was unclear about her own feelings. Had it been anyone else, they would have met with dire consequences for similar actions. Yet, upon encountering Li Changxian, she felt transformed, albeit only in relation to him. Now, sharing the same bathing pool, if it were someone else, they would have been silenced before they could utter a word, swiftly reduced to nothingness. Although she felt anger simmering within her, she sensed a greater undercurrent of shyness, which was why she hesitated to act. For the moment, she could not comprehend her own feelings. Was this a remnant of the Taishan forbidden technique? Could it alter one's disposition? Yet why did her feelings remain unchanged towards others? She found herself perplexed, deciding to dismiss the thoughts for now. After a series of self-assurances, Jian Mingli resolved to impose some form of punishment, otherwise, she would truly be indulging him, and who knew when he might dare to overstep again. Even so, you trespassed upon my bathing area and gazed upon me, cough, what do you propose as a consequence? Jiang Mingli implied that he should devise his own punishment, yet to Li Changxian, the meaning was entirely different. Though hailing from Blue Star, where notions were less rigid, he still held a somewhat traditional perspective. Hearing Jiang Mingli's words, he instinctively interpreted them differently. In the mortal realm of Lingxia continent, if a woman's body were to be seen by others, it would be deemed a severe breach of virtue, necessitating either marriage to the beholder to preserve her honor or facing the scorn of society, leading to a life of despondency. Even within the cultivation community, while the standards were not as stringent as in the mortal realm, the concept of chastity was still held in high regard, save for those who practiced certain arts. Thus, when Li Changxian heard Jiang Mingli's phrase, "What do you propose?" he naturally assumed she was inquiring whether he intended to take responsibility. He pondered deeply, recalling his orphan status back on Blue Star, having never experienced romance before his arrival. In Lingxia continent, he had encountered very few maternal figures, and he approached matters of the heart with a laissez-faire attitude. Otherwise, he would not have rejected Zhao Chen's mother's introduction. As for the demoness before him, to be frank, he had initially felt little affinity, but over time, he found her rather agreeable. Otherwise, during their encounter in the Qinglian secret realm, he would not have gone to such lengths to protect her. Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Mingli assumed he was contemplating how to apologize, unaware that his thoughts had strayed far from her original intent. After much hesitation, Li Changxian finally ventured a tentative question, "Are you suggesting that I am to be held accountable?" Chapter 57. What is this strange feeling? Are you implying that I should take responsibility? Jiang Mingli exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. What do you mean? Li Changxian hesitated for a considerable time. Although he felt it was inappropriate to pose such a question, fearing it would paint him as a heartless scoundrel, he believed it prudent to clarify. You wish for me to take responsibility for you, correct? Initially, Jiang Mingli was at a loss, pondering the notion of responsibility. However, upon regaining her composure, she seemed to grasp the implication, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Li Changxian, do you even realize what you are saying? She chastised him, her face flushed with indignation. Upon hearing her reaction and witnessing her vexed expression, Li Changxian instantly understood that he had misconstrued her words. Thankfully, he had chosen to inquire further, otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. He patted his chest in relief. My apologies, it seems I misunderstood. However, Jiang Mingli was not pleased with his response. What did he mean by "it's good that it's not"? Did he truly think so little of her? Her expression shifted once more, brimming with fury as she retorted, "You had better clarify what you mean by "it's good that it's not." Am I not worthy of your regard? How absurd. No. What I meant was, Your Majesty, your beauty is unparalleled, and I am but a mere mortal unworthy of your attention, Li Changxian hastily explained, eager to placate her, otherwise, his future days may become quite unbearable. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Mingli's expression softened somewhat. Nevertheless, she dared not allow Li Changxian to continue speaking, fearing he might utter something else shocking. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot evade punishment. Tonight, you shall stand in the courtyard as a penalty for intruding upon my bathing chamber. Please, Your Majesty, I was wrong, let me return to sleep, will you? Li Changxian pleaded desperately, muttering under his breath, wasn't it you who barged in? Jiang Mingli seemed to ignore his murmured words, instead regarding him with a sultry smile. Li Changxian promptly regained his footing and hurried back to the courtyard. Fortunately, Jiang Mingli had moderated her strength, and he only felt a superficial sting, avoiding any internal injuries. By the time Jiang Mingli returned to the Jinli Palace, Li Changxian was already standing in the courtyard. Should I discover you slacking, prepare to stand for another 10 days. Jiang Mingli warned before storming back into her chambers. Time swiftly passed to midnight, and Li Changxian found himself shivering from the cold. The imperial demon city, situated by the sea, became even chillier at night. As a mere mortal clad in only a single layer of clothing, he could hardly escape the discomfort. Yet, his thoughts were not consumed by the cold, rather, the chill had dissipated much of his drowsiness, and his mind wandered back to earlier events. Whenever he recalled certain delicate matters, warmth flooded through him, providing some solace against the biting wind. Simultaneously, he sensed that Jiang Mingli had been unusually kind to him, even if his thoughts were somewhat unseemly according to the customs of the cultivation world. Such an incident, even if a misunderstanding, would typically lead to severe repercussions for a mortal, especially considering she was the merciless demon empress. In the past, when he had merely embraced her in the Yoyu forest, she had struck him. Now, she only imposed a minor punishment. He could not dismiss the notion that Jiang Mingli felt indebted to him for saving her. Yet, that explanation seemed inadequate. During the Qinglian secret realm, she had even sacrificed a petal of the coveted Jinyu Qinglian flower to save him. Such a precious item, for which countless cultivators would risk their lives to obtain, had been given to him, followed by the protection of demonic energy. Now, she had merely imposed a light punishment. He began to question whether the demoness had developed feelings for him. This notion made slightly more sense. When he had misinterpreted Jiang Mingli's intentions earlier, he thought that if she genuinely wished for him to take responsibility, he would not have been averse to it, not for the sake of seeking comfort or obligation, but for reasons he could not articulate. Unbeknownst to him, he had already developed feelings for Jiang Mingli that transcended mere friendship. As Li Changxian trembled in the courtyard, Jiang Mingli remained awake within her chamber. Although she was not accustomed to sleep, her restlessness tonight stemmed from a different source. After returning from the bathing chamber, she had been unable to quell her unease, believing her anxiety was due to concerns over the repercussions of the Taishan forbidden technique. She hastily retrieved all the ancient texts of the demon clan from the Imperial Demon Palace. At that moment, numerous jade slips whirled around her. To enhance her efficiency, Jiang Mingli deliberately unleashed her spiritual consciousness, navigating through the jade slips to seek information regarding the Taishan sect. As her spiritual awareness traversed each slip, the information would rapidly manifest in her mind. After countless searches, she finally discovered a jade slip documenting the Taishan sect, and she began to read slowly. The content was straightforward. The Taishan sect evolved from the Xianyi sect during ancient times, when ferocious beasts roamed and wreaked havoc upon humanity. Thus, a group of cultivators emerged, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These initial cultivators could traverse the skies and part rivers, ultimately uniting to combat the ferocious beasts. After tremendous sacrifices, they subdued the ancient beasts, restoring peace to the world. The surviving cultivators established sects to disseminate their cultivation methods. The Xianyi sect was born from this lineage. However, after several millennia, discord among the sect's leaders led to a schism, resulting in the formation of the Taishan sect and the Taiyi sect. After reading for quite some time, Jiang Mingli still found no accounts pertaining to the Taishan forbidden technique. Frustrated, she clung to a sliver of hope and continued perusing the remaining content. When she reached the final passage, her expression suddenly brightened. There indeed existed records regarding the Taishan forbidden technique. The jade slip revealed that the technique was originally designed to combat the ancient ferocious beasts, but those deemed excessively cruel were categorized as forbidden techniques. The sealing spirit seal was one such technique, requiring the blood sacrifice of the practitioner. The more blood sacrificed, the greater the power unleashed. However, the sole drawback was that the blood and spirit of the sacrificial individuals would be consumed by the formation, leaving no chance of survival, hence its classification as a forbidden technique. Upon completing her reading, Jiang Mingli learned that those who invoked the sealing spirit seal would lose their cultivation without any lingering side effects, and there was no mention of any impact on one's character. Jiang Mingli breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no after effects, that was sufficient. Yet, a new question arose. What was this strange feeling she harbored towards Li Changxian? Chapter 58. The nature of the Fox clan. In gratitude, the following day, Jiang Mingli had spent a sleepless night. As dawn broke and she stepped out of her chamber, she spotted Li Changxian in the courtyard. His eyelids were drooping heavily, resembling two candles on the verge of extinguishing, swaying precariously in the wind. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Changxian jolted awake. His gaze fell upon Jiang Mingli, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "You stood all night. Have you vented your frustrations?" Jiang Mingli remained silent, for she had not truly been angry. By the time he emerged from the bath, her ire had dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of embarrassment that had incited her to make him stand as punishment. Noticing her silence, Li Changxian presumed she had calmed down, otherwise, she would have vehemently denied it. "Your Majesty, may I return now?" he inquired. Jian Mingli nodded ever so slightly. At this, Li Changxian felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Weary and bleary-eyed, he stumbled toward the side hall without even a farewell. Jian Mingli was accustomed to his mannerisms and found nothing amiss. On his way back, Li Changxian coughed a few times, and upon reaching his room, he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Jian Mingli made her way to the study within the Imperial Demon Palace to attend to matters concerning the Demon Clan. The management system of the Demon Tribe was vastly different from that of the mortal kingdoms. There was no need for daily court assemblies. In the demon realm, the demon emperor presided over myriad demons, while various demon clans were governed by their respective demon kings. In times of peace, the demon kings meticulously managed their territories. They would report the conditions of their lands to the Imperial Demon Palace at designated times, enabling the demon emperor to make informed decisions unless significant matters arose within the demon clans or they were summoned by the demon emperor. The demon kings would not venture to the palace without course. Thus, the Imperial Demon Palace was not heavily populated. Jian Mingli's daily responsibilities primarily involved reviewing the memorials submitted by the demon kings, a task that posed little challenge for her. However, today, she seemed somewhat distracted. Though her eyes scanned the text of the memorial, her thoughts wandered aimlessly like a wild horse, uncontrollable and drifting elsewhere. Even Bai Yao Yao, who was attending to her, sensed Jian Mingli's unusual demeanor. Filled with curiosity, she could not help but ask, "Is there something weighing on your Majesty's mind?" Startled by Bai Yaoyao's voice, Jian Mingli hastily pulled herself back to the present. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed it harmless to inquire of Bai Yao Yao, considering her own confusion. "Bai Yao Yao, do you perceive any changes since my return?" Taking this question to heart, Bai Yao Yao scrutinized Jian Mingli for a moment, then endeavored to recall how she had appeared 2 days prior, searching for any differences. Yet, she found nothing particularly noteworthy. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as if struck by an epiphany, and a smile graced her lips as she declared, "Indeed, your Majesty has returned more beautiful than ever, exuding an enchanting charm." Initially, Jian Mingli's expression held a glimmer of anticipation, but upon hearing this response, that anticipation vanished without a trace. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "I do not refer to changes in appearance, what else?" Bai Yaoyao's expression shifted to one of contemplation. She pinched her chin and feigned deep thought before finally recalling, "Yes. This time, your Majesty wore a white dress upon returning to the palace. In all my 30 years of serving you, it is the first time I have seen you in anything other than black." Jian Mingli nodded slightly. She had previously refrained from wearing white, believing it too feminine and unbefitting of her regal stature. Although she had since changed her mind, the dress that Li Changxian gifted her still remained neatly tucked away in her spatial pouch. Her earlier assertion to discard it had merely been an attempt to tease him, yet, this alteration in attire seemed insufficient to indicate any substantial issue. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, this time, your Majesty brought back an insufferable mortal, who appears to serve no purpose whatsoever. Moreover, and what else, speak boldly, I shall not punish you for your audacity." Jian Mingli urged, her impatience evident. "That Li Changxian called out your Majesty's full name at the palace gates, and you did not chastise him for his disrespect. Instead, you bestowed upon him a fragment of your demonic energy and allowed him to reside in the side hall of the Jinli Palace." Bai Yaoyao's excitement escalated as she continued, seemingly unrestrained, voicing all her grievances. Once she realized her words had crossed a line, she hurriedly knelt in apology, saying, "I have spoken out of turn." "Fear not, rise," Jian Mingli replied absently. Bai Yaoyao's observations had previously seemed entirely reasonable to her. She had not resented Li Changxian for calling her name out of habit. Granting him demonic energy was merely a measure for his safety, and allowing him to stay in the palace was due to his status as her personal demon attendant. However, in light of Bai Yaoyao's remarks, these justifications now felt less tenable, as there seemed to be no necessity for her to treat him with such exception. "But do you comprehend why I acted in this manner?" Bai Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise, taken aback that even the demon emperor herself was uncertain of the rationale. She resumed her contemplation. To Bai Yao Yao, the demon emperor bore the weight of an entire demon clan, her mind solely focused on cultivation. With over 30 years of understanding her, Bai Yao Yao was certain that the demon emperor's resolve was unyielding, and she would not be swayed by mere mortals. Furthermore, the chasm between celestial beings and mortals was vast, especially considering the demon emperor's exalted status as the leader of all demons, while Li Changxian was merely a common man. Thus, only one possibility remained. Last night, she had inquired about the circumstances between the demon emperor and Li Changxian over the past 2 months, leading Bai Yao Yao to conclude that the demon emperor was acting out of sentiment and gratitude for his life-saving assistance. "I heard Li Changxian saved your majesty," Bai Yao Yao stated. Jiang Mingli nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying. Seeing that both sides of the narrative aligned, Bai Yao Yao felt increasingly convinced of her deduction and replied without hesitation, "It must be that your majesty values the bond of gratitude and is acting to repay his life-saving deed." Jiang Mingli pondered Bai Yao Yao's assertion, feeling a sense of confusion within her. Was it truly as she suggested? Observing the bewilderment on her face, Bai Yao Yao continued to elucidate, "Your Majesty is well aware that our Fox clan places great importance on gratitude, especially when it pertains to a life-saving favor. Although your Majesty possesses the bloodline of the celestial fox and is not an ordinary fox demon, she is still of the fox lineage, and it is in our nature to repay such debts." As Bai Yao Yao expanded, a sense of confidence radiated from her. She felt immensely pleased with her conclusion and thought to herself how clever she was. In merely a few moments, she had unraveled the morning's confusion plaguing the demon emperor, proving herself to be an indispensable aid. Jiang Mingli, upon reflecting on Bai Yao Yao's words, felt a flicker of understanding, as though a veil had been lifted. Though she still sensed an underlying discord, she hoped it was merely a remnant of her previous affliction from the profound forbidden arts. P.S. I kindly urge all esteemed readers to keep up with the updates in the coming days. This period is crucial for nurturing our little ones. In a few days, there will be additional chapters. Chapter 59, What is being spied on? As night fell, Jiang Mingli returned to her chamber, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Li Changxian. Just the previous night, he had promised to prepare a bowl of chicken soup for her every evening, yet as the hour of drew to a close, there was still no sign of him. This fellow must have forgotten. She resolved that when he eventually arrived with the celestial spring water, she would not hold it against him, Jiang Mingli thought to herself with a huff. However, even as the hour of Shu approached, he remained absent. Frustration welled within her. Had he not already faced punishment for his earlier lapse? Now, he could not even bring her bathing water. "Li Changxian, I am preparing for a bath. Hurry and fetch the celestial spring water," Jiang Mingli called into his chamber. Silence reigned within, save for the faint sound of his labored breathing. Her anger intensified. How dare he ignore her? "Li Changxian, if you do not come forth this instant, I shall make you stand for another night as punishment," she declared, her voice laced with indignation. Still, there was no reply. The audacity, yet, this was indeed characteristic of Li Changxuan's behavior, and her tension eased slightly. The familiar sensation returned, dispelling the obedience she had felt the previous day. Nevertheless, the dignity of the empress could not be compromised. She had to impose some form of discipline upon him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mingli materialized in Li Changxuan's chamber, only to find him curled under the covers. Initially believing him to be asleep, she yanked the blanket away, but upon seeing his condition, her heart tightened with alarm. Li Changxian lay shivering on the bed, his garments soaked with cold sweat, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Recognizing the signs of illness, Jiang Mingli hastily attempted to channel her spiritual energy into him, but his pallor did not improve. For an ordinary mortal, even a mere whiff of refined spiritual energy would suffice to remedy most ailments. It then dawned on her that Li Changxian lacked a core, rendering her efforts futile. As a demon and a cultivator, she had never experienced illness and was unaware of alternative remedies beyond infusing spiritual energy. Thus, she merely covered him with the blanket once more. At that moment, Li Changxian stirred slightly, a chill creeping through him, his head spinning. Cough, cough, cough. His series of coughs alerted Jiang Mingli to his wakefulness. "What ails you? How shall we treat this? I just attempted to channel spiritual energy, but it seemed ineffective. She inquired in haste. Li Changxian propped himself up with some difficulty, testing his forehead for fever but finding nothing amiss. Yet, he was aware of his own condition and weakly replied, "I must have caught a chill last night. It appears I have succumbed to a cold." He inwardly chuckled at his plight. In just a year, he had become as frail as an ordinary mortal, his physical constitution no better than theirs. This was his first bout of illness since arriving in the Lingxiao continent. Previously, his cultivation had rendered him impervious to such afflictions, and now he found himself suffering. "Then how shall we proceed?" "I shall send someone to procure remedies," Jiang Mingli urged again. If one listened closely, they might detect a subtle hint of anxiety in her tone. Fortunately, Li Changxian had perused medical texts, enabling him to provide her with a list of ingredients for treating a cold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli immediately transmitted a message to Bai Yao, instructing her to procure the necessary herbs from the Imperial Demon City. Though the Imperial Demon Palace possessed medicines, they were primarily elixirs for cultivators and of no use to Li Changxian. Bai Yao, upon receiving the Empress's command, though puzzled as to why she required mundane remedies, did not hesitate and promptly set off to gather the herbs. After issuing her instructions, Jiang Mingli took a seat at the table within the room, only to sense a gaze fixed upon her. Even in such a feeble state, you cannot refrain from staring. "Look elsewhere." Jiang Mingli shot a glare at Li Changxian, following it with a playful reprimand. "Am I not merely observing the instigator of my discomfort?" Cough, cough. Although his complexion was poor, he managed to jest. "Humph, who told you to spy on me?" "Serves you right." Jiang Mingli seemed to recall something, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush under the reflection of the flowing stone. Li Changxian's expression faltered. How had it come to him being accused of peeping? Had he not clarified it was an accident? Moreover, he had not seen much. At that moment, Bai Yao's figure appeared in the room. "Your Majesty, I have retrieved the medicine, and what were you two discussing?" What did Li Changxian spy on? Bai Yao's sudden entrance left both of them momentarily speechless. "Nothing of significance. You must have misheard, Bai." "Is that so?" Bai Yao questioned, her curiosity piqued. Though she felt she had heard clearly enough, she simply hadn't caught what had been spied upon. Fearing further inquiries, Li Changxian hastily diverted the conversation. "Bai, your speed in procuring the herbs is commendable." "Of course," Bai Yao replied with a proud smile, thinking that when the Empress had entrusted her with a task, it must be executed with efficiency. Hence, she had returned swiftly with the herbs. Upon sensing the Empress's presence in Li Changxuan's chamber, she entered without hesitation, deeming him of little consequence. "Simply boil the herbs in a bowl of water until reduced to half," Li Changxian instructed as the herbs were presented. At this moment, Bai Yao noticed Li Changxian seated on the bed, his complexion still poor, and realized he required the medicine, prompting her to scoff lightly. "Whoever wishes to take medicine should do so themselves." "Bai Yao, do as he says," Jiang Mingli interjected before Li Changxian could respond. Bai Yao, hearing this, donned a reluctant expression and grumbled, "Why not just channel some spiritual energy into him? Preparing medicine is such a hassle, he lacks a core, so spiritual energy is ineffective. Now, hurry." "I see, how unfortunate for you," Bai Yao remarked, tapping her chin in realization before leisurely departing to prepare the medicine. Her opinion of Li Changxian had softened. She thought that by assisting in making the medicine, she was also repaying a favor to her Empress. Thus, she accepted the task with a light heart. The room soon fell silent, leaving only Jiang Mingli and Li Changxian. Despite his illness, Li Changxuan's spirits remained high, and he jested, Now the Empress must trouble herself to visit the Celestial Spring Palace, and with my illness persisting for a few days, the promised chicken soup will have to wait." "Humph, why not just suffer to death?" Once Li Changxian finished his medicine, Jiang Mingli returned to her own quarters, only to notice Bai Yao trailing closely behind her. As Jiang Mingli opened her door, intending to enter, Bai Yao followed suit. "What more do you desire?" Bai Yao's face brightened as she replied, "Your Majesty, since Li Changxian is currently unable, allow me to fetch the celestial spring water for your bath this evening." "No need, tonight, I shall go to the Celestial Spring Palace myself." Jiang Mingli calmly declined and then entered her chamber, leaving Bai Yao at the door, crestfallen. Why was it acceptable for Li Changxian but not for her? After a lengthy period of sulking, a sudden realization struck her, and her spirits lifted. Surely, the Empress is concerned for my well-being, believing such tasks do not suit her divine status. Her consideration is truly thoughtful. The Empress was exceedingly kind to her. Chapter 60. The brothers of Old Tai. The following day, Li Changxian remained in slumber. He had almost fully recovered. Although he was still in a mortal body, it was nonetheless that of a refined physique. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Hearing this, Li Changxian stirred from his half-dreaming state. He found it rather peculiar. Within the Imperial Demon Palace, it was rare for anyone. Come in, Li Changxian called out without rising from his bed. Shortly after, he beheld Xiong Tai entering with a bowl of medicine in hand. Old Tai, what brings you here? Li Changxian inquired as he got up to dress. Xiong Tai placed the medicine on the table and took a seat. The Empress commanded me to look after you. I see. Thank you for bringing the medicine, Old Tai, Li Changxian replied as he joined Xiong Tai at the table, drinking the medicine while conversing. He could not help but feel that the name Old Tai was a stroke of genius, as it rolled off the tongue so effortlessly. However, Xiong Tai appeared somewhat anxious, as if he wished to say something but hesitated. After Li Changxian finished his medicine, the tension lingered, evident to Li Changxuan's keen observation. With a gentle smile, he prompted, "Is there something on your mind, Old Tai?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai seemed to gather his resolve, standing up without hesitation, and then half-kneeling before Li Changxian, clasping his fists in apology. "Young Master Li, I was remiss and disrespectful the other day. Today, I, Old Xiong, have come to make amends. I hope you can forgive me." This unexpected display startled Li Changxian. Was this not the same individual who had previously looked? "Old Tai, let us discuss matters properly. Please rise. At this, Xiong Tai remained steadfast, his face filled with remorse as he replied, "The White Envoy has informed me that you saved the Empress's life. Though I am unaware of the details, without the Empress, there would be no Xiong Tai today. Thus, you are now also my benefactor." Xiong Tai poured forth his heartfelt sentiments in one breath. He had once been a nameless figure within the Xiong clan, nearly perishing during the demon clan turmoil 6 years ago, until the Empress had saved him. Subsequently, he became one of Jiang Mingli's many followers, helping to quell the internal strife of the demon clan and repel the encroaching human cultivators. Therefore, in his eyes, Jiang Mingli was not only his utmost faith, but also his savior. This morning, Bai Yao Yao had come to convey the Demon Emperor's directive for him to care for Li Changxian for a time, which he had initially resisted. It was only after Bai Yao Yao revealed the connection between the Empress and Li Changxian that he understood Li Changxian was indeed the Empress's savior. Thus, he accepted the task without a second thought. Li Changxian was momentarily taken aback by Xiong Tai's earnest apology. Nonetheless, more friends were welcome, and given his current boredom in the demon clan, cultivating a good relationship with Xiong Tai, who resided just outside the Jinli Palace, seemed advantageous for future assistance. He quickly helped Xiong Tai to his feet, smiling as he said, "Old Tai, no need for such formality. You needn't address me as young Master Li. It feels rather awkward. From now on, just call me Brother Li." Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai grinned broadly and replied without hesitation, "Then you shall be my brother, Xiong Tai. In this Imperial Demon Palace, should anyone dare to show you disrespect, I, Old Xiong, will set things right." Thus, a couple of days passed, and Li Changxian had fully recovered from his cold. During this time, he had little to occupy himself with. He would rise to eat, finish his meal, and then sleep once more, to the point of nearly succumbing to boredom. The only downside of the cultivation world was the scarcity of entertainment. For the past decade, he had spent months in seclusion, losing all sense of time. Now, deprived of the ability to cultivate, he realized just how lengthy the hours could feel in idleness. Today, he awoke naturally and stepped outside to find a graceful figure seated alone in the pavilion within the courtyard. "Why aren't you in the study today?" Li Changxian strolled over leisurely to join her in the pavilion, exhibiting none of the deference typical of a servant-master relationship. However, in Jiang Mingli's eyes, this was the true Li Changxian, and she felt no displeasure, merely responding in a calm tone, "Once I finish my tasks, there's little left to do." The demon clan comprised 9 major tribes and 9 demon kings, each of whom would present their reports every 2 or 3 days, leaving her duties rather unhurried. At that moment, Li Changxian noticed the activity before her. On the stone table lay a chessboard. He furrowed his brow, contemplating, is she playing against herself? It seems she is rather bored as well. Noticing his gaze fixed on the chessboard, Jiang Mingli invited him, do you know how to play? Would you care for a match against the Empress? Why not? Li Changxian agreed enthusiastically. He took a seat opposite Jiang Mingli. After all, Go was a form of entertainment he had dabbled in during his time on Blue Star. Thus, they set up the board anew and commenced their game. In the first round, Li Changxian suffered defeat. In the second, he again faced loss. Undeterred, he challenged Jiang Mingli repeatedly, yet he could not secure a single victory. It appeared that, compared to Jiang Mingli, he was merely scratching the surface, and disappointment clouded his expression, prompting Jiang Mingli to chuckle lightly. Shall we not play again? No more. You don't even let me win a little, Li Changxian complained. Seeing him in such a flustered state, Jiang Mingli found it quite amusing. Though she defended herself, the Empress must exert her full effort to demonstrate respect. Excuses. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Changxian, and the look of defeat vanished from his face as he began to gather the pieces. Jiang Mingli, I'll teach you a new variant. What variant? Jiang Mingli inquired, her brow slightly furrowing in curiosity as she observed his actions. This variant is called Go Bang. It differs somewhat from Go. To Li Changxian's knowledge, Lingxiao continent had no variant of Go Bang, only Go, which gave him an inherent advantage. After explaining the rules, Jiang Mingli found the concept quite intriguing. Once they began anew, Li Changxian played with remarkable ease, having learned many peculiar strategies online prior. With each match, Jiang Mingli began to experience the same sense of frustration Li Changxian had felt earlier. She hadn't won a single game. As the Empress, she refused to accept defeat to a mere mortal. Let us play again. Eventually, Jiang Mingli conceded, realizing that Li Changxian's strategic thinking during this game surpassed that of their previous matches of Go. Noticing her dejected expression, Li Changxian chuckled, so, do you wish to learn? I can teach you, Jiang Mingli huffed playfully. Speak quickly. Chapter 61, Li Changchuan's Dangerous Thoughts. What? The underwear formation, how could it possess such an indecorous name? This emperor shall cease learning. Jiang Mingli huffed delicately, tossing the chess piece back into the bowl. Observing Jiang Mingli's demeanor, Li Changxian unabashedly chuckled. This enchantress, seeking excuses for an unseemly name, had merely realized that even with her newfound knowledge, she could not best him in the game and had thus turned her back. Jiang Mingli, noticing his audacity to mock her in her presence, felt her ire rising, commanding with indignation, hasten to prepare a meal. This emperor is famished, and you have idled for several days. Your current state suggests you have recovered from your ailments. Li Changxian glanced at the sky, realizing with surprise that he had unwittingly spent the entire day playing, and evening had already descended. Wait a moment, he said with a light laugh before heading directly to the demon kitchen. As Jiang Mingli watched Li Changchuan's figure recede, she initially intended to scold him, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. This fellow was growing increasingly audacious, daring to jest at her expense. Unbeknownst to her, her emotions were a blend of embarrassment and vexation, rather than outright anger. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences. However, Jiang Mingli waited in the pavilion until darkness fell, yet Li Changxian had not returned. She found herself grumbling, this fellow takes so long to prepare a simple chicken soup, expecting this emperor to wait, hmph. With that, she retreated to her chamber. No sooner had she settled in than Li Changxian returned, carrying a large food box to Qinli Palace. Upon discovering her absence from the pavilion, he approached her chamber door and knocked. Enter. Jiang Mingli thought instantly of who it was. Li Changxian pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Jiang Mingli seated at her desk, promptly placing the food box onto the table. A special meal today. Jiang Mingli, glancing at the food box, surmised it contained more than just chicken soup. It seemed he had prepared additional dishes. Explaining the delay. Li Changxian leisurely revealed the contents of the box, explaining, the first dish is the chicken soup you have been yearning for. The second is my signature Li stir-fried chicken. The third is sea salt baked chicken. And finally, the last dish is beggar's chicken. Upon hearing the last, Jiang Mingli's eye sparkled. She had never witnessed such a variety of preparations from the demon kitchen, yet, surveying the spread before her, she couldn't help but inquire, "Why is it all chicken? Aren't you a fox demon? I thought you would enjoy it." Li Changshan explained nonchalantly, for this entire chicken feast, he had dispatched all the chickens available in the demon kitchen, yet Jiang Mingli pressed further, "Then why make this emperor wait so long? Cooking takes time. You see, I prepared all of this at once to make up for the meals I owe you from the past few days, as an apology." Understanding dawned on Jiang Mingli, and she huffed softly in her heart. Very well, considering he had gone to the trouble of cooking for her, she would let him off this time. Subsequently, Jiang Mingli sampled each dish, finding them quite delectable, even surpassing the fare prepared by the demon kitchen's chefs. This prompted her to question, "Li Changshan, did you work as a chef before living in the ghostly realm? Otherwise, how could you master such unique recipes?" Li Changshan paused, surprised by her assumption. In truth, he had learned these skills before arriving in Lingxiao continent, but after commencing his cultivation, he had often secluded himself and had no need to cook, thus not practicing for quite some time. Only recently had he begun to rediscover these old skills, so he merely shook his head slightly. Noticing his expression, Jiang Mingli deduced she might have inadvertently stirred up memories of his past sorrow after his cultivation was interrupted, leading her to refrain from further inquiries. This meal brought Jiang Mingli immense joy. It was perhaps the most she had ever eaten since her birth. Seeing her delight, Li Changshan couldn't help but smile to himself. It appeared that feeding the little fox was quite an enjoyable endeavor. He mused that if she could revert to the state of a little fox when she first emerged from the ghostly realm, he would certainly find her irresistible. These somewhat perilous thoughts began to take shape in Li Changshan's mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli's celestial glass eyes immediately discerned the ulterior motives glimmering in Li Changshan's gaze as he stared at her in a daze. This evoked a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. "Li Changshan, what are you thinking?" He, I was contemplating touching you," Li Changshan replied absent-mindedly, his foolish grin revealing his innermost thoughts. "You, what did you just say?" Jiang Mingli's face flushed crimson, her alluring eyes narrowed in indignation as she glared at him. At that moment, Li Changshan realized his words had sparked a misunderstanding and hurriedly clarified, "Your Majesty, allow me to explain. I meant to say I wish to touch the little fox. But that is still me, is it not? Li Changshan, have you grown too bold?" Her words prompted memories of her transformation into a little fox, cradled in his arms and pampered. As the demon empress, such experiences diminished her regal presence. This recollection filled her with a blend of shyness and fury. She had smacked him in the past for such audacity, yet here he was, brazenly mentioning it again. Jiang Mingli's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she glared at him with a fierce yet alluring gaze, as if poised to strike at any moment. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Li Changshan hastily defended himself. "Your Majesty, I have only just recovered. I promise not to touch you again, please, spare me." "You dare say that?" Jiang Mingli chided, her face still aflame, though her heart betrayed a hint of amusement. This fool was so oblivious. She had merely intended to frighten him and had no intention of actually acting upon her threats, yet he continued to bring it up. Just then, a voice called from outside the room. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss." Jiang Mingli took a deep breath to compose herself, her expression returning to normal as she replied, "Come in." However, upon entering, Bai Yao was taken aback to see Li Changshan in the room. Why was he still seated with the empress? Even if it were to repay a debt of gratitude, there was no need for such familiarity, was there? Hadn't he been taken in as a demon servant? Why was he permitted to sit at the same level as the empress? She immediately sensed something amiss, noticing Bai Yao's gaze fixated on Li Changshan without uttering a word. Jiang Mingli felt a twinge of displeasure. "What is it? What urgent matter do you have?" Bai Yao quickly regained her composure, intending to report, but upon seeing Li Changshan still present, she fell silent, her gaze shifting to him as she silently questioned whether it was wise to speak. Jiang Mingli, understanding her apprehension, assured her, "It is nothing, go ahead." Bai Yao hesitated momentarily, pondering the empress's trust in him. However, after a brief moment, she rationalized that Li Changshan was merely a mortal. Even if he learned the secrets of the demon clan, What harm could it possibly bring? Chapter 62, The Reappearance of the Chaotic Purple Lotus and Li Changquan's Concerns. Your Majesty, news has arrived from our scouts that another secret realm has manifested the Chaotic Purple Lotus phenomenon at the border of the Kaixia realm. However, much like the last occurrence, it is a fragmented manifestation, and the likelihood of the Purple Lotus appearing is rather slim. Without any reservations, Bai Yaoyao confidently conveyed the information she had brought. Upon hearing of yet another chaotic purple lotus phenomenon, Jiang Mingli fell into contemplation. The previous instance had also been a fragmented manifestation, and they had failed to detect even a trace of the chaotic purple lotus, instead falling into the trap laid by the treacherous Daoxian sect. The chances of returning empty-handed this time were exceedingly high as well, yet, having diligently sought a breakthrough to the Earth Immortal realm for 6 long years, she had found no method. She was uncertain if there was an issue in her cultivation. According to ancient texts of the demon race, the 9-tailed celestial fox possessed an innate advantage in cultivation, requiring far less than 6 years to achieve a breakthrough. However, she was the last remaining 9-tailed celestial fox in the Lingxia continent, which rendered her unable to seek guidance from others regarding her prolonged stagnation. Nevertheless, she was resolute not to forego this opportunity, even if hope seemed faint. When will this secret realm open? It is estimated that it will still take at least 10 days. Will your Majesty be attending this time? Bai Yaoyao could not help but inquire further. Jiang Mingli nodded. As long as there is even the slightest chance, this Empress shall not give up. Then let me accompany you this time. With me by your side, I can assist you, your Majesty, to prevent a repeat of last time's misfortune. Bai Yaoyao earnestly requested. Although she was unaware of the specifics of the previous incident, the fact that Li Changqian had come to Jiang Mingli's aid indicated the severity of the situation. Moreover, news had recently arrived from the mysterious Void Realm, stating that their Empress had seized the Yunyu King Lotus a few days prior, slaying hundreds of cultivators before vanishing. This implied that their Empress had returned to the demon race with the aid of the Yunyu King Lotus, and Bai Yaoyao feared a recurrence of similar unforeseen events. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's desire to accompany her, Jiang Mingli did not hesitate to refuse. No. You must remain in the demon realm to assist me in managing its affairs, to prevent any turmoil within the demon race. If anything arises, you can relay it to me immediately. But last time's incident shall not repeat. The previous expedition to the Yinshu secret realm was a trap set by the Daoxian sect, yet they suffered the loss of 5 elders in the celestial realm and cannot withstand another confrontation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao realized that it was indeed the Daoxian sect that had caused the Empress's injuries, marking it as a significant grievance in her heart. However, knowing her Empress's temperament, she understood that this debt would eventually be settled. All she needed to do was follow along. While Bai Yaoyao was still in contemplation, Jiang Mingli proceeded to outline her plans, reassuring her. Moreover, this time I shall bring along the White Spirit Demon King to guard against any underhanded tactics from the human cultivators. You need only ensure the safety of the Imperial Palace. Understood. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao felt considerably relieved. The White Spirit was the current demon king of their Fox Demon clan, older than Jiang Mingli by over a century, and was known for her shrewdness, making her less susceptible to human traps. Her strength was formidable, having reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm, though she still lagged slightly behind Jiang Mingli. This was, of course, attributed to Jiang Mingli being a naturally gifted 9-tailed celestial fox, who had surpassed ordinary demon beings that had toiled for hundreds of years in just a few decades of hard work. After a brief moment, Bai Yaoyao inquired again, when will your Majesty depart? Shall I inform the White Demon King to come meet you now? No need. I shall leave in 8 days. You may inform the White Demon King to come to the Imperial Palace. After a moment, Li Changqian broke the stillness. Jiang Mingli, am I to understand that your demon race's clandestine operations are now known to me? Are you not concerned that I might divulge this information? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli cast a teasing glance at him and retorted, can you even leave? What good would it do to leak information? Do you believe that the moment you step outside the Imperial City, demons will not be waiting to slay you? But I carry your demonic aura, do they not dare to act against me? That is precisely why I mentioned outside the city. The moment you step out, who can say under whose claws you might meet your demise? Jiang Mingli feigned a fierce demeanor, intentionally trying to intimidate him, though such a scenario was indeed plausible. Only a few demons dared to oppose her in secret. To her surprise, rather than feeling afraid, Li Changxian responded with a playful sneer. Oh dear, if this is how you conduct yourself as a demon sovereign, you are failing miserably. Just look, the moment you leave, your subjects dare to conspire against you. Jiang Mingli's face flushed in embarrassment, and anger surged within her. How dare he mock her? If you have the ability, say that again. Who is truly failing here? Hearing her tone, Li Changxian realized he had crossed a line. The demoness was genuinely upset. He hastily began to plead for forgiveness. I am at fault, I misspoke, Your Majesty, you are a paragon of virtue, revered by all demons, how could you possibly be failing? HMPH, now that sounds more like it. Quickly gather your things and take your leave. I require rest. After a brief moment, as Li Changxian tidied up the dishes on the short table and prepared to exit, it seemed he recalled something and asked, Your Majesty, may I bathe tonight? If you wish to go, then go. What need is there to inform me? I am merely concerned about a repeat of the events from a few nights ago, so I thought it prudent to notify you, lest another accident occur. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli's face turned crimson, and she indignantly declared, You are forbidden from mentioning that again. Furthermore, I prohibit you from bathing in the Immortal Spring Palace from now on. Oh, why not? That is my private bathing chamber. Have you not been punished enough for your previous intrusion? Jiang Mingli warned, her face slightly flushed, gritting her teeth. Li Changxian scratched his head in embarrassment. I wasn't aware at the time. Then if you cannot go to the Immortal Spring Palace, may I fetch bathing water from there? Do as you wish. Hee. Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, Li Changxian closed the door behind him and departed. Once alone, Jiang Mingli couldn't help but break into a silly smile. This fellow, today, he was particularly attentive to her, which was quite gratifying. As Li Changxian prepared to enjoy the water from the immortal spring, soaking in the warmth of the bath, he felt utterly relaxed. If only he could indulge in such luxuries every day. As he soaked, he reflected on the dialogue they had shared earlier, and he pieced together the circumstances. From what he gathered, it seemed Jiang Mingli was in search of the chaotic purple lotus, only to be ambushed by the elders of the Daoxian sect, fortuitously ending up in his abode within the Yu region forest. His deductions were largely correct. It was indeed the Daoxian sect that had caused her cultivation to falter. Though Jiang Mingli had not divulged every detail, he had deduced that her quest for the chaotic purple lotus was likely intended for a breakthrough. However, as she proceeded on this venture, would she encounter the machinations of other factions? At present, he felt that aside from being a hindrance, he could offer little assistance. If only this year would pass swiftly. If he could accompany her, who could stand in their way? Li Changxian shook his head vigorously. Why was he suddenly worrying about the demoness? Such a strange occurrence. Chapter 63, Jiang Mingli's massage. The following evening, Li Changxian adhered to their agreement, delivering a bowl of chicken soup to Jiang Mingli each night. He found no inconvenience in this routine, as he too required sustenance, and thus prepared an additional portion for her. After bathing that night and just as he was settling down to rest, he received a summons from Jiang Mingli. Come to my chamber. Li Changxian pondered the late hour and wondered what she could possibly need at such a time. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to comply, for he was, after all, a guest in her domain. Moments later, there came a knock at Jiang Mingli's door. Enter, she beckoned. Upon pushing the door open, Li Changxian found the front hall devoid of any presence. He proceeded to the back chamber, arriving at the delicate veil of sheer fabric that separated their quarters. Just as he contemplated stepping through, a thought struck him. What if he were to witness something inappropriate, as he had on a previous occasion? After all, what if she were engaged in some private activity? Thus, Li Changxian hesitated before the ethereal curtain, about to inquire as to the reason for his summons, when Jiang Mingli's voice floated out to him first. It is nothing of consequence, just come in. With that, he parted the veil and stepped inside. However, perhaps due to the differing illumination from the luminous stones of the back chamber and the front hall, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon entering, he beheld Jiang Mingli, weary and slumped over her vanity, a portrait of exhaustion. Her silvery hair cascaded freely over her delicate shoulders, unbound by any adornments, clad only in a thin black garment. Her complexion was a flawless porcelain, smooth and luminous, exuding an almost ethereal quality. Her alluring eyes, half-closed and glistening, struggled to remain open, radiating a languid charm. The silken strands of her silver hair shimmered with a misty allure, accentuated by the soft glow of the luminous stones. What an ambiguous ambience! Li Changxian glanced at the empty bath, indicating she had just emerged from a soak, yet he was perplexed as to why the enchanting figure before him appeared so frail. "Are you skilled in massage?" Jiang Mingli inquired, noticing his lingering hesitation. "A bit," he replied, snapping back to reality. With a gentle effort, Jiang Mingli straightened her weary form before the vanity. "Come, massage me." "Oh, is that appropriate?" Li Changxian felt a flush rise to his cheeks, scratching his head in embarrassment. Jiang Mingli rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a playful allure, and replied, "What is inappropriate about it? Did you not touch me in the Yuyu forest?" With a swift change of demeanor, she urged, "Hurry up. Do not dawdle." All right, he acquiesced, moving to her back, placing his hands upon her forehead, and beginning to apply gentle pressure. This marked the first occasion he had ventured above Jiang Mingli's head, and as anticipated, her skin was exquisitely smooth and cool to the touch. In summary, the sensation was delightful. As Jiang Mingli sat, her silvery tresses brushed against his chest, releasing a delicate fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. The scent was indeed enchanting, yet it ignited a warmth in his cheeks, quickening his heartbeat. Gazing into the vanity mirror, he observed Jiang Mingli with her eyes closed in bliss, her breathing steady, seemingly utterly at ease. Noticing her unusual demeanor, he hesitated before inquiring, "Your Majesty, are you still fatigued?" At his words, Jiang Mingli slowly opened her glistening eyes. Grateful for his adept technique, she felt inclined to explain, "Today, I ventured to the trial grounds of the demon clan, engaging in combat for the entire day. How could I not be weary? Who could possibly endure a day of battle with you?" Li Changxian expressed his astonishment. Though Jiang Mingli was not among the pinnacle of this realm, he recognized her formidable prowess, ranking her among the elite of her kind. With a soft chuckle, Jiang Mingli revealed, "I battled against myself for an entire day." Li Changxian found himself increasingly bewildered. Thus, Jiang Mingli patiently elucidated the nature of the trial grounds. The trial grounds are specifically designed for practitioners, populated by various beasts conjured from spiritual energy for one to test their strength, akin to the hidden luminous drum beasts and water serpents within the Qinglian secret realm. However, our demon clan's trial grounds are rather unique. Besides the beasts, one can also conjure an illusion of oneself, with powers equivalent to one's own. After all, I fought against myself for an entire day. How could I not be exhausted? Then, with a hint of curiosity, she added, "I recall that your human sects also possess trial grounds. How is it that you know so little?" Li Changxian could only offer a resigned smile, replying nonchalantly, "Do you believe I had the opportunity to enter a sect for cultivation?" Upon his arrival, he had indeed participated in an assessment at a cultivation. He had believed he was destined for greatness, only to later discover that he was a naturally deficient individual in terms of spiritual energy. The elders had informed him that no remedy existed for his condition on Lingxia continent, compelling him to leave the sect in despair. However, fortune had smiled upon him later, and despite his initial skepticism, he found the elders' cultivation methods to be effective. Yet, bound by limitations, he had spent a decade in the Yuyu forest. Jiang Mingli, reflecting on his sorrowful past, wondered whether he felt disheartened. Yet, observing his serene countenance in the mirror, devoid of any trace of melancholy as he gently kneaded his head, she felt a surge of admiration. It appeared he had come to terms with his situation. Such a resilient spirit, what a pity. With that, Jiang Mingli cast aside her reservations and began to tease him. "Only I, the empress, would dare to claim you. Were it not for me, when would you have the chance to associate with cultivators, let alone a great demon of my caliber?" Her brows arched playfully, her head tilted slightly back, her eyes narrowing with triumph, her face radiating pride. Li Changxian regarded the audacious and triumphant Jiang Mingli in the mirror, finding her rather endearing at that moment. A smile crept onto his lips, and unconsciously, his hand, still resting on her head, lowered slightly, playfully poking her soft, rosy cheek. Soft and plump, delicate and smooth. He dared not apply too much pressure, fearing he might inadvertently harm her, even knowing such a fate was impossible. After all, a being of the celestial realm possessed a constitution akin to tempered steel. The sensation was undeniably tender. Feeling the gentle caress against her cheek, Jian Mingli's eyes snapped open. Raising her head slightly, she found Li Changxian gazing down at her, his eyes clear and innocent, a faint smile gracing his lips. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere shifted, an inexplicable tension brewing between them, causing their heartbeats to quicken in unison. As realization dawned upon her, Jian Mingli's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of indignation and embarrassment washing over her. Li Changxian. How dare you? Chapter 64, Li Changquan's desire to leave the palace. Li Changxian, how dare you? Jian Mingli's sharp exclamation startled Li Changxian back to his senses, causing him to hastily retract the hand that had been playfully poking her cheek. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? What do you think? Jian Mingli replied, her teeth gritted in irritation. Alas, the hour is late, and I must return to rest. May you enjoy a peaceful slumber, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Li Changxian chuckled, making his escape without awaiting her response, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would result in a fate akin to that endured in the Forest of Shadows. Once he had fled, Jian Mingli could only sit indignantly before her vanity, her cheeks still flushed, and after a considerable time, her heartbeat remained erratic. This sensation, why does it feel so much like? Jian Mingli suddenly felt a twinge of panic. Her resolve was steadfast. How could this be? Surely, it was merely her overactive imagination, she repeatedly sought to reassure herself inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Changxian dashed back to his own chamber. He smacked his own hand in frustration. What possessed him to act so foolishly? If he had truly provoked her ire, the remainder of his half-year would be quite unpleasant. In the dead of night, Li Changxian tossed and turned in bed. Contrary to his usual penchant for leisurely slumber, he found himself unable to sleep. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of his playful poke at the enchanting maiden's cheek resurfaced, along with memories of her usual arrogance. This felt remarkably akin to, could it be? Li Changxian felt a jolt of surprise within. The troubling part was, he had never experienced anything like it before, he had merely observed others describe such feelings. Not daring to dwell further on it, he muttered to himself, sleep, sleep, a good night's rest will wash it all away. On the other hand, Jian Mingli faced a similar predicament. While she was not struggling to sleep, she found it impossible to calm her mind for cultivation. Her intention today had merely been to address matters concerning the demon race, yet the documents from the 9 major demon clans had yet to arrive. She considered seeking out Li Changxian for a game of chess but discovered that the lazy fellow had not yet risen. Thus, she made her way to the trial tower of the demon clan, Wanyo Tower. She understood that the likelihood of encountering the Chaos Purple Lotus during her upcoming visit to Kaixia Realm was slim, yet she could not afford to abandon hope. Naturally, she was more inclined to test her own abilities and strive for a breakthrough independently, which is why she ventured to Wanyo Tower for trials. Though named Wanyo Tower, it did not house any true demons nor serve as a prison for them. Instead, it contained various spirit beings composed of spiritual energy, devoid of consciousness, solely programmed to attack. The tower comprised 9 levels, with the foes growing increasingly formidable as one ascended. Jian Mingli, being of lower rank, found no challenge in the lower levels. With a single note from her flute, the spirit beings of the lower 7 levels would scatter in disarray. Thus, she proceeded directly to the 8th level. The 8th level's trial could conjure a spirit entity identical to the challenger, mirroring their appearance, techniques, and weaponry. As for the 9th level, it had not been ascended in a millennium. No demon within the clan knew what lay beyond, not even Jian Mingli, as she had been unable to open the passage to the 9th level. Hence, she spent the entire day engaged in combat with her duplicate on the 8th level. It served as both training and an opportunity to address her shortcomings. She hoped to discover whether she could achieve a breakthrough without relying on the Chaos Purple Lotus. However, she found no discernible progress, and instead emerged fatigued and sore-headed. Upon returning and finishing her bath, she summoned Li Changxian for a massage, only to be taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, leaving her unable to settle her mind for cultivation. In the subsequent days, Jiang Mingli refrained from calling upon Li Changxian for any further assistance. Today marked the 7th day since Bai Yaoyao reported the emergence of the purple lotus. According to her plans, Jiang Mingli would depart for Kaixia realm the following day. At present, Li Changxian sat at a stone table outside Qinli Palace with Xiong Tai. Initially, he had intended to draw Xiong Tai into the courtyard stone pavilion, but the latter adamantly refused. Reluctantly, they remained outdoors. "Old Tai, I shall be relying on you for the next few days," Li Changxian remarked to Xiong Tai. Since the last time Xiong Tai delivered medicine, their relationship had thawed considerably. Over the past few days, during moments of idleness, Li Changxian would visit Xiong Tai to chat and share drinks. Occasionally, he regaled Xiong Tai with tales from the human realm, while Xiong Tai enlightened him about the peculiarities within the demon race. Through these exchanges, they had come to regard each other as close comrades. "Not to worry, Brother Li, rest assured, as long as we remain within the Demon Emperor's city, old Xiong, fear no one but Her Majesty and the White Envoy." Xiong Tai, a guard of Qinli Palace, was well aware of Jiang Mingli's impending absence from the Demon Emperor Palace, thus discerning the implications in Li Changxuan's words. However, this revelation sparked confusion in Li Changxian, who had heard the warning against venturing beyond the city twice now. "Old Tai, what lies beyond the Demon Emperor city? Is it truly perilous?" Li Changxian inquired. He recalled that during his last visit to the city with Jiang Mingli, he had not witnessed anything alarming outside its walls. Upon hearing the question, Xiong Tai, deeming it not a secret, patiently elucidated, "There isn't much danger outside the city. As I previously mentioned, the Demon Emperor stands at the pinnacle of the demon race, overseeing 9 major clans and other demon tribes. Though Her Majesty currently reigns supreme, there are inevitably factions within the 9 clans that harbor dissent. While they lack the courage to confront Her Majesty openly, they will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to undermine her. While it is safe for demons to leave the city, should you venture forth and be discovered by those discontented clans, they would not hesitate to disregard your aura as a demon and might leverage your identity as a human to vex Her Majesty." "I see," Li Changxian nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. Xiong Tai then jested, "If we think about it, Brother Li, you are the very first human to have entered the Demon Emperor Palace alive." After a brief conversation, Li Changxian suddenly appeared invigorated, as if struck by inspiration, and eagerly inquired, "Old Tai, are you suggesting that as long as I remain within the Demon Emperor city, I should be fine? If I ventured from the palace to explore the city, it should pose no issue, right?" He had been feeling cooped up, there were no entertainment options within the palace, and he anticipated that the city would offer more amusement. From Xiong Tai's earlier descriptions of demon life, its leisure, festivities, and cuisine, he had longed to experience it firsthand, though it had only just occurred to him. Xiong Tai pondered for a moment before quietly explaining, "In theory, it should be fine. The citizens within the city are loyal to Her Majesty. Given your demon aura, they likely won't harbor significant hostility. However, they may not extend a warm welcome. In that case, why not inform them of my role in saving the Demon Emperor's life? You initially seemed indifferent, yet now we get along quite well, don't we? That is not advisable." Chapter 65, Jiang Mingli's caution, absolutely not. "Brother Li, this matter is one that the Empress has requested us to keep strictly confidential. It was only upon the Empress's command that the White Divine Envoy informed me of this, so the only ones aware of it in the Demon Clan are the White Divine Envoy and myself, Old Bear." Upon hearing this, Li Changxian fell into deep contemplation. Why was Jiang Mingli so intent on concealing her experiences with him? Why had she chosen not to disclose this to him? Was it that, as a demon emperor, she could not set aside her pride and did not wish her kin to know she had been saved by a mere mortal? Or were there other, unknown reasons? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter for long, recognizing that it would not affect him and that Jiang Mingli must have her own considerations. Emerging from his reverie, Li Changxian smiled and said, "Then, my old friend, how about you accompany me to the city in a few days? After all, in a short while, Jiang Meng, your esteemed empress will no longer be present, and you won't need to stand guard at the Qinli Palace." Well, Bear Xiong displayed a look of hesitation. He felt gratitude towards Li Changxian and regarded him as a friend, yet he placed even greater importance on the Empress's orders. Although the Empress was not present, stepping away from the Qinli Palace, even for a moment, would be considered dereliction of duty. Li Changxian naturally noticed his concerns and pondered a solution, saying, "How about I seek the Empress's permission on your behalf? Perhaps she would grant you a few days off." Bear Xiong's expression remained troubled, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a mix of confusion and concern as he contemplated how to respond to this unrealistic proposal. Although he knew Li Changxian was the savior of the Empress, he was still merely a demon attendant, and a mortal at that. For a demon attendant to plead with the demon emperor for permission to allow the chief guard to venture into the city for leisure, Bear Xiong mused, it was only Li Changxian who could entertain such a notion. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed quite confident. Could it be that the Empress would indeed heed the words of her attendant? Bear Xiong did not wish to discourage him outright. Instead, he said, setting aside my own matters, I fear that for you to leave the palace, you will also need the Empress's consent, which makes this endeavor rather precarious. In response, Li Changxian waved away his concerns, saying nonchalantly, that's of no consequence. I shall simply inquire tonight. Oh, as you wish. Bear Xiong intended to offer further counsel but thought better of it, concluding that perhaps it would be beneficial for him to face some disappointment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for one to recognize their true standing. That evening, Li Changxian knocked on Jian Mingli's door as he usually did. Enter. After stepping inside and placing a bowl of chicken soup on the table, he lingered, reluctant to leave. This prompted Jian Mingli to discern that he had something to discuss, as their conversations had significantly diminished since that night 7 days ago. Their interactions had grown somewhat stiff. Apart from the evening ritual of delivering chicken soup, they seldom crossed paths. Sensing he had something to say, Jian Mingli directly inquired, is there something else? Well, in a few days, I wish to venture into the city. Li Changxian awaited her response with eager anticipation. Jian Mingli pondered for a moment, lost in thought, before gently nodding her head. That is acceptable, have Bear Xiong accompany you, but remember, do not leave the city. Understood, I shall adhere to the Empress's command. Li Changchuan's face brightened with joy, and though his words were respectful, his tone bore the familiarity of a close friend jesting. After some time, as he prepared to depart, he reached the door, turned back, and cheerfully remarked, Jian Mingli, do take care, should you suffer harm again, I will not be in the forest of shadows to rescue you. HMPH. This Empress will not require your aid again. Jian Mingli scoffed, her lips curling disdainfully. Li Changxian merely smiled lightly, ready to turn away, when Jian Mingli called out to him once more. Li Changxian, why did you not address me as the Empress just now? Perhaps not wishing to appear overly serious, she added jokingly, when you seek a favor, I am the Empress. When there is no request, you may simply call me by my name, is that how it is? Li Changxian contemplated for a moment, his expression earnest as he replied, not quite. What do you mean, not quite? My intention is simply to advise Jian Mingli to exercise caution. Oh. Are you beginning to show concern for this Empress? But, I fear that should you perish, I would struggle to survive in the Imperial Demon Palace. With a light laugh, Li Changxian exited, closing the door behind him. Jian Mingli, with her striking and aloof beauty, gazed at the closed door for a long while, gradually finding her lips curving into a subtle smile. She then muttered to herself in mock annoyance, HMPH. What difference does it make? Though she spoke thus, she understood Li Changchuan's intent. It was a warning for her to remain cautious, not merely a title of the Empress. After all, Jian Mingli would always be Jian Mingli. She could embody both Jian Mingli and the Empress, but the Empress could not necessarily embody her. Unbeknownst to her, Jian Mingli began to smile dreamily once more. Suddenly realizing her own demeanor, she raised her sleeve to cover her lips, a hint of fluster washing over her. After a moment of regaining her composure, she conveyed a message to Bear Xiong, who was on duty outside the Qinli Palace. In my absence over the next few days, you are to ensure Li Changchuan's safety. He may leave the palace, but remember, he must not exit the city. Bear Xiong promptly knelt, respectfully clasping his fists. Bear Xiong obeys. Once the communication was concluded, their show remained in a daze for quite some time. Could it be that the lad truly succeeded? Something felt amiss. Typically, demon kings would not dare to request anything from the empress, so Li Changxian had no reason to succeed. After a prolonged period of confusion, their Xiong finally came to a realization. It must be that the empress was repaying a debt of gratitude, acting out of appreciation for him. The empress truly embodied loyalty and righteousness. He had indeed chosen the right side, for she was the empress whom the demon clan revered. The following day, a woman clad in flowing pink descended into the imperial demon palace. Although her beauty had matured with age, she still possessed a certain charm reminiscent of a graceful elder. Tall and alluring, she was none other than the current leader of the Fox Demon clan, the Demon King Bai Ling. A few days prior, Bai Ling had received a secret decree from Jiang Mingli, instructing her to discreetly seek the Chaos Purple Lotus alongside her, and thus she had arrived on time. However, upon entering the Imperial Demon Palace, she could not help but furrow her brow slightly. She had caught a faint whiff of human scent, emanating from the direction of Jiang Mingli's Qinli Palace. Although curiosity stirred within her, she refrained from probing with her spiritual sense, mindful of the decorum within the Imperial Demon Palace. Jiang Mingli, of course, sensed the presence that had quietly appeared within the palace and sought it out directly. Fox Clan leader Bai Ling pays respects to the Empress. Sensing the aura of the Imperial Demon nearby, Bai Ling promptly knelt, offering her respects. "Rise, Demon King Bai." Jiang Mingli extended a hand to assist her, her voice still cool but lacking the icy demeanor she reserved for others. Having trained within the Fox clan until reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, she was well acquainted with Bai Ling. Their relationship often resembled that of sisters or close friends across generations. "Shall we?" Jiang Mingli said softly, and with that, the two figures vanished from the Imperial Demon Palace. As for the human presence within the palace, Bai Ling did not inquire further. Chapter 66, Yishiru's unfamiliar tome in the realm of the void. Within a certain inn, Yishiru was engrossed in a vividly illustrated book on her bed, her face increasingly flushed as she read, her cheeks growing ever warmer. Suddenly, with a creak, the door was pushed open. The unexpected sound nearly startled Yishiru out of her wits. In a flurry, she hastily stowed the mysterious book into her personal space. Upon entering, Yang Tsung immediately noticed Yishiru's crimson face and her hand withdrawing from the space. Observing her guilty demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire, "Junior sister, what are you reading? Why is your face so red?" I wasn't reading anything. My face is red because it's too hot in the room," Yishiru replied, her eyes darting nervously, her head bowed low, unwilling to meet her senior brother's gaze, fearing he might discover something amiss. Yang Tsung scratched his head in confusion. "It's only early spring, and it's still morning. How could it be hot? Besides, haven't you reached the spirit refinement stage? Why are you still afraid of the heat?" "HMPH. I say it's hot, so it is. Mind your own business, you rude senior brother. You didn't even knock before entering my room. Now get out." With that, Yishiru leapt out of bed, her face flushed and puffed with indignation as she pushed Yang Tsung out the door. He offered no resistance, complying with her wishes, but not forgetting to mention his purpose for visiting. "Rise and shine, the trial for the Xinjiang Purian sword manual begins soon." "Understood, now please leave," she retorted, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Outside, Yang Tsung chuckled wryly at the closed door. She used to be so eager to practice the sword manual. Why is she so unmotivated today? He shook his head and departed. Inside, once she heard his footsteps fade away, Yishiru dashed to the bedside, leaping onto the bed, burying her head under the covers like an ostrich. Woo-woo. I hope my brother didn't notice. What if he finds out and thinks I'm not a good girl? After a prolonged moment of playing the ostrich, Yishiru suddenly came to her senses, yanking her head out from beneath the blankets with a gleeful expression. My brother just said we could practice the dual cultivation sword manual, yay. With a couple of light slaps to her cheeks, she realized the heat on her face had yet to dissipate. In a hurry, she rushed to the wash basin, splashing her face with cold water to cool down. After leaving her room, she was led by her senior brother to an open area in the wild, as practicing sword techniques in the inn would be inconvenient and inappropriate. Upon arrival, Yang Tsung presented a pristine jade slip infused with spiritual energy before Yishiru. This is the Purian sword technique I transcribed from the sword manual. you should practice this first. Yishiru reached out for the floating jade slip, glancing at its contents with a puzzled expression. Isn't this a dual cultivation sword technique? Shouldn't it be practiced by two people together? How can it be practiced alone? It's too early for that. If you take a closer look, you'll see that this manual describes 4 levels. Only when both practitioners have mastered the first level can they officially begin the paired sword techniques. So this matter is still far off. Given your attitude towards cultivation, junior sister, you'll need at least a year or 2 of practice. Yang Tsung explained patiently, settling down cross-legged near a patch of grass. HMPH. Who does my senior brother think he is looking down upon? I will master it today. Yishiru pouted, casting a defiant sideways glance at him. All right, I'll be waiting, Yang Tsung replied, his face adorned with a doting smile, treating her as if she were his own sister. He then took out another pristine jade slip to study, which contained the contents of the Xinjiang section. Before long, Yishiru entered a state of cultivation, partly out of determination and partly because she felt an urgent need to grasp the first level quickly. Otherwise, her efforts in learning this sword technique would be rendered meaningless. After some time, both discovered that the first level consisted of the heart method. Moreover, as disciples of the extreme Dao sword sect, their innate talents were not lacking. By the time dusk fell, they had thoroughly comprehended the heart method. Eagerly, Yishiru summoned her long sword and attempted to channel the Purian heart method, unleashing several ordinary sword chi strikes. Though merely 2 ordinary strikes, their might effortlessly cleaved through a large tree, creating deep craters in the ground. Yang Tsung was left astonished, unable to contain his amazement. It was no wonder so many had rushed into the secret realm to seize this sword manual. Even the simplest sword techniques bore such formidable power. He could hardly fathom how potent it would be upon reaching full mastery. Yishiru exclaimed, Brother, if the Xinjiang Purian sword manual is this powerful, just imagine how formidable the Xinjiang Taiyan sword manual would be if it still existed. Yang Tsung paused, momentarily lost in thought. He hadn't expected her to bring up the Taishan sword manual. With a resigned chuckle, he remarked, let us not dwell on the Taishan sword manual. Not only has it been lost to the ages, but even if it were to re-emerge, it wouldn't be us disciples contending for it. By that time, even the elders of our sect would get involved. It certainly wouldn't come down to us. Besides, the sword manual we currently possess was gifted by the Lee brothers. True, I wonder how they are faring now. As evening fell, the two returned to the inn and overheard numerous traveling cultivators in the common room chattering excitedly. Have you heard? There's been a surge of purple energy at the border of the Kaiser realm. It's said to be a sign of the Chaos Purple Lotus, a heavenly treasure, indicating its impending emergence. Wait. That doesn't make sense. Didn't the Inshu secret realm just have an anomaly a few months ago? How can there be another one now? The last time, it didn't emerge, so it's possible this time. Should we go take a look? Even if we can't obtain it, it would be worthwhile to witness it. Let us not go. Don't you remember what happened half a month ago when cultivators went to witness the emergence of the Qinglian? The demon emperor appeared out of nowhere, and none of the spectators returned alive. I heard the saintess of the floating cloud palace was gravely injured, her cultivation regressed, and she hasn't recovered yet. Exactly. Last time, the demon emperor came for the Yumu Qinglian. The Chaos Purple Lotus will be even more sought after. We should avoid getting caught up in the frenzy. Upon hearing their discussions, Yishiru turned to her senior brother, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked, Brother, should we go? We still have plenty of time before returning to the mountain. What's this? Are you no longer afraid? Didn't you hear them say the demon emperor might also be present? Yishiru did not respond immediately but pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, I'm not afraid for now. Although I've only met them a few times, I feel the current demon empress isn't as ruthlessly bloodthirsty as the rumors suggest. Otherwise, how did we manage to escape from the floating cloud palace's disciples? After we left, didn't Qinglian city remain unscathed? Thus, I surmise her methods of killing may be somewhat brutal, but the notion that she indiscriminately slaughters innocents is likely a misunderstanding by the world regarding the demon emperor. Yang Tsung could only smile wryly. While he shared her sentiment, he still cautioned, You've only met a few times, and exchanged hardly any words. How can you be so certain? Your time at the foot of the mountain has been limited. Don't be overly naive. HMPH, Ruth's senior brother, can't you refrain from using that elder tone with me? Yishiru teased. Though she genuinely appreciated her brother's advice, she was simply intolerant of being spoken to in a manner akin to her father. Yang Tsung only chuckled in response. Am I not your elder? I've watched you grow up. HMPH, I don't want my brother to be my elder. Yishiru huffed softly, her cheeks puffed with annoyance as she retreated to her room. Chapter 67, Seizing the opportunity. The following day, the morning sun streamed into the room, weaving threads of golden light through the air, ultimately illuminating the delicate visage of Yishiru. The gentle rays compelled her to awaken from her drowsy slumber. My senior hasn't come to call me yet, should I take a furtive glance? Yishiru mused quietly, reaching into her personal space to retrieve the book she had not finished reading the previous day. Yet, she had barely begun before a wave of heat crept across her youthful face. While Yishiru sighed, reveling in the pleasures of life beyond the sect. Not only was she spared from her father's insistence on daily cultivation, but she also had access to rare divine texts that other sects could not procure. Indeed, the intriguing divine tome she was currently perusing, which had flushed her cheeks, was one she had spotted at a stall in a mortal town. A fervent admirer of their spring and autumn annals, Yishiru had immediately taken a liking to this work and had covertly purchased it, much to her brother's ignorance. As expected, this divine text was not only captivating but also imparted a wealth of knowledge to Yishiru. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was engrossed, the door was rapped upon once more. Outside stood Yang Tsung, pondering the unchanging laziness of his junior sister. Despite her exceptional aptitude for cultivation, she still required her beauty sleep, and her training was perpetually lackadaisical. After yesterday's reminder, he had come to realize that his sister had matured and now possessed her own privacy. Hence, he refrained from barging in. Hold on, senior brother, I'll be ready shortly. Upon hearing the knocking, Yishiru hastily tidied her belongings and called out to the world beyond. Once she had donned her attire and composed herself, she stepped outside, appearing perfectly normal. However, the moment Yang Tsung laid eyes on her, he noticed the lingering blush upon her cheeks, which struck him as peculiar. Sister, what is the matter with your face? Why is it so flushed again? I already said it's the heat, HMPH. With that, Yishiru averted her gaze and dashed away. Yang Tsung scratched his head in confusion. This was the second time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. What was going on with his sister these past few days? Why did she turn red every morning upon waking? He distinctly recalled that she had not been like this before. Unable to fathom the situation, Yang Tsung could only follow after her. After descending the stairs, the two of them checked out of the inn. Their two-night stay had merely been a brief respite during their journey, and now they were set to depart once again. Once outside, Yishiru strolled leisurely, her lips ceaselessly voicing her complaints. Senior brother, isn't descending the mountain meant for training? Why is there nothing to do now? Sigh, how dreadfully boring. After a moment, she proposed again. Senior brother, why don't we go and witness the phenomenon of the Chaos Purple Lotus? The sect has forbidden us from returning early, and with nothing to occupy ourselves, it's simply unbearable. Yang Tsung pondered her words for a moment. Yishiru had a valid point. Since their emergence from the Qingyuan secret realm, they had been aimlessly traveling towards the territory of the Qingyuan realm. They were indeed at a loss for activities, having already completed the tasks assigned by the sect upon descending the mountain, and with no secret realms left to explore. He, too, harbored a desire to witness the Chaos Purple Lotus. However, should the legendary treasure truly manifest, it would undoubtedly attract powerful figures from various sects, all vying for it, as such a treasure could aid one in breaking through their limits. Should they succeed in claiming this treasure, their modest sect could potentially ascend to greatness, provided they could safeguard it. For individuals like them, the residual chaos from others' battles could prove lethal. Thus, Yang Tsung could only sigh and offer consolation. The Chaos Purple Lotus may not even appear, and by the time we arrive, the opportunity may have already passed. Yishiru, unfazed by his response, merely shrugged it off. After all, she was only vocalizing her complaints, and the decision-making ultimately lay with her senior brother. Whatever he said would be the final word. Then, senior brother, where shall we go next? Let us head east towards the Kaixia realm. Our path back to the Qingyuan realm will take us through there. Very well. Yet, they had scarcely walked a few miles when they heard the clanging of combat ahead, accompanied by surges of magical energy emanating from a distance. The brother-sister duo swiftly approached, concealing themselves to observe the unfolding scene. They beheld two factions engaged in conflict, one clad in black, the other a merchant caravan. The latter had already suffered considerable losses, leaving only an elderly man and a young woman standing, still possessing some fighting spirit. However, they were encircled by 8 figures in black, evidently trapped in a desperate struggle. One of the black-clad assailants fixated his gaze on the young woman, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. Boss, I want to capture this little beauty for my own amusement. Let us spare her life, shall we? Bar, how despicable. The young woman, undeterred, spat defiantly at him. In response, the man grew even more exhilarated, pervertedly declaring, just wait, I'll have her spit in my mouth later. You. Such a vile thought sent shivers down the spines of Yishiru and Yang Tsung, hidden in the shadows. How revolting. Their leader, however, spoke with an air of frustration. Just focus on that trivial matter below. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we must eliminate them first. After a brief pause, he added, seizing the opportunity can also yield results. Oh, what the boss says makes sense. I'll go first. You stay behind. Boss. Quit dawdling, attack. With that, the 8 assailants charged forth, while the 2 remaining members of the merchant caravan summoned their full strength. The young woman braced herself for a potential self-detonation, astonished by the shamelessness of her attackers, who even aimed to exploit the dead. Yang Tsung and Yishiru, observing from their vantage point, quickly grasped the situation. As the 8 black-clad figures made their move, the swords in their hands soared forth, arriving before their opponents. The blades struck true, and 2 assailants fell before they could react. The leader of the black-clad individuals was taken aback, shouting to the remaining 5, you 2 come with me to deal with these 2. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when another flash of sword light swept through, swiftly dispatching 3 more of his companions. At this moment, the remaining 2 members of the merchant caravan seized the opportunity to counterattack. The 8 assailants, already underwhelming in strength, could only prey upon the defenseless caravan. Within a few moments, only the leader remained. Just as Yang Tsung prepared to deliver the final blow, the young woman from the caravan interjected, young hero, please wait. We must first ascertain their identity. Why have they attacked the Lingqiong Treasure Pavilion's caravan? Upon hearing this, Yang Tsung pointed his sword directly at the black-clad leader's throat. Speak. Why did you assault the caravan? The black-clad man glared back with anger, his eyes filled with defiance. Yang Tsung understood that individuals like him needed to be taught a lesson. He severed the energy channels in both of his hands. If you do not speak, I shall shatter your dantian. The black-clad man, enraged, showed no sign of fear, sneering, even if I tell you, I'll still die. I might as well take someone down with me. With a cold glint in his eyes, he unleashed a violent surge of energy from within. This is bad, he is going to self-destruct. Chapter 68. Black Spirit Stones, the yin-yang twin fruits, not good, he is going to self-destruct. Yang Tsung urgently warned, swiftly pulling Yishiru to a safe distance while conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy. The woman from the merchant caravan had also focused her attention on the cloaked figure, reacting in time to leap away with a light touch of her toes. However, this left the elderly man in a dire situation. Already advanced in years and weary from the recent skirmish, he was panting heavily and could not react swiftly enough. Fortunately, he was positioned far enough away, and the black-clad individual was not of a high cultivation level. Thus, the explosion's impact was not severe enough to harm him. Nonetheless, he was showered with blood and various bits of flesh, rendering him a grotesque figure drenched in crimson. Once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the woman hurried to the old man's side and inquired, Uncle Chen, are you all right? Why didn't you take cover? Oh dear, miss, I simply couldn't react in time, the old man mumbled, his words barely coherent. The woman chuckled lightly, Uncle Chen, you should find a stream to wash up. Miss, I shall go at once. After the old man departed, the woman approached Yang Tsung and Yishiru, clasping her hands in gratitude. "I'm Zhao Qingxue from Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion. I sincerely thank both of you for your assistance." "Oh, you are from Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion, the foremost establishment in the realm of cultivation," Yishiru exclaimed in surprise, having heard of it before. However, her father was notoriously stingy, providing her with scant spirit stones when she descended the mountain. Each time she encountered a Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion, she felt too embarrassed to enter. "Indeed, that is correct," Zhao Qingxue replied with a smile. Consequently, Yarn Tsung and Yishiru took turns introducing themselves. Zhao Qingxue, upon hearing their identities, expressed her astonishment. "So you are disciples of the Extreme Path Sword sect? No wonder your earlier intervention was so remarkable." After a lengthy exchange of compliments, Yarn Tsung's attention returned to the bodies sprawled on the ground. "Who are they, and why did they attack you?" "I am not sure, but they likely intended to kill us for our treasures. We were merely traversing the path when they suddenly ambushed us. Our journey was not particularly long, and the escorts we hired were of low cultivation, so," Zhao Qingxue sighed, glancing at the lifeless bodies of their escort, all of whom had perished without a single survivor. At that moment, Yarn Tsung approached the corpses of the remaining 7 black-clad individuals and began to examine their clothing. Finding nothing unusual, he suddenly noticed a peculiar beast tattoo on one of their arms. "The beast-taming sect!" Yarn Tsung exclaimed in surprise. This tattoo was unique to the members of the beast-taming sect, and upon inspecting the other corpses, he confirmed they all bore similar markings. Yishiru and Zhao Qingxue soon joined him, staring at the beast designs on their arms. But wasn't the beast-taming sect annihilated by the demon emperor? How can there still be members of the beast-taming sect? Yishiru questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingxue offered her hypothesis: they must be mere servant disciples of the beast-taming sect, lacking in cultivation. Moreover, they frequently venture outside the sect, often dispatched on missions. Thus, when the demon empress attacked, they were likely not present within the sect, allowing them to escape disaster. As a member of Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion, Zhao Qingxue had traveled extensively and was privy to various secrets of the former beast-taming sect. Servant disciples. What could they possibly do when sent out? Yishiru inquired, her curiosity piqued. In typical sects, servant disciples were tasked with menial chores and were not dispatched on long journeys. Upon hearing his junior sister's question, a sudden epiphany struck Yarn Tsung, and he hastily rummaged through the storage bags of the black-clad individuals. With their deaths, the bags were now unclaimed possessions. Yarn Tsung infused spiritual energy into each bag, emptying their contents onto the ground. The sheer volume of purple spirit stones that spilled forth startled everyone. Piles upon piles of purple spirit stones, an amount far beyond what these individuals could possess. It was improbable that they had stolen them, as such a vast quantity would necessitate the protection of high-ranking cultivators, ones they could not contend with. However, their astonishment was not solely due to the purple spirit stones, but also the presence of numerous black spirit stones. Black spirit stones were regarded as forbidden items in the realm of cultivation, as consuming them would lead to a loss of reason and a descent into brutality. Consequently, all sects strictly prohibited their mining. They were distributed across regions such as Kaixiao, Hunyuan, and Qingyuan, with the majority found in Qingyuan. The question loomed, how had these 8 individuals acquired such an abundance of both purple and black spirit stones? A chill ran down Yarn Tsung's spine as he pondered the implications. He promptly gathered all the items, turning to Zhao Qingxue. "I kindly ask you, Miss Zhao, to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I do not intend to hoard these spirit stones for myself. I merely fear the ramifications could be extensive, necessitating further investigation." Zhao Qingxue smiled reassuringly, replying, "You need not worry, Yarn Daoist. We at Lingqiang Treasure Pavilion solely engage in commerce and never interfere in the conflicts of the cultivation world. I assure you, I will keep this matter under wraps." "Thank you." Shortly thereafter, Uncle Chen, as mentioned by Zhao Qingxue, returned. Seeing that only 2 of them were present and they needed to escort a substantial amount of goods, Yarn Tsung and his junior sister decided to accompany them into the city for safety. Zhao Qingxue insisted on expressing her gratitude to the 2, and eventually, after her earnest entreaties, they agreed to spend the night in the city. With nowhere else to go, they figured an additional night would not be a hindrance. Shortly after arranging their accommodations, several individuals approached respectfully, inviting them to step outside. Upon entering a grand hall, a middle-aged man hurried forward to greet them. "I am Zhao Changsho, the overseer of this Lingqiong treasure pavilion. Today, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to both of you for saving my daughter's life." If Li Changxian were present, he would recognize Zhao Changsho as the proprietor from the auction, the very one who had bestowed upon him the precious Qianlu jade. Yan Song quickly helped him to his feet, politely saying, "It was merely a matter of witnessing injustice. Your words are overly gracious, Overseer Zhao." At that moment, Zhao Qingshui approached, holding 2 items and personally presented them to Yang Tsong and Yishiru. They gazed at the smooth, fruit-like objects in their hands, puzzled. "Miss Zhao, what is this?" "Oh, this is the yin-yang twin fruit. Consuming it individually can enhance one's cultivation, but if 2 individuals consume it together, the effects are even more profound. This is a gift from my father to express his gratitude for saving my sister's life. Please, you must accept it." Yang Tsong intended to refuse, but upon hearing the benefits, Yishiru's eye sparkled, and she joined Zhao Qingshui in persuading him. In that case, it would be rude to decline. Ultimately, Yang Tsong had no choice but to accept the gift. The 4 engaged in conversation in the lounge for a while before Yang Tsong and Yishiru returned to their quarters. On their way back, Yishiru suddenly called out to Yang Tsong, "Elder brother, give me your twin fruit. What do you intend to do with it? I will help you keep it safe." Although Yang Tsong was unaware of his junior sister's ulterior motives, he handed over the fruit to her. Yishiru carefully stowed the fruit away in her spatial pouch, feeling relieved that she would no longer have to worry about her elder brother using it. As they walked, Yishiru inquired, "Elder brother, where shall we go next?" Yang Tsong paused for a moment, pondering. "First, let us investigate the origins of these black spirit stones." Chapter 69. Bai Ling's doubts. Meanwhile, Jianmengli and Bai Ling had arrived at the border of the Linghai realm. As they traversed the skies, they engaged in a casual conversation, with Bai Ling being the more talkative of the 2, while Jianmengli mostly listened quietly, responding occasionally. Having known each other for many years, Bai Ling felt less constrained in this private setting compared to her demeanor in the Imperial Demon Palace, fully embracing her role as an older sister. Throughout their journey, she had gathered a general understanding of Jianmengli's previous expedition to the Yinshu secret realm. Upon hearing that the Taishan sect had dispatched 5 elder experts to ambush their own empress, Bai Ling's brows furrowed in anger, prompting her to exclaim, "Those shameless old dogs from the Taishan sect. It is fortunate you returned safely this time, otherwise, I would have personally led the Fox clan to assault the Taishan sect." As she spoke, her chest, slightly fuller than Jianmengli's, heaved with indignation. Bai Ling's words elicited a suppressed chuckle from Jianmengli. After several years of acquaintance, Bai Ling remained unchanged, speaking with the same carefree demeanor. However, it didn't take long for Bai Ling to realize some inconsistencies, leading her to question. Coupled with the mortal aura she sensed upon arriving at the Imperial Demon Palace, she had begun to form conjectures about the identity of the person who had rescued the Empress. Without any hesitation, she straightforwardly inquired, "Was your savior a mortal?" Jianmengli nodded slightly, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. "If it were not for a mortal, I would not have survived." Bai Ling understood her words well. The long-standing discord between the human and demon races had persisted for millennia. Though large-scale conflicts were rare, minor skirmishes occurred frequently, often 2 or 3 times a month. If a cultivator had encountered Jianmengli at her weakest, it would have been merciful not to kill her, let alone offer salvation. With this realization, Bai Ling quickly pieced together the situation without needing further explanation from Jianmengli. "So, the mortal whom the Empress brought back to the Imperial Demon Palace is the same person who saved you." Jianmengli affirmed her statement with a nod, trusting Bai Ling, her most reliable ally among the demon kings and a fellow fox demon who understood the principle of repaying kindness. Bai Ling naturally saw no reason to hide this information from her. After receiving Jianmengli's confirmation, Bai Ling deduced that having Li Changxian reside in the Qinli Palace was also a means of protection, finding it entirely reasonable. After a brief moment, their conversation returned to the current expedition. What will you do if there is still no trace of the Chaos Purple Lotus? The other demon kings have already sensed something amiss. It won't be long before they come to the Imperial Demon Palace to confront you. Jiang Mingli fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Frankly, she was uncertain how to address the situation. When she emerged from her seclusion, she was at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, and all the demon populace was aware of it. However, 6 years had passed, and her cultivation remained stagnant. For ordinary demons, such a situation could be deemed normal. After all, if their talent or bloodline was lacking, it could take decades or even centuries to break through. Yet, as a nine-tailed celestial fox, she possessed a bloodline advantage that enabled her to cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of other demon races. There were already a few demon kings who harbored resentment towards Jiang Mingli, and if they confirmed that she was unable to advance in her cultivation, it would be a small matter for them to trouble her within the imperial palace, but the greater concern was the potential for a clan-wide rebellion. Jiang Mingli's greatest fear was not her inability to break through in the near term, but the recurrence of the demon civil strife that had transpired 6 years prior. Bai Ling noticed the sorrow etched upon Jiang Mingli's brow. Yet she was unable to offer any assistance regarding her breakthrough, as she herself was not a nine-tailed celestial fox. Left with no option, Bai Ling attempted to comfort her, saying, "Empress, perhaps you should not dwell on this too much. The appearance of the purple lotus signifies that the chaos purple lotus must be forming somewhere. It simply has not yet come into existence. Even if it does not appear this time, we can return another day. If we still cannot find it, we will seek other methods. I refuse to believe that we cannot uncover a means to break through by scouring the Lingxiao continent." Upon hearing these words, the frown on Jiang Mingli's face dissipated considerably. If only she could be as carefree as that individual. Returning to the demon realm meant dealing with a myriad of affairs, each accompanied by its own worries, though she had been preoccupied with unraveling the sealing spirit mark during her days in the human realm. Having that individual chattering in her ear had brought her a sense of joy. As she pondered about him, Jiang Mingli found herself inexplicably at ease now. Her lips had involuntarily curved into a subtle smile, unbeknownst to her, blooming like an exquisite flower upon her countenance. Bai Ling, glancing at Jiang Mingli's newfound smile, initially questioned whether she had misperceived the situation. However, as the smile lingered at the corner of Jiang Mingli's mouth, Bai Ling became increasingly convinced that she was not mistaken. In that moment, she was filled with astonishment. Could it be that the Empress was capable of such a smile? It was not that Jiang Mingli had never smiled before. Her smiles had always been laced with sarcasm or coldness. Whenever she smiled in such a manner, all demons within the realm understood that she was angered and harbored murderous intent. Yet, the smile she bore now was one Bai Ling had never witnessed before. Reflecting on it, Bai Ling found that it resembled the innocent grin of a young girl experiencing the stirrings of love for the first time. Doubts began to stir within Bai Ling's heart. There was certainly something amiss with the Empress. She felt compelled to uncover the truth, lest her curiosity deprive her of restful sleep and hinder her ability to focus on her cultivation. "Empress, what are you contemplating? You seem to be in good spirits," Bai Ling ventured, intentionally keeping her inquiry subtle. Bai Ling's question pulled Jiang Mingli from her reverie. After a moment's hesitation, she maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Is it not possible that we are on the brink of discovering the Chaos Purple Lotus? Thus, my mood is rather buoyant." "Is that so?" Bai Ling scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I would never speak without basis," Jiang Mingli quickly reassured her, attempting to maintain her composure. "Oh, I see." Bai Ling withdrew her probing gaze, settling into a more relaxed pace as they continued on their journey. After all, they had ample time, and she was determined to unearth the truth one way or another. Chapter 70, The human man brought back by the Empress is a demon servant in the Linghai realm, at the Imperial Demon Palace. "Come on, old friend, let us wander into the city," Li Changxian exclaimed as he stepped outside, spotting the ever-vigilant Xiong Tai, whom he promptly grabbed to explore the city. Xiong Tai did not refuse, as he had previously consented to it, and the Empress had also given her approval. He had no grounds to decline. The two made their way directly to the palace gates. It was then that Li Changxian noticed that this vantage point afforded a sweeping view of the entire Imperial Demon City, something he had overlooked during his last visit. Upon exiting the front gates of the Imperial Demon Palace, the entirety of the Imperial Demon City unfolded before him, alongside the terrestrial expanse of the Linghai realm. Conversely, if they were to exit through the opposite palace gates, they would be greeted by the boundless ocean of the Linghai. Xiong Tai approached Li Changxian and began to elucidate the layout of the Imperial Demon City. Straight ahead lies the southern gate of the Imperial Demon City. Underneath the southern city wall, you will find the demon guards. It is advisable to keep your distance. If you proceed straight through the southern gate, you will find yourself directly beneath the Imperial Demon Palace, at the Imperial Demon Square. The eastern half of the city primarily comprises commercial and entertainment districts, while the western half is predominantly residential. Therefore, if we wish to explore, we should head towards the eastern city. Very well. Li Changxian replied. However, he soon realized that the vicinity of Imperial Demon Island was surrounded by sheer cliffs, making it impossible for him to descend. Noticing his predicament, Xiong Tai led him forward to the edge of the cliff, where a narrow stone staircase appeared. Can't you just carry me down? Li Changxian inquired, puzzled by Xiong Tai's insistence on walking down the island. Unless one possesses a distinguished demon identity, one must walk to ascend or descend Imperial Demon Island, Xiong Tai explained. Are you not? Must you still walk? Not necessary, Xiong Tai clarified, and Li Changxian instantly understood the issue lay with himself. Do I not bear the aura of the Empress? Must I still walk? However, within the confines of the Imperial Demon Palace, your status is merely that of the Empress's demon servant. I fear that if the demon populace within the city sees you, it may incite their ire. Then very well. With no other option, the two descended the island together, stepping carefully on the stone bricks. After a quarter of an hour, they found themselves in the Imperial Demon Square. Although it was morning, the square was bustling with demons, and as soon as Li Changxian set foot in the area, numerous gazes turned toward him. Hey! Isn't he that the human man the Empress brought back last time? How is he still alive? Who knows? Look, it's Commander Xiong leading him down. Surely, isn't he here for a public execution? I doubt it. Did you not sense the trace of the Empress's aura on him? In an instant, the Imperial Demon Square swelled with onlookers, some drawn by curiosity, others eager to glimpse Li Changxian's appearance. Before long, the square teemed with demons, encircling Li Changxian and Xiong Tai while maintaining a respectful distance of 3 or 4 paces, for Li Changxian still exuded a trace of the demon emperor's aura, prompting them to keep their distance as a sign of respect. Seeing this, Li Changxian felt emboldened, his expression calm as he strode forward with confidence. As he walked, the demons parted before him, creating a circular void around him. All eyes were fixed intently upon him, some glinting with malice, seemingly filled with disdain, while others scrutinized him, perhaps hoping to uncover something. Even more outrageous were a few demon widows, their eyes gleaming as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. Goodness, I must say, this human lad is truly handsome, he makes my heart flutter. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding demons rolled their eyes in exasperation, their faces etched with disappointment. Pig widow, shut your mouth. If you're so eager, find a stick to take home, one demon bluntly scolded. The others nodded in agreement, raising their thumbs in approval. Truly, a warrior. As Li Changxian reached the center of the Imperial Demon Square, finally, a demon could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to our kind? Indeed, what is your relationship with the Empress? Why do you carry a trace of the Empress's aura? What were you doing within the Imperial Demon Palace? Why have you come out now?" A barrage of questions erupted, and even if Li Changxian wished to respond, he found himself at a loss as to which query to address first. The square, which had been quiet upon his arrival, transformed into a cacophony of voices, all chattering incessantly. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Xiong Tai, who had been closely following Li Changxian to ensure his safety, stepped forward. Raising his voice, he bellowed, "Silence!" With a commanding roar, the Imperial Demon Square fell silent, all the demon citizens turning their expectant gazes towards Xiong Tai, eager for him to speak. At this moment, one demon inquired, "Commander Xiong, who exactly is this human man? Yes, yes, countless demons echoed in agreement. Xiongtai understood that if he did not address their concerns, they might follow the two of them indefinitely, thereby thwarting their exploration of the city. Thus, he cleared his throat and explained, he is merely a demon servant brought back from the human realm by the Empress. There is no need for further speculation. As for Li Changquan's debt of gratitude to the Empress, Xiongtai refrained from mentioning it, as the Empress had previously instructed that such matters were not to be disclosed. Oh, that explains it. I wondered why the Empress would keep him around. So he is a demon servant. Surely, his survival must be for the sake of humiliating him. How satisfying. I've long been displeased with these detestable humans, who commit every conceivable atrocity. With that, the demon populace collectively exhaled in relief. They reasoned that Li Changxian's aura of the demon emperor was likely a safeguard against the wrathful demons who might otherwise seek to harm him, preventing him from escaping. Hearing the discussions of the demon citizens, Li Changxian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Humans committing every conceivable atrocity. It seemed that during his time in the Shadow Domain forest, he had been quite isolated from the truth of the world. Clearly, he needed to seek opportunities to learn more about what had transpired. After Xiongtai's explanation, the demon populace began to disperse, no longer pressing the matter. After all, Li Changxian was, in essence, the Empress's personal demon servant, endowed with a trace of her aura, placing him above them in status. Moments after the demons departed, the news of the human man brought back by the Empress is a demon servant swiftly spread throughout the Imperial Demon City. The intelligence network in the Imperial Demon City was remarkably efficient, enabling such rapid dissemination of information. The two then continued their journey towards the eastern part of the Imperial Demon City. Chapter 71, Cloudy Dawn Jade. Upon exiting the Imperial Demon Square, the two individuals seamlessly made their way to the East City, also known as the Eastern Market. Along their way, the demon populace they encountered merely regarded Li Changxian with curious glances, without any further attempts to obstruct their passage. As Li Changxian stepped into the Eastern Market, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a bustling commercial street, where demon merchants engaged in lively trade outside their shops. The sheer number of demon citizens in this area contributed to a vibrant atmosphere of commerce. Walking side by side, Li Changxian and Xiongtai engaged in conversation. Observing the myriad of peculiar and dazzling goods lining the street, Li Changxian expressed his astonishment. "Old Tai, what currency do you demons use for trade? Is it silver or spirit stones?" "Both are acceptable," Xiongtai responded, "but primarily silver, as the demon populace here is quite substantial and has little need for spirit stones, which are more commonly circulated in larger commercial establishments." So it is somewhat akin to the human realm." Li Changxian nodded slightly, reflecting inwardly. As they continued their discussion and meandered forward, Li Changxian soon halted before a particular shop, his eyes widening in wonder as he slowly stepped inside. The interior was adorned with an array of resplendent pearls, uniquely shaped corals, and various hues of jade. Notably, these treasures, aside from the jade, were impressively large, leaving one in awe. Li Changxian mused to himself that if he were to transport these items back to the human realm, he would be in possession of immeasurable wealth. Upon noticing the arrival of Li Changxian and Xiongtai, the shopkeeper promptly approached them, displaying no unusual demeanor towards Li Changxian, but rather a face full of respect as he inquired, "Esteemed gentleman, is there anything you wish to purchase?" At this, Li Changxian diverted his gaze from the exquisite treasures and regarded the shopkeeper, quickly recognizing him as a crab demon, possessing a human form yet with two crab claws instead of hands, a most peculiar sight. "Do you have many such items in your establishment?" "Certainly. Each treasure in this shop has been personally retrieved by me from the depths of the Ling Sea, ensuring both competitive prices and exquisite quality." Li Changxian glanced around. Although he understood these items were considered precious in the human realm, he found himself unable to return in the near future. Consequently, he refrained from examining the pearls and corals further, instead turning his attention to the various jades. At first glance, he discerned that these jades were no ordinary pieces. Regrettably, he was unable to utilize spiritual power at that moment to ascertain their true nature. Furthermore, he had never encountered such jades before, prompting him to inquire of the shopkeeper, what purpose do these jades serve, why are they displayed in their natural form, rather than carved? The crabbed shopkeeper hurried over, smiling as he explained, this is known as cloudy dawn jade. It does not form between mountains and stones, but rather is born within the sea. Moreover, it is particularly rare, found only in very deep waters, making it quite challenging to harvest. However, its scarcity is justified. Unlike ordinary jade, cloudy dawn jade possesses beautifying properties and, more importantly, can store a small amount of spiritual power, serving as a protective talisman, which is why it is often favored by many women. Having grasped the explanation, Li Changxian thought to himself that these effects were of little use to him. Aside from the last property that could offer protection, it seemed more suitable as a gift for a demoness, yet, she likely had no need for beautification, as she already possessed an ethereal beauty. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Li Changxian shook his head slightly, wondering why his thoughts had wandered to that demoness. Regaining his focus, he searched among the cloudy dawn jades, contemplating asking Jiang Mingli to craft a protective talisman for him upon her return. However, he soon realized that all the cloudy dawn jades were merely the size of chess pieces, suitable only for stringing into beads, with the largest barely sufficient for a pendant. These jades fell short of Li Changxian's expectations, thus he inquired again of the crab shopkeeper, do you have any larger pieces of cloudy dawn jade? The crab shopkeeper shook his head, all the cloudy dawn jades in this shop are here. No other stores in the city will have larger ones, as most are indeed of this size. Could I possibly leave a deposit for you to dive into the sea in a few days and retrieve 2 larger pieces for me? The crab shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of regret. I am sorry, esteemed customer, but these are the largest cloudy dawn jades I can procure. Are you suggesting there are larger ones that simply cannot be retrieved? The crab shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, contemplating, before responding, indeed, there exists a piece the size of a brick within the Ling Sea, but it lies at a considerable depth and is guarded by a monstrous creature whose power rivals that of a transcendent realm being. This beast navigates the deep waters with ease, making it quite difficult for even transcendent realm practitioners to approach. Thus, attempting to acquire that piece of cloudy dawn jade would be a perilous venture, and given my limited cultivation, it is simply beyond my means. After the crab shopkeeper had finished his explanation, Li Changxian, who should have given up the pursuit, found himself even more intrigued by the jade stone. Why would a piece of cloudy dawn jade be protected by a transcendent realm beast? There must be something extraordinary at play. Therefore, Li Changxian resolved that once he had restored his cultivation, he would certainly seek it out, regardless of whether he could obtain it or not. Ultimately, the two left the shop empty-handed, having merely strolled around for a quarter of an hour. The crab shopkeeper accompanied them to the exit with a smile, both as a display of business etiquette and out of respect for Li Changxian and Xiong Tai, who were both individuals in the service of the empress. Old Tai, do you have anything you wish to purchase? Li Changxian inquired as they walked down the street, observing the various shops. Xiong Tai merely shook his head in response. His sole purpose was to accompany Li Changxian and ensure his safety, without any other intentions. Are you not going to buy some bamboo shoots to take back? Li Changxian asked with a smile, fully aware of the panda's preferences. At this, Xiong Tai paused in thought. What are bamboo shoots? Why would I bring those back? Surely you jest. What did you eat before you could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Li Changxian exclaimed in shock, realizing that a panda had never eaten bamboo. Xiong Tai replied nonchalantly, I used to eat meat with my clan members. Li Changxian nodded, acknowledging that pandas were indeed omnivorous creatures. Aren't you clan members also pandas, or rather, iron-eating beasts? Have they never consumed bamboo? Not at all, they are bears. We iron-eating beasts merely resemble bears, and our population is exceedingly scarce, hence we are categorized within the bear family. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian suddenly understood that, in this world, pandas were also considered endangered species. However, he did not insist that Xiong Tai seek out bamboo to sample within the city. Instead, he casually remarked, when we return to the Imperial Demon Palace, Old Tai, you should try the delicacies in the Demon Dining Hall. I believe you will find them to your liking. But I have already begun my cultivation and do not require food. Cultivation allows one to forego sustenance, but it does not prohibit one from enjoying it. Oh, you make a valid point. Sigh. You people have truly become foolish from your relentless training. You fail to enjoy the blessings that life offers. Chapter 72, Drunken Smoke Pavilion. Guu, a man and a demon soon arrived at the bustling district of the Eastern Market. This area was a stark contrast to the small shops they had just visited, filled instead with exquisitely decorated high-end taverns. Old Thai, do you have any interesting places around here? Preferably somewhere we can also enjoy some food, Li Changxian inquired languidly. After all, he was merely a mortal, exhausted from a day of wandering. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai pondered for a moment, his bear-like face suddenly lighting up with anticipation. It seems there is indeed a place, the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. A tavern, is it? That should be the case. Then lead the way. Before long, under Xiong Tai's guidance, Li Changxian found himself in front of an imposing building. However, as he gazed upon the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, he sensed it was not an ordinary tavern. Its decor exuded an air of elegance and refinement. A young attendant at the entrance spotted Xiong Tai and Li Changxian lingering at the door and hurriedly scurried inside. Moments later, a mature woman with an alluring figure emerged, swaying gracefully as she walked. She was none other than Guu, the proprietor of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. Oh my, is that not Commander Xiong? What brings you to my humble establishment today? Giu's words were courteous, yet her tone carried a hint of reproach and bitterness. Yu, I brought my friend here for some amusement. Please don't be angry about what happened last time. I was in the wrong. I, old bear, shall never repeat that mistake. Xiong Tai replied, his expression filled with guilt. Li Changchuan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. There was certainly something intriguing afoot. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, his innate curiosity for gossip was instantly awakened, prompting him to discreetly step aside and observe the unfolding drama. HMPH. I hardly believe you've stood me up more than once. I, a woman of advancing years and diminishing charm, cannot afford to be kept waiting by the commander of the bear guard. Oh no, it should now be the commander of the personal guard. Guu found herself with a small fan, her face clouded with resentment. Yu, there was an urgent matter at the Imperial Demon Palace that I could not escape from last time, Xiong Tai explained, looking quite aggrieved. Previously, he and Guu had arranged to meet, but due to an unexpected increase in vigilance at the Imperial Demon Palace following Jian Mingli's covert visit to the human realm, he had been unable to attend, and he had not returned to clarify the situation for 2 months. Li Changxian listened intently and quickly pieced together the dynamics of their relationship. To his surprise, Old Tai had quite the discerning eye for women. Guu, observing Xiong Tai's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. She knew he was not lying, and the reasons for his absence were not her concern. Very well, if you make such a mistake again, do not expect to find me at the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. I assure you I will never again. Xiong Tai replied with a foolish grin. And where is your friend? Right here. Xiong Tai turned around only to discover that Li Changxian was no longer in sight. Noticing their conversation had concluded, Li Changxian hurriedly jogged over. Here I am. Yu, this is my friend, Li Changxian, Xiong Tai introduced boisterously. At this moment, Giu's serpentine eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the approaching Li Changxian. Circling around him twice, she soon realized that Li Changxian appeared somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, prompting her to smile apologetically. My apologies, young Master Li, I have lost my composure. Without a doubt, she recognized him as the human male whom the Empress had recently brought back. The news of the Empress's human attendant entering the city had spread like wildfire hours ago, and she was well aware of it. As Guu assessed Li Changxian, she noted that aside from his remarkable handsomeness, he seemed to be an ordinary human. Let us step inside. We can converse further within. Not at all, not at all. At that moment, Xiong Tai quickly approached with a smile. Thus, the three of them entered the establishment together. Once inside, Li Changxian was struck by the vibrant decor of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, which was adorned in vivid colors and exuded an air of flamboyance. Moreover, all the service was provided by enchanting female demons. Li Changxian felt a twinge of uncertainty and leaned closer to Xiong Tai, whispering, "Old Tai, are you sure this is a respectable place?" "What do you mean by respectable?" Xiong Tai replied in his typically loud manner, inadvertently drawing Ji Yoyo's attention. However, Ji Yoyo did not seem offended. Instead, she smiled and explained to Li Changxian, "Though our establishment is staffed by young ladies, they engage in the art of performance, not in carnal pursuits." With a playful smile, she added, "If you seek something more, you might consider the Wangchun Tower in the Eastern Market. They offer special services, provided you do not mind the demoness." "No, no." Li Changxian hastily waved his hands, realizing his inquiry had been unnecessary. The three of them then ascended the stairs to a private room. Once the dishes were served, a young woman entered the elegant chamber. After bowing slightly to the trio, she approached a small table and began to play a guzheng that had been set there in advance. Though the rooms were constructed of wood and appeared to lack soundproofing, each chamber was inscribed with a soundproofing array, ensuring no disturbances between them. As Li Changxian savored the dishes and sipped his drink while listening to the delicate melody, he felt utterly at ease. The Drunken Smoke Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation for sophistication and refinement. Meanwhile, Xiong Tai gazed dreamily at Ji Yoyo. Li Changxian observed Xiong Tai's infatuated expression and felt a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, he recalled a similar look he had seen when he had given a massage to a demoness not long ago. This reminded him of her soft, plump face and her spoiled demeanor when upset. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto his face. However, he soon regained his composure. He wondered how the demoness was faring now. Was she in any danger? With her strength, and accompanied by a certain White King, she should be fine, right? Suddenly, Li Changxian snapped back to reality, realizing he was lost in thoughts of her once again. This was not the first time he had found himself in such a situation. It had been several days since Jiang Mengli left, and he was unaccustomed to not seeing her for even a fleeting moment. During these moments of distraction, he would often inexplicably think of her. Could it be, had he truly fallen for her? Instantly, Li Changxian lost his appetite, confusion clouding his features. The problem was that in both realms, he had never engaged in a romantic relationship. He was still a novice. In Blue Star, being an orphan and possessing a somewhat withdrawn personality had led him to remain oblivious to such matters. Noticing that Li Changxian, who had been enjoying his meal, suddenly halted, Ji Yoyo couldn't help but express her concern. "Young Master Li, what troubles you? Is the food not to your liking? If so, I shall have the kitchen prepare something else immediately." Upon hearing Ji Yoyo's words, Li Changxian snapped back to reality and quickly waved his hands. "No, no, it's not the food." Then you must be preoccupied with something on your mind." Chapter 73. I have a friend. Is there something weighing on your mind? As the master of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, Ji Yoyo encounters a myriad of demons daily and immediately discerned the turmoil within Li Changxian. Li Changxian merely stared blankly, offering no response. Thus, Ji Yoyo continued, "If it is convenient, would you share your concerns with me, young Master Li? Perhaps I could assist you in unraveling your thoughts." Upon hearing this, Li Changxian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "I have a friend, and this matter pertains to him. Please do not misunderstand, I am merely concerned for his well-being." Although he managed to mask his tone and expression, the deliberate emphasis only served to raise suspicion. Ji Yoyo, upon hearing his words, chuckled softly. "Please, young Master Li, share your tale. I shall do my utmost to provide clarity." At that moment, Xiong Tai leaned closer, fixating his gaze on Li Changxian, eagerly awaiting his revelation. He had always perceived Li Changxian as carefree and untroubled, assuming he bore no burdens whatsoever. With the two listening intently, Li Changxian began to recount his story without a hint of anxiety. After all, he was speaking on behalf of his so-called friend. This friend of mine, he encountered another individual by chance. Due to certain circumstances, they spent some time together. Initially, he had a rather unfavorable impression of her, but as time passed and they became accustomed to one another, he no longer viewed her negatively. Now that they have been apart for some time, he often finds himself thinking of her. Li Changxian hesitated, feeling that the more he spoke, the more it resembled his own situation. Noticing Ji Yoyo's half-smiling expression, he realized she had likely deduced he was referring to himself, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise to his cheeks. Meanwhile, Xiong Tai appeared utterly bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend, and thus redirected his attention to Ji Yuyu. Unfazed, Ji Yuyu calmly inquired, "The person your friend encountered, is she a woman?" Li Chanchuan's face grew slightly crimson as he nodded, "I suppose so." Ji Yuyu let out a light laugh, sensing she was correct. He was indeed speaking of himself. She remained composed, continuing to explain, "In all likelihood, your friend has developed feelings for this woman." Upon finishing her statement, she found herself concealing her amusement. Xiong Tai, having grasped some understanding, boldly declared, "Why not just tell your friend to express his feelings to her? A man should not be so timid. If she refuses, he can always find another." Har 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 har. He laughed heartily, oblivious to the danger that now lurked in Ji Yoyo's piercing gaze. Unaware of the peril, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "My apologies, Brother Li, I completely forgot you've been captured by the demon clan, so you can't inform your friend." At that moment, Ji Yuyu could no longer contain her frustration and gave Xiong Tai a sharp pinch at his waist. "What do you know?" "Silence yourself." The unexpected assault twisted Xiong Tai's expression in pain, prompting him to yelp, "Ouch!" He quickly covered his mouth with one hand, refraining from further speech. As for Li Changxian, upon hearing the phrase "developed feelings," he felt no tumult within his heart. He had already harbored suspicions and sought Ji Yoyo's counsel merely to confirm his thoughts. Lacking experience regarding his next steps, he intended to heed the advice he had once given to Zhao Chen. To let things unfold naturally. In truth, he sensed he was not yet on the same level as her. One was an immortal, the other a mortal. One was an emperor, the other a servant. The disparity was indeed substantial. However, in a few months, once his cultivation was restored, he would possess the confidence needed to confront her, and even if she were to resist, she would be unable to withstand him. Meanwhile, Ji Yuyu, who had initially been smiling at Li Changxian, was gradually enveloped in sorrowful thoughts. She speculated that Li Changxian was likely living well among the human race before encountering the woman he spoke of. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had been captured by their own empress and brought to the realm of demons, a mere mortal who might never return. It was no wonder he mentioned being apart for some time. After all, being seized by the empress certainly qualified as separation. Regrettably, it seemed this separation might not be temporary, but rather a lifetime. The thought that Li Changxian may not have expressed his feelings to that woman filled her with a sense of pity. After all, in this world, it is only the lovesick who suffer the most. The lovesick are the most foolish of all. Ji Yuyu sighed inwardly, realizing that since he had been personally captured by the empress, there was little she could do to assist him. Just then, a melancholic melody began to play in the elegant chamber, further stirring Ji Yoyo's sympathy. She had not once considered that the woman in question could be their own empress. After all, even with 10 brains, she would never dare to entertain such a thought. Moments later, Ji Yuyu abruptly stood and addressed Xiong Tai, "Come with me for a moment." "Ho, what is the matter?" "When I say come, you come. No need for all this chatter." Okay, Brother Li, enjoy yourself for a bit, I'll be right back." Li Changxian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two demons exited the elegant chamber while he resumed his meal, feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart, which in turn enhanced his appetite. In another room, Ji Yuyu settled at a table, and shortly thereafter, Xiong Tai hurriedly arrived. "Yuyu, is there something urgent?" he asked, pouring her a cup of tea. With a serious expression, Ji Yuyu inquired, "Is your friend truly a demon servant captured by the empress?" "Who would have thought? The entire city is aware of this matter. It is indeed true." Ji Yuyu had initially been concerned that this might be a ruse concocted by Xiong Tai to protect Li Changxian from harm. However, it seemed he had spoken no falsehood. After a moment, Ji Yuyu asked, "What is his character like? Are you close?" "Very close. He often shares food with me and the brothers on guard, and he speaks very kindly." "Then how do you regard him now?" Xiong Tai pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "I consider him a friend, but I believe he is worth befriending. He is like a brother to me. Then I suggest you keep a closer watch over this brother of yours in the demon empress's palace. He is a pitiable soul. What do you mean? Her words piqued Xiong Tai's curiosity, and he promptly sat beside her, eager for an explanation. Ji Yu rolled her eyes, feeling a sense of frustration. Did you not hear? Did you not realize he was speaking of himself? Oh, I didn't know. Xiong Tai scratched his head, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. I guess he fell in love with a girl before realizing it, but after being taken by the Empress and separated for a time, he only then became aware of his feelings. Unfortunately, he cannot return, and he may never see that girl again. Ji Yu sighed again. The lovesick suffer greatly. Today, he has come to understand his own heart through me, but when he returns, his mood may not be so bright. Realizing he cannot return to the human realm could lead him to take drastic actions. You should keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tai grasped her meaning and felt a surge of sympathy for Li Changqian. Who would have thought, alas, his fortune does not seem as favorable as mine. Ji Yu, initially feeling melancholic, couldn't help but let out a laugh. How shameless, who boasts about their own lovesickness. Meanwhile, Li Changqian, still leisurely enjoying his meal in the elegant chamber, remained blissfully unaware of the roles he played in the minds of the two and the story that was unfolding around him. Chapter 74. Jiang Mingli also has a friend in the realm of Kaixiao. Within the grand hall of the Taishan sect, the sect leader, Shang Guanyu, sat quietly with his eyes closed in contemplation. At this moment, he found himself in a state of indecision, pondering whether to dispatch individuals to ambush the imminent arrival of the demon empress, an event he was certain would transpire. From the intelligence he had gathered, it seemed true that the demon empress had been unable to break through her current limitations. This was confirmed when she had previously ventured alone into the Yinshu secret realm. Thus, he surmised that she would undoubtedly make an appearance again. However, the last incident had already set off alarm bells, and she would undoubtedly come prepared this time. Furthermore, they had already suffered the loss of 5 elders from the Tongxian realm, and should they fail again, it could very well result in their sect's annihilation. During the previous encounter in the Qinglian secret realm, Jiang Mingli had yet to regain her full strength, but now she had returned to her peak. If another ambush were attempted, the risk of failure was exceedingly high. Shang Guanyu felt a throbbing headache. A hard-won opportunity was being squandered due to the cowardice of his junior brother. He inwardly cursed his lack of resolve. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he sent a message into the void. Qingshan, come to the sect hall at once. Moments later, the figure of Song Qingshan, the vice leader of the Taishan sect, appeared quietly within the chamber. What is your command, sect leader? We are considering inviting the Taiyi sect to join us in an ambush against the demon empress. Do you believe this is feasible? Upon hearing this, Song Qingshan felt both astonished and somewhat disheartened. He had not expected the sect leader to remain so resolute, summoning him merely to discuss this matter. However, the fact that he had been summoned for consultation rather than facing a unilateral decision provided him with a modicum of relief. Sect leader, this endeavor is unfeasible, Song Qingshan stated with conviction after a moment of contemplation. Why is it unfeasible? They participated in the attack against the demon tribe 6 years ago. Are they not also covetous of the abundant purple spirit stones? Song Qingshan meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of this plan for the Taishan sect. Should we succeed, the demon empress would be eliminated, and the Taiyi sect would emerge as the main contributor. However, if we fail, they could exploit this situation to usurp our position. Regardless of the outcome, the Taishan sect would not find itself in an advantageous position. Moreover, what rationale could we offer to persuade them to take action? Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu fell into deep thought once more. Song Qingshan's assertions were indeed accurate. At this juncture, success or failure would not benefit the Taishan sect. Most critically, they needed a compelling reason to convince the Taiyi sect to take action. Previously, when he had dared to act, it was predicated on the information that Jiang Mingli might be unable to break through her limitations. Although this intelligence had originated from the demon tribe, they had also been uncertain at that time. He had approached it with a tentative mindset, sending 5 of the 12 elders from the Tongxian realm, only for them to perish entirely. The loss of nearly half their numbers was a significant blow to the Taishan sect. However, the information regarding Jiang Mingli's inability to break through was known only to him, and even his junior brother remained unaware. Thus, this news could not be used as leverage to persuade the Tai sect to act, as he still had greater plans for it. With a heavy sigh of resignation, Shang Guanyu conceded, "Then let this matter rest. Your wisdom is unparalleled, sect leader." Song Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting that he had finally managed to persuade his leader, lest the Taishan sect be doomed by this generation's decisions. A fortnight later, Jiang Mingli and Bai Ling had emerged from the secret realm where the chaotic purple lotus phenomenon had manifested. As expected, they had yet to catch even a whiff of the elusive purple lotus. Fortunately, there had been no ambush set by the Taishan sect, allowing the two to exit with minimal conflict. They were now en route back to the Imperial Demon Palace. Bai Ling followed quietly behind Jiang Mingli, having spent the past few days subtly probing for information, yet she had gleaned nothing of substance. She dared not make her inquiries too overt, lest her true intentions be revealed. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingli appeared somewhat distracted. Just after they had exited the secret realm, a message from Bai Yao Yao within the Imperial Demon Palace had reached them. The Pinguin of the Great Peng Demon clan had arrived in the Demon City, citing urgent matters and requesting an audience with the Empress. Pinguin was the sole son of Peng Feng, the Demon King of the Great Peng clan, and was the designated successor to the title of Demon King. To prevent any suspicion from ill-intentioned demon clans, Jiang Mingli had undertaken her 2 secret excursions to seek the chaotic purple lotus without arousing attention. The previous incident, where she had attempted to seize the Yunyu Qinglian, had likely already spread throughout the demon community. Should Pinguin enter the Imperial Demon Palace and discover her absence, it would be troublesome. She feared that Li Changxian might be discovered. Currently, Bai Yao Yao was stalling him, preventing entry into the palace, but this could not last indefinitely. If she remained absent, Bai Yao Yao and her companions might not be able to stop him, and if he were to act against Li Changxian, the mere thought ignited a flicker of anger within Jiang Mingli, albeit not overwhelmingly intense. Nonetheless, Bai Ling sensed the shift in her demeanor. Accelerating her pace, she aligned herself alongside Jiang Mingli. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Startled by the inquiry, Jiang Mingli hastily suppressed her rising ire, responding coolly, "It is nothing." In that instant, she realized that even a mere thought of Li Changxian could directly influence her emotions. No wonder she had inexplicably thought of him during idle moments in recent days. Bai Ling, observing her response of "it is nothing," found it transparent and thus inquired with a light laugh, "Your Majesty, if there is something on your mind, you may share it with me. Perhaps I could offer some clarity." Hesitation flickered in Jiang Mingli's eyes. She had begun to grasp the nature of her feelings towards Li Changxian, yet uncertainty lingered. After a lengthy contemplation, she stammered, "This Empress has a friend. She often finds herself inexplicably reminded of another individual, granting him many exceptions, and her emotions are swayed by him, or that is infatuation." Before Jiang Mingli could finish her thought, Bai Ling interjected. As for who this friend was, she was fully aware that Jiang Mingli was referring to herself, yet she chose not to expose this truth. After all, she was well aware of how few friends the Empress had. Upon receiving this interpretation, Jiang Mingli felt little stirrings within her heart. Having anticipated this moment, however, to further obfuscate the truth and divert suspicion from herself, she posed another question: "What if they are of the same gender?" Bai Ling paused, momentarily stumped. Same gender. Jiang Mingli's smokescreen had indeed been effective, as Bai Ling was completely taken aback. However, it did not quite achieve Jiang Mingli's intended purpose. Bai Ling had concluded that the individual in question was Jiang Mingli herself, but she was now stunned by the revelation that the Empress might not be inclined towards men. Bai Ling felt as though the sky had fallen, questioning whether her lack of intervention during Jiang Mingli's childhood had led to such inclinations. As Bai Ling's mind raced with these thoughts, a series of golden characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Mingli. "Pinguin has entered the Imperial Palace." This was a distant transmission, conveyed through the 2 long-distance communication talismans Jiang Mingli had once entrusted to Bai Yao Yao. Now that they had been expended, she had no choice but to return swiftly. Her only hope was that the individual would not wander aimlessly, for without her consent, no one would dare intrude upon the Qinli Palace. In an instant, Jiang Mingli soared towards the demon city, leaving Bai Ling far behind. While Bai Ling was still pondering how to set her straight, she was taken aback as Jiang Mingli vanished from her sight. Your Majesty. Wait for me. Chapter 75, What are you barking about? A quarter of an hour ago. At the entrance of the Imperial Demon Palace, Bai Yao Yao and Peng Cohen stood in a tense standoff. By divine envoy, why do you repeatedly obstruct my audience with Her Excellency the Empress? What is your intention? A figure stood resolutely before Bai Yao Yao, slender yet imposing, with a fierce countenance and cold, gleaming eyes, his sharp claws clasped behind his back. This individual was none other than Peng Cohen of the great Peng Demon clan. Faced with Peng Cohen's menacing gaze, which seemed capable of devouring flesh and blood, Bai Yao Yao met his stare without a trace of fear. I have already stated that Her Excellency the Empress is currently occupied and does not wish to see you. You should wait patiently outside the palace. Upon hearing this, Peng Cohen let out a disdainful snort. He then took a few steps back and projected his voice throughout the Imperial Demon Palace. Her Excellency the Empress, I come on the orders of the great Peng Demon King to discuss urgent matters. Why have you barred me from entry? This scene startled Bai Yao Yao, prompting her to shout, Peng Cohen, how dare you show such disrespect to Her Excellency the Empress? A wave of anxiety washed over her as she realized she might not be able to stop him. As expected, after a prolonged silence, Jiang Mingli's voice did not emerge. Peng Cohen smirked coldly to himself, confirming his father's suspicions. The Empress was indeed absent from the Imperial Demon Palace. Otherwise, had someone dared to be so insolent, Jiang Mingli would never have allowed him to remain at the palace entrance. Now assured of the Empress's absence, Peng Cohen felt no further reservations and boldly strode toward the interior of the palace. Seeing this, Bai Yao Yao's expression hardened, and the guard demons at the entrance brandished their weapons, stepping forward to block his entry. However, Peng Cohen, unfazed, approached Bai Yao Yao and spoke in a tone only they could hear. By divine envoy, I presume Her Excellency the Empress is not within the palace at this moment. According to protocol, I am entitled to enter and await her return. Bai Yao Yao remained steadfast, unwilling to grant him passage. Observing her defiance, Peng Cohen let out a soft, mocking laugh. You have no grounds to obstruct me now. With that, a formidable aura emanated from him, instantly forcing Bai Yao Yao and the guards aside. Bai Yao Yao was taken aback, realizing he had reached the late stage of the transformation tribulation realm. With her own cultivation merely at the early stage, she had been spared injury only because he had held back some of his power. Unfortunately, the other demon guards were not so fortunate, many of them bleeding from their mouths, evidently suffering significant internal injuries. Fortunately, she had notified the Empress in advance. Reflecting on it now, she believed the Empress would return shortly. Once the obstruction was cleared, Peng Cohen swaggered into the Imperial Demon Palace. However, adhering to protocol, he could not approach the Imperial Hall or the Qinli Palace, and thus began to wander in the other areas of the palace. At that moment, Li Changxian was emerging from a side hall in the Qinli Palace. Initially reluctant to leave, he had been roused from his afternoon nap by some fool loudly projecting their voice toward the palace. As he reached the courtyard entrance, he was intercepted by Xiong Tai. Li, you must not go out right now. Upon hearing this, Li Changxian furrowed his brows. Surely, the Empress has not issued any orders forbidding my departure, so why can I not step outside? Someone from the great Peng Demon clan has entered the palace and requested an audience with Her Excellency the Empress. By divine envoy is unlikely to keep him out any longer, so it would be wise for you to remain hidden in the Qinli Palace. He does not dare to tread here. Xiong Tai explained the situation patiently without withholding any details. Li Changxian listened, his expression unperturbed, and calmly inquired, is this great Peng Demon clan not a sworn enemy of your Empress? He recalled that both Jiang Mingli and Xiong Tai had previously mentioned that several of the 9 great demon clans were unwilling to accept her as Empress. However, due to her overwhelming support, they dared not openly contest her, resorting instead to covert opposition. After some contemplation, Xiong Tai hesitantly nodded. Li Changxian immediately understood, a light chuckle escaping him as he patted Xiong Tai's bear-like shoulder. If they are indeed our sworn foes, we cannot afford to retreat. That would only embolden them further. Come, let us go and confront him. With that, he strode boldly out of the courtyard. Suddenly recalling something, he turned and smiled. Do remember to protect my safety. Xiongtai could only facepalm in resignation. Yet, a nagging sense of unease crept in. You, a mere demon attendant, lacking both status and strength, what business do you have confronting him? But with Li already out the door, Xiongtai could only follow in exasperation. Before long, Peng Kuan, who had been meandering within the Imperial Demon Palace, encountered the approaching Li Changxian. Li Changxian scrutinized Peng Kuan, noting his fierce and shadowy expression, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Instantly, he discerned that Peng Kuan was no ordinary demon. Upon seeing Li Changxian, Peng Kuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He recognized him as a human at a glance. More importantly, he sensed a hint of the longed-for aura of the demon emperor emanating from him, intensifying his fury. He had heard rumors that the empress had taken a human man as her demon attendant several days prior. After all, this news had spread throughout the demon city, a mere matter of time before it reached the entire demon clan. Are you the one barking like a dog outside the Imperial Demon Palace just now? Li Changxian boldly inquired, unperturbed by Peng Kuan's hawkish glare. This caught Peng Kuan off guard, momentarily stalling his response. He had not anticipated such audacity. Regaining his composure, Peng Kuan's blood boiled with rage. How dare this insignificant insect speak to him in such a manner? A sinister smile crept upon his face. If you have the courage, repeat that. Li Changxian first turned to Xiongtai behind him, asking, is this fellow deaf? He then turned back to face Peng Kuan directly, repeating, I said, what are you barking about? Peng Kuan merely chuckled coldly. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. With that, his expression turned icy, his hands unfurling, revealing sharp, claw-like fingers, glistening with a deadly chill. Should he be caught, the victim would not only suffer but would likely have their flesh torn asunder. Just as Peng Kuan's claws were about to strike, Li Changxian bellowed, Xiongtai, attack. Before the command had even settled, Xiongtai had already moved to intercept the blow, managing to absorb the impact. Witnessing Xiongtai's intervention, Peng Kuan glared furiously, his voice a low growl. Does Commander Xiong intend to protect this human pest? Peng Kuan, you are within the Imperial Demon Palace, not the territory of the great Peng clan. You cannot act with such impudence here. You understand this is the Imperial Palace of the Demon clan. The presence of a living human here is an affront to it. Peng Kuan shouted, launching an assault with both claws aimed at Li Changxian, forcing Xiongtai to defend desperately. He is the Empress's personal demon attendant. Whether he lives or dies is not for you to decide. HMPH, as long as he is not a demon, my slaying him is entirely justifiable. The Imperial Palace of the Demon Clan has no need for humans. Peng Kuan's demeanor turned frigid as he unleashed his full strength, a surge of energy that sent Xiongtai staggering backward. Li Changxian, who had been standing behind Xiongtai, was also pushed back several steps before regaining his footing. This turn of events startled both Li Changxian and Xiongtai. Xiongtai had not anticipated that Peng Kuan had already surpassed him by a whole realm, while Li Changxian was astonished at Xiongtai's uncharacteristic unreliability in this critical moment. Peng Kuan's lethal claws were now directed at Li Changxian's chest, seemingly intent on ripping his heart from his body. Li Changxian readied a thunder pearl in his hand, hoping that when struck by external force, it might explode and severely injure this bird demon. In the blink of an eye, the claws were upon him, and just as Li Changxian was about to hurl the thunder pearl, Peng Kuan abruptly halted, his expression contorted in agony as if he suddenly bore the weight of an immense burden. Then, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing him to his knees, cracking the very tiles beneath him. Chapter 76. The Rock Demon Clan seeks a marriage alliance. There exists a path to their demise. As Jian Mingli's figure gracefully descended before Li Changxian, Xiongtai promptly knelt, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the Empress. Jian Mingli disregarded him, her gaze coldly fixed upon the kneeling Peng Kuan, who was still crumpled under the weight of her oppressive aura. Peng Kuan, your Rock Demon Clan has grown increasingly audacious, daring to act with impunity within my Imperial Demon Palace. Upon hearing this, Peng Kuan wore a defiant expression, but under her might, he could not rise, and thus he retorted coldly, he is but a human. Surely I need not report the slaying of an ant to the Empress. Unfazed, Jiang Mingli's demeanor shifted abruptly, a more potent pressure descending from the heavens, forcing him to kneel even further, his knee sinking into the stone floor. My demon servants, whether human or demon, are not for you to question or to lay hands upon. Her voice was frigid and devoid of warmth, laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Peng Cohen keenly sensed this menace and instantly wilted, his complexion paling. Although his own cultivation was considerable, it paled in comparison to her presence. Reluctantly, he capitulated, feigning calmness as he said, "Forgive my transgression, Empress. I have come at the behest of my father, with urgent matters to discuss with your majesty. I implore your mercy this once." Jiang Mingli, after a moment's contemplation, coldly replied, "Should you again, I shall pay no heed to the dignity of your rock demon clan." With that, the overwhelming pressure receded. Peng Cohen, his expression dark and sullen, rose slowly, clasping his fists in apology. "I thank the Empress. Speak, what weighty matter does the Rock King wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Peng Cohen hesitated, caught off guard by the prospect of discussing such affairs here, and thus suggested, "Empress, discussing such matters here, with outsiders present, may be inappropriate. Perhaps we should convene in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace." Jiang Mingli dismissed him with a cold huff. "Within the Imperial Demon Palace, all are subjects of mine, there are no outsiders. If you wish to engage in discussions at the Grand Hall, summon your demon father to come personally. If you remain silent, I suggest you leave the palace at once." With that, Jiang Mingli gracefully walked to a nearby pavilion and seated herself. Li Changxian hurriedly followed, this time truly embodying the role of a demon servant, standing upright behind Jiang Mingli. He reasoned that, with outsiders present, it was prudent to grant her some dignity. Moreover, given Peng Cohen's apparent desire to eliminate him, it was safer to remain in her shadow. At that moment, Bai Yao Yao arrived, slightly delayed. Noticing her empress's return, she and Xiong Tai positioned themselves flanking the pavilion entrance. "Speak, what urgent matter brings you here?" Jiang Mingli inquired, her posture regal and commanding. Though seated not upon the throne of the Grand Hall, her imposing aura remained undiminished. Reluctantly, Peng Cohen divulged the reason for his visit to the Imperial Demon Palace. "Empress, my father has sent me here to propose a marriage alliance with the Imperial Demon Palace." This statement left all for momentarily stunned. A marriage alliance, however, they quickly reconciled the notion. Such occurrences were not unprecedented in the annals of demon history. Once they regained their composure, the gazes of Li Changxian, Xiong Tai, and even Jiang Mingli converged upon Bai Yao Yao, for she alone held the status requisite for such an alliance within the Imperial Demon Palace. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Bai Yao Yao panicked and immediately knelt before Jiang Mingli. "Empress, I refuse. I only wish to remain by your side forever. I do not wish to marry into the Rock Demon clan." Yet before Jiang Mingli could respond, Peng Cohen interjected from outside the pavilion, hastily clarifying, "Lady Bai has misunderstood. We do not intend to propose marriage to you." His words left everyone momentarily perplexed. If not Bai Yao Yao, then who else within the Imperial Demon Palace could possibly be a suitable candidate? Did they perhaps have their sights set on a mere demon servant? Yet, if it were just a servant, it should hardly elevate to a matter of marriage. Thus, Jiang Mingli inquired with curiosity, "If not Bai Yao Yao, then whom do you wish to wed?" Peng Cohen grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes mingled with disdain. "Of course, it is you, Empress." The revelation stunned all present, with the exception of Jiang Mingli, who remained impassive. An eerie silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the faint sounds of breathing and the gentle rustle of the breeze, making even the slightest noise distinctly audible. Li Changxian was the first to snap back to reality, sensing the impending disaster. He had yet to make his move. Just as he began to understand his own feelings, could it be that they had been preempted by another, the Rock Demon clan? "You have invited your own demise." Bai Yao Yao's expression was one of astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Mingli, and upon regaining her composure, she erupted in fury. "Peng Cohen, how dare you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words?" Her voice was laced with venom, her emotions more fervent than when she was urged to marry into the Rock Demon clan. Peng Cohen, ignoring her outburst, noticed Jiang Mingli's silence and mistook it for a sign of hope. He continued to persuade, "Surely, the Empress understands the pivotal role our Rock Demon clan plays within the demon armies. We command the skies. Among all demon clans, our rock lineage boasts unparalleled strength. We can advance with ferocity or retreat with resolve, gathering intelligence from miles away. There has never been another clan capable of taking our place. Currently, human cultivators are restless. In that case, regardless of whether the human cultivators launch an assault or a surprise attack, you would be able to respond with ease, and even the prospect of annexing human territories would not be out of reach. Should the Empress consent, our rock lineage shall lead all avian demons, offering unwavering support to you. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. Jiang Mingli, having listened, remained inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor joy, merely stating with indifference, "Your father is unworthy of my attention, and as for you, do you even reflect on your own age?" With a derisive scoff, she concluded her words. Upon hearing this, Peng Cohen believed she was lamenting his father's age, and a flicker of delight ignited within him. He quickly clarified, "Empress, the one who wishes to marry you is indeed the Rock King, but not my father, it is I. My father has agreed that should you consent, he will immediately pass the throne of the Rock Demon clan to me, making me worthy of your status." At this, Jiang Mingli could no longer contain her annoyance and struck the stone table before her with such force that it shattered into dust. "Your father does not meet my standards, and I find you even more repugnant. I hold your entire Rock Demon clan in disdain. You, leave my presence at once." Chapter 77, Are you concerned for this emperor? You, the father of the king, I disdain, thus, I hold you in even lower regard. As for your great Peng Demon clan, they are beneath my notice, depart at once. Jiang Mingli maintained a facade of calm after her initial rejection, yet she was already suppressing her rising fury. The great Peng Demon clan had always been the most defiant among the 9 major demon clans, and she was astonished that they dared to set their sights on her. Nevertheless, he was not entirely incorrect. The Great Peng clan indeed possessed the strongest power among the 9, ranking alongside the Fox clan. However, the Fox clan's advantage stemmed from her ascension to the throne of Demon Emperor, allowing them to close the gap with the Great Peng clan, though they still fell slightly short in strength. Thus, she had initially declined politely, wishing to avoid a confrontation with the Great Peng clan, yet, she would only grant them this opportunity once. She could not fathom how Peng Cohen could be so brazen. Her feelings towards the Great Peng clan were filled with nothing but disdain, let alone the prospect of a marriage alliance. While she could tolerate their petty schemes against her, their audacity to target her directly ignited her wrath. Peng Cohen, upon witnessing his proposal met with further rejection and such disparagement towards his clan, found it impossible not to feel anger. However, he lacked the power to openly defy her at present. Instead, he clenched his fists, his voice laced with coldness. "You shall not regret this, Lady Emperor. Are you instructing this emperor on how to act?" Jiang Mingli shot him a piercing. In an instant, the 9 tails, accompanied by a deafening roar and gusts of wind, struck towards Peng Cohen. Unprepared for her sudden assault, he attempted to defend himself, but the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. He was sent sprawling backwards, hurtling out of the Imperial Demon Palace and crashing heavily onto the Demon Square, where he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. After a brief moment, Peng Cohen staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, murmuring to himself with a chilling tone, "HMPH. Just wait, you will regret this." He then scoffed coldly, "At that time, you will have no choice but to comply. I shall make it a point to humiliate you daily." His visit to the Imperial Demon Palace was indeed under the orders of the great Peng Demon King, Peng Feng, to discuss a marriage alliance. Should Jiang Mingli agree, he would take the opportunity to remain in the palace and cultivate a relationship with her, while also gathering intelligence for the Great Peng clan. However, Peng Feng had also tasked him with another mission. To ascertain whether Jiang Mingli was indeed present in the palace, for they had discovered anomalies 3 years prior. When she emerged from her seclusion, she was at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, indicating that she had been stagnating at that level for quite some time. Even after becoming the Demon Emperor, she had been unable to break through, yet, they could only speculate. Given Jiang Mingli's notorious reputation, they dared not test her strength. It was only a few months ago, upon hearing of the Demon Emperor's solitary venture into the Qinglian secret realm, that they realized she had visited the human realm. Thus, when the Purple Lotus phenomenon appeared, Peng Feng dispatched Peng Cohen under the pretext of discussing a marriage to gather intelligence. If she agreed, it would allow them to gradually undermine the Imperial Demon Palace, paving the way for the Great Peng clan to ascend to the throne of Demon Emperor. If she refused, it would confirm their suspicion that she was unable to break through. With a bit more time, Peng Feng would reach the pinnacle of the Transcendent Realm, and Peng Koan would advance to the early stage of the same realm. The Great Peng clan was renowned for their valorous combat prowess and innate advantages, capable of taking on 10 foes without exaggeration. What would it matter if they revolted? Peng Koan harbored ambitions not only for the title of Demon Emperor but also for Jiang Mingli's exquisite beauty. Yet, he knew that the position would eventually be passed down to him by Peng Feng, thus his immediate focus remained on Jiang Mingli. The prospect of a full-scale rebellion seemed increasingly likely. The thought of becoming the ruler of all demons while securing a beauty like Jiang Mingli only fueled his excitement, and he couldn't help but break into a maniacal grin. As he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with a crimson tongue, he suddenly noticed many demon onlookers had gathered, scrutinizing him with curious gazes. Is this person dazed by the Lady Emperor? Thrown off the island, can you blame him for being dazed? Oh, how unfortunate he looks. I wonder if it was the fall or if he always appeared this way. The whispers around him stoked the flames of his fury, and his eyes glinted with menace as he glared at them. The onlookers recoiled in fear. Subsequently, Peng Koan transformed into a magnificent bird demon, leaping into the air and swiftly escaping the confines of the Imperial Demon City. On the other side, once the crowd dispersed, Bai Yao Yao hastily knelt. Lady Emperor, it is my fault for not stopping him. He may already be aware. Rise, this matter is not your fault, and besides, he must have known that this emperor was absent, which is why he dared to come. Bai Yao Yao immediately understood that Peng Koan was merely sent to probe the situation, likely on behalf of the great Peng Demon King, Peng Feng. Lady Emperor, what shall we do now? Peng Feng has likely sensed that you are unable to break through. There is no rush. Even if I cannot break through, I still hold an upper hand over him. The Great Peng clan will not dare to rebel in the short term. Unless there is anything else, you may leave. Yes. With that, Xiong Tai and Bai Yao Yao departed, leaving only Li Changxian and Jiang Mingli in the pavilion. You truly have no fear of death. Even in my absence, you dare to speak so boldly. Only I could tolerate such insolence from you. Jiang Mingli remarked coolly as she adjusted her gown and elegantly took a seat on the stone bench. Although she had arrived late, she could easily deduce what had transpired. It was undoubtedly Li Changchuan's loose tongue that had caused the trouble. He should have remained in the Qinli Palace, yet he had ventured out, causing her needless worry. However, after a moment, Jiang Mingli noticed Li Changxian had not responded. Turning to glance back, she found him fixated on the swaying foxtails behind her. For reasons unknown, a flush crept across her cheeks, and she quickly retracted her tails. Li Changxian. Did you hear what this emperor said? Oh yes, I was just thinking that the Great Peng clan is not your mortal enemy, so I thought I'd help you scold him. Li Changchuan's gaze shifted away, as he awkwardly rubbed his nose, unable to meet her eyes directly. Jiang Mingli's eyes sparkled. Without even needing to employ her heavenly glassy eyes secret technique, she could discern his deception, and she chuckled lightly. You are lying. Oh, given that we have both traversed the Qinglian secret realm together, we are as close as life and death. Is it wrong to show concern? Li Changxian blurted out, no longer stammering. Jiang Mingli smiled at his words, pouting slightly. HMPH, only you underestimate this emperor daily. Those capable of injuring me are few and far between. How could I possibly be harmed? Chapter 78. You did not visit Wangchun Tower, did you? What about Zilian? Upon hearing that everything was fine, Li Changxian inadvertently felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jiang Mingli lightly shook her head, her expression betraying no hint of disappointment. After all, it had been several years. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, had it not been for the need to prevent internal strife among the demon clan and incursions from human cultivators, she would not have felt such urgency to break through. At that moment, a delicate pink figure descended before the two. It was none other than the Fox Clan Demon King, Bai Ling, who had been pursuing them. Li Changxian immediately took notice of her. She possessed an enchanting beauty and a mature grace. However, in Li Changquan's eyes, her appearance paled in comparison to Jian Mingli's. Although Jian Mingli often displayed a hint of allure, their styles were fundamentally different. Bai Ling exuded a seductive charm, and being married, she lacked the innocent modesty of a maiden, which instead enhanced her allure. In contrast, Jian Mingli's demeanor varied with circumstance. She could be frigidly cold when angered, cool and aloof at other times, and when joyful, her smile radiated a captivating charm. She was a blend of cold elegance and beguiling beauty. After Bai Ling landed, she began to complain, "Why is the Empress moving so swiftly?" As she spoke, she gasped for breath. Internally, she lamented her own inadequacies compared to the Empress. The gap in their realms made it impossible for her to catch up, and the difference in age left her panting from the effort to pursue. "The Dopeng demon clan has sent someone. Pen Cohen says he wishes to form an alliance through marriage with our Empress." Bai Ling, still catching her breath, suddenly froze upon hearing this. Initially, she felt a surge of fury, followed by disbelief. "You agreed to him?" Bai Ling assumed Jian Mingli had acquiesced, for the latter wore a radiant smile, with a trace of the fox demon's unique allure lingering in her brows, a sight Bai Ling recognized all too well. Something was amiss. It was overwhelmingly suspicious. Typically, Jian Mingli's face bore either an expression of cold indifference or frigid anger. She had never seen the Empress wear such a countenance before. Sometimes she even wondered if the nine-tailed celestial fox was unlike any ordinary fox demon. Otherwise, how could Jian Mingli have never displayed the innate charm of her kind? Now, seeing this expression, Bai Ling mistakenly believed her Empress was pleased and had agreed. Yet, upon deeper reflection, this should not be the case. The Empress and the Dopeng demon clan were sworn enemies. Had it not been for their statuses, it would likely have been a life-or-death struggle. How could there be joy in such a matter? Moreover, did the Empress not prefer women? Had she suddenly reverted to normalcy? Unbeknownst to her, Jian Mingli's demeanor might only manifest for one person, and not because of the Dopeng demon clan's marriage proposal, but simply due to the presence of a certain individual, nothing more. Perhaps even Jian Mingli herself was unaware that her expression was so revealing at that moment. Just as Bai Ling was lost in her chaotic thoughts, unable to grasp the situation, Jian Mingli interrupted her musings. How could that be possible? "I have already injured him and cast him out of the Imperial Demon Palace." Oh, the Empress is indeed wise. Bai Ling, momentarily stunned by this revelation, realized it was the expected outcome. Nevertheless, this was for the best. The two sides had always been covert adversaries, and any agreement would have been even more illogical. However, such actions had already begun to tear the facade between the Dopeng demon clan and themselves, inevitably leading to conflict in the future. While they might not dare to act against the Imperial Demon Palace in the short term, they would certainly begin to probe and provoke the Fox clan. Bai Ling understood that Jian Mingli was subtly advising the Fox clan to prepare in advance, so she responded, "Your Majesty, I shall return to my clan now." "Very well." Just as Bai Ling turned to leave, she suddenly sensed she had overlooked something. Whirling around, her gaze fixated on Li Changxian, who stood behind Jian Mingli, she quickly approached him, circling around him twice. In her haste, she had mistaken him for an ordinary demon attendant due to his weak aura. Yet suddenly recalling that there were never male demon attendants in the Imperial Demon Palace, she remembered the encounter Jian Mingli had recounted to her during their journey. "You are the mortal who saved our Empress's life a few months ago." Li Changxian awkwardly nodded, pondering why the demon clan seemed so intent on scrutinizing him. After observing him for a moment, Bai Ling gently pinched her chin, nodding slowly. "You possess a commendable demeanor and appearance, but alas, you lack any real power. Does Bai Demon King require anything else?" At that moment, Jian Mingli, who had been seated beside them, interjected coldly. Bai Ling had been circling Li Changxian, and Jian Mingli felt a twinge of displeasure, prompting her to speak up. "Nothing, I shall take my leave now, Your Majesty." With that, Bai Ling took flight and departed the Imperial Demon Palace. Once she was gone, Jian Mingli abruptly turned to Li Changxian and inquired, "In recent days, have you left the Imperial Demon Palace?" Li Changxian nodded. "Rest assured, I did not leave the city, and I was accompanied by Lao Tai." "Their Tai? The citizens of the city did not trouble you?" No, upon hearing I was your demon attendant, they all dispersed, most of them even bowing respectfully. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. HMPH. As if I would concern myself with you, how self-absorbed. Caught off guard by her own words, Jiang Mingli, unlike Li Changxian, could not directly admit her feelings. She turned her face away, a faint blush tinting her ears, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. After a moment, Jiang Mingli could not suppress her curiosity and wished to know what he had been up to these past few days. Where did you go? Li Changxian recalled, speaking slowly and calmly. We first visited a shop selling jade, then we went to Zuyan Pavilion for a meal before returning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingli's expression shifted abruptly, her demeanor growing serious as she asked, You did not go to Wangchun Tower, did you? Li Changxian scratched his head, recalling carefully. Where was Wangchun Tower? If memory served him correctly, Ji Yu had mentioned it was a brothel. A brothel. Realizing the implication, he quickly clarified, We did not go. His gaze was resolute and earnest, betraying no hint of deceit. Jiang Mingli felt a weight lift from her heart. Although their relationship remained platonic, having recognized her own feelings, she could not help but inquire about such matters. At that moment, Li Changxian also sensed something amiss. Why was she suddenly asking him if he had visited a brothel? Meanwhile, Bai Ling was on her way back to the Fox clan. However, throughout the journey, her mind was elsewhere, reflecting on Jiang Mingli's affairs. She had initially thought her empress's emotional inclinations were normal, but after the empress had rejected the Dopeng demon clan's marriage proposal, the situation had become uncertain once more. Bai Ling had briefly entertained the thought that her empress might have feelings for that mortal, but she quickly dismissed the notion. Most humans harbored a deep-seated hatred for demons, and the animosity was even more intense for their empress. Moreover, there was a clear distinction between immortals and mortals. A mortal's lifetime was but a fleeting moment for a cultivator, who might seclude themselves for what felt like an eternity. As for gratitude, it now seemed that bringing Li Changxian into the demon realm had, in reality, saved his life, thus fulfilling that debt. Therefore, it was clear they were not meant to be. Yet, given that the empress interacted with so few individuals, who could it possibly be? Bai Ling fell into deep contemplation once more, suddenly struck by a realization, her thoughts momentarily frozen. Could it be that little rascal Yao Yao? Chapter 79. Temptation. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings as Li Changxian continued his customary delivery of provisions to Jiang Mingli. Seated cross-legged beside the table, Jiang Mingli indulged in her meal, while Li Changxian positioned himself on the opposite side, quietly observing her. Naturally, Jiang Mingli sensed his gaze. Had it been in the past, she would have retaliated vehemently with sharp words, yet, the present circumstances were markedly different. She refrained from uttering much, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush that was barely discernible under the gentle illumination of the firefly stone. The sight of her eating evoked in Li Changxian the peculiar impression of nurturing a young fox, and he mused that if only Jiang Mingli could revert to her fox form, the resemblance would be even more striking. Li Changxian noted that Jiang Mingli rarely showcased her demonic form. It was primarily during confrontations that her 9 tails would make an appearance. Instances such as their encounter in the Qinglian secret realm, her return to the demon clan, and today's skirmish with Peng Koan were exceptions. He dismissed any further contemplation, reassuring himself that there would be ample opportunities to witness her transformation in the future. However, as he gazed upon the delicate features of the demoness, coupled with her shy demeanor, an inkling of unease flickered within him. Why had her attitude towards him shifted upon her return? Previously, if he had stared at her so intently, he would have surely faced her wrath. Not overly concerned, he attributed her behavior to her long absence from sustenance, thinking she simply hadn't noticed his presence. Just as he was about to tidy up and take his leave after she finished her meal, she unexpectedly called out to him, "Wait here for a moment." With that, she gracefully rose and, parting the sheer veil, entered the inner chamber. Moments later, her soft voice floated back to him, beckoning, "Come in." Upon entering, Li Changxian was greeted by a scene that felt all too familiar. It was the same as that previous night, where she sat serenely at the table, clad in her dark silk attire. Understanding what was expected of him, he instinctively approached and positioned himself behind her. "Start with the head," Jiang Mingli instructed, her tone devoid of formality, treating him as if he were no stranger. It was worth noting that only a handful of demon attendants had ever entered her inner sanctum, and even Bai Yao Yao, when visiting her, would only converse in the outer hall. The presence of a male, especially one like Li Changxian, was quite extraordinary. Li Changxian, oblivious to any underlying implications, simply replied with a nonchalant "oh" before. While he focused intently on his task, Jiang Mingli's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Upon her return to the city, Bai Ling's explanations had proven accurate. It was no wonder she had permitted him to massage her before. With her strict principle of not allowing males within her personal space, she found herself inexplicably unperturbed by Li Changxian's touch. It dawned on her that she had harbored unusual feelings for him all along, and now she closed her eyes, relishing the sensation, relieved that she had ensnared him within the demon realm. There was no escape for him now. After a brief interval, Jiang Mingli shifted her request. "Now, my shoulders." "Oh," Li Changxian replied again, but as he glanced down, he noticed her dark sleeve slipping from her shoulders, revealing a generous expanse of her exquisitely smooth skin. Momentarily flustered, he hesitated, uncertain whether he should proceed, fearing that any misstep might provoke her ire. Ultimately, he opted to delicately adjust her attire, pulling the gossamer fabric back into place. Observing his actions in the mirror, Jiang Mingli furrowed her brows, her tone tinged with mild reproach. "What is this? Do you find my presence distasteful?" Li Changxian, catching the hint of displeasure in her voice, hastily waved his hands in protest. "No, it's not that. I was merely concerned about the propriety of our situation. So you acknowledge the distinctions between genders, yet, when you entered my bathing chamber last time, you said nothing of the sort, did you?" Jiang Mingli's words slipped out before she could check herself. Although she had initially been angered by the memory, her irritation swiftly transformed into bashfulness, rendering her speechless. Deep down, she chided herself for her contradictory feelings. If she truly cared about such matters, would she have allowed him to live after sharing a bath? Would she have permitted him into her private quarters or allowed such intimate contact? As Jiang Mingli wrestled with her emotions, Li Changxian, somewhat disgruntled, ventured, "So shall I continue? Indeed, from this day forth, you shall come each night to attend to my shoulders," she declared with a fiery determination, effectively challenging him. The more he resisted, the more satisfaction she derived. Li Changchuan's earlier hesitation stemmed solely from his fear of provoking her anger. He was acutely aware of the world he inhabited. Now, reassured that she bore no objections, he found himself emboldened, taking the opportunity for his own gain. Thus, he resumed his ministrations, his hands encountering her skin, tender and cool to the touch. Despite the fabric that separated them, it felt almost negligible, the texture akin to that of fine jade, smooth and delicate. As he applied just the right amount of pressure, Jiang Mingli quickly succumbed to relaxation, her eyes fluttering shut, and a faint blush graced her porcelain features. However, as he continued, Li Changxian noticed that her garment kept slipping down, evidently unable to cling to her velvety skin. He found himself repeatedly adjusting it, and to his surprise, Jiang Mingli did not object. She had already understood his intentions and felt a sense of relief that he could maintain a degree of decorum with her. Deep down, she yearned to bridge the gap between them, but her pride as the demon empress forbade her from initiating such advances. Moreover, she feared that openly expressing her desires might frighten him away. Fortunately, the pretext of having him serve her provided a convenient excuse to gradually cultivate their relationship. Li Changxian, too, was aware of the delicate nature of their dynamic, though he harbored more reservations than Jiang Mingli. He resolved to cautiously gauge her feelings toward him. He recognized that he held a unique position in her life, otherwise, he would not have survived this long under her influence. He discerned that while her tone remained authoritative, it lacked the usual coldness she exhibited towards others. They found themselves in a precarious equilibrium, each probing the other's sentiments. Was it mere friendship, a bond forged through trials, or perhaps something deeper that he secretly hoped for? Following their return, both embarked on a journey of subtle exploration. As Li Changxian prepared to depart after their session, Jiang Mingli issued a final instruction: "Be here punctually tomorrow at the hour of Chen." "You aren't suggesting I come to pay my respects, are you?" he exclaimed, bewildered. At that hour, he would still be nestled comfortably in his bed, enjoying his slumber. "You will discover in due time. Remember, tardiness is unacceptable." Chapter 80, The Beauty of Minimalism. The following day, Li Changxian, feeling rather dispirited, knocked on Jian Mingli's door. In this age, there were no alarm clocks, and he certainly could not transport a sundial back with him. Fortunately, it seemed that there were rooster demons in the Imperial Demon City, who would crow punctually each morning, allowing him to time his arrival accordingly. "Come in to the inner chamber," came Jian Mingli's soft voice from within. As Li Changxian gently lifted the sheer curtain to enter, he found no sign of her. After a moment, a delicate pat-pat sound emerged from behind the screen. Li Changxian understood that behind the screen was Jian Mingli's true boudoir, with her bed situated just behind it. As her soft footsteps approached, Jian Mingli emerged from behind the screen, her bare jade feet gracefully treading upon the glossy grey-black jade tiles. With an alluring sway, the sheer fabric of her skirt danced lightly with her movements, revealing a glimpse of her fair, exquisite legs. Each step, though upon solid jade, felt as if she were walking upon clouds. Light and elegant, her delicate feet, tinged with a faint blush, touched the ground, with her 5 toes playfully curling slightly. Her silver hair, slightly tousled, cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with her every move, radiating an enchanting aura that captivated the eye. Her waist was slender, delicate to the touch, as her figure exuded an ethereal grace. The thin fabric of her undergarment clung closely to her skin, outlining the alluring curves of her jade-like form. She possessed the perfect physique, slender where it needed to be, and ample where it should be. Although this was not their first encounter, Li Changxian found himself entranced. All traces of sleep vanished, leaving him entirely awake. To make matters more provocative, perhaps having just risen, her collar had once again slipped from her fragrant shoulders, revealing 2 delicate white lines that vanished behind her fair, slender neck. With the collar's descent, the intersecting neckline lowered slightly, exposing a small patch of white silk fabric, tightly wrapping around her voluptuous form. At this sight, Li Changxuan's gaze fixated once more, inwardly cursing the demoness for her utter lack of modesty. She appeared without even a semblance of attire adjustment, and thankfully, he considered himself a man of virtue. However, it soon became clear why Jian Mingli had not tidied herself. After stepping out from behind the screen, she walked straight to the dressing mirror and seated herself, casually saying, "Come here." Li Changxian, still puzzled, hastened to her side, placing his hands upon her forehead. "What, are you calling me over to give you a massage so early in the morning?" he inquired, stifling a yawn as fatigue threatened to resurface. Jian Mingli chuckled lightly and handed him a jade comb over her shoulder. "Who told you that this empress summoned you for a massage? I called you here to assist me in arranging my hair." I wouldn't know how. I'm utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of female hairstyling. This empress will teach you. Now take it." Jian Mingli shook the jade comb in her hand, and Li Changxian had no choice but to accept it. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was simply that he lacked the skill. Though he had allowed his hair to grow long over the years, he typically just tied it up with a simple hairpin. He had never had the opportunity to learn the complexities of a woman's hairstyle, nor did he have any real understanding of it. Yet, he thought to himself that this could be an excellent opportunity to interact more with the enchanting demoness. However, upon receiving the jade comb, he appeared hesitant, unsure of how to proceed. Observing his indecision, Jian Mingli assumed he was reluctant and thus began to persuade him. "As my demon attendant, it is your duty to serve me in such matters. Not just this morning, but you are to assist me in my grooming every morning henceforth, and every evening you shall bring me chicken soup and a massage." Perhaps to convey that her intentions were not solely to seek closer contact with him, Jian Mingli added, "These are your responsibilities as my demon attendant." However, her insistence only served to reveal her true intentions. After all, she had never asked Li Changxian to perform such tasks before, and prior to his arrival at the Imperial Demon Palace, none of the female demon attendants had ever helped her with her hair. She had always managed these matters herself, yet, upon hearing her requests, Li Changxian merely smiled and softly replied, "All right," without a hint of discontent. How could he possibly be displeased? In truth, he was eager for such an opportunity. He had not anticipated that the chance would present itself so readily, and even more so, that he could not refuse. Jian Mingli, surprised by his eager compliance, felt a flicker of discomfort. After all, Li Changxian was accustomed to opposing her. During their last encounter, he had made her go to his room just to retrieve bathing water. She had not expected him to accept so many of her requests so readily this time. Nevertheless, she thought it was for the best. It had been a wise choice to make him her personal demon attendant. Now, finding reasons to be close to him was easy, and crucially, he had no means to decline. Li Changxian, gazing at the jade comb in his hand, decided to begin with the simplest task, combing her hair. This step he could manage, as his own hair was long enough, though not as long as Jiang Mingli's. He gently gathered her silvery locks, which felt as soft as a gentle breeze, as smooth as silk, and as cool as autumn water. Each strand was like snow, delicate and gliding through his fingers, as if they might slip away with the slightest carelessness. Slowly, the jade comb slipped through her hair, and Li Changxian deftly maneuvered it downwards, beginning the task of untangling. His movements were gentle, cradling her hair delicately, as if handling a rare treasure, fearful of breaking the enchanting strands or causing her discomfort. Jiang Mingli's hair was long, cascading down to her waist when gathered, and now, as she sat with it loose, it seemed even longer. An additional foot would likely have it trailing to the ground. Li Changxian sighed softly. Indeed, her hair reached her waist. As he finished combing, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted from her hair, mingling with a subtle hint of orchid. Li Changxian recognized it as her signature scent, one he had encountered before. Although faint, the aroma became more pronounced whenever he drew near her. It was this gentle fragrance that was truly captivating, rather than an overpowering scent that cloyed the senses, like perfume that had been overly saturated. Jiang Mingli's silver hair, naturally smooth, was a pleasure to comb, and soon Li Changxian had completed the task. Next, Jiang Mingli styled her hair into a celestial bun, while Li Changxian observed intently, learning from her technique. Once finished, she waved her hand, releasing the bun and encouraging him to try it himself. Having always been a quick learner, Li Changxian grasped the technique after just one demonstration. He then instinctively picked up several silver hairpins from the dressing table, gently inserting them into her hair. There were no excessive embellishments, yet her appearance was already stunningly beautiful. As he gazed at the image of Jiang Mingli reflected in the mirror, he could not help but feel enraptured. Indeed, for a beauty, the art of minimal adornment was the finest choice. The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by their soft breaths. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere had gradually grown more intimate.